Chapter 1 Initial Troops, Small Saplings. You, really the Lord God? In the gray space, Lin You looked at the statue in front of him with a little hesitation. The surroundings were very dark, and only the place where he was standing still had light. Lin You couldn't understand why he appeared here. The last second, he was still sitting in front of the computer working diligently overtime, preparing to finish the unfinished work. But in the next second, the whole world suddenly shattered into countless pieces. After that, he appeared here, in front of this self-proclaimed Lord God statue. It's a pity that, in the face of his inquiry, the Lord God ignored him, but said in a very cold and mechanically synthesized voice. The 10,000 worlds collapse and return to one world. Congratulations, you have obtained the qualification to go to the primitive continent. In order to adapt to the new world as soon as possible, everyone will randomly get an initial territory for you to recruit troops, plunder resources, and develop forces. In this vast world like the sea, you not only have to face the competition of all races, but also the threat of the Aborigines. The only thing waiting for the weak is death. So, keep improving your strength and make yourself stronger. Randomly assigning territories. The territory has been allocated, please prepare. Wow. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. He appeared at the foot of a mountain at the edge of a forest, surrounded by big trees. He couldn't see the distant scene, and his ears were filled with all kinds of chirping of insects and birds, and the roar of beasts. Lin Yu was shocked by a beast roar, and his eyes gradually enlarged. What's the situation? 10,000 worlds collapsed, returning to one world. Meaning, his original world is gone. Isn't this a joke with him? But even if it's a joke, everything in front of you is too real. Snapped. Lin Yu slapped her face fiercely. It hurt a lot, it hurt a lot. All this is really true. Just as he was thinking, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Dear Lord. From now on, you have 7 days of protection. During the protection time, you and your territory will not suffer any harm. After 7 days, the protection will disappear. Please properly protect the core of the territory. The core of the territory is a derivative of each Lord's soul. Once it is destroyed, the Lord will also die. The sound fell, and the ground where Lin Yu was located suddenly made a rumbling sound, and a radiant tree rose up from the ground, directly growing to more than 10 meters high. At the same time, the surrounding stone pillar fences were raised, surrounding Lin Yu and the big tree, who were bewildered, in the middle. Okay. It seems that he is not dreaming, he really crossed. Lin Yu was stunned for a long time before he recovered from the shock and astonishment. After recognizing the facts, his first reaction was not panic, but unexpected calmness. After being in the society for so many years, I have seen a lot of wind and waves. The first thing he did was to quickly go under the only big tree in the territory that could be called a building and examine it carefully. Immediately afterwards, the territory information appeared in front of him. Territory name, Tree of Life. Territory level, Tier 1. Territory durability, 100/100. Recruited troops, plants. Number of recruits, 0 out of 10. Territory introduction, the Lord's survival is fundamental, with various functions. The core of the territory is destroyed, and the Lord dies. Upgrade requirements, wood, 100/100, stone, 0/100, magic energy, 0/10. Note, plants are territorial, and wood is self-supplied. This is the territory. Lin Yu looked around, only the fence made of stone pillars and wood, and the big tree in front of him. This initial territory is also a little too rudimentary. If he guessed correctly, this big tree should be the core of the territory mentioned by the voice just now. In other words, once this big tree is destroyed, he will also die. It's really cruel. He only has 7 days to be safe now. If he doesn't want to die, he has to improve his strength quickly, and then he has to collect materials to upgrade his territory and reinforce the fence. Thinking of this, Lin Yu quickly browsed other information, and was quickly attracted by a regional channel in the corner. When I opened it, it turned out to be all chat messages sent by other people. Fuck. I've crossed over. What's the situation? Can anyone tell me? I'm in a panic now. I just saw a python several tens of meters long passing by me. It seems that our original world is gone, and we collectively travel to this world. Ah. Then can we go back? Where are you, wife? I'm Taiju, can you see the message I sent? Lin You didn't expect that everyone actually traveled through this world, and they were randomly scattered to every corner. The entire chat channel was a mess, most of them were in a state of panic and anxiety, and some even lost their minds, sending messages frantically, and hundreds or thousands of messages would float by almost every second. This is just one area. God knows how many similar areas are out there. However, thanks to this channel, Lin You found a lot of useful information. Some of the people who calmed down first have already started to discuss the territory. I randomly came to the territory of the animal department, and I can only recruit wolf cubs. I'm pretty much the same, the undead cemetery, the small skeletons of the initial arms, the kind that will shatter when knocked. What the is a machine factory? How can people live if they are only given a mechanism bird? You guys have done a good job. Just now, I saw that there was a plant from the department and said that he randomly got a small sapling. Little sapling. This is too miserable. Fortunately, I didn't get assigned to the plant department. Haha, not all the initial units of the plant system are small saplings. I observed it, and only a few unlucky ones came randomly. Lin You. It's okay not to look at it. After reading the news, Lin Yu's face darkened instantly. Isn't his current territory a botanical one? Shouldn't you be so unlucky? The initial unit will be randomly assigned to a small sapling, right? Immediately close the chat channel, come to the Tree of Life, follow the method that those people said, and calm down. Recruit. Immediately afterwards, the voice in his mind sounded again. Please select the number of recruits. First-tier troops spend 1 point of mana to recruit each time, and the recruiting level cannot exceed the territory level. Lin You answered without hesitation. The initial magic energy of the territory is 10 points, which is just enough to recruit 10 first-order troops. In this dangerous world, of course, the more helpers, the better. At the moment when his voice fell, the tree of life above his head suddenly shook, and the seeds wrapped in fluorescent light slowly fell into the soil under his feet. The next second, the soil loosened, and saplings burst out of the soil. Name, small sapling. Race, plant. Level, Tier 1, 0 out of 10. Strength, 0, attack strength. Physical, 8, vitality. Agility, 0, speed. Spirit, 5, skill power. Skill, breath of nature, condensing the breath of nature. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com can speed up the recovery of injuries. Introduction, the lowest level plant type summons can barely be used to heal wounds. Looking at the 10 saplings that appeared in front of him, Lin Yu's face turned dark. Unexpectedly, he actually became the unlucky person among those people, randomly getting the weakest starting unit. Attack and speed are both 0, so how can people play? It's fine if you don't give it a powerful unit. Anyway, you can also give it to a flower demon tree spirit or something. If it's not good enough, you can also give it a cactus. At least you can throw thorns and stab people. With these little saplings that are not aggressive at all, let alone resist the invasion of foreign enemies, they can't do it just through the 7 days of safety. He can't go out hunting alone, can he? From childhood to adulthood, Lin You has never been so speechless. It seemed that even the Lord God couldn't see it, when suddenly a voice entered his mind. Because you are the first person to recruit 10 small saplings at one time, you can get an extra lottery as a gift from the week. Lottery draw. Lin You was shocked, but he didn't expect a turning point so soon. Looking at the exquisite treasure chest that appeared in front of him, he swallowed and immediately put his hand in it. With a burst of dazzling golden light, the voice sounded again. Congratulations, you have obtained an exclusive ability, Mutation, can consume magical energy, make the designated summoned unit mutate into a random summoned unit of the same level, and retain an original skill. Chapter 2 Change Me. Mutation. Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately clicked on the functional interface of the Tree of Life to search carefully. Sure enough, he saw a mutation ability underneath. It's just a pity that his magic energy has been used up just now, so he can't use this ability for the time being. Ah, why can't you give me more magic energy? After finally turning around, but unable to use it, Lin You couldn't even mention how uncomfortable it was. Among so many people, it is estimated that he is the only one who is like this. He used up all the resources foolishly at the beginning, right? But if it weren't for this, he wouldn't trigger this reward. It's embarrassing. For today's plan, we can only find a way to get magic energy as soon as possible, and then try the effect of mutation ability. Otherwise, it is impossible for these saplings to last until the end of the safe period. Lin You glanced at the sapling on the ground and fell into deep thought. Boom. At this moment, a dull crashing sound suddenly sounded. Lin Yushuan looked around and found that outside the territory, a black wolf with a bone blade on its back was slamming into the fence frantically. With every impact, an invisible force on the fence will shake it out, fall to the ground several meters away, then get up and rush towards the fence again. Apparently, he saw Lin Yu, the prey, through the fence. Lin Yu was sure that if it wasn't for the safety period, the black wolf would have broken through the fence long ago and rushed into the territory. Correct. Killing monsters should get magic energy, right? Suddenly, Lin Yu thought of something and became surprised. After looking at the black wolf outside the territory for a while, after confirming that it really couldn't get in, he looked around and quickly found a deadwood with an arm's thickness and a very sharp top. He sank and slowly came to the edge of the fence. Roar! Seeing Lin Yu approaching, the black wolf became even more mad. He opened his mouth wide and roared towards him. Lin Yu saw the opportunity, and the dead tree suddenly shoved out of his hand, relying on inertia, and stabbed into the black wolf's abdomen. Only to hear a miserable howl from the black wolf, it slammed into the fence with a bang. The huge impact force suddenly made Lin Yu fall back, and the deadwood in his hand also went away, and his arms went numb. When he looked outside again, he found that the black wolf had stumbled to his feet and was seriously injured. How could Lin Yu give it a chance to escape? Immediately got up and picked up the deadwood, and stabbed it at its weakest chrysanthemum. Ow! The black wolf screamed, his entire body instantly stiffened, and the deadwood in his hand snapped. This blow obviously caused heavy damage to the black wolf, and blood continued to flow out of the wound. Gradually, its breath became weaker and weaker, and its movements became slower and slower. Finally, with a bang, he fell to the ground. Congratulations, kill the first order black wolf and gain 1 magic energy. Lin Yu's chest heaved and he was extremely excited when he heard the voice in his head. He actually succeeded in killing a first order monster. And he guessed right, killing monsters can get magic energy. He didn't dare to think too much, he immediately went outside the territory and quickly dragged the black wolf's body back into the territory. This time, his food is finally available, and it can be regarded as a solution to a major problem at present. Then, he came to the 10 small saplings impatiently. There shouldn't be another accident, right? With trepidation in his heart, Lin Yu used the mutation ability on one of the saplings, and the voice in his mind sounded again. The first order summoning unit needs to consume 1 point of magic energy to mutate. Would you like to continue? Continue. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. As his voice fell, he only felt that a magical force quickly gathered, completely wrapping the small sapling. Puffed. Suddenly, a thorny vine burst out of the ground, and then like a chain reaction, the vines appeared one by one. And the small sapling, which is the main body, is also growing rapidly, becoming a rhizome plant made of entangled vines, and a closed flower bud like a head grows on the top. Those vines that broke through the ground seem to be its tentacles, swaying around its body, telling the joy of transformation. Name, Thorn Vine Grass. Race, Plant. Level, Tier 1, 0 out of 10. Strength, 6, Attack Strength. Physical, 10, Vitality. Agility, 0, Speed. Spirit, 5, Skill Power. Skills, Breath of Nature, Vine Whip. Introduction, the lowest level of plant type summons, the spikes on the vines have a good attack power. It worked. Lin Yu was pleasantly surprised to see the attributes that had changed a lot. He didn't expect that the mutation ability was so powerful that he directly transformed the sapling into a thorny vine, not only gaining the attack ability, but also inheriting the healing skills of the sapling. With the inherently superior vitality of the plant system, the survivability can definitely be called the best of the first order. There are not many troops that can match it. The only regret is that the agility attribute is still 0. This is probably the shortcoming of all plant systems, relying too much on the land. Forget it, let's try the attack strength first. Lin Yu didn't think much about it, and turned to look at the black wolves outside the territory. It was attracted by the movement and smell of blood just now, and it was just the right time to use it to test the attack strength of the thorny vine grass. Come on, get rid of them. Lin Yu directly issued an attack order to thorn vine grass. The next second, a few swooshing sounds rang out, and those thorny vines swept past Lin You and attacked the black wolf outside the territory, extending 5 meters away. The black wolves made a commotion, and immediately opened their mouths to bite the vine, but the vine swept aside, wrapped around its body, and fell to the ground struggling desperately. At this time, the healing skills inherited from the little saplings came into play, constantly repairing the cracks that had been pulled out on the vines. No matter how hard the black wolf struggled, he couldn't break free, but instead he fell deeper and deeper. Finally, in a tragic howl, the black wolf's throat was cut by the thorns of the vine, completely losing its vitality. Kill the First Order Black Wolf to gain 1 magic energy. Kill the First Order Black Wolf to gain 1 magic energy. Kill the First Order Black Wolf to gain 1 magic energy. So strong. Lin You widened his eyes in shock. After only a while, he killed 3 black wolves and gave him 3 magic energy at once. The surviving black wolf saw the tragic state of his companions, and was frightened and fled in panic. In a blink of an eye, he disappeared into the jungle and disappeared. If it weren't for the 3 black wolf corpses lying on the ground, Yu reading www.yuyukayongshu.com, Lin You couldn't even believe it was true. You must know that he had personally experienced the power of the black wolf just now. If it wasn't for the protection of the guardrail and the safety period, he probably wouldn't have been able to kill it so easily. But Thornvine did it so easily. This made him have some doubts. Shouldn't his combat power be less than 5 points? While thinking about it, his movements were not slow. He hurriedly came across the fence, and dragged the black wolf corpse outside into the territory. Then checked the properties of the thorny vine grass again. Name, thorn vine grass. Race, plant. Level, Tier 1, 3 out of 10. Strength, 7, attack strength. Physical, 11, vitality. Agility, 0, speed. Spirit, 6, skill power. Skills, breath of nature, vine whip. Introduction, the lowest level of plant type summons, the spikes on the vines have a good attack power. Okay. Lin You let out a small murmur and found a different place. The attributes of the thorny vine grass have actually increased. The number after the level has also changed from 0 at the beginning to 3 points. Could it be that? Can summoned units gain experience by killing monsters, and then advance? The moment he came to this conclusion, Lin You was suddenly pleasantly surprised. If this is the case, then he can completely raise these summoned units to Tier 2, and the ability to save lives will definitely become much stronger. After thinking about it, he immediately came to the remaining small saplings, consumed the magic energy he just earned, and used the mutation ability on 3 of them. Change for me. Chapter 3 Advance to Tier 2, New Arms. As soon as Lin Yu's voice fell, the 3 small saplings were enveloped by a beam of light. In a burst of rapid growth, 2 of them became the same thorn vine grass as before, with slightly different properties, but not much difference. What surprised Lin Yu the most was the 3rd strain. A bright red flower actually bloomed on the spot. Along with the blooming of the flowers, a winged miniature elf slowly flew out of it, and kept flying around Lin Yu. Name, Flower Essence. Race, Plant. Level, Tier 1, 0 out of 10. Strength, 0. Physique, 5. Agility, 8. Spirit, 10. Skills, Breath of Nature, Spirit of Nature. Introduction, the lowest level of plant-based summons, which can quickly heal wounds. Like the thorn vine grass, the flower essence also inherits the skills of the sapling. With the blessing of the 2 healing skills, the recovery ability has reached a very powerful level. This is the power of mutation ability. With the flower essence and 3 thorny vines, Lin Yu's territory finally became a lot safer, and it also added a lot of vitality. Lin Yu came to the black wolf's corpse and opened the regional chat channel while disposing of the corpse. After this period of precipitation, most people have passed the initial panic period and began to discuss various things about the territory. Brothers, I found a big thing. After the territory is raised to the 2nd rank, the Lord will also follow it up to the 2nd rank. Fuck. And such a thing. Nanny. Can we also upgrade along with it? Is the news accurate? And how did you upgrade your territory so quickly? The personal test is effective. After I reach the 2nd level, I feel that I am much better than before. Depend on. Then I have to hurry to collect wood and stone, as well as magic energy, which is still more than half of the difference. I don't have one. Lin You was surprised when he looked at the messages that passed by. The Lord will upgrade along with the territory, which he did not expect. Recalling what the voice said before, the core of the territory is the derivative of the Lord's soul, so it turns out that there is such a connection. No wonder he can see the information of the territory without getting close to the core of the territory. Territory name, Tree of Life. Territory level, Tier 1. Territory durability, 100/100. Recruited troops, plants. Number of recruits, 10 out of 10. Territory introduction. The Lord's survival is fundamental, with various functions. The core of the territory is destroyed, and the Lord dies. Upgrade requirements: wood, 100/100, stone, 0/100, magic energy, 0/10. Note, plants are territorial, and wood is self-supplied. The advantage of the plant system is that it has an inexhaustible supply of wood. This is probably to make up for the weakness of the plant system in the early stage, but it can be regarded as a surprise. What he lacks now is only stone and magic energy. It's good to say that there are many stones around the territory, and mana is not so easy to earn, because his plant-type summons have no ability to move at all, let alone hunting outside the territory. He couldn't run out and lure the monsters to kill him, right? Not to mention, this method seems to work. Lin Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Anyway, the territory still has a safe period to protect it. As long as he doesn't run too far, there should be no big problem. It can even be said to be a huge bug. Do it if you think of it. After quickly disposing of the black wolf's body, Lin You immediately got up and picked up the dead branches, and slowly walked out of the territory. When he passed through the entrance of the territory, a reminder sounded immediately. Warn. You are now out of the territory and are not protected by safe time. Lin You ignored it and continued to walk further afield. Sure enough, it didn't take long for 7 or 8 black wolves to burst out of the surrounding jungle, rushing towards him with their mouths open, probably attracted by flesh and blood. Lin You didn't dare to be careless, turned around and quickly fled back to the territory. At the same time, the 3 thorn vines in the territory moved, and the thorn vines burst out of the air, attacking the black wolves that were chasing after them. For a while, the black wolf screamed again and again, and it was not a match for thornvine grass at all, and was killed in a blink of an eye. And under Lin Yu's intentional control, these black wolves all died under the attack of the thorny vine grass at the beginning, and their experience was piled up to full value. Covered in a burst of light, the thorn vine grass finally successfully advanced, and the flower bud on the top slowly opened. Name: Thorn Vine Flower. Race: Plant. Level: Level 2, 0/25. Strength: 20. Physique: 22. Agility: 9. Spirit: 17. Skills: Breath of Nature, Vine Whip. Introduction: the lowest level plant type summons initially possess the ability to move. Mobility. Lin Yu watched the introduction in high spirits, but he didn't expect that the thorny vine grass would gain the ability to move after it was upgraded to the second rank. His eyes fell on the bottom of the thorny vine flower, and it was already out of the soil, and thick rhizomes grew out, allowing it to move slowly on the ground. This is definitely great news for Lin Yu. Because this way, he can go out to hunt and collect stones and magic energy. By the way, mutation ability. Suddenly, Lin Yu thought of his own mutation ability. I don't know what effect it will have on the second-tier thorny vine flower, and whether it will mutate into other more powerful second-tier summoning units. But after thinking about it, he gave up. Because he cannot guarantee that the summoned units after the mutation still have the ability to move. In addition, there are still so many small saplings that have not undergone mutation. Rather than using the magic energy just obtained on the thorn vine flower, Yu reading www.yukangshu.com might as well use it to increase his combat units. Considering that we have to go out in the future, of course, the more combat units, the better. Soon, Lin Yu came under the Tree of Life and used the mutation ability on the remaining 6 saplings. As before, after a burst of light wrapped, the 6 small saplings have undergone tremendous changes. Except for the 4 that have mutated into thorny vines, the remaining 2 have appeared new troops. Name: Trentgard. Race: Plant. Level: Tier 1, 0 out of 10. Strength: 10, Attack Strength. Physical: 8, Vitality. Agility: 8, Speed. Spirit: 8, Skill Power. Skills: Breath of Nature, Cleave. Introduction: the lowest level of plant type summons, with excellent melee capabilities. It was a humanoid plant made of branches. There are 2 feet growing underneath, allowing it to move freely on the ground. The arm is composed of 2 sharp wooden thorns, quite like a warrior, and the attributes have basically reached the full value of the first order. Lin You can guarantee that this is definitely the best one among the first order plants of the plant system. If any plant lord's initial unit randomly gets this, the early stage will definitely be very smooth, and he will not be like him, risking his life to go outside to attract monsters. It's true that people are more popular than dead people. Roar. Just as he was thinking, a heaven-shattering beast roar suddenly sounded outside the territory, which shocked Lin You back to his senses. When he turned his head to look outside, his pupils shrank suddenly. Tier 3 Monsters. Chapter 4: No Martial Arts. Lin You did not expect that his territory would attract monsters above the 3rd rank. I saw a sturdy lion covered in red hair standing on a stone outside the territory. Name: Flame Lion. Race: Beast. Level: Tier 3. Strength: 32. Physique: 27. Agility: 30. Spirit: 29. Skill: Flame Surrounding. Introduction: a ferocious beast among low-level creatures, who can easily control flames. The comprehensive attribute of nearly 30 points is much higher than that of the second-order Thornvine Flower. How could such a powerful monster appear here? Lin You was puzzled. But when he saw the flaming lion jump off the stone and towards the corpses of the black wolves, there was a flash of enlightenment in his heart. It turned out that this guy was attracted by the smell of blood. Sure enough. The flaming lion first stared at Lin You for a while, then slowly came to the corpses of the black wolves and began to devour them, ignoring Lin You at all. This made Lin You feel alive. Although the fire element has restraint on plants, he still has a safe period. As long as he doesn't leave the territory, he doesn't have to worry about what dangers he will encounter. Why not take this opportunity to see if he can kill this flaming lion? If it is successful, the harvest will undoubtedly be huge. The more you think about it, the more feasible it becomes. While the flaming lion was not paying attention, Lin You immediately issued an attack order to the thornvine flower and thornvine grass beside him. The next second, the sound of breaking through the air rang out, and the thorny vines threw out several meters frantically, attacking the flaming lions outside the territory, and the speed was a few points faster than before. But at this time, the flaming lion, who was devouring the corpse, raised its head sharply and spewed a burst of flames towards the vines. The vines that were still aggressive at first were instantly burnt to coke. Sure enough, the fire element has restraint on plants. Fortunately, the physique attribute of the second-order thornvine flower is not much weaker than that of the flame lion, and it has healing skills of its own, which can barely hold up the flame of the flame lion. With a swish, he quickly wrapped around its feet. Roar! The flame lion roared, and a flame suddenly erupted from his body. He wanted to burn the vines, but luckily the vines were pulled back in time to avoid the flames. After a while, the flame of the flame lion dissipated, losing its ability to suppress the plants. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 2 Trent guards swarmed up, and the wooden thorns in their hands stabbed the flaming lion fiercely. And the thornvine flower and those first-order thornvine grass also exerted their strength again, and dense vines emerged, using the crowd tactics, one after another tied to the flaming lion and wrapped around its body. The flaming lion struggled desperately, constantly breaking free from the vines on his body and hitting the fence. However, there are too many vines, the tighter the bundle, and the fact that the flower essence has been assisting with the treatment, it has temporarily restricted its movement. Finally, the second-order thornvine flower found the right time, and the spikes on the vine slashed its most vulnerable throat. Puffed. For a moment, the blood flowed non-stop. This time, the flaming lion went crazy, slapped the 2 Trent guards and tore off the vines on his body. Only the second-order thornvine can barely support it with its powerful life and healing, but it is also in jeopardy. Cracks continued to appear on the vines, and they were constantly reorganized under the treatment and self-repair of the flower essence, and it felt as if they would be broken at any time. Fortunately, because the artery was cut and the blood was too much. The strength of the flame lion is getting smaller and smaller, and the struggle is getting more and more difficult, and even the flame ability cannot be used. This gave Thornvine finally a chance to breathe. A vine whip wrapped around its neck and sank deeply into its wound. The flaming lion wanted to struggle, but he couldn't use his strength at all. I can only let the vines get tighter and tighter, sink deeper and deeper, and my body keeps twitching. In the end, it whimpered and fell heavily to the ground. Congratulations, you successfully killed the third order flame lion and gained 15 points of magic energy. Hearing the voice in his head, Lin You was shocked. I didn't expect that I would actually successfully kill a tier 3 monster. Although the means used were not very glorious, he really did it. As the main output, the experience of Thorn Vine Flower has also increased by 10 points, which is equivalent to killing 10 second-order monsters. Even those first-order Thorny Vines and Tree Spirit Guards have been allocated a lot of experience, and their attributes have increased a lot. Quick, drag its body in. Lin You joyfully called the Thorn Vine Flower, because at this time only it and the flower essence were relatively healthy. In contrast, the first-order Thorn Vines and the Dryad Guards were much more miserable. Almost all of the vines were torn off, and they were heavily slapped on their bodies, and they looked sluggish. This battle can be described as extremely tragic. Fortunately, with his own healing skills and flower essence, there was no attrition. Otherwise, Lin You would definitely die of distress. After disposing of the flaming lion's body, Lin You took advantage of the situation to check the information on the Thorn Vine Flower. Name, Thorn Vine Flower. Race, Plant. Level, Tier 2, 10/25. Strength, 22. Physique, 23. Agility, 10. Spirit, 18. Skills, Breath of Nature, Vine Whip. Introduction, the lowest level plant type summons initially possess the ability to move. Sure enough, as he expected, after gaining experience, the attributes of the Thorn Vine Flower have increased, and it has become much stronger than before. Now there's only stone left. Lin You muttered to himself, called out the territory information and glanced at it. The 10 points of magic energy required for the upgrade had been obtained by killing the flaming lion. Now that there is only 100 units of stone missing, his territory can be upgraded to the second rank, and he will also be promoted to the second rank at that time, and his strength will definitely become stronger. Stone, isn't it easy? He happened to be close to the mountain here, and there were stones everywhere, so let the Dryad Guard and the Thorn Vines go and bring them back. Soon, he started to move with the troops that could move. After only half a day of hard work, he gathered the 100 stones needed for the upgrade and returned to the territory again. The Tree of Life also seemed to feel that it was about to be upgraded. Whether to upgrade the territory? The voice in my head sounded. Upgrade. Lin You didn't hesitate at all. In the next second, the entire territory was covered with dazzling rays of light, and the fence quickly expanded, turning from the original wood to a stone pillar, which became much stronger. Even the Tree of Life has grown to a height of nearly 20 meters. The branches and leaves cover half of the territory, which is quite a fragrance of birds and flowers. At the same time, Lin You also felt a powerful force pouring into his body, constantly nourishing his limbs, and his strength, perception, and reaction instantly rose to a higher level. Lin You is sure that if he were to meet those first-order black wolves again, Yu reading www.uukanshu.com himself can definitely blow it up with one punch, and he doesn't even need a weapon. Is this the second order? So strong. Lin You couldn't help but sighed in admiration, and at the same time his eyes fell on the territory information. Territory name, Tree of Life. Territory level, Tier 2. Territory durability, 250/250. Recruited troops, plants. Number of recruits, 10/20. Territory introduction, the Lord's survival is fundamental, with various functions. The core of the territory is destroyed, and the Lord dies. Upgrade requirements, wood, 250/250, stone, 3/250, magic energy 5/50. Note, plants are territorial, and wood is self-supplied. Ascending to the second-tier territory, not only has the durability improved a lot, but even the number of recruits has increased by 10. But what surprised Lin You the most was the voice that sounded in his mind next. Successfully raised the territory to Tier 2. Unlock Tier 2 arms, explosive mushroom. Unlock territory skill, repatriation. The designated summoned unit can be repatriated, and half of the magic energy can be returned. Second-tier troops. And territory skills. Unexpectedly, after rising to the second level, new things will be unlocked, and 2 at a time. Originally, Lin You was worried that too many first-tier troops would take up the number of recruits. The appearance of this repatriation skill really helped him a lot. And he took a look. The magic energy needed to recruit the second-tier troops is 5 points, and he has just enough to recruit one. After thinking about it for a while, I chose to recruit directly. After a burst of light, a fiery red mushroom covered with spores appeared in front of him. Chapter 5 Poke the Lion's Den. Name, Exploding Mushroom. Race, Plant. Level, Level 2, 0/25. Strength, 0. Physique, 10. Agility, 0. Spirit, 22. Skill, Explosive Spores, throw the spores into the air, attach to the enemy, and cause a strong explosion. Introduction, small mushrooms that are harmless to humans and animals can even be used to make soup. Good guy, I am directly a good guy. Explosive Spores. What kind of weird weapon is this? Lin You was almost powerless to complain about the troops he randomly picked up. From the small saplings in the beginning to the explosive mushrooms now, none of them are serious things. However, this explosive mushroom is not bad. Although it has no attack ability and cannot move, its skills are very good. As long as you use the mutation ability to mutate it into other types of troops, you will also inherit this skill. Wouldn't it be that when the whip is thrown out, it will also have a blasting effect? Just thinking about that picture makes me feel very beautiful. It's a pity that he has spent all his mana now, so he can't mutate for the time being. He raised his head and glanced at the sky, and it turned dark before he knew it, so Lin You gave up his plan to go out again, not to mention that he was hungry after a busy day. He simply put up a shelf, raised flames with the flame crystals found in the flaming lion, and started to check the news of the chat channel while roasting the meat. Brothers, how is the situation on your side? Fortunately, it was a little uncomfortable at the beginning, but now I have finally raised the territory to the 2nd level. So fast. I still have 4 points of mana to level up. Those monsters are too hard to kill. Don't mention it, when I went out today, I encountered a 2nd order monster, which almost wiped out, and finally escaped back to the territory. You're fine, my initial units are rubbish, I can't even deal with 1st order monsters, I can't get food, and now I don't know how to spend tonight. Awful. One after another, news kept floating by, all of them were telling their own misery, and some of them couldn't even solve the problem of food and clothing. In contrast, Lin You was much better. Not only did it solve the problem of food and clothing, but it also raised the territory to the 2nd tier, which was barely a foothold in this world. By the way, are any of you assigned to angel or demon territory? I heard that these 2 arms are very strong. At this time, someone sent a message asking. Moreover, what Lin You asked was the question that Lin You was most concerned about, the type of territory. According to the news he collected this day, he has basically understood the types of arms in this world, which are roughly divided into 10 types. Humanoid, beast, insect, plant, undead, elemental, mechanical, angel, demon. Corresponding to 10 kinds of territories: castle, tribe, beast den, insect nest, tree of life, graveyard, elemental land, mechanical factory, sacred hall, and scarlet hall. Among them, angels and demons are the most rare, followed by elemental and mechanical systems. Sure enough, when it came to the 2 domains of angels and demons, many people immediately stood up and responded. I don't know about the devil type, but today I saw an angel type guy with 2 angels by his side, and he killed a 2nd order monster in one fell swoop. It's a pervert. Hey! So powerful. Did he embarrass you? What can I do with embarrassment? At that time, I had a 2nd order galloping leopard with me. He rode it and ran away. He couldn't catch up with me if he wanted to. Damn it. I thought it was a bitter drama of vendetta, but it turned out to be Versailles. I'm so envious that there are tier 2 units so soon. What's there to be envious of? The 2nd order requires little experience, so it's easy to rise to the top. The difficulty is that after the 3rd order, you have to kill monsters of the same level before you have experience. Indeed, killing low-level people doesn't have much experience at all, and even the magic power is pitiful. I don't know when we will be able to recruit all troops. One day is enough for them to explore a lot of information about the world. It happened to take advantage of the rest time at night to share with each other in the chat channel. Lin You watched while eating, and collected a lot of useful information, which made him avoid a lot of detours. At the same time, he also silently recorded the strength of the angel and demon types. If one day they meet because of interests, I am afraid it will be a fierce battle. That's all. After eating the barbecue to fill his stomach, Lin You came to the bottom of the tree of life. Through the connection with the tree of life, he grew rattan and weaved it under the tree into a simple hammock, so he could sleep comfortably. This is also the first night after Lin You came to this world. Maybe it was a tiring day's relationship, and it didn't take long before he fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Lin You woke up early. It wasn't that he wanted to wake up so quickly, but was woken up by a crash. When he opened his eyes and looked outside, he found that his territory had been surrounded by several flaming lions, ramming the fence of the territory frantically. What happened? In shock, Lin You rolled over from the hammock and jumped off. Counting carefully, there are actually 8 flaming lions outside the territory. Could it be that he stabbed the lion's den? Or, is it because of the flaming lion yesterday? Thinking of this, Lin You couldn't help but look at the dried meat on the side. It seems that it was because of the flesh and blood of his companions that he attracted this group of flaming lions, and his hopes of going out for hunting were dashed in one fell swoop. Yesterday, the flaming lion almost cost him his entire army, but now there are 8 lions at once. Is it worth it? I'm afraid it will trap him here. Roar. At this time, the flaming lions outside also noticed Lin You, and slammed into the fence even more violently, hitting the fence with a bang. The thorn vine grass and thorn vine flower in the territory were not idle either. The thorn vine rushed out of the fence and attacked the flaming lion straight, but was burned into coke by the flames spewed by the blazing lion. Seeing this, Lin You immediately frowned. A flame-type monster, and a third-order flame-type monster, the restraint on his troops is still too great. It is good to say that one can use the advantages of the safe period and the tactics of the sea to carry out sneak attacks, but a group cannot. You reading www.Bakanshu.com must think of other ways. There is. Doesn't he have a new unit? Suddenly, Lin You thought of the second-tier unit that was unlocked just yesterday, the exploding mushroom. Yesterday, because it was too late, there was no way to manipulate the magic to make the explosive mushroom mutate. Now that the night has passed, many monsters who came to forage late at night have been killed by his plants, increasing his magic power by 5 points. Dare not to waste time, he hurried to the side of the explosive mushroom and directly used the mutation ability. The second-order summoning unit needs to consume 5 points of mana for mutation. Do you want to continue? A prompt sounded. Sure enough, as Lin You had guessed, the amount of mana consumed by the mutation of the second-tier troops was much higher, which was directly increased by 5 times. Continue. Lin You said in a deep voice. In the next second, the explosive mushroom was enveloped in light and began to grow rapidly, turning into a plant that was half a human tall in a blink of an eye. Name, Thorn Vine Flower. Race, Plant. Level 2, 0/25. Strength, 19. Physique, 22. Agility, 8. Spirit, 20. Skills, Explosive Spore, Vine Whip. Introduction: the lowest level plant type summons initially possess the ability to move. Unlike the previous Thorn Vine Flower, this Thorn Vine Flower is covered with red spores because of the inheritance of the Explosive Spore skill, and it keeps floating in the air with the vine. Seeing this, Lin You immediately ordered it to attack. Whoosh dash! The sound of breaking the air sounded, and the vines turned into long whips, rushing out more than 10 meters, and attacked the flaming lion closest to the fence. Chapter 6 Blood Wolf Demon. Boom. The violent explosion sounded throughout the edge of the forest, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Lin You stared blankly at the flaming lion that was blasted away, and the pit that was blasted out outside the territory. His eyes were about to pop out. He did not expect that the explosive spores would be so violent. The flaming lion was thrown out at once. Although he didn't die, he also caused a lot of damage, which finally gave him hope of getting out of trouble. Go. Continue to bomb for me. Lin You gave an order, and the Thorn Vine Flower immediately continued to attack, spreading a large number of spores outside the territory. Immediately after, a series of explosions sent the group of flaming lions jumping up and down, avoiding left and right. Taking this opportunity, other plants were dispatched one after another to attack the flaming lion that was blown away and injured. And the red spores flying in the air also fell on the wound of the flame lion again, sucking blood and taking root on it. Boom boom. There was another explosion, the flaming lion screamed miserably, and his internal organs were completely shattered, and he fell into a pool of blood. It kept struggling to get up, but was immediately entangled by countless vines. The vines got tighter and tighter, and the flaming lion became weaker and weaker because of the excessive blood loss. In the end, life was lost. Kill the third order flame lion and gain 14 points of magic energy. Huh. It's really not easy, it took so many methods to finally kill it. Lin You couldn't help sighing. At the low level, the difference in attributes between the arms is not too big. As long as it is used properly, there is still a chance to kill at the higher level. What's more, he still has the bug of safety period. If he competes head-on, he will definitely not be the opponent of the flaming lion. And the remaining flaming lions finally felt fear after seeing their companions die, and gradually receded. He bared his teeth and roared at him through the fence a few times, then turned around and disappeared into the forest, all disappearing. Seeing this, Lin You finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, if these flaming lions were always surrounded, he was really worried that he would not be able to deal with it. Simply, the monsters in this world have their own wisdom, and they know they are afraid, so they were restrained by his hand just now. It can be considered a blessing in disguise, earning 14 points of magic energy for nothing. After confirming that the flaming lion had gone far, Lin You came under the tree of life again, spent 5 magic energy to recruit an explosive mushroom, and then spent 5 magic energy to mutate. After a day of testing yesterday, Lin You already had a general understanding of mutation ability. To put it simply, the amount of mana required to recruit troops, and the amount of mana consumed by mutation, is equivalent to twice the cost of recruiting others. In return, the mutant troops will have 1 more skill and become more powerful. With this ability, he can completely create powerful plants of different forms, and he might not be able to compete with those rare arms at that time. Thinking of this, Lin You looked at the plant in front of him again. When the light faded away, the second-order explosive mushroom had already changed into a tree spirit with a sharp sword in his hand. Name, Dryad Warrior. Race, Plant. Level, Level 2, 0/25. Strength, 22. Physique, 18. Agility, 18. Spirit, 18. Skills, Explosive Spore, Cleave. Introduction: the advanced form of the Trent Guard, the melee ability is very good. The second-tier Tree Spirit Warriors are obviously much taller than the first-tier Tree Spirit Guards. Just standing there, you can feel it's extraordinary. In this way, Lin You has a total of 3 second-tier troops by his side, so he is finally guaranteed to go out. As long as you don't run into the flaming lions like just now, there shouldn't be a big problem. And after coming to this world for such a long time, he almost stayed in the territory and knew very little about the surrounding environment. I just took this opportunity to go out hunting, and by the way, check if there are any threats around, or other lords exist. So after preparing in the territory and making a simple self-defense bone blade with animal bones, Lin You went out with 3 second-tier troops and flower essences. The location of Lin Yu's territory is the junction of a mountain and a forest. There were giant trees around and the mist was shrouded in mist, which was more primitive than anything he had ever seen. From time to time, there were roars of beasts in the distance, which made the air tremble. Lin You didn't dare to be careless. As soon as he left the territory, he was surrounded by thorn vine flowers and the Dryad Warriors, while the flower spirits were flying above his head, ready to support him at any time. He didn't know what was in the forest. He was reluctant to go in, so he could only walk around the edge of the forest, and gradually left the territory behind. Stop. Suddenly, when passing through a bush, Lin You noticed movement and stopped the team. The plants communicated with him and stopped. Lin You came to the edge of the forest, looked into the distance through the bushes, and found 5 or 6 monsters with wolf heads and 8 bodies, tearing up a monster corpse to eat. Name, Blood Wolf Demon. Race, Beast. Level, Level 2. Strength, 13. Physique, 13. Agility, 24. Spirit, 16. Skill, Tear Claw. Introduction: a monster of wolf bloodline, bloodthirsty, and will attack all creatures other than the same kind. Lin You didn't expect to encounter monsters so quickly. Looking at the information, I knew that this was a speed-type monster, and its speed had almost reached the full value of the second order, which was many times faster than his lame plant. However, Lin You did not retreat, instead he was delighted to see hunting. He is very clear that this world is full of dangers, and it is not enough to rely on arms alone. He must improve his fighting consciousness, which can be regarded as laying the foundation for the future. He can't compete head-on with a third-order monster, so there shouldn't be any problem with a second-order monster, right? What's more, although his plant troops move slowly, their attacks are not slow, and they are still far away, so he just used these blood wolf demons to practice their skills. After thinking about it, he sneaked over with 2 thorn vines, and the Dryad warrior went around to the back and waited for an opportunity. When all the blood wolf demons lowered their heads to eat, Lin Yu's eyes suddenly sank. It's now. There was a sound from the bottom of Lin Yu's feet, and the whole person rushed up like a sharp arrow. At the same time, vines passed through him and rolled towards the blood wolf demon with lightning speed. Roar! One of the blood wolf demons sensed the movement, raised his head suddenly and roared at Lin You www.novel.com to remind his companions. But in the next second, the Dryad warrior hidden on the other side had already rushed behind it, raised the knife and dropped it, and with a pop, it directly divided its head. At the same time, a voice sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Kill the second-order blood wolf demon and gain 6 points of magic energy. Lin Yu ignored the voice, and a bone blade flew over in his hand, stabbing the blood wolf demon closest to him. The blood wolf demon just wanted to fight back, but he didn't notice that vines appeared at his feet and wrapped around its body. Buffed. The sound of the bone blade piercing the chest sounded, and the blood wolf demon, whose movement was restricted by the vines, was instantly killed by Lin Yu. When the remaining 3 blood wolf demons saw this, they immediately roared at Lin Yu, wanting to avenge their companions. But where did they notice that just now, red spores had been attached to them along the air? Boom boom. After a series of violent explosions, the 3 blood wolf demons were directly blown out and fell to the ground. Lin Yu was quick-witted and rushed up with the Dryad warriors, killing them one by one. After the whole battle, it didn't even take a minute. Good job. Lin Yu gave a happy admiration, which could be regarded as a compliment to himself. After all, there were no mistakes. This is also due to the fact that he had learned some fighting skills before, but he didn't expect it to come in handy. After the whole battle, I gained a total of 30 mana points, and I also solved such a potential threat, which is quite rewarding. What surprised him the most was that after this battle, Hua Jing's experience reached full value. I saw that a beautiful wreath was gradually condensed on the top of the flower essence's head in a ray of light, and her attributes had also undergone tremendous changes. Chapter 7 Airdrop Supplies. Name: Flower Demon. Race: Plant. Level: Level 2, 0/25. Strength: 0. Physique: 10. Agility: 24. Spirit: 22. Skills: Breath of Nature, Spirit of Nature. Introduction: the lowest level of plant-based summons, which can quickly heal wounds. The flower essence that has advanced to the 2nd rank has become the Flower Demon. And its agility attribute can almost be said to be the highest in the plant system, and the ordinary 2nd order can't keep up with its speed. And after the advanced level, its healing skills have also become much stronger. A green light fell, and the abrasion on Lin Yu's arm healed quickly, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. It was stronger than those holy medicines. Come on, let's move on. With Lin Yu's order, the plants returned to him again and continued to move forward. In this way, 1 person and 4 plants marched all the way, cleaning up the monsters along the way, and exploring the surrounding environment. In a blink of an eye. Noon is coming. Just when everyone is trying to improve their territory. In the endless sky, beams of light suddenly appeared, falling straight to every corner of the primitive continent. Look at the sky. What is that? In the channel area, everyone noticed the change in the sky, which immediately caused a commotion. A lot of beams of light. Could it be a treasure coming into the world? Or a meteor from the sky? It's very possible. But it's too many. Could it be that the end of the world is coming again? Brothers, there is a beam of light very close to me. I'll go over to take a look and come back to answer you. It might be something extraordinary, I'll go check it out too. This mutation appeared so suddenly that no one knew what it was, so many people were so frightened that they ran back to the territory and did not dare to leave. There are also many daring and careful people who feel that this is very likely to be an opportunity. After confirming the direction of the beam of light, they hurried over with their troops and wanted to find out. And one of the beams of light just fell on a plain a few kilometers away from Lin Yu's territory. I saw that in the wide plain, there were already many lords who came from all directions, waiting for the beam of light to fall. As time went by, more and more people appeared, and the whole plain became lively. Brother, come here so soon, you were also born near here. Yes, it's not far from here, how about you? I'm the same. I didn't expect there are so many people around here. If there is a chance, everyone can work together. Okay, I'm worried about being alone. By the way, what level is your territory now? It's already Tier 2, and 2 Tier 2 units have also been recruited. It's the same for me. I arrived at Tier 2 today, but there is only 1 Tier 2 unit for the time being. Those monsters are too perverted. Lord on the plane, you chatted with me one by one. Probably because they haven't seen a living person for a long time, they are very excited. They get together in 2s and 3s and discuss their experiences excitedly. Of course, there are also some who are more arrogant and do not join them, but stand alone in the corner, secretly looking at everyone on the field, as if they want to write them down. Taking a closer look, there are still quite a few second-tier lords on the plane, almost occupying the vast majority. Some even carry third-tier troops. I don't know if they were recruited or raised by killing monsters. In short, it's a mix of fish and dragons, and there are all kinds of people. And this time, on the other side. In the jungle less than 1 kilometer away from the plane, a second-order monster fell under Lin Yu's attack, and finally made his 2 thorn vines and dryad warrior experience full, and successfully advanced to third order in a burst of light. Name, Poison Ivy. Race, Plant. Level, Tier 3, 0/50. Strength, 33. Physique, 42. Agility, 25. Spirit, 30. Skills, Spirit of Nature, Poison Ivy Whip. Introduction, plants that contain highly poisonous, attack with additional toxicity. Name, Dryad Berserker. Race, Plant. Level, Tier 3, 0/50. Strength, 40. Physique, 32. Agility, 32. Spirit, 32. Skills, Explosive Spore, Savage Cleave. Introduction, the advanced form of the Dryad Warrior, the melee ability is very good. The third order Poison Ivy is one more poisonous than before. Not only did his body grow a lot bigger, but even the flower on the top turned lavender, and at a glance, he knew that the poison was not weak. And the third tier tree Spirit Berserker has a more upright posture, and the weapon in his hand has changed from a rapier to a heavy sword with a height of half a person. The most important thing is that this weapon also incorporates the skill of exploding spores, with many red spores attached, which can cause an explosion when it is slashed. Moreover, the skills of the 2 arms have been strengthened, which are much stronger than before. With such helpers, Lin You finally no longer has to worry about encountering third-order monsters. Let's go over there too. As Lin You said, he threw down the monster's body and rushed towards the plane, gradually disappearing into the dense jungle. On the plane. After nearly half an hour of waiting, everyone's nerves began to tighten. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the rapidly falling beam of light, as if they were welcoming something terrifying. Coming. Suddenly, someone shouted. The tense people were all shocked, and they saw the beam of light with endless power, crashing to the ground. Boom. The ground of the entire plane shook violently. A mighty air wave swept out, forcing everyone to withdraw, and their faces were full of horror. Wait until the smoke clears. www.novel.com. A treasure chest with a gold border and a height of nearly half a person appears in front of everyone. Treasure chest. Everyone's expressions changed and they became ecstatic. I didn't expect that what fell down would actually be a treasure chest. Looking at the radiant appearance and the exaggerated way of appearing, you can see how extraordinary it is with your buttocks. They were stunned for a moment, and immediately rushed to the treasure chest desperately. Go away. This treasure chest is mine. It's mine. Don't rob me. What are you? Go away, I saw it first. Fuck. Don't force me to do it. In an instant, there was chaos on the plane. The people who were still calling themselves brothers just now saw the treasure chest and immediately turned against each other and started fighting. Everyone rushed to the treasure chest like crazy. Because they all know how dangerous this world is, and they must become strong enough to survive. Friendship. Cooperate. Go to TM. I don't know if I can survive or not. Who will call you brother? It was only a few breaths before someone rushed to the treasure chest, which immediately caused other people to look anxious. Quick. Stop him. Don't let him touch the treasure chest. Before the sound fell, the overwhelming attack broke out. The young man who had just approached the treasure chest and was still in ecstasy didn't even have time to react, and was overwhelmed by countless attacks. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Faced with such a tragic situation, someone suddenly woke up with panic on their faces. But at this moment, a purple vine suddenly appeared, passed through them, and quickly swept towards the treasure chest. Chapter 8 Rare Arms. Clap. The treasure chest was opened, revealing 3 things inside. A scroll, a token, and a bead just floated quietly in the treasure chest, wrapped in a glow of fluorescence. The vine took advantage of the situation and rolled up the contents except the beads, and then quickly pulled it out. Until then, everyone reacted, and their hearts were all shocked. Quick! Stop him! He stole things from him. When the treasure was robbed, they couldn't care less and panic. They immediately chased out, trying to intercept the vines. But the speed of the vines shrinking is too fast. With their general second-tier strength, they can't catch up at all. They can only watch things being swept away by the vines and constantly shuttle between the crowds. Arrow of Judgment. At this moment, an icy low drink sounded. In the crowd, a white figure rose up, spreading a pair of beautiful wings in the air. Angel type. It's an angel type unit. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect to encounter the legendary angel type troops. I saw that the angel tightened the bow and arrow in his hand, and with a whoosh, he shot a mighty arrow at the vine. The speed is so fast, it will come in a blink of an eye. Boom. The arrow exploded, directly blasting the vine into 2 pieces, and the 2 things wrapped on it fell down. Seeing this, an arrogant young man in the crowd raised his mouth and gave an order to another angel beside him. Yana, go get those 2 things back. As soon as the voice fell, the angel spread his wings and quickly flew to the deep pit blasted by the arrow. Others saw it in their eyes, and although they were unwilling, they did not dare to offend each other. After all, the opponent has the most powerful angel-type unit, and judging from the strength shown just now, it has definitely reached the 3rd rank, which is not something they can afford. The young man is also self-sufficient, with a proud expression, completely disregarding other people. And the angel named Yana had already arrived at the explosion site at this time, and bowed to pick up 2 treasures. But he didn't notice that the vines on the side, which had been broken in 2, suddenly moved. The red spores suddenly swelled rapidly. Boom. The violent explosion, accompanied by a powerful air wave, instantly swept Yana's body and blasted her out fiercely. The wings behind her were blown to pieces and fell heavily to the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the vines appeared again, rolled up the scrolls and tokens, and disappeared into the dense jungle in a blink of an eye. From the beginning to the end, no one saw the appearance of the person who shot. Damn. The young man's face was full of resentment, and he hurried to the angel's side. Even the other people on the side widened their eyes. The 3rd-tier angel troops were seriously injured by the explosion. And it seems to be done by plants. Who would dare to believe it? Could it be that the other party is tier 4? Or some kind of high-level plant-type monster? Everyone speculated in their hearts. Not good. That bead was snatched away. But they didn't want to, when there was a sudden exclamation behind them, which made them instantly return to their senses. How could he care so much, and immediately joined the ranks of the scramble for treasures, and the entire plain was once again in chaos. The other side. Lin You, who grabbed 2 things, kept running in the dense jungle. After rushing back to the territory, he finally stopped. Dash. Lin Yu's chest rose and fell violently, but his face was full of surprises. I didn't expect that I was so lucky to be able to grab 2 things from so many people. It's not bad that he ran so far. Recalling the 2 angels I met just now, if it wasn't for his thorn vine flower with the explosive spore skill, I'm afraid he would be really difficult to deal with. And he didn't expect that there were actually random people in this area who came to the angelic territory. It seems that we need to pay more attention in the future. After thinking about it, he looked at the scroll and token in his hand. Name, Territory Upgrade Scroll, lower level. Effect, it can directly upgrade the territory to the 1st rank without consuming materials, and the highest can only be increased to the 3rd rank. Name, Troop Token, rare. Effect, randomly unlock a Tier 3 rare unit. Requirements, Tier 3 territory, 50 magic energy. Nice one. After reading the information about the 2 things, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Originally, when he came back this time, he planned to start collecting resources to upgrade his territory, but this time it was good, it directly saved him so many upgrade resources. And the token of this type of troop surprised him even more. Unlock new troops, and they are rare ones, so you can see that they are good things. As we all know, the units unlocked after the territory is upgraded are random. One more troop is equivalent to one more opportunity. What's more, Lin You also has mutation skills. More troops means more skills to choose from, and more powerful troops can be created at that time. Thinking of this, Lin You picked up the scroll and slowly opened it. Do you want to use the Territory Upgrade scroll, lower level, to upgrade the territory to Tier 3? Yes. In the next second, the entire territory was enveloped in light and expanded rapidly. The stone pillar fence was raised and thickened again, and the Tree of Life finally broke through 20 meters and grew to more than 20 meters. At the same time, a force poured into Lin Yu's body, constantly strengthening his body. Congratulations, the territory has been upgraded successfully, the current level, Tier 3. Randomly assigning troops. The allocation is successful. Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com unlocks the third tier unit, Poison Ivy. I was lucky this time. After reaching Tier 3, I directly unlocked Tier 3 Poison Ivy. In this way, he can directly recruit this unit. Instead of slowly training it from a low level, it is better than nothing. Anyway, Lin Yu's face is so dark, he doesn't have much hope for randomly assigned units. It's not bad to be able to get a normal one. What he is looking forward to most is the token of this army. Unlock a Tier 3 rare unit. Notice. It is a rare weapon. In other words, it is different from other ordinary arms. This made Lin You feel a little nervous. He didn't know what kind of troops he would give. Taking a deep breath, he slowly picked up the token and tapped it lightly. Do you need to consume 50 mana to use the arms token, rare? Yes. As the voice fell, the token in his hand turned into a stream of light, and sank into the Tree of Life in the territory. In an instant, the Tree of Life swayed and scattered pieces of brilliance downward. Congratulations, you have unlocked a rare Tier 3 unit, Spirit of Grass and Trees. The Spirit of Grass and Trees. Hearing the voice in his mind, Lin You hurriedly came to the bottom of the Tree of Life and spent 10 magic energy to directly recruit a plant spirit. 10 points of mana is not too much for him now. Even after deducting the 50 points he just spent, he still has more than 70 mana left, so naturally he won't feel distressed. Not for a while. A light group composed of green fluorescent light appeared in front of Lin Yu, flying back and forth in the air. And the attributes of the new arms also caught Lin Yu's eyes. Chapter 9 Royal Blood. Name, Spirit of Grass and Trees. Race, Plant. Level, Tier 3, 0/50. Strength, 25. Physique, 25. Agility, 28. Spirit, 40. Skill, Control of Nature, manipulate the power of nature, long-range strikes on enemies within range. Introduction, among the lower-level creatures, the unit that is closest to nature can control various nature-based attack spells. The legal system. Lin Yu was shocked, and his eyes were full of shock. He never imagined that the unlocked new arms would be so powerful. Long-range magic attack, this is definitely the kind of troops that countless people dream of. For example, the Spirit of Vegetation in front of him, although its attributes are much lower than other Tier 3 arms, its skills are very strong, and it can almost be said to be the nemesis of many melee systems. The most important thing is that Lin Yu also has mutation ability, and he can completely inherit this ability to other units. This is simply a mutant embryo tailored for him. With this skill embryo, as long as he has enough magical energy, he can even create a plant-based magic army. That scene, just thinking about it, is terrifying. He glanced at the 70 points of mana he still had left, and without hesitation, he directly spent 10 points of mana to use mutation on the Spirit of Plants and Trees. The light faded, and the green light group of the plant spirit gradually dispersed, turning into a flower essence holding a staff and wearing a crown. Name, Walling, Royal Family. Race, Plant. Level, Tier 3, 0/50. Strength, 30. Physique, 35. Agility, 28. Spirit, 50. Skills, Natural Control, Affinity Aura, surrounded by the power of nature, improve the morale of surrounding plant-based companions, a rare skill. Introduction, the advanced form of the Flower Demon, for some reason, has initially awakened the royal bloodline, and has the ability to dominate other plant-based arms. Okay. After reading Hua Ling's attributes, Lin You was stunned. Royal blood. What? Mutation ability can also mutate this kind of thing. Just when he was in doubt, the flower spirit that had just successfully mutated also slowly lifted into the air, dancing above the plants in the territory. With a wave of the staff in his hand, the plants below immediately cheered up. Lin You took a look at their attributes, and it actually increased by 10%. Could this be the effect of the affinity halo? Lin You was both surprised and delighted. He didn't expect the mutation ability to have such a hidden effect, so he could evolve this powerful unit. He hurriedly continued to recruit the second spirit of plants and trees and used mutation on it. However, unfortunately, this time, the flower spirit of the royal bloodline was not mutated again, but the advanced form of the ordinary flower demon, and even the second skill became the natural healing skill of the flower demon. Then Lin You tried another one, but the result was still the same. It seems that it is not easy to have a royal bloodline. However, Lin You was not disappointed because of it. It was an unexpected joy to have a royal bloodline. How could you dare to ask for so much? What's more, his current troops are not weak. 2 Tier 3 Poison Ivy, a Tier 3 Dryad Berserker, plus 2 Tier 3 Flower Spirits that attack with spells, and a rare Flower Spirit with royal blood. There are a total of 6 Tier 3 arms. If this is spread out, I am afraid it will cause an uproar. As for the remaining Tier 1 and Tier 2 units, because their level was too low, they were all sent back by Lin You using the repatriation skill of the territory, and replaced them with magic energy. Then, they used the returned magic energy to recruit 2 more spirits of nature, which were specially used to guard the territory. After all this was done, he recruited the Hua Ling, who had royal blood, and said, "I'll call you Ling Si in the future, so it's easier to recognize." Hua Ling seemed to understand what he said, and happily danced back and forth above his head. At the same time, in the regional chat channel, after this treasure chest snatch, the entire channel became boiling, and everyone was excitedly discussing this matter. I didn't expect that what fell from the sky turned out to be a treasure chest. What a miscalculation. Damn it. If I knew I had gone over to take a look, maybe I could grab something good. In the past. You don't want to die. You don't know how chaotic the scene was at that time. It seems that a lot of people died. I was there too, and I was almost killed by a cub. Fortunately, I ran fast. I heard that even the angels have appeared later, and there are 2 third-tier ones. Damn it. Angels. Didn't he stole everything in the treasure chest? No, there are 3 things in the treasure chest. It is said that 2 of them were snatched away by a plant type, and even no one can see what they are. Hey. Plant type. How could the plant type win over the angel type? Believe it or not, I suspect that the plant system has reached the 4th rank, otherwise it would not be so strong. Lin You didn't know that he had become a celebrity in the entire area. Almost everyone appeared on the plane before discussing the identity of the mysterious plant lord, guessing his strength. Some even thought he was not human. It is a monster with a strength of 4th rank or higher. Otherwise, with the strength of the plant type, how could it be compared to the extremely powerful angel type? And it's still a Tier 3 angel. You know, there are very few who have reached the 3rd rank now. Why did his plant system reach Tier 3 in such a short period of time? This is also a place that many people are puzzled by. And just when everyone was talking about it, on a hillside a dozen kilometers from the plane, a young man with 2 angels stood in the magnificent hall full of sacred atmosphere. www.novel.com. Watching the information constantly flowing through the regional channel, his face was gloomy. Is it a plant department? One day, I will pull you out by the roots. Humph. With a cold snort, the young man turned around and left the hall. In his hand, he also held a transparent sphere that was perfectly round. It is one of the 3 items in the previous treasure chest. The other side. In Lin Yu's territory. After dealing with all kinds of trivial matters, Lin You did not go out to explore and hunt, but brought plants to build a wooden house in the territory as a place to rest in the future. I kept busy until it was completely dark, and the wooden house was finally completed, which was built under the tree of life. Then Lin You fetched the dried animal meat and started to make a fire to roast the meat, enjoying this rare night. He has been in this world for 2 days. It would be a lie to say that you are not alone. There was even a trace of unease in my heart. Fortunately, there are these psychic plants to accompany, otherwise, if you stay for a long time, you will have to go crazy. The plants seemed to be able to sense his mood, slowly approaching and protecting him in the middle. Lingxi and the two flower spirits were flying above his head, laughing and playing, adding a lot of vitality to the territory. In contrast, the Dryad Berserker is much more stable. He has been conscientiously patrolling the edge of the territory, being alert to the disturbances around him. Okay, let's go to rest, there are still a lot of things to do tomorrow. Lin You smiled slightly and said to the plants. He knew that plants could understand him. After eating the barbecue and drinking some dew that was saved from the leaves in the morning, he also got up and went back to the wooden house to lie down and rest. Chapter 10 Impending Crisis. The next day, Lin Yu got up early. He simply ate something, checked the surroundings of the territory, and went out with 6 third-order plants. Today, instead of going to the plain, he focused on the forest on the edge of the territory. I didn't dare to go in before because my strength was too weak. Now that he has been promoted to Tier 3 and has so many Tier 3 arms, he doesn't need to be afraid of encountering Tier 3 monsters at all. It's time to go in and explore. Maybe there are other unexpected discoveries. In this way, 1 person and 6 plants left the territory in a mighty manner, and plunged into the nearby forest. It was very dark in the forest, and almost all the light was blocked by the dense leaves, and the surroundings could only be seen clearly through the slightest rays of sunlight. In the distance, there will be beast roars and howls from time to time, which sound a little scary. Before long, Lin Yu encountered the first monster, a lizard the size of a crocodile. Name, Swift Shadow Lizard. Race, Beast. Level, Tier 3. Strength, 33. Physique, 28. Agility, 44. Spirit, 32. Skill, Shadow Transformation, turns into a phantom, blends into the darkness, invisible to the naked eye. Introduction, a monster that likes to hide in the dark and is very fast. Go on, solve it. Lin Yu directly gave instructions to the plants around him. At the same time, the Swift Shadow Lizard, who was still eating food, also found Lin Yu, and with a roar, it turned into an afterimage and merged into the surrounding darkness, attacking him fiercely. If you don't look carefully, you won't be able to see its figure at all. It's really hard to see with the naked eye. Of course, the plants around Lin Yu are not vegetarian. The Swift Shadow Lizard rushed over less than 10 meters, and the vines were already thrown out one after another, blocking the Swift Shadow Lizard's advance. But what Lin Yu didn't expect was, facing the vines swept in from all directions, the Swift Shadow Lizard avoided it very easily. Like a loach, it shuttled back and forth between the vines, and in a blink of an eye, it came to a place less than 5 meters in front of him. The smell of fresh flesh immediately made the Swift Shadow Lizard show its fierceness. With a sudden increase in speed, it opened its mouth and bit at Lin Yu. But at this time, several wooden thorns burst out of the ground without warning, and with a pop, they instantly pierced the underbelly of the Shadow Lizard and stopped its movements. Immediately afterwards, the vines fell from the sky and penetrated its body instantly. Kill the third-order Swift Shadow Lizard and gain 12 points of magic energy. Lingxi, you're doing well. Lin Yu raised his head and looked at Lingxi, who had just withdrawn his staff. The wooden thorn that just appeared was from Lingxi's hand, and it was also one of the natural magic techniques. I didn't expect that even such a fast monster could hit it and kill it in one hit. It really deserves to be in existence with royal blood. After being praised by Lin Yu, Lingxi immediately became cheerful, flying back and forth in the air, and everywhere she went, pieces of light were scattered. Lin Yu took a look and found that Lingxi, who killed a third-order monster, gained 1 point of experience. In other words, in order to rise to Tier 4, you must kill 50 Tier 3 monsters, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to do so in a short period of time. Let's go, move on. After an explanation, the team continued to set off. With the Dryad Berserkers leading the way, Poison Ivy and Flower Spirit behind them, they didn't encounter any danger along the way. On the contrary, many second and third-order monsters appeared, providing Lin Yu with dozens of magical energy. Having been in this world for so long, Lin Yu has fully understood the importance of magic energy. So naturally, he will not be polite, sweeping all the way, trying to earn enough magic energy, so that he can also recruit more troops. Only in this way can we truly gain a foothold in this world after the 7-day safety period ends. Stop first. Suddenly, Lin Yu's ears moved and he stopped the team. At this time, he was about to cross the forest and come to the other side of the forest. He might encounter danger at any time, and he had to be careful. After stopping the team, he quickly came to an ancient tree with intertwined roots, climbed up the trunk, and looked out through the cracks in the branches. With just one glance, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. I saw that at a distance of less than 200 meters from him, a translucent wall stood on the edge of the forest, connecting the heaven and the earth. And outside the wall, a large number of monsters gathered, covered in darkness, stretching out for several miles. The entire forest was surrounded by various terrifying monsters, and Lin You even saw many figures even more terrifying than Tier 3. This is... Lin You opened his mouth in shock, completely not expecting such a scene on the other side of the forest. Looking at it like this, these monsters were blocked by some kind of force and could not enter the area where he was temporarily. Could it be that the so-called 7-day safety period is actually to stop these monsters? Lin You was shocked. If this is the case, then his current situation is too dangerous. As long as the safety period is over, this tide-like monster will definitely rush in, then pass through the forest, and attack all the territories in this area. And his territory is so close, he must be the first to be attacked by monsters. No wonder. No wonder he often hears the roar of beasts in the territory, so that's what happened. If it wasn't for him coming here by chance, I'm afraid he'd still be kept in the dark, and he wouldn't even know how to die by then. No. Absolutely can't sit still. Before the safe period ends, he must increase the strength of the territory as soon as possible. How could Lin You take care of so much? www.novel.com hurriedly jumped off the tree trunk and hurried back with a group of plants, with anxiety written all over his face. I thought that this world was very friendly, so that the newly arrived people could grow up easily and slowly adapt to the environment of this world. But they didn't expect that their place was just a temporarily protected greenhouse. Recalling the terrifying scene he just saw, Lin You couldn't help speeding up his pace, constantly traveling through the dense forest. In less than an hour, he returned to the territory again. After experiencing the initial panic, he gradually calmed down, looked around his territory, and began to consider a plan to resist the beast tide. First, he is located at the foot of the mountain and his back is against the mountain, so only 3 sides will be attacked, which is very beneficial to defense. What's more, this forest stretches for thousands of miles and is extremely narrow and long, and it is impossible for all those monsters to attack his corner. Once dispersed, he can defeat them one by one. As long as there are enough troops to defend 3 sides, it is not without a chance. He is in danger here. But danger often comes with opportunity. As long as he can block the onslaught of those monsters, the resources he obtains will definitely be very considerable, even to an astonishing level. At that time, it is not impossible to use war to support war. As long as he persists long enough, he can continue to grow stronger, recruit troops, and survive this beast tide. 5 days left. Lin You frowned slightly, his eyes filled with solemnity. This is probably the first time he has truly felt the horror of this world. I have no intention of wasting any more time, using the more than 100 points of magic energy I earned today to continue recruiting troops and start preparing for the next battle. Chapter 11 Flaming Lion Den. Less than half an hour. The Tier 3 arms in Lin Yu's territory changed from 6 to 12, which doubled directly. Among them, there are 5 poison ivy flowers, 3 dryad berserkers, and 4 flower spirits, and more than half of them have long-range magic attack ability. Certainly. In terms of long-range attacks, the flower spirit with the highest natural affinity is stronger. Poison ivy and dryad berserker are mainly based on physical attacks. There are only 5 days until the safe period disappears. Lin You can't just sit still, and all preparations that can be made must be made in advance in case of emergencies. I clicked on the regional chat channel and watched it for a while, and found that no one else noticed the siege of monsters, and they were still chatting, spanking, and exchanging information as usual. Lin You thought about it for a while and sent a message directly. A large number of monsters appeared on the other side of the forest, at least tens of thousands, and many of them are above the 3rd rank. You'd better be prepared. The reason why I reminded them was not that Lin You was kind, but that he wanted to use the power of these people to share some of the pressure. Otherwise, if other territories are breached, monsters from other directions are likely to flock to him. With his own strength, I am afraid it will be difficult to deal with. So it's better to be forewarned in advance. As predicted. As soon as his message was sent, someone responded immediately. There are tens of thousands of monsters in the forest. Is it true? Impossible, right? With such a large number of monsters, how can there be no movement at all? Let's just say it. Even if the number is tens of thousands, many of them are third order. When we haven't read books. I'm near the forest now, and I haven't seen so many monsters at all. Haha, slap you in the face, the forest is so dangerous, how could someone wear it to the other side? That's right, you can tell it's fake at a glance. I guess I'm going crazy trying to be famous. It's really pitiful. In the chat channel, what you said and what I said, not many people believed what Lin You said, and some even laughed out loud. In response, Lin You had no choice but to shake his head. He had long guessed that this would be the result. After all, he has no evidence to prove the existence of the beast tide. No matter how much explanation there is, no one will believe it. Anyway, the reminder has been issued, the effect of the warning has been achieved, and the next thing is to slowly ferment. What's more, such a big thing will be discovered sooner or later. At that time, even if he doesn't say it, it will spread quickly and attract the attention of countless people. He ignored it, turned off the channel, and went out with a mighty army of plants. 20 minutes later. Lin You came to the forest again. This time, I was lucky. Less than 2 kilometers into the forest, I found a huge cave. 2 flaming lions were lying on the mouth of the steaming cave, and they were sleeping soundly. Recalling the few flaming lions he encountered before, Lin You suddenly felt in his heart. This should be the den of the flaming lion. I didn't expect it to be so close to his territory. It seems that we must eradicate it as soon as possible, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Lingxi, fly up with other flower spirits and support at any time. The rest will attack with me. Lin You whispered to the plant core beside him. Through the connection in the soul, the plants immediately understood what he meant and began to prepare according to his plan. What Lin You didn't know was that when he was planning to exterminate the flaming lion, the regional chat channel suddenly exploded. Fuck. Brothers, there are really monsters on the other side of the forest. A lot of monsters. They are all blocked by a transparent wall. I saw it too. This number is too terrifying, at least tens of thousands, maybe more. That big brother didn't lie to us before. The news of a large number of monsters across the forest was like a hurricane that instantly swept the entire area. More and more people passed through the forest and went to the transparent wall, which confirmed the authenticity of the news. Those who didn't believe it at first were shocked by the news and panicked, and the entire chat channel fell into a panic. How is that possible? Tens of thousands of monsters. This is too terrifying. I heard that they will rush in after the safe period ends. Isn't that true? It's over, it's over. I'm only 2 or 3 kilometers away from the forest, won't I suffer? It's the same with me. I have finally reached the 2nd rank, and I don't want to die. I didn't expect that what that person said before was true. Walking through the forest so early, it's probably a big guy. Does any one of you know who he is? Please contact us. Stupid. You scold so much just now, why don't you scold now? Tong asked for the contact information of the boss. When the crisis came suddenly, everyone panicked. There are tens of thousands, maybe even more than 100,000 monsters, it's not a joke. Once they all charge in, absolutely not many people will be spared. The only way out is to improve one's strength as soon as possible in the remaining time, so that it is possible to survive the next beast tide. For a while, countless people joined the competition for resources and began to fight each other frantically. The whole area was shouting and killing, and it was no longer peaceful and peaceful. In contrast, Lin You was much luckier. Because of his remote location, he was not involved in this resource struggle and could hunt with peace of mind. At this time, outside the flaming lion cave. Boom. Another flaming lion fell to the ground with a bang, and Lin You finally managed to successfully deal with the 2 flaming lions guarding the gate. Lin You took the plant core, stepped over the corpse of the flaming lion, and walked carefully into the wide cave. It was very hot in the cave. Not long after I walked in, there was a hot air blowing towards my face, and there was a faint smell of sulfur in the air. Soon, Lin You came to a corner. Looking through the stone crevice at the corner, at a glance, he saw a pool of tumbling lava, and a group of flaming lions sleeping beside the magma pool. It turned out to be an underground volcano as a nest. Lin You was a little hesitant. As the nemesis of the plant system, the fire system was obviously a disadvantage for them to fight in the volcanic area. What's more, There are a lot of flaming lions inside. There are as many as 16 or 17, occupying the advantage in number. Ah! What is that? Suddenly, Lin Yu's eyes were attracted by a fiery red lotus in the center of the magma pool. The lotus flower was not big, but it grew directly in the magma, and was completely unafraid of the magma's burning, which made him straighten his eyes. Treasure. This is definitely a treasure. It was the first time for Lin Yu to have seen plants growing in magma. You don't have to think about it to know that this is not simple. The mind that had already retreated, immediately became active again. After pondering for a while, and looking around again, he made a decision in his heart. He hurriedly left the cave with all the plants, dragged the 2 flaming lion corpses outside the cave to the entrance of the cave, and waited patiently outside. Sure enough. Not long after, 3 flaming lions smelled the blood and got up and left the cave. When they came outside and saw the corpse of their companion lying on the ground, Lin Yu, who was hiding on the side, suddenly gave a low voice. Go. Get rid of them. Without giving the flaming lion a chance to call its companions, vines burst along the ground, tying their limbs and mouths, releasing paralyzing toxins. At the same time, Lingxi and 3 other flower spirits waved their staffs, and countless wooden thorns emerged and penetrated their bodies. Their struggles stopped abruptly, and they fell to the ground powerlessly. In less than 10 seconds, the battle is over. Chapter 12 Monster Gathering Place. Using the method of temptation by breath, Lin Yu quickly eliminated the 16 flaming lions in the lair. Except that the last wave had a little accident, and all the remaining flame lions were drawn out at one time, the process was quite smooth. After disposing of the corpse, Lin Yu brought the plant core into the lair and came to the edge of the magma pool. As soon as he stood still, a scorching breath rushed towards his face, forcing him to narrow his eyes subconsciously, and even the plants beside him gradually shrank back. In such a harsh environment, the lotus flower still stands proudly, swaying from side to side with the turbulent magma. It really is a strange thing in the world. Whoosh dash. The sound of breaking the air sounded, and under Lin Yu's signal, a vine was thrown out suddenly and swept into the magma pool. But in the next second, the vine was burnt to coke by the rolling heat wave, and it fell into 2 pieces and fell into the pool. Can't you? Lin Yu frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. After a while, he thought of something, and suddenly looked at another green poison ivy flower next to him. Go and try it, Lingxi, and you are in charge of the treatment. This poison ivy was the one that Lin Yu first summoned, and it inherited the healing skills of the sapling. Now that it has grown to the 3rd level, the self-healing ability has been greatly enhanced, and coupled with the treatment of the flower spirits, it may be able to withstand the burning of magma. Whoosh dash. There was another sound of breaking through the air, and the green vines were thrown out, and they were thrown straight towards the lotus in the magma pool. At the same time, the healing radiance of the flower spirit descended, wrapping the vines inside, and working hard to heal the burns above. With the blessings of 2, they really blocked the erosion of the heat. Success! Lin Yu's face was overjoyed, only to hear a click. The lotus flower broke off, was taken away from the magma pool, and finally landed on the shore. Lin Yu hurried forward and picked it up carefully. Apart from feeling a little warm, he didn't feel anything different. And the attributes of the lotus also came into his eyes. Name: Bathing Fire Lotus. Function: planted in the territory, it produces magic energy once per hour, and the amount is related to the level of the territory. Introduction: a lotus flower containing magical energy that can grow in any environment. Nice one. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. It's not because he worked so hard to destroy the flaming lion's den and spent so much time, it's all worth it now. Magic energy can be obtained every hour, that is to say, even if he does not go out to hunt and stays in the territory, the magic energy will continue to increase. It's just that he didn't know how much to increase at a time, but it made him look forward to it. He didn't have the heart to continue exploring, and after disposing of the corpse of the flaming lion outside the cave, he hurried back to the territory with the plant core. As soon as he entered the territory, Lin Yu took out the fire-baked lotus flower and planted it in an open space beside the tree of life. At the same time, a voice sounded in his ear. The fire-bathed lotus was successfully planted, and the level has changed. The current level, level 3. Building name: Bathing Fire Lotus. Building level, Tier 3. Resource acquisition: 15 mana/hour. Introduction: a lotus flower containing magical energy that can grow in any environment, and its level increases with the territory. 15 o'clock magic energy. Lin Yu was overjoyed. he didn't expect that the effect of the fire-bathing lotus was so powerful. It was more magical than killing a Tier 3 monster. While shocked, he also felt extremely excited, because in this way, his confidence in defending against the beast horde would be greatly improved, and it is impossible to say that he could reach Tier 4 before the safe period disappeared. If it can really reach the 4th level. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help looking in the direction of the beast tide, thoughtful. Then he clicked on the territory information and took a look. Territory name, Tree of Life. Territory level, Tier 3. Territory durability, 500/500. Recruited troops, plants. Number of recruits, 12/30. Territory introduction. The Lord's survival is fundamental, with various functions. The core of the territory is destroyed, and the Lord dies. Upgrade requirements. Wood, 500/500. Stone, 37/500. Magic 198/250. Territory essence, 0/1. Note, plants are territorial, and wood is self-supplied. To upgrade the Tier 4 territory, the materials required have obviously increased a lot. A full 500 units of stone, even if all the plants were moved around the clock, it would take at least 2 days. What's more, there is another essence of territory that I don't know what it is. Although there is only one, it is not easy to obtain at a glance. It seems that we can only collect enough stones first. After closing the information interface, Lin You started to use the magic energy he just acquired to recruit more troops. Anyway, with the fire-bathing lotus present, he didn't feel much distressed about the magic energy, so he directly filled up the number of recruits, recruited a full 18 third-order poison ivy flowers, and then dispatched them to the mountain behind to carry the stones. Not to mention, although these poison ivy flowers are cumbersome to move, they are better than the tentacles of the vines, which are arranged in a row, and the handling efficiency is not slow and easy. 2 full days. Lin You spent almost all of his time arranging to carry stones. It was not until the night of the 3rd day that he finally collected 500 units of stone. He dragged his tired body and returned to the territory surrounded by many plants, finally ending his busy day. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. The morning sun rises as usual. When the first ray of sunshine shone on the earth, the lords in every corner of the world also woke up one after another and began to work hard for the new day's survival, as if they had become accustomed to this kind of life. Only today is a little different than before. You reading www.uukangshu.com. Just as the sky just dawned, a cold voice suddenly sounded in everyone's mind. Congratulations, all lords, for successfully surviving on the primitive continent for 3 days. The restrictions on the gathering places of major monsters have been lifted, and the rare items can be rewarded by clearing the gathering places. Lords, please work hard to improve the level of the territory. Quiet. There was silence in the entire regional channel. Everyone was frozen in place by the sudden news. Then after a while, the regional channel was instantly frying. Fuck. Did I hear it right? Rare item rewards. Materials to upgrade to Tier 4. My mother, the last time I got a treasure box, it was terrible. What's the trouble this time? Please, what is the gathering place for monsters? Will it be dangerous? Whatever he is, I have decided to go to this gathering place. Whoever robs me is in a hurry. Come on. The treasure chest wasn't grabbed last time, so I have to grab it this time. I just reached the 3rd level, and I was thinking about what the essence of the territory is, but I didn't expect it to be this. Don't say that these people are excited. Even Lin You, who has always been calm, couldn't help but get excited. Now that he has all the materials, the only thing missing is the essence of this territory. As long as he gets it, then he can advance to the 4th rank one step ahead of others. The advantage is absolutely huge, and he will be able to stand firm in the next wave of beasts. Others naturally know this. So all of a sudden, everyone was inquiring about the monster gathering place, and the regional channel was very lively. Chapter 13 French Plant Corps. The news of the monster gathering place came back much faster than expected. In less than an hour, a lord of the Tier 3 Beast Department brought the news back and posted it on the regional channel. The result was beyond everyone's expectations. He failed. Not only did he fail, but he was defeated very thoroughly. Almost all the troops were killed, and even he himself almost escaped. The reason is very simple, that is, there is a 4th-order monster in the gathering place. As soon as the news came out, it immediately caused an uproar. My god, there are fourth-order monsters in the gathering place. This is too terrifying, I haven't even reached tier 3. So was the third-order boss killed by the group? It should be, but fortunately I didn't go, otherwise I wouldn't know how to die. Fuck. I thought it was the welfare of surviving 3 days, but I didn't expect it to be a pit. Sure enough, there won't be such a good thing in the world, I'll honestly kill low-level monsters. Lin You, who was in the territory, also saw the news, and his brows furrowed. Tier 4 monsters are not simply one tier higher than tier 3, they also represent the span from primary creatures to intermediate creatures. Simply put, after the creature passes the third order, it will undergo a qualitative change, from a low-level life to an intermediate-level life, and at the same time, it will also understand a new skill. The improvement of strength is not as simple as 1 plus 1. These are the information he has collected from regional channels these days. To deal with tier 4 monsters, it is obviously very difficult for ordinary tier 3 units, and there is even a danger of being destroyed. But if they don't face the fourth-order monsters, then they will face a more terrifying beast tide. By then, the fourth-order monsters will not be as simple as 1 or 2. This is not. Immediately after the discussion, a person named Mutation stood up. Everyone, I'm Mutation. Now I'm recruiting tier 3 and above partners to attack monster gathering places and resist the beast tide. If you are interested, please contact me. Mutation. Could it be that third-order angel? Seeing Mutation's news, everyone in the channel looked shocked. In their area, only Mutation has ever appeared in the angel department, and he is also a well-known third-tier powerhouse. This is no longer a secret. You must know that the angels are recognized as one of the strongest arms. Even such a strongman can't deal with fourth-order monsters alone, so he specially went to the channel to gather teammates. It is conceivable how terrifying fourth-order monsters are. It's really Big Brother Muron. I didn't expect him to appear. Can Big Brother Muron bring me one? I should be able to advance to tier 3 tomorrow. Boss, please take me, I'm about to reach the 3rd rank. Count me in, I just upgraded this morning. I'm a 2nd order, but I have a 3rd order centaur, can you see, Mr. Muron? The appearance of Mutation made the regional channel suddenly noisy. Everyone wants to join this team and experience the light of the angels. In this way, the security of the place where they can clear the gathering of monsters will be much higher. Lin You watched all this silently, feeling a little surprised. This Mutation should be the young man he met on the plane before, that's right, if this guy was there, maybe he would be able to successfully destroy the 4th order monster. After all, the strength of the angel system is not impossible, and it may even become a formidable opponent for him in the future. And the other party is also very smart, and knows how to form gangs and strengthen themselves. Looks like I have to work harder. Lin You whispered softly. Unlike these people, he has no idea of acting with people. Not to mention whether he can trust the other party, just because of his territorial position, he didn't want to reveal it too early, so as not to be backstabbed by the other party later. In this world where everyone is in danger, it's always right to be cautious. Besides, with his current strength, it is not impossible to deal with 4th order monsters, but he just needs a little preparation. After thinking about it, Lin You came to the fire-bathing lotus planted yesterday. After the accumulation of these 2 days, the mana produced by the fire-bathing lotus has reached more than 500 points, which is completely enough for him to create a legal army. So all morning, Lin You stayed in the territory, trying his best to build a legal corps. It wasn't until halfway through noon that he finished his work, and there was a group of troops around him that knew natural attack techniques. Among them, there are 12 poison ivy plants, 9 dryad berserkers, 6 flower spirits, and the remaining 3 are new troops that were accidentally mutated. Name, Explosive Mushroom. Race, Plant. Level, Tier 3, 0/50. Strength, 5. Physique, 22. Agility, 30. Spirit, 44. Skills, Natural Control, Self-Exploding Mushroom. Introduction: the advanced form of explosive mushrooms can quickly generate mushrooms and throw them at the enemy, causing a strong explosion. Because mutant embryos use the spirit of plants and trees, they all inherit the skill of natural control. What surprised Lin You the most was that after the self-exploding mushrooms advanced, they actually possessed the ability to move and grew limbs from underneath. What's even more outrageous is that the explosive spore skill has actually evolved into a self-exploding mushroom, which can be picked off and thrown at the enemy. Isn't this the legendary throwing grenade? When I first saw this unit, Lin You was struck by lightning. Not to mention, although this little jumping mushroom looks cute, it's not ambiguous under its hand. Throwing out grenades one by one seems like they don't want money, and it almost blows up his territory. The addition of this new class of troops immediately gave him a much higher confidence in crusades against Tier 4 monsters. Glancing at the mighty plant army in the territory, Lin You nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand. Set off. When the voice fell, he set off with a group of plants and went directly into the mountains on the side. After half the morning's attention, Lin You already had a basic understanding of where monsters gather. The so-called gathering place actually refers to the place where a large number of monsters gather. Because there are too many monsters, the ecology is disordered, causing harm to all directions, and powerful individuals, such as group leaders, are prone to appear. According to this clue, Lin You went all the way, and sure enough, he soon found a gloomy mountain kernel. There are a lot of walking corpses gathered in the call, and the een is so strong that it keeps circling over the call, as if they were afraid that others would not know that this was a gathering place for monsters. And the attributes of those monsters also appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. Name, The Walking Dead. Race, Undead. Level, Tier 3. Strength, 31. Physique, 39. Agility, 22. Spirit, 34. Skill, Rotten Abscess. Introduction, the corpse was infected with the plague, and it carried a rotten poison on its body. Name, Skeleton Knife Axe. Race, Undead. Level, Tier 3. Strength, 40. Physique, 25. Agility, 36. Spirit, 28. Skill, Heavy Cleave. Introduction, a kind of lower-level undead, the heavy axe in his hand is powerful. As he expected, these walking corpses and skeletons are all third-order monsters, which pose little threat to him. Recognizing the surrounding terrain, Lin You brought a group of plants and approached it carefully. Chapter 14 Tier 4, Rotten Corpse King. Entrance to the Kernel. Under the gray fog, a skeleton knife and axe hand dragged a heavy axe and walked aimlessly among the corpses. There was silence all around, only the sound of the axe rubbing against the ground, and the chewing sound of walking corpses, and the wind whistling on the side. Suddenly, a vine appeared out of thin air and appeared at the feet of the skeleton. Before the skeleton could react, its feet were tied, it fell to the ground with a bang, and then it was dragged away from the call, followed by the sound of bones shattering. Good job. In the fog, Lin You whispered praise to the poison ivy beside him. The third-order poison ivy, the vines can extend more than 20 meters, and it is difficult to detect in the fog. Using this sneak attack method, he had already killed more than a dozen walking skeletons, and almost eliminated most of the monsters near the entrance, with only a dozen or so left. After confirming that there were no monsters near the entrance, Lin You continued to go deeper with the plant army and walked towards the gathering place. And the walking skeletons in the gathering place also found them and rushed towards them with a roar. Go on. Not a single one. With an advantage in numbers, Lin You naturally did not need to keep it any longer, and directly issued an attack order to the plants. In an instant, countless green lights emerged, and wooden thorns appeared out of thin air, instantly penetrating the bodies of the skeletons in front of them. Poison Ivy and Dryad Berserker were not idle either. The vines threw wildly, swung their heavy swords, and went straight to the skeleton walking corpse that rushed over. However, the most fierce ones were the 3 exploding mushrooms. While jumping, he picked the red mushrooms that had just grown from his body and threw them out happily. Boom. 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 The whole air vibrated. There was a series of violent explosions, and the skeletons that rushed in the front were blown away, and some were even killed on the spot. Kill the third-order skeleton knife and axeman to gain 11 points of magic energy. Kill the third-order skeleton knife and axeman to gain 9 points of magic energy. Kill the third-order walking corpse to gain 12 points of magic energy. In the blink of an eye, Lin You obtained 50 or 60 points of magic energy. The situation on the field was also almost one-sided, with skeletons constantly falling under the attack of the plants, turning into wisps of black air drifting deep into the gathering place. Something is wrong. Suddenly, Lin You noticed something unusual, and his brows slightly wrinkled. These third-order monsters seem to be a little too weak. It's as if they came here specially to die. Especially the black chi that they turned into after they died, as if they were pulled by something, and they all gathered in the same direction. Could it be that is a fourth-order monster? Lin You was shocked. However, before he could think about it, the ground in the deepest part of the gathering place suddenly made a click, cracking open. Immediately afterwards, a huge arm suddenly stretched out from the ground. Then the head, and then the body. In just a few short breaths, a huge walking corpse more than 3 meters high appeared in front of him, and the whole body was terrifying. Name, Rotten Corpse King. Race, Undead. Level, Tier 4. Strength, 85. Physique, 96. Agility, 70. Spirit, 82. Skills, Rotten Corpse Poison, Death Bite. Introduction, the King of the Walking Dead, wherever he goes, everything festers and all life is destroyed. Tier 4 Corpse King. Unexpectedly, there really is a fourth-order Corpse King here. Lin You was shocked, his eyes widened. The comprehensive attribute of more than 80 points is almost 3 times more powerful than the third-order monster. Now he finally understands why those people were killed by the group, just because of this perverted attribute. I am afraid that the general third order will be killed in an instant, there is no suspense. Roar. Just when Lin You was stunned, the Rotten Corpse King also discovered his existence. With a roar, he suddenly jumped high above his head. Not good. Hurry up and disperse. Lin You paled in shock, and rolled out with a leap. Hearing a loud bang, the whole ground shook violently. The 2 poison ivy plants that had no time to escape were instantly trampled by the Rotten Corpse King, and they were killed on the spot. So strong. Lin Yu's pupils shrank to the extreme. He had thought that Tier 4 monsters would be strong, but he didn't expect to be so strong. With just one blow, he instantly killed 2 of his Tier 3 units, not even giving him a chance to heal. Before he could think about it, he immediately issued an order to the remaining plants, disperse. Attack with all your strength. As he spoke, he got up quickly, took out the dagger made of animal bones from his waist, and went around behind the Corpse King. At the same time, the plants on the side also began to cooperate with his actions. Vines were thrown out and tied to the Corpse King, and countless thorns rose from the ground, piercing the Corpse King's ankle. Roar. The Corpse King roared angrily, and with a violent tug of both hands, he directly tore off the vines on his body, without being affected by the poison on the vines at all. Even the wooden thorn that penetrated the ankle was ignored by it and uprooted. However, it was precisely because of this delay that Lin You was given the opportunity to attack. After a few days of deliberate training, his fighting awareness has improved a lot. I saw a cold light flashing in the air with the dagger in his hand, stabbed into the back of the Corpse King, cut a hole, and then pulled away. Leave. The heavy swords of several Dryad berserkers followed, slashing wildly on the Corpse King, and deeply embedded in his body. Being attacked on the back and stomach, the Corpse King suddenly became mad, turned his head and bit the neck of a Dryad berserker, and with a hard pull, he ripped off its head directly. Berserkers shrouded inside. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of the 2 Dryad berserkers were corroded cleanly and collapsed to the ground as a pile of rotten wood. Lin You was deeply distressed. These were all cultivated by him after spending a lot of magic power, and he didn't expect them to disappear like this. Fortunately, the Corpse King was also seriously injured. With the 10% attribute blessing of Links's affinity halo www.novel.com, the plant army gradually gained the upper hand and began to counterattack. Facing such a huge numerical advantage, the Corpse King had to roar again and again, roaring wildly. After killing another Dryad berserker and 2 poison ivy plants, it finally ran out of ammunition and fell under the attack of the plants. Kill the 4th order Rotten Corpse King to gain 25 magic energy. Before he had time to cheer, a prompt sounded in Lin Yu's mind, which instantly made his expression darken. A 4th order monster that has been killed so hard is given so much magic energy. You must know that in order to kill this Rotten Corpse King, he lost 8 of his subordinates. According to the calculation of 20 mana per subordinate, it is equivalent to losing 160 mana. It's just blood loss. If the reward given next is not good, he has to go and reason with the main god. Thinking of this, Lin You immediately looked at the corpse of the Rotten Corpse King. I saw that on its corpse, a black gas quickly gathered, and after a while it turned into a crystal clear and slowly floated in the air. And the crystal information also fell into Lin Yu's eyes. Name, Territory Essence. Level, Tier 4. Introduction, the main material for upgrading the level of the territory can only be used when the territory is upgraded to the 4th level. It is formed by condensing the magic energy in the 4th level monster. As the voice said earlier, after destroying the gathering place of monsters, you will get the last ingredient for territorial upgrade, the territorial essence. Lin You was extremely excited and took the crystal carefully. With this thing in place, he can finally raise his territory to tier 4, and it's not a loss for him to spend so much effort to run so far. And just as he took over the essence of the territory, the voice in his mind sounded again. Chapter 15 Territory Upgrade, Cow Piranha. Congratulations, you successfully wiped out the gathering place of 4th order monsters, undead corpses. Obtain tier 3 troop token, walking corpse. Army token, walking corpse. Effect, unlock a tier 3 common unit. Requirements, tier 3 undead territory, 25 magic energy. The undead system. Lin You looked a little surprised. After clearing the gathering place of monsters, he will actually get the corresponding type of arms token, which is a bit unexpected for him. Knowing this, he went to the gathering place of plant-type monsters, wasting the opportunity to obtain new troops. And there is no so-called trading system in this world. If you want to replace it with something else, I am afraid you have to find another way. But it didn't bother him, at most it was just a little troublesome. Putting away the token, Lin You continued to examine the corpse of the rotten corpse king. But at this moment, there was movement from behind. Lingxi and 2 other poison ivy plants were suddenly wrapped in a burst of light. Advanced. Lin You got up in surprise. Unexpectedly, after killing the rotten corpse queen, their experience will reach the full value directly, and they will advance to the 4th tier arms. I saw that under a dazzling light, Lingxi's palm-sized body gradually grew a circle of garlands, 2 small things like butterflies, flying back and forth around it, full of agility. The 2 poison ivy plants are even more exaggerated. The body, which was originally only half a person's height, quickly rose to the height of a person. A beautiful and enchanting flower bloomed on the top of his head, and his body became slender and graceful. The vines swayed constantly, like the tentacles of an octopus. Name, Wood Spirit Lingxi, Royal Family. Race, Plant. Level, Tier 4, 0/100. Strength, 75. Physique, 70. Agility, 82. Spirit, 100. Skills, Natural Control, Affinity Halo, Thorns of Plants and Trees, manipulate the power of plants and trees, grow thorns on the enemy, and limit the enemy's actions. Introduction, Hua Ling's advanced form, for some reason, has initially awakened the royal bloodline, and has the ability to dominate other plant-based arms. Name, Venomous Demon Girl. Race, Plant. Level, Tier 4, 0/100. Strength, 77. Physique, 88. Agility, 73. Spirit, 76. Skills, Breath of Nature, Poison Ivy Whip, Poison Mist, release the poison in the flowers above the head, wrap the enemy, and have a strong paralysis and death effect. Introduction, the advanced form of Poison Ivy, the attack distance and toxicity have been greatly improved. The 4th Order Lingxi and the Poisonous Enchantress have had their attributes greatly improved, and they have even learned new skills. Compared with the Rotten Corpse King they killed, it was only not weaker. Especially the Poisonous Witch, the attack range of the vines was directly increased to more than 30 meters, covering a large area. Lin You remembered. The 2 poisonous monsters are exactly the 2 that he mutated at the beginning. One inherits the healing skills of the sapling, and the other inherits the self-exploding spores of the explosive mushroom. Now that I think about it, they are always there every time I fight. No wonder the experience is so much ahead of other plants, and it is the first to rise to Tier 4. As for Lingxi, the reason why it can advance so quickly is probably because of its affinity with the halo, which makes it experience a lot faster. And the new skills it has learned after the upgrade are also very good. It can directly produce thorns on the enemy, which can have unexpected effects. This trip out was quite rewarding, and Lin You immediately felt better. After turning around in the gathering place again, after confirming that there was nothing missing, he waved his hand and left the mountain call with the plant army. Soon, they crossed the mountains and returned to the territory again. As soon as he entered the territory, Lin You rushed under the Tree of Life and took out the core of the territory he had just obtained. At the same time, a warning sounded. The materials for upgrading the territory have been collected. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Lin You took a deep breath and looked expectant. Originally, after the plant army was created, his magic energy was not enough, but this time he went out to exterminate many third-order monsters, and he gained more than 400 magic energy points, which was more than enough to upgrade. As soon as his voice fell, there was a rumbling sound from the entire territory, and it began to expand outward. The tree of life at the core of the territory also grew rapidly, breaking through to a height of 30 meters, becoming a sheltered tree. Giant trees. Immediately afterwards, Lin You was shocked, only to feel a powerful force rushing through his body, flowing all over his limbs. Finally, the 4th level. Lin You clenched his fists, his excitement was beyond words. At the same time, a voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations, the territory has been upgraded successfully, the current level, Tier 4. Randomly assigning troops. The allocation is successful, the 4th order unit is unlocked, Piranha Cow. As before, each time the territory is upgraded, a new unit will be unlocked. Lin You was overjoyed at this time, and he was given a new system of plants when he rose to the 4th level. He hurriedly chose to recruit a Piranha Cow. The recruitment of Tier 4 troops requires 25 points of mana. Do you want to recruit? Yes. The cost of Tier 4 troops was more than double that of Tier 3. Although Lin You felt a little distressed, he still chose to recruit without hesitation. Then, with a clattering sound, a huge piranha rose from the ground, and in a blink of an eye, it grew to a height of more than 6 meters, even a lot higher than the fence of the territory. And its information also fell into Lin Yu's eyes. Name, Cow Piranha. Race, Plant. Level, Tier 4, 0/100. Strength, 89. Physique, 90. Agility, 5. Spirit, 73. Skill, Devour. You can quickly recover your injuries by swallowing a corpse. www.novel.com. Wooden Thorns. Shoot a powerful wooden thorn from your mouth to attack enemies in the distance. Introduction. The King of Flowers has a very strong survivability. As long as it is not fatally injured, he can recover instantly. The arms obtained by upgrading the territory are generally relatively common arms. However, this man-eating flower king appeared just in time. Now that the beast tide is coming, what Lin You needs most is this kind of troops with strong survivability, so that he can fight for a long time. Although the healing skills are good, they are always limited. Unlike this devouring skill, as long as there is a corpse, it can recover instantly except for fatal injuries, which is simply overbearing. And the most indispensable thing in the beast tide is the corpse. Lin You thought about it for a while, then recruited 5 Piranha Kings and asked them to guard the edge of the fence in 3 directions. After doing this, his magic power is only over 250 points left. Counting the magical energy needed for mutation, only 5 Tier 4 units could be created, and it was really back to before liberation. But there is no way, no matter how strong the 3rd order is, it is still no match for the 4th order. Therefore, apart from Lingxi and 2 4th order poisonous enchantresses, he only kept 5 flower spirits with healing skills and natural attack spells as training, and all the others were sent back and exchanged for magic energy. In this way, he has dozens of more magical energy, and he can recruit an additional Tier 4 unit. After thinking about it, he recruited a Piranha King and used mutation on it. The 4th order summoning unit needs to consume 25 points of mana for mutation. Do you want to continue? Continue. In an instant, Cow Piranha changed rapidly, turning into a burly tree spirit with luxuriant branches and leaves. Chapter 16 Token Trading. Name, Dryad Warrior. Race, Plant. Level, Tier 4, 0/100. Strength, 90. Physique, 75. Agility, 75. Spirit, 75. Skills, Devour, Savage Charge, infuse power into the whole body, smashing the enemy with a swift momentum, sweeping, swinging huge arms, sweeping around the body, and causing a fatal blow. Introduction. The advanced form of the Dryad Berserker, the attack is fast and fierce, and he is a warrior of the Dryad family. Unsurprisingly, most of the mutants are the advanced forms of ordinary units, and they have inherited the devouring skill of Cow. Lin You didn't think much about it, and continued to recruit troops. After a while, there were 3 more Dryad warriors and 3 poisonous witches around him, and the 4th tier troops were expanded to 15. And the upper limit of the 4th tier plant-based territory is 40. With the speed at which he can acquire magical energy, he should be able to recruit them before the beast tide comes. What the outcome will be at that time will only be left to fate. After all, he had already made all the preparations he could. After recruiting troops, he began to check the information of the upgraded territory. Territory name, Tree of Life. Territory level, Tier 4. Territory durability, 1000/1000. Recruited troops, plants. Number of recruits, 15/40. Territory introduction. The Lord's survival is fundamental, with various functions. The core of the territory is destroyed, and the Lord dies. Upgrade requirements. Wood, 1000/1000. Stone, 36/1000. Magic energy 14/750. Territory essence 0/1. Note, plants are territorial, and wood is self-supplied. The materials from the 4th to the 5th rank are more than doubled. Except for the wood that does not need to be collected because of the advantages of the plant-based territory, other things require a lot of energy to get together. It is obviously impossible to upgrade in a short time. What surprised Lin You the most was the fire-bathing lotus planted next to the Tree of Life. Because of the upgrade of the territory, it has also been upgraded to the 4th level, and every hour can produce 20 points of magic energy. In this way, he can get more than 400 points a day, which can be regarded as a considerable income. Brothers, I now have a Tier 3 plant token in my hand. I want to change to a Tier 3 insect or undead token. Does anyone have it? Suddenly, a message popped up on the regional channel, attracting Lin Yu's attention. Lin Yu, who was still checking the building information, suddenly looked at the message, which was sent by a person named Luo. Actually, I wanted to exchange the plant-based weapon token for other tokens. As soon as the news was sent out, it immediately caused an exclamation from the regional channel. Tier 3 arms token. Isn't that something that can only be obtained by destroying the gathering places of monsters? What? Someone wiped out the gathering place of monsters so soon. Damn it. Boss, you can even deal with 4th order monsters. Envy, it would be great if I also had a troop token. The random troop that I got is too spicy. The plant system is so weak, no one should be able to get the weapon token and exchange it with the boss. Haha, indeed, this token is probably going to rot in your hands. As they talked, these people began to gloat over their misfortunes. The plant system is notoriously weak, and few have reached the 3rd rank, let alone the place where the monsters gather to get the weapon token and exchange it with him. This Luo is also unlucky. It's not good to get a token, but he got a plant type. It is estimated that he is already scolding his mother now. How is it? Is there a response? In a dark valley, a young man slowly came to Luo's side. No, it's probably a little overhang. Luo shook his head and looked at the regional channel in disappointment. The two of them spent countless subordinates, and finally got rid of the tree demon gathering place, and got this weapon token. But I didn't expect it to be the most unpopular plant-based token, let alone how uncomfortable it is. The young man sighed and said, "It's really not good, let's replace it with magic energy. It's better than being rotten in our hands, and our troops are almost dead. We have to upgrade the territory when we go back. This magic energy is not enough at all." "Ah, that's okay, I'll ask again." To be honest, Luo was reluctant to exchange tokens for magic energy. After all, he can earn magic energy, but tokens cannot. He missed this opportunity to unlock new arms, and he didn't know when the next time would be, so he was struggling. But considering the miserable state of the two of them now, he had to make up his mind, gritted his teeth and looked at the regional channel, preparing to exchange the exchange conditions for magic energy. "I have a 3rd order undead system token, how do I change it?" Suddenly, a strange message appeared on the regional channel. Luo was startled for a moment, and then his face showed ecstasy. Unexpectedly, there are people who actually have the weapon token they want, and they are willing to exchange it for the plant token. The people who were still laughing at them suddenly fry. What's the situation? Does anyone really want to change the token of the plant system? Isn't it a lie? At this stage, is there any plant system that can beat Tier 4 monsters? I also think it's a lie, don't believe it, Mr. Luo. What's wrong? I've watched it for so long, and I've never seen a plant that has risen to Tier 3. Lin You. Why have I never heard of this name? Is there such a person in the Department of Botany? It's probably nonsense. Compared to you Luo, Lin Yu's fame is obviously much smaller, not even famous. After all, it was his first time to speak. Everything in this regional channel is good, but it's not good to show his real name. Lin You also tried to chat with each other privately, but after waiting for a while, there was no response. It is estimated that other private chat messages have been rejected. Sure enough, not long after Yukanshu www.yukanshu.com his public message was posted, he received a private message from Luolei. Brother, do you really have the undead unit token? Sorry, it's not that I doubted you, the current situation of the Flora department. You should also know, so I want to confirm. It could be seen that the other party was still very cautious and did not immediately believe Lin Yu's words. Lin Yu also understood this, and replied directly, I don't need to lie to you, let's do it, you decide the transaction location. Is this sincerity enough? Lin Yu is still very confident in his own strength. Not to mention whether the opponent has risen to the 4th rank, even if he has risen to the 4th rank, he is absolutely sure that he can suppress the opponent. What's more, the monster's lair has only been open for less than a day. He doesn't believe that there are people who can recruit a large number of 4th tier troops with magic power after leveling up to the 4th tier, at most 2 or 3. Luolei seemed to be moved by his sincerity, and finally replied, Okay, I believe what you said, if the trading location is to choose my territory, I don't know if it will work. Lin Yu was surprised for a moment, and then replied, Yes, send me the location. In the end, the deal between the two was reached, and Lin Yu also got Luolei's territorial position, and agreed to meet tomorrow morning. As for why the other party chose his territory as a trading location, Lin Yu could easily guess. Of course, because of security issues. After all, Tier 4 monsters are not vegetarians. Even if the other party has companions to form a group together, they may not be able to obtain benefits. I am afraid that the current Luolei has not many troops left, so he has to reveal the location of his territory to ensure his safety in a short time. With such a premise, Lin Yu doesn't need to worry about anything. Chapter 17 Pure Helper Plant. The appointed time will come soon. Early in the morning, Lin Yu left the territory with 15 Tier 4 troops except Cao. As for why there are 15. Of course, it was because the fire-bathing lotus produced a lot of magical energy for him overnight, so he recruited a few more. In addition to 5 third-tier flower spirits, there are a total of 20 arms, walking in the mountains and forests. It can almost be said that they are all out of the nest. This is also the reason why he dares to go to the opponent's territory alone. More than an hour later. According to the location information given by Luolei, Lin Yu walked through the forest and came to a vast wasteland. And at the edge of the wasteland, a territory lined with tombstones sits, gloomy and grand. Luolei had been waiting for a long time, and stood outside the territory with a few skeleton soldiers. When he saw Lin Yu walking out of the forest, he immediately greeted him. Are you brother Lin Yu? Luolei looked at Lin Yu with surprise in his eyes. At this time, Lin Yu was only accompanied by Lingxi and 4 Dryad warriors. Even with such a lineup, he dared to traverse the mountains and forests. Anyone who saw it would be surprised. Lin Yu didn't explain much. He looked around and said with a smile, I'm right. I didn't expect your territory to be so well located, next to such a vast wasteland. Brother is joking. Although this wasteland is vast, there are many people's territory here, which is very unsafe. I'm really sorry for you to make a special trip. Luolei smiled bitterly, his expression a little embarrassed. If it weren't for the fact that most of his troops were damaged in the monster gathering place, he wouldn't have exposed his territory, and he wouldn't have let Lin Yu run so far. At the same time, he couldn't help being secretly startled. Because he found out that the 5 arms that Lin Yu was carrying were actually all 4th tier. Especially the little flower-like unit flying above Lin Yu's head gave him a sense of danger. When did such a character appear in the Flora department? He didn't even know. While Luolei was looking at Lin Yu was also looking at Luolei. Sure enough, as he had guessed, there were not many troops around Luolei, and they were all 3rd-order skeleton centurions, and there was no 4th-order existence. It seems that the loss was not small when destroying the gathering place of monsters. For the time being, there are no resources to upgrade the territory and recruit troops. This also reassured him, and said with a smile, it's okay, it's not very far anyway, it'll be there in a few hours. By the way, did you bring the arms token? I brought it, what about yours? Luolei took out a token from his arms and gestured in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu saw the token information at a glance. Army Token, Ancient Tree of Knowledge. Effect, unlock a plant-based Tier 3 unit. Requirements, Tier 3 plant territory, 25 magic energy. After reading the attributes, Lin Yu immediately looked happy, and also took out the walking corpse token on him and handed it to Luolei. This is the third order walking corpse token, check it out. Aren't you afraid that I'll take something and run away? Luo said, looking down at the token in front of him. When he saw the token information, his eyes straightened. This was exactly the token of the undead type that he wanted most. Well, changing your token should be enough, right? Lin You said with a smile. He is not worried that the other party will directly take the token and run back to the territory, because he is sure enough to intercept the other party before returning to the territory. And Luo was also frank and didn't play tricks. He raised his head and said excitedly, enough is enough, happy cooperation. After speaking, he handed the token of the ancient tree of knowledge to Lin You. It's a pleasure to work with. Lin You was not polite, took it directly, and took a deep breath. In this way, he has one more army that can be recruited, which is a worthwhile trip. Put away the token, looked around again, and then continued, since the transaction has been completed, then I will go back first, and have the opportunity to contact again. Luo nodded, okay, brother hard worker has made a trip. Lin You didn't say much, waved his hands, and took Lingxi and the others around and left. It didn't take long before he disappeared into the dense forest, as if it had never appeared before. It wasn't until then that a young man hiding behind Shirtue appeared and hurried over. How is it? Are you ready? This young man was the one who annihilated the gathering place of monsters with Luo. From the moment Lin You appeared, he had been hiding behind Shirtue next to him, ready to support him at any time. Obviously also cautious. Seeing him appear, Luo said with joy, well, it's already in hand. Fortunately, that person is better at talking. That's good. The young man breathed a sigh of relief, relieved, I've seen it just now. The troops around that guy are all tier 4. If we really fight, I'm afraid that the two of us will not be opponents together. Indeed. Luo nodded, with lingering fears, I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful plant system in our area, and it was so close to us, it was really hidden too deep. I heard that Murong Tian from the Angel Department only reached the 4th rank this morning. When did the plant department become so powerful? Who knows, anyway, with such a character, we just need to pay attention to building a good relationship in the future. This is also good for us. 2. Having said that, the two stopped talking, silently looking at the direction Lin You was leaving, thoughtfully. The other side. After leaving Luo's territory, Lin You quickly returned to his own territory. Along the way, he also killed a lot of monsters and made a small profit of more than 100 points of magic energy. After passing through the fence of the territory, he hurried to the bottom of the Tree of Life and took out the army token he brought back. Excuse me, do you need to consume 25 points of mana to use the third order arms token, Ancient Tree of Knowledge? Use. Swoosh. The token turned into a streamer and instantly disappeared into the trunk of the Tree of Life. Immediately afterwards, a prompt sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Congratulations, you have successfully unlocked the third order unit, Ancient Tree of Knowledge. Hearing this prompt, Lin You quickly spent 10 magic energy to recruit an Ancient Tree of Knowledge. In an instant, the light of Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com gathered, an ancient tree rose from the ground, and in a blink of an eye it grew to a height of 7 or 8 meters. It looks old and heavy. Name, Ancient Tree of Knowledge. Race, Plant. Level, Tier 3, cannot be upgraded. Strength, 25. Physique, 25. Agility, 25. Spirit, 120. Skill, Profound Knowledge. The knowledge of the Ancient Tree of Profound Knowledge can affect the surrounding plants, increase 1 experience per hour, effective for all levels, cannot be superimposed. Introduction. The tree spirit family is the most knowledgeable existence, with low combat ability, but has strong auxiliary ability. After reading the information about the Ancient Tree of Knowledge, Lin You was instantly stunned. A purely auxiliary unit. And can you improve experience for other units? This is too arrogant. It's just tailor-made for plant-type units. Lin You didn't expect that the token that was exchanged casually would be exchanged for such a rare weapon. Even though it only provides a little bit of experience every hour, over the years, that's not a small amount. And it's clearly written on it, and it's valid for all levels. Based on this alone, Lin You knew that he had made a lot of money. The only pity is that the Ancient Tree of Knowledge cannot be upgraded, and the effect of skills cannot be superimposed, which is probably why it is not a rare unit. And its skills are not suitable for fighting. Even if it is mutated, it will be much weaker than other plants. So Lin You gave up the plan to use mutation on it and let it stay in the territory for auxiliary purposes. Chapter 18 Uninvited Guest. After studying the attributes of the ancient knowledge tree, Lin You started to use the magic energy he earned on the way to continue recruiting new troops. Today is the 5th day that they came to this world. The 7-day safety period is less than 3 days away. Therefore, he must hurry up and recruit all 40 positions as soon as possible. At the same time, he also has to reinforce the fortifications around the territory, otherwise, these stone pillars around the fence will not last long. At that time, it would be a small matter for the monsters to rush in. If the Tree of Life is damaged, then his life will be lost. He doesn't want to die here early. Make up one's mind. Lin You brought the plant legion out of the territory and started digging traps and adding fences. The flower spirits, who couldn't work hard, flew back and forth, treating the plants for fatigue. Even the 6 piranha cow plants who were in charge of guarding the fence crossed the fence and held the fence with their mouths to help fix it. The heat outside the entire territory is full of plants and busy figures walking back and forth, which looks quite lively. After working hard until the evening, all the fortifications were finally completed, and the fences were also raised and reinforced a lot. Okay, everyone has worked hard, let's go back and rest. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, Lin You waved his hand and returned to the territory with all the plants, and then closed the entrance. During the period, he also used the corpses of the monsters he brought back to Cow, and asked them to replenish nutrients. As for the other types of troops, they are basically the same as ordinary plants. They only need nutrients from the earth and sunlight, which is very worry-free. After a simple meal, Lin You went back to his exclusive cabin to rest. In a blink of an eye, the night passed. What Lin You didn't expect was this. Early in the morning, there were 2 uninvited guests outside his territory, 2 lords with a lot of troops by their side. "Brother, there is a territory here." Among the 2, the thinner-looking youth shouted in surprise, and immediately found out where Lin Yu's territory was. They came out of the nearby mountain forest, looking a little embarrassed, as if they had just experienced a battle. "I didn't expect such a remote place to have territory, go and have a look." The one who was called the eldest brother by the youth was a middle-aged man with an old face, with a dozen orc soldiers around him, mixed with a group of beasts brought by the youth. Seeing Lin Yu's territory, the 2 immediately led their subordinates to approach it carefully, trying to find out. But in the next second, countless vines suddenly appeared, like swimming snakes, and quickly surrounded them against the ground. Plant Department. The man was startled in his heart. There are so many sharp vines that at least Tier 3 troops can do it, but among the plant lords he knows, he has never heard of anyone who has successfully risen to Tier 3. I didn't dare to think about it, so I immediately shouted in the direction of the territory. "Friend, we are just passing by, and there is no malicious intent." The resounding voice reverberated all around. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the vines on the ground to stop and surround them less than 10 meters away. "Since you're passing by, then leave quickly." The door of the wooden house opened, and Lin You slowly walked out. It was only then that the 2 outsiders noticed the situation in Lin Yu's territory, and they couldn't help being secretly startled. I saw that there were dozens of terrifying plants wandering in the wide territory. Every plant exuded an incomparably powerful breath. Even the piranha who was responsible for guarding the wall was exaggerated. They can be swallowed in one bite. What shocked them the most was the Tree of Life sitting in the middle of the territory. It was actually many times higher and many times bigger than the other plant-based territories they knew. Standing there proudly, like an ancient giant tree. This. Is it really a Tier 3 territory? Is the third-order territory of the plant system so perverted? The 2 dared not imagine. Their eyes fell on Lin You who came out of the wooden house, and their hearts were full of shock. After being stunned for a while, the older man was the first to react and said loudly into the territory, "Friend, we just came from the wasteland and wanted to ask where the wall that blocks the beast tide is. Please inform." "Walls. Just go through this forest." Lin You pointed to the direction of the forest. He didn't expect that someone would rush over from the wasteland to investigate the situation of the beast horde, and looking at the troops around them, they didn't seem to be weak, at least they were all Tier 3. No wonder they came from such a far place. After receiving his response, the 2 people outside the territory were also quickly grateful. "Thank you, then we won't disturb our friends to rest." Having said that, the man and the young man looked at each other, turned and left immediately, and continued to go deep into the forest on the side, and disappeared from Lin Yu's field of vision after a while. After he could no longer see Lin Yu's territory, the young man finally couldn't help but whispered, "Brother, why don't we try that guy's depth? He's just a plant. Plant department. Have you ever seen such an exaggerated plant department? Not to mention those units, even I have never seen it." The man glared at the young man fiercely. The young man also reacted quickly and said hesitantly, "Brother, do you mean, those are all tier 3 arms?" The man took a deep breath. "It's very possible, you reading www.ukungsha.com, and according to my observation, that young man is not simple, and he doesn't mean to be afraid of us at all. What's the matter? It's probably because we can't do anything about him because of the safety period." The young man smiled disdainfully. It would be nice if that was the case. The man's face was solemn, and he looked back at the direction of Lin Yu's territory. "Anyway, it's better for us to be careful. The plant system that can reach the 3rd rank in such a short period of time is definitely not a simple person. Anyway, we are only here to investigate the situation of the beast tide. That guy's territory is so far away. It is very strange that there is no panic at all, and so many fortifications have been arranged. What's weird, I think it's because you think too much, eldest brother. I can guarantee that after 7 days have passed, the first thing to be destroyed is his territory. Maybe this territory will no longer be there when we come back next time. Maybe." The man was noncommittal and said nothing more. After identifying the direction, he continued to rush towards the wall, while secretly vigilant about the surroundings. "I heard that there are many 3rd-order monsters in the forest, which are very dangerous. You should be careful." It didn't take long for the two of them to drift further and further away, disappearing into the deep jungle. The other side. After sending off the 2 uninvited guests, Lin You also began to work in the territory. The first thing to do, of course, is to recruit more troops with the magic energy accumulated by the Fire Lotus overnight to fill the territory. And under his mutation again and again, brand new tier 4 troops appeared one after another. What surprised Lin You was that, among the 10 plants that had mutated this time, 2 had mutated into the advanced form of explosive mushrooms. Chapter 19. Trigger. Name, Fission Mushroom. Race, Plant. Level, Tier 4, 0/100. Strength, 10. Physique, 72. Agility, 70. Spirit, 86. Skills, Wood Thorns, Self-Exploding Mushrooms, Fission, makes the exploding mushrooms fission, splitting into countless tiny spores, causing a secondary explosion. Introduction, a harmless little mushroom, a small blaster, good at large-scale destructive attacks. The explosive power of the 4th-order fission mushroom has been greatly improved, and there is an additional secondary explosion. What Lin You lacked most now was a large-scale attack method. This fission mushroom really came very timely. After spending all the magic energy he had accumulated, Lin You had 5 more tier 4 units, adding up to the previous ones, there were 34 in total, and he was only short of 6. And before the end of the safety period, there are still 2 days from today and tomorrow, and it is completely in time. It happened that there was nothing else, so he didn't stay in the territory anymore. After a simple preparation, he left the territory with the plants except the 6 piranhas, and hurried to the distant forest, ready to try his luck to see if he could find other gathering places for monsters. And just when he brought the plant army into the forest. On the other side of the mountain forest, less than 3 kilometers away from him, a huge team of hundreds of troops appeared there, surrounding the entrance to a swamp. "Boss Murong, this is right here, the gathering place of red-tailed scorpions." In the team, a man with low eyebrows said to the arrogant young man next to him. At this time, there were 5 people in their team. Each person carries a dozen or 20 types of arms behind them, almost all of them are above the 3rd rank, and some have even reached the 4th rank. The most powerful among them is that young man. Except for the 2 3rd-order angels, the other 18 are actually 4th-order 2-winged angels, including himself. They have also reached the 4th order. This person is no one else. It is Murong Tian, who has been very active on the regional channel recently and has an angel-type unit. Go ahead, clean up this monster gathering place, and Zhang Yu will be able to rise to the 4th level. Murong Tian glanced at the swamp in the distance and said lightly. When a 3rd-tier man next to him heard the words, he was overjoyed. "Thank you, Boss Murong." "Okay, say thank you or not." Murong Tian waved his hands casually. "As long as you do things under my hands well, you will be benefited, so start preparing." Receive. In response, the other 4 turned around and left, spreading out around. Then, under the leadership of the 4th Order angel beside Mutation, he rushed into the swamp and began to eliminate the red-tailed scorpions. Not long after, the swamp exploded, and a black scorpion that was several times larger than the ordinary red-tailed scorpion suddenly rushed out, sending out a sharp roar around it. It's the 4th Order red-tailed scorpion king. Everyone, be careful. Several people who were fighting were shocked and became vigilant. However, as soon as the voice fell, a golden arrow came crashing down. Boom. The light of the arrow exploded, and the body of the red-tailed scorpion king was instantly penetrated. The huge inertia, together with the body of the red-tailed scorpion king, flew out and fell several meters away. Before it could struggle, the other troops on the side swarmed up and chopped off its head. The 4th Order monster died on the spot. As expected of Boss Mutation, he subdued the 4th Order monster in one fell swoop. The angel system is really powerful, it's not something we can compare. Several subordinates couldn't help but be amazed. If it were theirs, I am afraid that they would have to lose a lot of troops to kill this red-tailed scorpion king, and they might even be turned against the water. But Mutation didn't cost a single soldier, and he subdued the scorpion king so easily. His strength was evident. And the words they touted fell into Mutation's ears, which also made him gradually raise his chin, with a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Roar. Suddenly, a beast roar came from a distance, interrupting their conversation. Everyone's expressions changed, including Mutation, and they looked in the direction of the voice. It seems that someone is fighting a monster. Shall we go over and take a look? One of them asked with surprise on his face. You guys stay and finish, I'll go and see for myself. As for his own strength, Mutation was still very confident, he just made an explanation and hurried to the battle location. When the angels saw this, they followed, and in a blink of an eye, they followed Mutation away from the swamp. But when they followed the sound and came to the battle site, they found that the battle had already ended. A 3rd Order monster fell to the ground, with a strange man standing beside it, and several strange plants that had never been seen before. Okay. Lin You, who was disposing of the corpse, also found Mutation, and was immediately vigilant. Just now, because I was too immersed in the battle, I didn't expect that there would be other people nearby, and they also attracted the other party. And when he saw Mutation's appearance, his expression also changed, showing slight surprise. Isn't this the guy who had a brief fight with him last time when the treasure chest was empty? Why is he here? Before he could think about it, Mutation stepped forward. Friend, alone. Mutation didn't recognize Lin You, and when he saw several plant troops around Lin You, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. The weakness of the plant system is something that everyone knows, not to mention that he has so many 4th Order angels around him, so he doesn't take Lin You seriously at all. Even his eyes were not covered in the slightest. When he looked at it recklessly, Lin You frowned. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking others? Lin You stood up and said lightly. After observing the regional channel for so long, he had already heard about Mutation's temperament. When he saw it today, he was as domineering as the rumors and didn't take people seriously. And he didn't like Mutation's eyes very much, which made him very unhappy. This undisguised unhappiness fell into Mutation's eyes, causing Mutation to gradually narrow his eyes. Oh. Then how should I introduce myself? Is that so? When the voice fell, an angel with a bow and arrow beside him suddenly burst out and shot an arrow at Lin You. Whoosh dash! The arrow was very fast, even shining brightly, and it came to Lin You in a blink of an eye, obviously wanting to test Lin You. Unfortunately, Mutation miscalculated Lin Yu's strength. Just as the golden arrow flew in front of Lin You, it was suddenly entangled by thorns and fell from the air. Lingxi, who was hiding behind other plants, finally revealed her figure and flew to Lin Yu's side. The moment Lingxi appeared, the angel beside Mutation suddenly became agitated. My friend, it seems a bit inappropriate for you to do this. Lin You stared at Mutation coldly, with killing intent in his eyes. The arrow just now was clearly aimed at his vital point. If it wasn't for his strength, he would have been killed on the spot. I didn't expect this Mutation to be such a sinister person. Fortunately, he kept his hand and let other plants hide around in advance. Mutation didn't seem to think that his attack would fail so easily. He took a deep look at Lingxi beside Lin You, but he didn't notice the commotion of the angel beside him, and didn't pay much attention. After all, no matter how strong the plant system is, it cannot be stronger than his angel army. Seeing that his plan was revealed, he simply stopped pretending and said with a sneer, "What if it's not authentic? Don't you know? The strong people in this world are respected. You are unlucky when you meet me, so obediently put your body on your back. Hand over the magic energy, maybe I can spare your life." "Oh, is it so?" Lin You smiled, very happy, and then suddenly his face turned cold. A vine suddenly rushed out from behind the grass and trees beside him. Chapter 20 Angel Legion Fiasco. The overwhelming vine suddenly shocked Mutation in his heart. He didn't expect that there were so many plants hidden behind Lin You, even more exaggerated than the number of angels around him. The entire mountain forest was surrounded by vines swimming. Such a situation immediately reminded him of the mysterious plant-type man who appeared when he robbed the treasure chest before. Isn't the appearance of the vines exactly the same as the one in front of you? Oh, it's you. Muration's face sank, recalling the two treasures that had been robbed before, as well as the heavy damage suffered by the angel beside him. His eyes suddenly filled with endless killing intent. He didn't talk nonsense to Lin You anymore, and immediately ordered the angel beside him to attack. For a moment, holy white light shines. The fourth order angels spread their wings and flew into the air, raising their bows and spears, aiming at Lin You. The corners of Muration's mouth gradually evoked a sneer. As one of the strongest angel-type arms, in addition to possessing a formidable combat power beyond ordinary people, it also has the innate flying ability, which has absolute suppressing power for most arms. How many plants do you want to fight with him? It's just a fool's dream. Even if he is tier 4, it is useless. Go. Hearing Muration shouting loudly, the weapon in the angel's hand tightened instantly and shot at Lin Yu. Wherever the attack went, the air vibrated and the power was boundless, as if the space was about to be torn apart. Muration's expression gradually became hideous, as if he had seen the scene of Lin Yu's blood splashing on the spot. The next second, a burst of green light lit up, and the 5 newly upgraded wood spirits and Lingxi beside Lin Yu waved their staffs and pointed in the air. Several attacks were entangled by thorns, deviating from their original trajectories. At the same time, the Dryad warrior stood in front of Lin Yu with his arms crossed. Boom. The white arrows and spears exploded, knocking the Dryad warrior out, and the arm was blasted with a huge gap. But immediately, one after another natural light fell, and their injuries were repaired as before. How can it be? Muration's mind was shaking, but he didn't expect that Lin Yu could easily block his attack. Before he could react, countless sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and the vine swept into the air from all directions. The speed was so fast that it bound the angel above his head and smashed it to the ground. Those angels struggled desperately, but found that toxins were injected into their bodies, constantly depriving them of their power, making them weaker and weaker. Bang. 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 A series of dull collisions, all the angels fell to the ground, extremely embarrassed. Only a few angels were left to sacrifice, and they stood up tremblingly and held up the scepter in their hands. Holy light. A soft holy light flashed, dispelling the toxins from the angels, and stood up again. But then, they were greeted by a sudden protruding wooden thorn. A few angels couldn't escape, they were instantly pierced through their chests, and they were killed on the spot. It's not over yet. Without giving them a chance to breathe, the red mushrooms should have fallen to their feet. Boom. 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 A series of violent explosions directly blasted all the angels out, and some were even killed on the spot. Muration got up in dismay, his face full of horror and horror. His angel troops. There is actually no room to fight back. Is this still the plant system he knows? He didn't dare to think too much, he immediately took the rest of the angels and ran away, fleeing in the direction of the 4 companions. Want to escape? It's not that easy. Since the other party wanted his own life, Lin Yu naturally couldn't let him go easily. He quickly followed up with the plant army, and the vines burst out again, attacking Muration's back. Muration was shocked, and several angels stood in front of him. The Shield of Light. A translucent white shield firmly protects them. That is the unique protection skill of the angels. The defense is so strong that it can actually block Lin Yu's vine attack. By the time Lin Yu shattered the shield, Muration had already fled, and it was impossible to catch up. Oh, what a pity. Lin Yu gradually stopped chasing. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill Mutation, but he knew that there must be Mutation's companions not far from here. Even if they can win in the end, it is estimated that they will lose a lot of troops, and the gains will outweigh the losses. The next time I meet you, I won't be so lucky. Lin Yu's face was awe-inspiring. After today's battle, his feud with Mutation was completely settled. But he wasn't worried. Even if the opponent's troops are angels, he is not afraid at all, not to mention that his mutated plant troops are not weak. Today is a lesson for this defiant guy. After thinking about it, Lin You turned around and left with the plant army. The other side. Mutation, who had escaped from the pursuit, fled in the forest for a long time, and finally returned to the swamp. At this time, the swamp had already been cleaned up by the four, and they were picking up the body of the red-tailed scorpion. Seeing Mutation's embarrassed look, he immediately showed a look of shock, and they all came up to greet him. "Boss Mutation, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so embarrassed? Why are there so many less angels around you? Could it be that some powerful monster appeared over there?" A few people, let me say your words, Yu reading www.uukansha.com surrounded Mutation in the middle, curiously looking at the angels behind him who were missing nearly half. "You know, these are all fourth-order angels. Even among all the lords, they are top-notch existences. What is it that can cause such a powerful Mutation to suffer heavy losses? Could it be a fifth-order monster? But are there really fifth-order monsters in this area? Don't ask." Mutation, with a gloomy expression, interrupted several people's inquiries. "I'm unlucky today. I'm careless. I didn't expect that there are such characters in this area. Even my angel troops were almost planted here. This kind of character." Zhang Yu and the others were stunned for a moment, and their pupils suddenly shrank. Could it be that the one who made Mutation so embarrassed was actually a person? How can that be? They do not know the strength of other lords, but they are very aware of Mutation's strength. He is definitely one of the strongest people in the entire region, and few can match him. With such strength, he was so miserable that he fled in a hurry. Where exactly is the other party sacred? Could it be the demon type that is as famous as the angel type? But they have never heard of demons in this area. Horror and disbelief instantly filled their hearts. But seeing Mutation's ugly face, they didn't dare to ask too much, so they could only guess in their hearts. Then, after a hasty finish, they left the swamp and rushed back in the direction of the territory, for fear that the mysterious powerhouse would come after them. But didn't notice. A figure hiding not far away, witnessed all this happen with his own eyes. Chapter 21 Sleepless Night. Have you heard? Today, when Mutation was out to clear the gathering place of monsters, he was brutally abused by an unknown lord. It seems that he was almost killed. Ah. What else? Is it true? Of course it's true. Some people saw it with their own eyes. If you don't believe me, ask other people. The news has already spread. I'm here to testify. At noon today, I happened to meet Mutation who came back from outside. He looked so embarrassed, tsk, he was about to write miserable words on his face. Damn it. And this melon, doesn't it mean that Mutation is already at the 4th rank? Who could put him down so fiercely? Is it a devil? It's said to be plant type. Plant type? How is this possible? Plant type can beat angel type. The news of Mutation's defeat, like a hurricane, spread throughout the entire region in an instant, causing a huge sensation. Everyone is talking about this. Even some people who didn't follow the channel very often showed up one after another to inquire about the specific situation. They wanted to know who was so powerful that they could actually make the angels, which are known as the strongest arms, slump. Of course, many of them came with the idea of schadenfreude. After all, Mutation relied on his angelic army to suppress other lords on weekdays, and even threatened them to hand over their magical energy, making them dare not speak out. Now that someone finally took revenge for them, it was so heartwarming that I couldn't help but applaud. Some even sent a message to Ridiculed. Aren't you Mutation very arrogant? Why didn't you make a sound? Are you afraid of being beaten? Let you dare to be so arrogant in the future. All in all, there are various reactions to this amazing news, but the most discussed is the identity of the mysterious plant-type person. Everyone is guessing where he is, and it is incredible to be able to defeat the angels with such a weak unit of plants. Although Murontion's character is not very good, his strength is undeniable. To be able to defeat him, and defeat him so thoroughly, his strength must be terrifying. If you can befriend such a strong person, then they will become much safer in the future, not to mention worrying about being bullied by others. Unfortunately, the person who spread this news didn't see Lin Yu's appearance clearly, he only knew that he was carrying a plant-type unit. This result immediately disappointed countless people. The end of the wasteland. Inside a forest. The two people who had passed by Lin Yu's territory before stood on the spot, watching the news that the regional channel kept flashing. They were surprised. "Brother, you said that the one who defeated Mutation was the one we met this morning, right?" The young man swallowed, his lips a little dry. "Recalling the plant-based territory we encountered this morning, isn't it very close to the place of the incident? Could it be that the guy did this?" "There is a possibility." The man's expression was extremely solemn. "Let's not talk about the proximity, just the size of the territory is not like a third-order one." "Brother, what do you mean, fourth order?" The young man was surprised. It shouldn't be wrong. Only the fourth-order territory can have such an exaggerated scale. This also makes sense. Why is he so calm? Because he is not worried about the beast tide at all. Boom. The young man was shocked, his eyes widened instantly. If this is the case, didn't he almost offend a fourth-order boss before? Recalling my recklessness before, I suddenly felt a chill down my spine, and I was afraid for a while. Fine. Fortunately, he didn't have the urge to provoke the other party, otherwise he wouldn't know how to die. Then what should we do? "Shall we spread the news?" the young man asked in a low voice. The man shook his head. "Better not, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. This kind of character is not something we can afford." "That's right, then let's go back after checking the beast tide, and the safety period will end in one day." The young man was obviously still a little worried, and hurriedly said, "Well, let's go." After saying that, the two stopped discussing this matter and continued to rush towards the wall. At the same time, in the forest on the other side, Lin You, who was the party involved, also saw the discussion in the regional channel, and was surprised. He didn't expect that when he was fighting with Mutation, there was a third person present and spread the matter. "I don't know what Mutation's expression is now. Guess I can't wait to swallow him alive right away." Immediately, he sneered again. "What can you do if you hate him?" Anyway, the two of them had already forged their relationship, and he didn't intend to let Mutation go. Of course he also wanted to cut the weeds right away. But the problem is that he doesn't know the location of Murontion's territory now. Moreover, the beast tide is coming. It is obviously unwise to spend more troops and resources to conquer other territories. Only after the beast tide is over, can this matter be considered. Thinking of this, Lin You ignored these discussions and continued to move deeper into the forest with the Plant Legion. While searching for monster gathering places, destroy monsters along the way, and hone your fighting skills by fighting monsters. It has to be said that people really grow very fast in harsh environments. It's only been a few days, Lin Yu's fighting skills have far surpassed before, and he has become much more proficient. Combined with the powerful body and reaction ability of Tier 4, he can barely support the undefeated under the hands of Tier 4 monsters. He didn't mean that he had to train himself to become a peerless master. But the most basic means of life-saving are still very necessary. Otherwise, if there is an emergency and the troops are not around, wouldn't he have to wait to die? Simply, my understanding is not bad, and my progress is much faster than expected. www.novel.com. That's it. Lin You spent the whole afternoon in the forest. When I'm hungry, I eat the jerky I bring with me. When I was tired, I sat on the spot to rest and asked the plants to keep an eye on them. It's just a pity that he didn't come across a gathering place of monsters along the way. Instead, he encountered a lot of scattered third-order monsters, providing him with hundreds of magical energy. When it was getting dark, he took the plants back on the same path and rushed back to the territory. With the magic energy he obtained, he finally recruited 40 troops. Then the next morning, he set off again. Continue to sweep into the mountains and forests to earn more magic energy. Until the sun went down on the last evening. Lin Yucai dragged her tired body back to the territory. And the magic energy he collected has reached more than 1,000, which should be enough to deal with the next beast wave. There's still one more night. Lin Yu sat beside the fire, staring blankly at the shaking flames. Tomorrow is the day when the safety period ends. Before I knew it, I had been in this world for 7 days, and I felt like I was in a different world. I clicked on the regional channel and took a look, almost all of which were discussing about tomorrow's beast tide. There is anticipation, fear, and anxiety. The people who are most worried are those who are closest to the forest, as well as those who are weaker. They are worried that they will not be able to survive this wave of beasts. Many lords with high self-esteem also lowered their bodies and began to form gangs to survive. No one dared to leave the territory for half a step, for fear that they would not be able to return to the territory in time and would be overwhelmed by the beast tide. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for them. Chapter 22 Beast Tide, Advanced to Tier 5. Congratulations, all lords, for successfully surviving on the primitive continent for 7 days. The world channel is open, the basic buildings of the territory are open, please check it in the territory by yourself. Notice. The safe period ends, all protections are removed, and regional barriers are removed. The beast tide is about to strike, all lords please be prepared. As soon as the sky lit up, a cold voice sounded in the ears of every lord at the same time. All the sleeping people were awakened by this series of reminders, and got up in a panic. Is it coming? Is the beast tide finally coming? It should be, the safety period has ended. It's too fast. I'm not ready yet. I seem to have heard a movement. Brothers, please pray for yourself. The regional channel that had been silent for a night suddenly became lively, with news constantly passing by. And just when everyone panicked, there was a sudden click in the sky, and cracks appeared. The cracks are getting bigger and longer, extending from the ground to the sky, densely connected. Finally, the cracks shattered, turning into countless fragments and falling down. Roar. The shocking roar of the beast spread all over the world. At this moment, the situation changed, the whole world was trembling, and the rumbling sound was incessant, getting closer and closer to them. Finally coming. Lin You stood outside the wooden house, feeling the vibration of the ground, and even faintly heard roars in his ears. He was approaching him quickly. Needless to say, there was no doubt that it was the beast tide that was blocked outside the wall. Everyone, get ready and start fighting. Lin You turned around and shouted at all the plants in the territory, and quickly picked up the long-made animal bone spear and placed it across his chest. When those plants received instructions, they immediately scattered around the territory and stationed in the fence. In the territory, the cheerful atmosphere of the past has changed, and there is a faint chill. After a while, Lin Yu's eyes suddenly narrowed. Coming. The moment the sound fell, the trees in the distance suddenly collapsed one after another, and one after another, huge and ferocious monsters passed through the forest and charged straight towards him. Roar. The one running at the front was a four-legged, fawn-like beast, half the height of a human being. Name, Fawn Beast. Race, Beast. Level, Tier 3. Strength, 50. Physique, 45. Agility, 50. Spirit, 45. Skill, Ferocious Bite. Introduction. The most common lower-level monsters, bloodthirsty, extremely fast, and a pair of fangs are very aggressive. After all, it is a third-order monster, and its attributes are not high, but its number is too huge. At a glance, almost all of them are tusk beasts, which makes the ground start to vibrate. Lin You didn't dare to be careless, and immediately ordered the plants to attack. In an instant, the two sides collided fiercely. The vines dancing all over the sky, accompanied by countless beast roars, spread all around the entire territory, and the walls were slammed. The man-eating flower king on the side was already hungry, and he was tearing at the fang-toothed beast that was charging over the fence. Roars and screams kept echoing in the ears, more and more fang-toothed beasts fell under the attack of the plants, and piled up mountains of corpses outside the territory. Some of them slammed into the fences prepared by Lin You, or fell into traps, and were trampled to death by later monsters. Death is extremely tragic. And the few fish and mushrooms left in the territory were not idle either. Stepping on the high platform, bomb mushrooms were thrown out of the fence by them, causing a series of explosions, blowing out all the fang-toothed beasts that rushed over. Lin Yu's ears kept hearing reminders. Kill the third-order Fang beast and gain 10 points of magic energy. Kill the third-order Fang beast and gain 8 points of magic energy. Kill the third-order Fang beast and gain 11 points of magic energy. Kill the third-order Fang beast and gain 9 points of magic energy. In just a few breaths, Lin You gained 200 or 300 magical energy, and it was still increasing. However, this situation did not last long, and was interrupted by a loud roar in the distance. I saw that a large group of one-eyed monsters suddenly appeared less than 100 meters away from the territory, and they stared directly at Lin Yu's territory. As they approached, a piece of information appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. Name, One-Eyed Troll. Race, Humanoid. Level, Tier 4. Strength, 90. Physique, 75. Agility, 66. Spirit, 75. Skills, Heavy Crushing, Rage. Introduction: a relatively rare humanoid monster, corroded by demonic energy, lost its reason, and possesses very powerful power. After reading the information about these one-eyed trolls, Lin Yu's pupils shrank. He knew that there would be fourth-order monsters in the Beast Tide, but he didn't expect that there would be so many, even more than his plant army. In just one face-to-face effort, the two Dryad warriors were torn to pieces, and even the entangled vines were torn off one after another, and the healing speed of the treatment simply couldn't keep up. Everyone, hold on. Don't let them attack the wall. Lin Yu shouted, and immediately used magic energy to recruit the 4th-tier Cow Ogre, and use Mutation to quickly fill the gap in the troops. Using this method, he finally managed to block the one-eyed troll's offensive, forming a tragic tug-of-war outside the fence. Boom boom. One-eyed trolls continue to fall under the attack of plants. And Lin Yu's plants were also shredded one by one, and rushed up the fence one after another. At this moment, Lin Yu can no longer care about saving mana. Once the wall is broken, his territory will not be far from being destroyed. www.novel.com. At that time, he will not escape death. The only thing that is fortunate is that when he was tugging with the one-eyed troll, other third-order monsters would appear on the side, providing him with a lot of magical energy. After a battle, it was barely even. In this way, while giving orders and replenishing troops, half the morning passed quickly. Lin Yu can't remember how many monsters he killed or how many troops he recruited. I only remember the most dangerous one, when the 4th-order monsters almost rushed into the territory on the corpse. Fortunately, he reacted in time, hit it hard with a spear, and then asked the plants to push the body away, and finally nothing happened. It wasn't until noon that the monsters outside the territory gradually decreased. The most ferocious first wave of beast hordes finally moved away from here and spread out to a deeper place. Lin Yu, who had always maintained a high level of tension, was shocked when he saw this scene. It's over. It's finally over. Everyone hold on. Lin Yu pierced the throat of a Tier 3 monster with a spear and shouted excitedly at the plants. What made him even more excited was that Lingxi, who had survived from beginning to end, had accumulated full experience, and suddenly a dazzling light lit up on his body, successfully advancing to the 5th rank. Name, Wood Demon Lingxi, Royal Family. Race, Plant. Level 5, 0/250. Strength, 150. Physique, 150. Agility, 185. Spirit, 200. Skills, Nature Control, Affinity Aura, Plant Thorns. Introduction: the royal family among plants has the ability to dominate other plant-based units and is proficient in natural magic. Chapter 23 Tower of Troops. When Lingxi reaches the 5th rank, its attributes skyrocket. I don't know how many times stronger than the 4th-order monster. This also confirms Lin Yu's conjecture. The closer the arms are to the end, the more the attributes will be improved by the geometric multiple of Cheng, and the stronger the strength will be. As predicted. After the 5th-order Lingxi joined, the garrison of the territory became a lot easier. Just with a random wave of the staff, countless spikes protruded, piercing the bodies of those monsters, and then leaves fell, turning into sharp arrows and attacking the monsters, cutting their flesh and blood. He actually understood the use of other natural spells. With the support of these techniques, the plant legion in the territory suddenly rose in momentum and began to fight back frantically. As the monsters fell under their attack, prompts kept ringing in Lin Yu's mind. Kill the 3rd-order Fang Beast and gain 10 points of magic energy. Kill the 3rd-order Corpse to gain 11 points of magic energy. Kill the 3rd-order Flying Sickle Mantis to gain 9 magic energy. Kill the 4th-order One-Eyed Troll to gain 24 magic energy. Gradually. There are fewer and fewer monsters outside the territory, and more sparse. Until the afternoon was approaching, the last monster fell under Lingxi's attack, and the entire territory suddenly fell silent. I finally got through it. Lin Yu heaved a sigh of relief, his tense expression loosened, and he fell to the ground softly. It can be said that what he has endured this time is definitely the most violent shock at the beginning of the beast tide. If he is not careful, he may lose his life and keep his spirits in high tension, and he does not dare to relax. Simply. The worst result did not appear, and he also gained a lot of resources. Not only that, but also cultivated a fifth-order unit, which can be said to be full of gains. I just don't know how the other lords are doing. Most of their territories were far from the forest, and the monsters had already spread out, so the impact was definitely not as severe as his side. But there are many fourth-order monsters mixed in the beast tide, and it is not easy to deal with. Forget it, take care of them, it's none of my business anyway. Lin You quickly threw these thoughts aside, and walked around the edge of the territory. After confirming that it was safe, he began to check the harvest of this beast tide. The first is the magic energy, which has risen from more than 1,000 points to nearly 5,000, a full 4 or 5 times. The second is the corpses of monsters, which have almost piled up into mountains outside the territory, and fourth-order monsters can be seen everywhere. In the future, there is no need to worry about the nutrients of plants. But what surprised Lin You the most was his plant troops. Because of the constant replacement, a mutant species similar to Lingxi was successfully mutated, a fourth-order poisonous enchantress. Name: Poisonous Demon Girl, Royal Family. Race: Plant. Level: Tier 4, 3 out of 100. Strength: 87. Physique: 100. Agility: 0. Spirit: 85. Skills: Devouring, Poisonous Mist, Forest of Thorns, spread out countless vines, forming a terrifying field of thorns around, and the range expands with the level. Introduction: The king of the poisonous enchantress, huge vines form a field all over the body, guarding one side. The mutated poisonous enchantress took root in the same place and grew rapidly in size. From the original height of more than 1 meter, it directly grew into a vine plant of more than 10 meters. On the top, there was a strange flower blooming, one by one, as if absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As the price of losing the ability to move, its vines grew several times thicker, becoming thicker than thighs, extending from the ground to the periphery of the territory, forming a huge forest full of thorns outside the walls and territory. Lin You tried to walk into the forest, but those huge vines spontaneously moved away, making a way for him. At the same time, these vines can also spray poisonous mist around, blocking the line of sight and forming a poisonous mist area. This is simply the perfect plant that combines attack and defense. Lin You could even imagine that after the level of this poisonous enchantress was raised, the vines would expand and spread over a terrifying scene for miles around. With such a plant here, he finally doesn't have to worry about the issue of territorial garrison. That's right, when I'm not around in the future, the task of garrisoning the territory will be handed over to you. Lin You reached out and patted the vine that was many times taller than him, and said with satisfaction. The venomous enchantress understood his meaning through contact, and stretched out tiny vines beside him, dancing continuously, as if expressing her joy. Lin You thought for a while and said, "Since you are the same as Lingxi, I will call you Qingting from now on." Hearing this, Qingting swayed again. Then under Lin Yu's explanation, Qingting began to take advantage of her wide range to deal with corpses outside the territory together with other plants. As for Lin You, he remembered the world channel and territorial buildings mentioned in the reminders this morning. He first opened the chat channel to take a look, and found that the regional channel at this time had changed from the small area before him to a whole large area, which was integrated with people from other areas. There is also a suffix of endless wasteland after it. At first glance, it was full of dense news, almost all of which were about the beast tide. Obviously, there are many talents who have just started to encounter the beast tide. Unlike him, who are so close, they were hit early in the morning, and they have only recovered from it now. If he guessed correctly, this regional channel should change with the region he is in. As for the world channel, Lin You also clicked on it and tried it, but it was prompted that it was not unlocked and could not be opened. It seems that something is still missing. After researching the chat channel, Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. Lin You continued to go under the Tree of Life to check the territory information, and found that there was an option of territorial building on it. Open it and see that there are 3 buildings in it. It provides the Lord's Castle for living, the Army Tower for research and development of troops, and the Production Workshop for the production of equipment. The Lord Castle and the Production Workshop are easy to understand, but Lin You is more concerned about the Tower of the Arms. After all, it is related to the arms. He glanced at the materials needed for construction. He had 25 wood, 25 stone, and 50 magic energy. I didn't think much about it, I just chose to build it. In the next second, a tall tower rose from the ground and was built on the designated location. When the smoke cleared and the construction was successful, Lin You immediately checked the tower's information. Building name, Tower of Arms. Building level, First Order. Architecture introduction, you can research the advanced form of the existing arms and make them recruitable. It needs to consume mana, and the level of the arms cannot exceed the building level. Research rate, 1 type/day. Required for upgrade, 50 wood, 50 stone, 100 magic energy. Research arms. Lin Yu's eyes widened instantly. He did not expect that this tower of arms was so powerful that it could research new arms. Although he can only study the advanced form of his existing arms, this is undoubtedly a great news for him. Thus, the troops that he can recruit will also become much richer. Instead of the current tier 4 troops, there is only one cannibal cow to choose from. Excited, he immediately opened the researchable arms page to check the specific details. Chapter 24 Regional Leaderboard. What surprised Lin Yu was, in addition to the arms obtained by upgrading the territory, even the arms that he mutated can also be studied. Invisibly, he has a lot more types of troops than other lords. This is definitely a surprise, and it is his advantage. After calming down a little, Lin Yu turned his attention to the other 2 buildings. Anyway, he has collected a lot of stone in the past few days, but he doesn't feel bad, and chooses to build it directly. In an instant, a rumbling sound came. An exquisite treehouse rises from the ground, built on the trunk of the Tree of Life, and there is even a staircase that rotates upwards, leading directly to the treehouse from the ground. Then, on the other side of the open space, a rudimentary workshop appeared, with a puff of blue smoke, and a few small plant figures like ginseng essence were included, busy going back and forth in the workshop. Building name, Lord's Castle. Building level, First Order. Architectural introduction, the place for the Lord to eat and live, increase the upper limit of the durability of the territory, and cannot exceed the territory level. Increase durability, 50. Required for upgrade, 50 wood, 50 stone, 100 magic energy. Building name, Production Workshop. Building level, First Order. Building introduction, it can produce various attack and defense equipment, walls, weapons and armor, and daily necessities. The production speed and consumption materials depend on the items. Required for upgrade, 50 wood, 50 stone, 100 magic energy. Not to mention, these 2 buildings really came very timely. Especially the production workshop, Lin Yu took a look at it. It can even process animal skins and bones, making clothes, weapons, armor and other things, which is very convenient. It just so happened that he now has a lot of monster corpses, so he immediately asked the plants to bring in some for processing, and make some weapons and clothing first. As for the animal meat, except for some of it to be used as food, all of it is fed to cow, or swallowed by other plants with its phagocytic ability to replenish nutrients, so as to have the strength to work. After doing this, Lin Yu once again set his sights on the Tower of Arms and began to upgrade it with the remaining materials. After spending thousands of magical energy and hundreds of units of materials, he finally raised the Tower of Arms to the 4th level, and he can study the 4th level arms. The first to bear the brunt is naturally the spirit of plants and trees, who can use long-range attack techniques. Lin Yu directly chose to study it. Researching the 4th tier rare arms needs to consume 500 magic energy. Do you want to continue? Continue. Good guy, the magic energy needed to study arms is actually 20 times as much as recruited. Lin Yu almost thought he was wrong. But on second thought, this may also be related to the fact that the spirit of plants and trees is a rare weapon. No way, no matter how expensive it is, I can only recognize it. Seeing the progress of the research, Lin Yu closed the interface and used the remaining materials to upgrade the other 2 buildings to Tier 4, improving the durability of the territory and increasing the types of items that the production workshop could produce. Fortunately, the materials for building upgrades are less than the territory, otherwise it may not be fully upgraded. And after raising all the buildings to Tier 4, the stones he collected in the past few days have also been consumed, and even the magic energy is only a few hundred left. However, Lin Yu is not worried that it will affect the territorial upgrade. Now his troops have become a lot more and stronger, and the speed of acquiring resources is not comparable to that before. What troubled him the most was the essence of the territory. He still doesn't know where to get the territorial essence needed to upgrade to the 5th rank, so he can't go to the gathering place of monsters, right? Not to mention whether you can find it or not, whether you can deal with it or not is one thing. In case of encountering a 5th order monster, it is not a joke. He only has one Lingxi. If there is an accident, it will be a loss of life. In desperation, he could only open the regional channel to see if he could find useful information. Haha, I successfully survived the beast tide, and I also killed 2 4th order monsters. What are the 4th order monsters? I killed 3. They're all bosses. Even the city wall was knocked open on my side. Fortunately, I finally managed to keep the core of the territory. What should I do? All my troops are dead now. Those monsters are ramming my city gate. Who will save me? I don't want to die yet. There are too many monsters, and I can't stop it now. Can anyone help? There must be a big thank you. When a beast tide comes down, it can be said that some people are happy and others are worried. After today, I don't know how many people will lose their lives and sleep in the ground forever. Although Lin You felt regretful, he couldn't help it, so why didn't others do the same, choosing to be wise and safe? With a sigh, he continued to scroll down. However, after searching for a long time, I didn't find any news about the upgrade of the territory to the 5th rank, and there were even a few who had upgraded to the 4th rank. In the end, I had to turn off the channel and keep busy with other things. It wasn't until evening that the calm was broken by a prompt. Congratulations, all lords, for successfully surviving the beast tide. The regional rankings are officially opened. The list will count the comprehensive strength of each lord and rank them. The higher the ranking, the more generous the rewards. The rewards are settled every 3 days. For details, please check the ranking information by yourself. The appearance of this voice is extremely abrupt. The lords who were still talking about the beast tide suddenly stopped the topic they were discussing and exclaimed. Ranking. What? Is it a ranking among lords? It seems that if you are on the list, you can still get a reward. Is this true? I don't know where I can rank. While these people were talking, Yu read www.yuukangshu.com and opened the new, regional leaderboard, full of curiosity and anticipation. However, it didn't take long for a series of exclamations to appear. Damn it! How did I get to more than 5 million people? Me too. More than 5.9 million. This is too exaggerated, isn't it? You guys are good, my tier 3 territory, all troops are tier 3, and there are more than 8 million troops. Nima is outrageous. Originally, after the regional barriers were broken, there was a lot more news in the channel. This time it's good, it has become more, almost every second, countless messages will pass through, all of them are shocked by their rankings. Obviously. This regional list is a statistics of the rankings of all the lords in the region. It seems to be calculated in units of 10 million. In other words, there are 10 million people in this area now. This is too exaggerated. But before they could think about it, someone saw a familiar face on the list. I saw Murontion's name, and it actually ranks over 7,000. Even he can only rank more than 7,000. Is it all 5th order in front? So perverted. Inside a castle on a hillside. Murontion looked at the area list in front of him, his face gloomy. He never imagined that he would be ranked so low. More than 7,000 people, that is to say, there are more than 7,000 people who are stronger than him. This is just one of the areas. If it is replaced by the world list, doesn't he even have the qualifications to be on the list? How could he accept this? Chapter 25 Killing begins. There are not a few people who hold the same idea as Murontion. Many people think that their ranking will be very high, and even think that they can rank in the top 10. Even if there is no top 10, the top 100 should be more than enough. But in the end, they were hit hard in the face. Even if they didn't make it into the top 100, they couldn't even make it into the 1000. They couldn't help but start to wonder if the list was fake. And this suspicion, when he saw the top 10 on the list, was immediately put to the biggest. First place, Yin Tianga, Tier 5, Demon. Second place, Yen Wu, 4th Order, Elemental System. Third place, Bai Haitong, 4th Order, Angels. Fourth place, Wenrenquang, 4th Rank, Beast. Ninth place, Lin You, 4th Tier, Plant Department. Plants. There are actually plants in the top 10. You can't go wrong, this list must be fake. With the strength of the plant system, how could it surpass so many people and break into the top 10? Who will believe it? Even in the regional channel, there is a lot of discussion about this. Did you make a mistake? The 9th place is actually a botanical. Can the plant system rise to tier 4 in such a short period of time? This is too fake. Fake. Don't you forget that the one who beat Mutation violently before was not a plant soldier. It seems to be the same. Even Mutation is no match, so tier 4 definitely didn't run away. So that big guy is actually the same person as the 9th person on the list. It's possible, but it's not ruled out that there are other more powerful plant lords. Everyone is guessing the identity of the 9th on the list. And as the initiator of all this, at this time, Lin You was enjoying barbecue in the territory, while checking the leaderboards and regional channel trends. As early as the moment the leaderboard appeared, he had already guessed that his ranking might not be high. After all, it was the collapse of the 10,000 realms, and people from the whole world traveled with him. With such a huge population base, it is not uncommon for a few amazing people to emerge. He was already satisfied that he was ranked 9th out of 10 million people, even a little surprised. After all, his conservative estimate at the beginning was only the top 100, but he did not expect to enter the top 10 directly. And the ones in front of him, without exception, are all those recognized powerful arms. If it is said that Lin You cares most, it is naturally the number 1 person. As the only 5th-ranked soldier on the list, with more than 10 million people, it is also a demon-type unit that is as famous as the angel type, and its strength is evident. If we meet now, he is probably not an opponent. Certainly. Lin You didn't think his plants would be weaker than others. He can beat even angels, and he is afraid of a demon. The top priority is to find a way to upgrade the 5th order territory as soon as possible, so that his ranking will be higher, and the rewards will be more. He just looked at it. Except that the top 3 will receive the corresponding level of territory essence. The top 10, 100, 1000, and even 10,000 will receive corresponding magical energy rewards. As long as you stay on the list all the time, you will definitely get more and more resources, which will open the gap between you and others. It looks like I have to go out tomorrow. After thinking about it, Lin You closed the ranking interface and quickly solved the barbecue. Then he got up and walked down the stairs to the wooden house on the Tree of Life. The Lord Castle that has been upgraded to tier 4 has become much grander and wider. It has been built from the ground to the trunk of the tree, complementing the Tree of Life, very comfortable, and even can see far outside the territory by taking advantage of the height. It is a good location to enjoy the scenery and detect the enemy's situation. In the wooden house at this time, there are a total of 4 rooms, which surround the 4 directions of the Tree of Life. They are all decorated by Lin You with the animal skins just made by the production workshop, and even the bed has a thick layer. The fur can be used to keep out the cold. Lin You lay down comfortably, stretched out, and made a clicking sound. All day today, I have been busy with the beast tide. Now I can finally rest in peace. With his mind relaxed, he fell asleep unknowingly. At the same time, above the wasteland, in a territory lined with tombstones, Luo lay turned off the leaderboards and regional channels, his eyes full of shock. He is so strong. Just now, he opened the leaderboard and saw a familiar name on it at a glance. Lin You. Plants. Isn't this the men who traded with him before? I couldn't believe that I actually knew the 9th-ranked boss. Still so close. When he thought that he was facing such a person before, Luo Lei's heart couldn't help but thump. He was both nervous and excited. As the saying goes, the building near the water comes first. He and Lin You are not far apart, and they have had contact again. This is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as he can have a good relationship with him, then he will have a strong backer in the future. At that time, he still needs to be afraid and fearful on this wasteland. Ranking 9th in the region is no joke. That strength is absolutely so powerful that he can't imagine it. Otherwise, it is impossible to stand out from these millions of people. How can I have a good relationship with him? That's right. That thing. Suddenly, Yu read www.uukangshu.com. Luo Lei's eyes lit up. He quickly opened the previous message record, found Lin Yu's name, thought about it for a while, and immediately sent him a message. After doing this, he turned off the interface and hurriedly left the territory with the Tier 4 troops around him, rushing towards another nearby territory. The time of the night passed quickly. Early in the morning, Lin You was woken up by a bunch of news alerts, and sat up from the bed yawning. Click on the private chat message to see, good guy, it's densely packed. But immediately, his eyes were attracted by a message marked with mutual contact, with Luo Lei's name on it. Lin You still remembered this person who had a relationship with him and had a deal with him. He immediately opened the message and checked it out. Destroy the 4th Order territory, you can also get the essence of the 5th Order territory. Lin Yu's pupils suddenly tightened. It actually says about the way to rise to the 5th rank. If you want to get the essence of the territory that has risen to the 5th level, in addition to clearing the nest and killing the 5th level monster, you can also obtain it by destroying the 4th level territory or killing the Lord. Seeing this, Lin Yu was stunned. This is the first time he has heard that he can obtain the essence of the territory through this method. Isn't this forcing them to kill each other? Why does such a rule exist? Lin Yu was extremely shocked. He knew very well that once this rule was spread, it would definitely lead to endless killing and plundering. In order to level up, in order to survive in this world, these people can do anything. This world, I'm afraid it's not as simple as he imagined. Chapter 26 Enemy Traces. What did you say? Found that guy's territory. On a certain hillside, in a magnificent palace. Murong Tian abruptly got up from his seat and stared at the person who just spoke. Yes. Yes, this morning I sent the Goshawk troops in the territory to inspect and found that there is a plant-based territory at the end of the forest, which is very close to the swamp. It should be the one we encountered before. Being stared at by Murong Tian, the man was obviously a little flustered and said quickly. When Murong Tian heard the words, he was overjoyed immediately. Okay. Very good. I have long wanted to avenge the revenge of the past few days, and now I finally find his hiding place. Very good. At the end, Murong Tian's face gradually revealed a hint of resentment, accompanied by a strong killing intent. If it wasn't for that guy, how could he, Murong Tian, be so embarrassed? How could he become the laughingstock of everyone and suffer humiliation? When those people mention him now, the first thing they think of is not his strength, but the way he looked when he was defeated. It's a shame. Now, he has finally found that hateful guy's territory, and he can finally avenge his original revenge. No wonder he was so excited. Seeing this, the others below persuaded them one after another, Boss Murong, I think it's better for us to be more cautious. What if the other party is really the 9th person? Yeah, if he is really that person, I'm afraid we may not be his opponents together. That's right, a character like this. Okay, stop talking. Murong Tian interrupted their words. He raised his head, with determination and disdain flashing in his eyes. Do you really think that people on the list will be so easy to meet? Besides, what if he is the 9th ranked one? No matter how powerful he is just one person. And have you ever thought that after destroying his territory, you can still get things that can be upgraded to tier 5, as well as all the resources in the territory? Why can't you be on the list? Anyway, I've already said it here. If you want to quit, you can leave now. I will never stop it. The indifferent voice constantly echoed in the palace, causing the 4 people below to look at each other in dismay. I have to say, what Murong Tian said was really very tempting. Rising to the 5th rank, rushing to the list, surpassing 10 million people, no matter which one is taken out, it is enough to make them move. What's more, they also know that in this world, it is really difficult to survive without strength. If you want to become stronger, you have to march on countless corpses, and there is no other way to choose. And Murong Tian was right, the world is so big, how could it be so easy to meet the 9th person? So after hesitating, only one person stood up and said, Boss Murong, everyone, I choose to withdraw and not participate in this operation. You sure? A cold light flashed in Murong Tian's eyes, and he quickly hid it. The man was obviously worried and did not dare to look at Murong Tian. After struggling for a while, he mustered up the courage and said, yes. All right then, you can go, I won't stop you. Murong Tian's tone was flat. Real. The man raised his head suddenly and looked at Murong Tian in disbelief. Seeing his serious expression, not like a lie, he immediately felt as if he had been granted amnesty, and he didn't dare to say any more. He turned around and left, and he came to the gate of the palace within a few steps. But at this moment, a golden light flashed, and with a pop, it instantly pierced through his chest. Ah! The man moved stiffly, looking at the blood hole on his chest, his eyes widened to the extreme. He turned his head tremblingly and pointed at Mutation, but couldn't make any sound. In the end, unable to hold it any longer, he fell to the ground with a bang, staining the ground red. Humph! This is the end of betraying me. Mutation snorted coldly and recalled the attacking angel, which also shocked the rest of the three people, with their faces full of astonishment. But immediately, I heard Mutation say again, "Since you choose to stay and help me, you are my brother Mutation, and you will definitely benefit from you in the future." Carrots and sticks are really used by him very skillfully. When the three of them heard his words, their tense expressions finally relaxed, and they forced a smile on their faces. Let's go, let's go. Mutation didn't say much nonsense, and led the group of angels, got up and left the palace directly. Naturally, the others followed behind him, and they also summoned their own subordinates, adding together more than 100 fourth-tier troops, heading in the direction of Lin Yu's territory. At the same time, a voice sounded in Mutation's mind. Successfully kill the fourth-tier lord, get 89 points of magic energy, 20 units of wood, 35 units of stone, and the essence of the fourth-tier territory x1. Mutation, who was still walking at first, moved his eyes, showing slight surprise. But unfortunately, it was not long after he upgraded his territory, and he experienced the beast tide. The resources have long been exhausted, and he has not been able to upgrade to the 5th rank for the time being. In this way, the act of destroying Lin Yu's territory became a must, otherwise it would be impossible for him to gather enough resources in a short time. Thinking of this, Mutation's mouth suddenly evoked a sneer. "Humph, wait, I'll let you die without a burial, kneel on the ground and beg me for mercy." The other side. Lin Yu didn't know that his territory was already being watched. At this time, he was exploring the outside with the plant army, and by the way, he could improve the experience of the plants. Because at the same time as killing monsters, the units will also absorb some of the magic energy in the monsters and use them to strengthen themselves. To put it bluntly, it means improving the attributes. The more monsters killed, the higher the experience, which means the stronger the attribute. This is also the reason why there are differences between arms of the same level. You reading www.uukangshu.com. Even if you can't upgrade for a while, you can get stronger anyway, right? Just like the fission mushroom next to Lin Yu. Because of the fact that the beast horde killed a lot of monsters before, it absorbed a lot of magic energy, and the attributes were almost raised to the full value of the 4th order. Name, fission mushroom. Race, plant. Level, Tier 4, 79/100. Strength, 20. Physique, 84. Agility, 82. Spirit, 99. Skills, Wood Thorn, Self-Exploding Mushroom, Fission. Introduction, a harmless little mushroom, a small blaster, good at large-scale destructive attacks. You must know that the comprehensive attributes of these fission mushrooms were only 60 or 70 at the beginning, and now they have reached 80 or 90. Especially the spiritual attribute, nearly 100 points, the blasting ability also became much stronger. So all morning, Lin Yu was in the forest near the territory, exploring with plants, killing monsters, and earning some magic energy by the way. But what he didn't expect was when he had just killed a Tier 4 monster and was about to move on. A series of prompts suddenly sounded in his mind. Warn. Your territory is under attack. Warn. Your territory is under attack. Warn. Your territory is under attack. The territory is under attack. Lin Yu was shocked, and his eyes instantly turned cold. Someone actually attacked his territory while he was away. Chapter 27 Lingxi, the Power of the 5th Order. The territory was attacked, so Lin Yu had no intention of continuing to explore, and immediately rushed back with the plant army. Fortunately, he was not far away, and he specially left troops stationed in the territory, so he should be able to carry it for a while. What's more, there is a mutant plant called Green Ivy stationed in the territory. It is not easy for ordinary people to break in. And just when Lin Yu hurried back, outside his territory, Mutation and his party were being stopped by countless huge vines, and they were engaged in a fierce offensive and defensive battle. I saw vines rushing out from the ground, frantically attacking Mutation and the others and the troops around them, and at the same time releasing a large swath of poisonous mist, forcing them to get closer. At the same time, other plants in the territory are also using the cover of vines to continuously attack and harass their actions. Boss Muron. These plants are so terrifying, we can't get close to them at all. A young man chopped off the vines that rushed over and shouted in surprise to the rear. And after those vines were cut off by them, they quickly grew up and entangled them again, as if they would never finish. But how do they know? These plants were all mutated by Lin You with his mutation ability, and inherited the devouring skill of cow. As long as the body is damaged, it will immediately activate the devouring skill to devour the corpses of the monsters accumulated by the previous beast horde, instantly recover the injury, and then continue to join the battle. This is the characteristic of the plant-type troops, which is endless. Although the attack strength is not comparable to other arms, its vitality is several times or even dozens of times that of other arms. As long as the foundation is still there, it will never die. Humph. Just a few plants trying to stop me. How naive. Looking at the dancing vines in front of him, Mutation snorted coldly, and immediately summoned the angel sacrificial legion beside him, holding his scepter high. God of light of divine mercy, please listen to my prayer and exorcise the evil in the world. Holy light. A dazzling white light lit up, instantly illuminating a range of hundreds of meters in a radius as if it were daylight, and the poisonous fog was quickly dissipated, revealing the territorial walls inside. At the same time, another row of angels with spears behind Mutation flew into the air and raised the spears in their hands. The gun of judgment. Just listening to a loud shout, countless spears let go, swept towards the wall, and exploded on the wall, directly blasting the wall and the nearby vines to pieces, leaving a large open space, even if the swallowing skills can't be done in a short time. Recover. As expected of Boss Muron. They broke their defenses in one fell swoop. The other three shouted in high spirits. Humph, I want to see what else he has to stop us, let's go, let's attack. Mutation didn't talk nonsense, he led the angel army over the ruined ground and rushed towards the territory. The others followed him and cleaned up the remaining vines. They carried a large number of troops, and it was very difficult for the plants to block them. Now that the vines and poisonous fog of the ivy were not contained, they drove straight in, and they came to the outside of the wall in a blink of an eye. It seems that the guy shouldn't be in the territory, otherwise it's impossible not to show up for so long. One of them couldn't help saying. Don't worry, he can't escape death if he destroys the core of the territory anyway. Mutation said in a deep voice, and immediately led the angels around him to prepare to pass through the wall. However, at this moment, a sense of crisis came to my heart. Whoosh! Several ground thorns suddenly rushed out from under their feet without any warning. Mutation was shocked in his heart, he didn't have time to think about it, he just rolled out, and the thorns almost brushed past his feet, and he avoided it dangerously. What dash? What dash? At this moment, two screams came, two of them were pierced through the body, and the other one was pierced in the thigh and fell to the ground. Who? Mutation turned his head sharply, and saw Lin You walking slowly from outside, as well as the plant army beside him. It's you. Murongtion's face sank, and endless resentment appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect that Lin You would come back so quickly, and dealt with his two companions in a flash. You must know that after the death of the Lord, the troops will also die together. Sure enough, within a few seconds, all the troops that the two were carrying wailed, and they were killed on the spot, instantly reducing their combat power by half. We meet again. Lin You said lightly, staring at Mutation with cold eyes, as if he was staring at a dead man. Humph. What if we meet? Since you dare to come back, don't even think about leaving alive. The core of the territory is durable, and it is impossible to destroy it in a short time. Moreover, Murontion's heart was already eroded by endless resentment at this time. He didn't talk nonsense to Lin You at all, and immediately summoned the angels around him to stop him in front of him. Boss Muron, I'll help you. The young man whose thigh was pierced endured severe pain and came to Murontion's side. He knew very well that when he came to attack Lin Yu's territory, he had already completely enmity with Lin You. If he wanted to survive, he had to get rid of Lin You. What's more, even if they lost half of their troops, there are still two people, so is it still easy to deal with one person? Go. Kill him for me. Just listening to a loud shout, more than 60 troops surrounded Lin You, and the holy light condensed in the sky, crashing down towards Lin Yu's location. Lin You, on the other hand, had only 20 or so plant troops, and the difference in numbers was so great that there was no way to compare them. Ha ha ha. This is the fate of offending me. Mutation laughed wildly. You reading www.uukangshu.com. Together with the young man beside him, they all showed cruel smiles, as if they had seen the scene of Lin Yu's blood splashing on the spot. But the next second, their laughter suddenly stopped abruptly. I saw Lin Yu side, a figure like a flower essence flew out quickly, waving the staff in his hand. Immediately afterwards, countless fallen leaves rose with the wind, turning into sharp arrows and attacking their troops. Buffed. The blood flowers exploded, and the angels fell from the sky, and the attack of the holy light that had just condensed dissipated instantly. Even the beasts that were running underneath were passed through their throats by the leaves, and fell to the ground one after another, making a muffled sound. He couldn't even resist a single blow. Tier 5 arms. Murongtian's pupils suddenly shrank to the extreme, and they looked at Lingxi, who was waving a staff in incomparable horror. To be able to kill Tier 4 in one hit is definitely Tier 5. In any case, they would never have thought that Lin Yu's hands would actually have 5th tier troops, and they were also 5th tier troops that could attack spells in groups. In just one face-to-face, nearly half of their troops were lost. Even the remaining units were entangled by countless vines and could not escape at all. Then the Lingxi staff waved again, and the ground thorns rushed out suddenly, penetrating their bodies. The whole battle was almost one-sided, and there was no room to fight back. It's over. Murongtian's feet were weak and he almost collapsed to the ground. His face was full of panic. Tier 5 arms are simply not something they can fight against. He glanced at the young man beside him and gradually stepped back. Finally, he turned around and rushed straight to the side of the forest. Chapter 28 Exterminate Future Troubles. Want to escape? It's not that easy. Lin Yu has been keeping an eye on Murongtian's movements. Naturally, it is impossible for him to escape like this, so he immediately ordered the plants to chase after him. Quick! Quickly stop him! Facing the rushing vines, Murongtian turned pale in shock, and hurriedly summoned the remaining angels to block the way of those plants. Actually, he wanted to sacrifice his troops to give himself a chance to escape. Boss Murong, wait for me. The young man who was with him didn't expect him to run away suddenly, and he was in a panic and wanted to follow. But the next second, a vine suddenly rushed out from behind him and pierced through his chest, completely killing his life, along with his herd. In the entire arena, there were only a dozen of Murongtian's angels left. They were defeated like a mountain, and there was no way to resist the fierce attacks of the plants. When Murongtian came back to his senses, he found that his path had been blocked by countless vines, and Lin Yu followed closely and slowly appeared in front of him. Puff! Murongtian's feet softened and he fell to the ground, his face pale. When he saw the cold killing intent in Lin Yu's eyes, he was shocked and panicked. Don't kill me, I didn't mean to go against you, I can do anything, please let me go. Facing the threat of death, Murongtian panicked completely. He didn't care about any face, he stepped back while begging for mercy, his face was full of panic. But he forgot. How did he attack Lin Yu's territory just now, and he wanted to kill Lin Yu? How arrogant he was, and he didn't take Lin Yu seriously. If it were another person, I am afraid that he would have broken through the territory long ago and would have died without a place to be buried. Lin Yu naturally couldn't let go of someone who wanted to harm him over and over again. As soon as his arm was raised, countless vines rushed out from all directions, approaching Murongtian. Go to hell. Facing this undisguised killing intent, Murongtian finally stopped pretending, suddenly burst out, pulled out the dagger from his waist and charged at Lin Yu. Fortunately, Lin Yufang took a shot and didn't step forward in person. Otherwise, with Murongtian's 4th order strength, he might have caught this guy's way. Lingxi. With a low voice, she didn't need too many words, Lingxi waved her staff and pointed out of thin air. Thorns tied Murongtian instantly, and fixed his dagger less than 2 meters in front of Lin Yu. Buffed. The sound of vines piercing flesh and blood sounded, and Murongtian's movements also froze. He widened his eyes and looked at the vines penetrating from his chest. There was a gurgling sound in his throat, but he didn't say anything. In the end, his eyes went black and he fell to the ground. Successfully killed the Tier 4 Lord, obtained 506 mana, 100 units of wood, 300 units of stone, Tier 4 Territory Essence X2, and Architectural Drawings X1. After dealing with Murongtian, Lin Yu's expression did not change at all, it was still extremely cold. However, in his heart, there was a strong sense of discomfort that kept surging. Of course, he wouldn't have any sympathy for Mutation and others because of this. After all, these people were all rushing to kill him, so he naturally couldn't be soft-hearted. After standing in place for a while, and gradually recovering, he began to count the harvest this time. There are more than 700 magic energy points in total, 300 units of wood, 500 units of stone, 5 essences of Tier 4 territories, and 1 architectural blueprint. It's really a bunch of poor ghosts. The 4 of them add up to this amount. It is estimated that they have spent almost the same amount during the beast swarm. However, what Mutation revealed to him after his death surprised him a bit. 2 territorial essences, didn't he kill another lord before? There are also architectural drawings. This is the first time Lin You has seen it, so it is a bit strange. Immediately view item information through the territory interface. Architectural drawing, quarry. Building level, Tier 1, upgradable. Building introduction, improve the efficiency of collecting stone in the territory. Gathering efficiency, 110%. Construction required, 25 wood, 25 stone, 50 magic energy. It turned out to be a building to improve the efficiency of stone collection, which Lin You did not expect. That is to say, in addition to the 3 basic buildings at the beginning, the lords can also add functional buildings in the territory through architectural drawings. This is good news. Now he only needs stone to upgrade the 5th order territory. With this quarry blueprint, his efficiency in collecting stones will be much faster in the future. With the 500 stones he just obtained, he should be able to upgrade his Tier 5 territory with little money. After thinking about it, Lin You asked the plants to dispose of the corpses outside, while he returned to the territory and built a quarry. After a ray of light, the territory faced the side of the mountain, and a passage leading to the mountain was established, which was specially used to collect stone. After solving the quarry matter, Lin You came to the Tower of the Arms again to check the progress of the arms research. After a day of research, the advanced arms of the spirit of plants and trees finally succeeded in research, allowing him to add a 4th order recruitable arm. He couldn't wait to choose to recruit, and after a while, a light group similar to the spirit of plants and trees, but a little bigger appeared in front of him. Name, Plant Spirit, Rare. Race, Plant. Level, Tier 4, 0/100. Strength, 50. Physical, 50. Agility, 66. Spirit, 87. Skills, Control of Nature, Intermediate, Protection of Plants and Trees, the power of nature surrounds oneself, reducing damage when attacked. Introduction, one of the arms that is closest to nature among intermediate creatures, capable of controlling various natural spells. The Spirit of Plants and Trees, who was upgraded to Tier 4, changed its name to Plant Spirits. Moreover, it is also worthy of the name of a rare army, and the new skills it has learned are very good, which can reduce the damage of attacks. Even the original natural control has also been upgraded to the intermediate level. Lin You let it try to attack, and found that, like Lingxi, he could control the branches and leaves around him. Yuukanshu www.yuukanshu.com directly turned it into a weapon attack. It was really too strong to say anything. However, considering that he was going to rise to the 5th rank, Lin You did not use mutation on it, so he saved the magic energy first. Afterwards, he clicked on another Tier 3 soldier that could be recruited, the Poison Ivy Flower, and began to study its advanced type, the Poison Enchantress. His poisonous enchantresses were all mutated through the Cow Piranha, and there was no way to recruit them directly, which was very inconvenient, so it was naturally the second choice for research. As for the troops of the Hua Jing lineage, not to mention, they are also mutated. Although it is possible to conduct research, it is necessary to start from the 1st order. It takes a full 4 days to study to the 4th level, which is not the first choice for now. Lin You did the math. He now has a total of several types of troops: Flower Essence, Thorn Vine, Tree Spirit, Mushroom, Piranha, Ancient Knowledge Tree, and Grass Spirit. I am afraid it will take a lot of time to complete the research. It is really a huge project. It is estimated that looking at the entire area, few can have so many units of his. Fortunately, there is no way to upgrade the Ancient Tree of Knowledge, no need for research. By the way, the Ancient Tree of Knowledge. Suddenly, Lin You remembered something. The Ancient Tree of Knowledge seems to provide experience to other units. Counting the time, the experience of a few plants should be almost full, right? As predicted. His idea had just appeared, when two fission mushrooms that were basking in the sun in the territory suddenly burst into light. Congratulations, your fission mushroom experience has reached the full value, and you have successfully advanced to the 5th rank. Congratulations, your fission mushroom experience has reached the full value, and you have successfully advanced to the 5th rank. Chapter 29 Sensation. The experience of troops can only be obtained by killing monsters of the same level or higher. And to rise from Tier 4 to Tier 5, it takes a full 100 experience points, that is, to kill 100 Tier 4 monsters. Thanks to this beast tide, Lin Yu's plants have accumulated a lot of experience. Coupled with the skill effect of the ancient knowledge tree, the experience of the two most violent fission mushrooms in throwing bombs finally reached their full value. In the 2 prompts, he was enveloped in a ray of light and successfully advanced to the 5th rank. Name, Bursting Mushroom. Race, Plant. Level 5, 0/250. Strength, 50. Physique, 162. Agility, 162. Spirit, 185. Skills, Devour, Exploding Mushroom, Fission. Introduction, the advanced form of fission mushrooms, the number of mushroom clusters increases, the mushroom proliferation rate is greatly improved, and the blasting ability is a must. It can be said. The little mushroom is one of Lin Yu's favorite units. One is that it is difficult to mutate, and the other is that it is really easy to use, especially when there are many monsters. It will be a large piece when it is fried. The bursting mushrooms that have risen to the 5th rank have not only grown a lot in size, but also grown more mushroom clusters on their bodies, and their ability to produce mushroom bombs has been improved to a new level. The most important thing is that its properties are directly doubled. Although it is not as good as Ling Si, who has royal blood, it is also much stronger than the 4th order. In this way, he also saved the magic energy needed to recruit Tier 5 troops later, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The only regret is that the rest of the other arms were added after the beast horde, and the accumulated experience is not much, and it is still a long way from the 5th rank. It seems that we can only recruit new ones after the territory is upgraded to the 5th rank. Lin Yu muttered to himself. I didn't think much about it, I continued to work on other things. But he didn't know that the regional channel at this time had already exploded. Look. That Lin Yu has risen to 5th place. What? 5th place so soon? Wasn't he 9th before? Damn it. The ranking has really changed. He directly raised 4 rankings. How did he do it? The 5th place. I'm only over 3 million now. Because of the relationship between the plant and the territory, Lin Yu can be said to have received the attention of countless people. When they saw his ranking change, many people immediately started talking about it. After all, to be able to squeeze into the top 10 among millions of people, no one is a simple person, and it is extremely difficult to improve a ranking. Lin Yu is better, he went up 4 places directly, and he is the least favored plant department. This is tantamount to a depth bomb, blasting the muddy waters of the regional channel in one fell swoop. The lords of the plant department even regarded Lin Yu as an idol and regarded him as the leader of the plant department. It's really amazing. I'm also from the plant department, and I finally reached the 4th rank today. I'm a little curious about what the big guy's arms are. I'm now Tier 4, and there are 25 Tier 4 tree spirits, all of which are more than 500,000. You've figured it out. I gave the pea shooter for the 4th rank. It's too crisp to die. It's more than 1 million people. I really don't know how he made it into the top 10. A group of 4th order Versailles bosses. The 3rd order plant-based weak chickens dare not speak. Generally speaking, most lords can recruit only one type of troops at their current level. Even if you use the Tower of Arms to study new arms, you can only use 2 or 3 types at most, and it will take a lot of mana and time. Many people can't afford it in a short time. In addition, the gathering places of monsters below the 4th rank have basically been swept away, and there are few ways to obtain new arms. So I had to pray that when I leveled up, I would randomly get a more powerful unit, or I worked hard to level up a low-level unit. It's no wonder they are so bitter. After all, not everyone can be like Lin Yu, who directly carried a large wave of beast tides, and the resources obtained instantly filled up all the buildings and arms. And just when everyone was talking about it, another even more amazing news also swept across the borders of the endless wasteland. Mutation, who owns the angel type, is dead. Just at noon today, people who passed by Mutation's territory found that Mutation's territory had actually turned into ruins. the destruction of the territory means the death of the Lord. In other words, Mutation was killed at some point. As soon as the news came out, it immediately caused a sensation among all the surrounding lords. Everyone was guessing who was so powerful that he could kill the Fourth Order Angel Mutation. It's terrifying. You must know that even the other troops of the fourth rank will not be able to get any benefits in front of the angels, let alone kill him quietly. Is it him? When Luo received the news, Lin You suddenly appeared in his mind, with a look of surprise on his face. He only sent a message to Lin You last night, saying that killing other lords can get upgrade materials, and Mutation died the next day. This is so coincidental. Moreover, he knew very well that there was only one Lin You who had the strength to kill Mutation and had a grudge against Mutation in the vicinity. This made him have to suspect that this is what Lin You did. Do not. He was almost certain that this was what Lin You did. Fortunately, I didn't turn against him, and even Mutation couldn't escape. Is this his true strength? Luo was extremely fortunate for his decision to have a good relationship with Lin You. At the same time, I felt extremely frightened. I didn't expect Lin Yu's strength to be so terrifying. www.novel.com. It's not unreasonable to be able to enter the top 10. I was thinking. A private chat message sounded, and after a closer look, it turned out to be sent by Lin You. Luo was shocked, and hurriedly opened the news. It turned out that it was Lin Yu's words of gratitude, thanking himself for sending him such an important message. There is a sentence behind it. If you lack the essence of the Fourth Order territory, you can ask me for it. I still have a few. Just exchange some resources. The essence of the territory. Luo's pupils suddenly tightened. There are also a few territorial essences, which means that in addition to Mutation, Lin You also killed other Tier 4 lords. How can that be? Could it be that Lin You killed several Tier 4 lords at once? Luo couldn't believe that he had achieved such a feat in just half a day, far beyond his imagination. But it didn't take long for him to react again. By Mutation's side, there seemed to be 4 subordinates, right? Shouldn't it be? Thinking of this, Luo suddenly trembled, not daring to think about it any longer. After staring at the news in front of her for a while, she finally gathered up her courage and replied with a sentence. Okay, I will contact you after I meet the conditions for the 5th rank. After sending this message, he felt relieved and fell to the chair beside him. The other side. Lin You, who received the news, smiled and then turned off the interface. Beside him, plants were walking back and forth, carrying the stones hard, and he was not far from the 1,000 units of stones needed to upgrade to the 5th rank. Chapter 31st Encounter with Tier 5 Monsters. Congratulations, the territory has been upgraded successfully, the current level, Tier 5. Unlock the territory warehouse, unlock the personal storage space. A pleasant voice resounded in Lin Yu's mind. After a day's collection, Lin You finally collected the materials to upgrade to the 5th rank, and raised the territory to the 5th rank. But after hearing the prompt, he was stunned. It's over. What about the troop rewards? Lin Yu's face was full of surprise. He took a look. The newly unlocked territory warehouse is a building used to store territory resources, and personal storage space is a space similar to a personal backpack in the game. It has nothing to do with troops. But after waiting for a long time, there is no prompt to unlock the new arms. Could it be that there is a problem with the upgrade? In other words, after the 5th rank, there will be no unit rewards. Lin You was shocked. Absolutely did not expect this to happen. Upgrading the territory does not give new troops of the corresponding level, so wouldn't they be even more difficult in the future? I'm afraid not many people know about this now. Is it because the novice period is over? Lin You thought in surprise. He seemed to understand a little bit why the Tower of Arms appeared after the safe period. Co-authoring is because of this. You are still a novice before Tier 5, and upgrading will reward troops, giving you a solid foundation. After the 5th rank, if you want arms, you can use resources to pile it up. Now Lin You finally fully understands the urine nature of this world. Obviously he wants them to compete for resources and fall into an endless battle. Thinking back to the previous incident of killing the Lord to obtain the essence of the territory, it made him feel the deep malice of this world. Thinking of this, Lin You quickly clicked on the territory information after the upgrade. Territory name, Tree of Life. Territory level, Tier 5. Territory durability, 1500/1500, plus 250. Recruited troops, plants. Number of recruits, 40/50ths. Territory introduction, the Lord's survival is fundamental, with various functions. The core of the territory is destroyed, and the Lord dies. Upgrade requirements, wood, 1500/1500, stone, 11/1500, iron ore, 0/750, copper ore, 0/750, magic energy, 873/2000, territory essence, 0/5. Note, plants are territorial, and wood is self-supplied. Looking at the long list of upgrade materials behind, Lin Yu's scalp felt numb. Not only is the quantity much larger than before, but also two materials, iron ore and copper ore, have been added, and even the essence of the territory has been multiplied by 5 times. This is equivalent to destroying at least 5 fifth-order territories, or destroying 5 fifth-order monster gathering places. Either way, it's a very risky thing. A little bit of carelessness can lead to a catastrophe. After all, those who can rise to the 5th rank are not simple people. Once they find that their life is threatened, they will definitely fight to death. Not to mention the gathering place of 5th-order monsters, there are not only a huge number of 5th-order monsters, but also a 6th-order leader monster that may be derived. The level of danger is not that small. It seems that we can only find a way to raise all the arms to Tier 5 first. Lin You muttered to himself, his face extremely solemn. The Tower of Arms can only study 1 arm per day, and if you want to study the 5th-order arm, you must upgrade the building, which requires a lot of materials. In addition, researching arms also requires mana, which is another expense. With so many gaps, he doesn't dare to think about it in a short time, so he can only start with upgrading arms. Click on the information on the Tower of Arms and take a look. Building name, Tower of Arms. Building level, Tier 4. Architecture introduction, you can research the advanced form of the existing arms and make them recruitable. It needs to consume mana, and the level of the arms cannot exceed the building level. Research rate, 1 type/day. Required for upgrade, 500 wood, 500 stone, 1000 magic energy. Fortunately, the materials needed to upgrade to the 5th rank are not as perverted as the territory, and he has been collecting stone materials all the time. What is lacking the most right now is magic energy. The 10 points of magic energy given by killing Tier 3 monsters can no longer meet his current needs. Even if the Lotus Bathing Fire, which has risen to the 5th rank, is only given 25 points per hour, it is not enough to make ends meet. You must go out to hunt and kill monsters of the 4th rank or higher. So after making preparations in the territory, Lin Yu went out with 20 units including Lingxi and an explosive mushroom. As for the other exploding mushroom, Lin Yu let it guard the territory with ivy and other plants. After the war ended yesterday, Qingting has long since recovered from her injuries through her phagocytosis ability, and established a vine forest outside the territory. Coupled with a 5th-order explosive mushroom and a dozen other 4th-order plants, I believe that few people can break through the defense of the territory, so that he can also go to further places to explore with peace of mind. Leaving the territory and walking on the road with the plants, Lin Yu clicked on the regional ranking list information. First place, Yin Tianga, Tier 5, Demon. Second place, Bai Haitong, Tier 5, Angels. Third place, Yan Wu, 5th Tier, Elemental. Fourth place, Wenren Quang, 5th Order, Beast Type. Fifth place, Lin Yu, 5th Order, Plant Department. Sure enough, as he expected, after a night, the top few on the leaderboard had all risen to the 5th rank, and he was still in 5th place. The only change is that the 2nd and 3rd places have changed positions. This made Lin Yu a little surprised. Because from the name, this Bai Haitong is obviously a woman, so she can be so tyrannical and occupy the 2nd place. It's really a shameless woman. And her angel troops are also very worthy of attention. There are 3 other people who can rank higher than him. It is estimated that there are more 5th-order arms than him. He can understand this. After all, he is not the only one who knows how to use the beast tide to improve himself. Turn off leaderboards. Continue to drive seriously. This time, his goal was not the nearby forest that had been explored countless times, but the other end of the forest, the area he had never explored before. Because there were walls and beast tides blocking him, he couldn't get past. Now that the wall is broken, it's time to take a look. Maybe you can find something good. After half an hour, Lin You passed through the forest smoothly and came to the wasteland covered by scorched earth in his memory. The moment he stepped into the wasteland, a reminder came from his ear. Region change, switching regional channel. Successful switch. www.novel.com. Current location, wasteland. There are a lot of high-level monsters in this area, please be careful. New area. Lin You looked startled, clicked on the regional channel and took a look. As expected, the suffix was replaced with the words, wasteland. Even the news was empty and no one spoke. It seems that no one has come to explore this area for the time being. Moreover, the voice also indicated that there were a large number of high-level monsters, which made him have to be careful, and immediately called the plants to his side before continuing to go deeper into the wasteland. Wasteland. As the name suggests, the land is scorched black everywhere, even the mountains in the distance are all charred black, and only some strange dark brown trees grow. Not long after Lin You walked into the wasteland, he immediately encountered a huge rock monster. Name, Rock Monster. Race, Elemental. Level 5. Strength, 195. Physique, 192. Agility, 50. Spirit, 100. Skills, Rock Hammer, Earth-Splitting Strike. Introduction, elemental creatures unique to the wasteland. They are composed of rocks. They are very powerful in strength and defense, but their speed is very slow. Tier 5. Lin You was shocked. He didn't expect to encounter a monster so quickly, and it was a 5th-order monster. And just when he was stunned, the rock monster with a height of more than 3 meters had already charged towards him with a roar. Wherever you go, the ground vibrates, making a booming sound. Chapter 31 Regional Ranking Reward. Quick. Limit its movements. Lin You shouted at Lingxi beside him, and immediately pulled out the bone broadsword made in the production workshop before, and took a posture to meet the enemy. At the same time, the plants around him moved out one after another, and countless vines rushed out and surrounded the rock monsters against the ground. The rock monster that was still charging forward was suddenly by vines and 5 flowers, and it was tied into a zongzi. Roar. The rock monster let out an angry roar, yanked its limbs violently, and actually tore off all the vines on its body. What a terrifying power. This time, Lin You finally realized that the horror of power-type monsters is simply not something he can deal with 4th-order monsters. Not daring to be careless, he immediately shouted to the side, Lingxi. Lingxi, who received the order, flew up quickly, and pointed the staff out of thin air, and a large number of thorns suddenly grew on the rock monster's body, which tied it again. The rock monster struggled desperately, but was unable to break free from the shackles of thorns in a short time, and fell to the ground with a bang. Then red mushrooms appeared and fell on it. Boom boom. With a deafening explosion, the whole air shook violently. The mushroom bomb of the 5th-order explosive mushroom is really powerful. Even if the rock monster's vitality is strong, it is not slightly injured, struggling to get up while roaring in anger, and the huge fist suddenly slammed to the ground. In an instant, the ground shattered and spread out with the rock monster as the center. Go back. Lin Yu's complexion changed, and he immediately took the plants to evacuate quickly, evading the range attack of the rock monsters. When he looked at the rock monster again, he found that the ground around it had already collapsed, which was terrible. As expected, it is worthy of being a monster known for its strength. It is terrifying to have such a destructive power with a single blow. However, Lin Yu's plants are not vegetarian. Especially the 2 5th-tier troops, when the rock monster was seriously injured, they attacked again, stabbing sharply one by one, and bombarded with explosive mushrooms. In the angry roar of the rock monster, it completely drowned it. Successfully killed the 5th-order rock monster and gained 50 magic energy. Hearing the prompt coming from his ear, Lin You breathed a sigh of relief. Also a little fortunate. Fortunately, the speed of this rock monster is not fast, otherwise he would have lost a lot of 4th-tier troops with the destructive power just now. As soon as the rock monster died, he immediately let the injured plants activate the devouring skill to devour the rock monster's corpse, use it to recover the injury, and then move on. As he walked along the way, he encountered more and more monsters, and almost all of them were above the 4th rank, and occasionally he encountered 5th-order monsters. No wonder no one dared to come here. Fortunately, he has 2 5th-order plants to him, and he also has 5th-order strength. As long as he does not encounter more than 2 5th-order monsters, there will be no big problem. So soon. Lin You left the forest border far behind and came to a mining area. This is ore. Lin You picked up a dark stone under his feet and his eyes moved slightly. At the same time, a piece of information appeared in front of him. Name: iron ore. Introduction: one of the materials for territory construction, which can be used for various types of construction. Sure enough, this pitch-black stone is one of the materials needed to upgrade the territory to Tier 6, iron ore. Lin You was inexplicably surprised. He didn't expect to find iron ore in such a place. And looking at it like this, I am afraid there are mines around, which contain extremely huge ore resources. Great, now the upgrade materials are finally available. As the saying goes, the building near the water comes first. Lin Yu's territory is so close to here, it is a perfect opportunity to allow him to accumulate enough iron ore in a short period of time. Just do it. Lin Yu immediately stopped exploring and led the plants to mine iron ore in the mine. To here. Lin Yu can't help but admire that the personal storage space, unlocked after reaching the 5th level, is really powerful. Just like a portable independent space, it can be used to store many things, including various resource ores. His current personal storage space is enough to store 100 units of things. Except for some things that must be used when going out, it is not a problem to store 70 or 80 units of iron ore. After all, he only needs to run back and forth 10 times, and he can collect enough iron ore to upgrade the territory. It's much faster than he can carry a little bit. The plants were also working very hard. First, the Dryad warrior blasted the ore, and then the poisonous which used the vines to transport the ore to Lin Yu. In less than an hour, Lin Yu's personal space was filled. Then he led the plants back to the territory, stored all the ores in the newly built territory warehouse, and then continued to mine. Lin Yu estimated that it would take more than 2 hours for a round trip, counting the mining time, and occasionally encountering monsters on the way to earn some magic energy, which is acceptable. So all day. He spends all his time traveling back and forth between the territory and the mine. It was not until it was nearly evening that he returned to the territory with the 4th wave of ore and temporarily stopped carrying it. I plan to wait until tomorrow morning before continuing to leave. After returning to the territory, the first thing Lin Yu did was to check the collection of stones. When he saw that the stone had passed 500, he was overjoyed and immediately spent 1000 mana points to raise the Tower of Arms to the 5th rank. In an instant, the light flashed. The Tower of Arms suddenly raised a few points and became much grander. Lin Yu hurriedly clicked on the information to view www.novel.com and found that he could study the 5th Order arms, so he immediately chose to study, and the first choice was of course the plant elves. Researching the 5th Order rare arms requires 1000 points of magic energy. Do you want to continue? Continue. The research consumption of rare arms is twice that of ordinary arms. Fortunately, in the past 2 days, the Lotus in Fire has provided him with a lot of magical energy. In addition to the money he earned along the way today, and the rest of the past, nearly 2500 points are completely enough for him to upgrade buildings and study arms. After arranging the research task, he closed the interface and went to eat. After all, after a busy day, you should treat yourself well. Silent all night. When the early morning sun shone into the wooden house through the gaps in the leaves, Lin Yu had already woken up. One rolled over and got out of bed, washed briefly with the accumulated dew, and walked down the stairs to the bottom of the territory. Today is the 3rd day of the regional leaderboard opening. In other words, after today, ranking rewards will be issued. First place, 5000 points of magic energy, territorial essence x3. Second place, 5000 points of magic energy, territorial essence x2. Third place, 5000 points of magic energy, territorial essence x1. Fourth place, 4000 magic energy. The top 3 will be rewarded with the essence of the territory, and it is also corresponding to the level of the territory. The 4th to 10th places are 4000 points of magic energy. 10th to 100th, 3000 mana points. And so on, until the reward reaches 10,000. Lin Yu won't be satisfied with a mere 4000 points of magic energy reward. No matter what, he has to squeeze into the top 3 and get the essence of the territory. Chapter 32 Advice. Brothers, after you reach the 5th rank, there will be no unit rewards. Just when Lin Yu was checking the leaderboard, a message suddenly appeared on the regional channel. The channel, which was very lively in the early morning, went silent for a moment, and then it exploded completely. There is no unit reward for upgrading to Tier 5. What's going on? Are you sure this news is true? Who told you that? Impossible. Every time I level up, I get a reward for the troops. How come it's gone when I reach the 5th rank? Isn't it a lie? There are only a few 5th orders out now. It doesn't seem to be a lie. I also heard from those 5th order bosses. This. The news on the channel is densely connected, and everyone is shocked by the appearance of this news. After Tier 5, no new units will be rewarded. It was simply that their hope of changing their lives against the sky was abruptly cut off. A lot of lords who were randomly assigned to trash units in the early stage even wailed and cursed, thinking it was unfair. But no matter how angry they were, it was just a waste of effort, and it didn't change the result in any way. As for the others, it was a mixture of joy and shock. After all, God has given them 4 chances, so if they can't find a single unit that can be used randomly, then it's not a matter of luck. In addition, there is now a Tower of Arms. As long as you randomly find a decent unit and work hard to collect resources, you can still improve your level. Therefore, in terms of results, resources are the most important. No matter how many troops there are, it is useless to talk without resources. It is precisely because Lin You deeply understands this truth that he will get up early and stay up late and work so hard to accumulate resources. Seeing the discussion on the regional channel, he just smiled slightly, didn't care, and continued to head towards the other side of the forest. When he walked through the forest and came to the wasteland, the news on the regional channel was also cleared, turning into a few scattered news, which seemed to have just been sent this morning. Did anyone else come here? Lin You frowned. He didn't expect that someone would come to explore this wasteland so soon. It seems that he has to speed up the mining, otherwise, if the mining area is discovered, it will definitely cause a huge battle. And after one night passed, there were more than 20 people on the 5th rank of the list. At this rate, there will only be more and more Tier 5s. By then, iron ore will definitely be in short supply and will be robbed by countless people. He didn't want to get involved in such trouble. Thinking of this, Lin You couldn't help speeding up and rushing towards the mine. Soon, he came to the bottom of the mine where the ore was originally dug and continued to dig. With the diligent digging of the plants, the iron ore in his personal storage space became more and more, and it didn't take long for most of it to be full. What is this? Suddenly, Lin Yu's eyes were attracted by a grayish-white ore in the pile of ore. That ore is different from iron ore, and its color is slightly brighter. He picked up the ore and put it in his hand, looking at it curiously. Name: copper ore. Introduction: one of the materials for territory construction, which can be used for various types of construction. Copper ore. Seeing the information about this ore, Lin You was shocked. Isn't this another material for territorial upgrades? Unexpectedly, there are also iron ore veins. Excited, he immediately came to the pile of ore he just dug and rummaged around. Sure enough, it didn't take long for him to turn to 7 or 8 copper mines. Although the amount is smaller than that of iron ore, it still accounts for a certain proportion, which is also a pleasant surprise. In this way, the output of copper ore is finally settled. After collecting the ore, Lin You left the mine with the plants and rushed back towards the territory. After 2 rounds, the amount of iron ore has reached more than 400 units. Although the copper ore is not much, it is slowly increasing. I believe that it will not be long before he can collect materials enough to raise the 6th rank. However, just when Lin You arrived at the mining area for the 3rd time, an accident happened. An uninvited guest suddenly broke into the mine and met him directly. It was a stern young man of the same age as him, with a group of fire element troops and a few earth element troops by his side. The young man didn't seem to expect to meet others here. After seeing Lin You, he was stunned for a moment, and then immediately became vigilant. Lin You is the same. Looking at the other party with great surprise, at the same time secretly startled. Because he found out that the 2 extraordinarily large fire elements beside the young man had reached the 5th rank. In the element system, there are more than 2 5th-order arms. No matter how stupid Lin You is, he can still guess the identity of the other party. You're that Yen Wu, right? Lin You spoke first, with affirmations mixed in his words. The young man was surprised for a moment, and said the same. If I guessed correctly, you should be Lin You from the plant department, right? Obviously, he also guessed Lin Yu's identity through the characteristics of Lin Yu's arms. The two looked at each other for a while. After confirming his conjecture, he suddenly looked at each other and smiled. There are a lot of ores in this mine, which are enough for us to dig. We can take what we need. I think so too. Lin You smiled slightly, his expression relaxed. He came here for the purpose of digging ore, and he didn't have to fight against a powerful enemy like Lin You. Moreover, they are both in the 5th rank, and their rankings are not far apart. Even if they can win, they will definitely lose a lot, and the gains will outweigh the losses. Anyone who is smart knows how to choose. Besides, the two of them don't have any conflict of interest, and they each get what they need, so why not do it? So after a brief exchange, the two separated into two sides, each mining ore, and the well water did not violate the river water. You must have spent a lot of time mining here, right? Lin Yu's voice www.nhulnovel.com came from the other end of the mine. Yeah, I've been here a few times, and the materials needed to upgrade the Tier 6 territory are a bit much. Lin You replied vaguely, without telling the other party the exact time. After all, they only met for the first time, so they still have to be on guard. There was silence for a while, and then he said hesitantly, I advise you, it's better not to rise to the 6th level so quickly. Don't go up to the 6th rank so quickly. Why? Lin You was surprised. This is the first time he has heard of it. Don't let people level up so quickly. Isn't this world the stronger the better? Why is it the other way around? Trust me, after reaching the 6th level, something big will happen, and that's not necessarily a good thing for us. Lin Yu's voice came again, it seemed to be a little more serious than before, and he was even slightly apprehensive. When Lin You heard this, his face froze. It is definitely not a trivial matter to make the third person so jealous. Could it be that this Lin You knew something that he didn't know? Surprised, he immediately asked, what's the big deal? Can you tell me? Actually, I don't know either. I only know that the area where we are now is not really a primitive continent. Once it reaches the 6th level, it will attract something. Is there such a thing? Lin You was even more surprised. I also heard it from people who came from other areas by chance. Lin Yu's voice gradually became low. According to what that person said, there was a ruthless man in their area. Through the method of resource concentration, he raised himself to the 6th rank first. As a result, on the night of the 6th rank, he disappeared mysteriously, and even the territory disappeared. Chapter 33 Dark Horse. Disappear. Lin You was shocked. That's right, it just disappeared out of thin air, leaving no trace behind. Lin You said in a deep voice. Although separated by the mountain, Lin You could feel his solemnity. Moreover, Lin You had just met him for the first time, so there was no need to lie to him. In other words, after rising to the 6th rank, it is really possible that something unexpected will happen, which is simply appalling. Under the shock, Lin You immediately said gratefully, thank you for letting me know, I have written down this favor. You're welcome. A smile appeared on Lin Yu's stern face. The reason why he told Lin You such important news was because he pushed the boat along the way and gave Lin You a favor. Now that the goal has been achieved, he didn't say anything, and sent troops to continue digging the ore. The two were speechless. It didn't take long for Lin You to collect ores that filled the entire storage space, bid farewell to Lin You, and left the ore area directly. Although there will be changes in the 6th rank, the gathering of resources should not be left behind. After all, there is no harm in having more resources. And after listening to Lin Yu's words, he had a vague hunch that something big would happen soon, so it's better to prepare early. Return to the territory and store the ore in the warehouse, then leave the territory again and set off to mine. After 2 back and forth, the sky gradually darkened. There is still half an hour before the awards will be issued on the evening list. Lin You took a look at his ranking, because he has been collecting ores and has not recruited troops, he has dropped to more than a dozen. The names on the list have also changed a lot, with many new faces appearing in the top 10. The only constant is Tienga, who is number 1. After all, he was the first person to rise to the 5th rank. I am afraid that he has already researched the 5th rank arms and began to recruit and expand. Taking advantage of this last time, Lin You was not idle. Closed the leaderboard, and immediately came to the Tower of Arms, and found that the advanced form of the plant elves had been studied. In other words, he can now recruit Tier 5 troops. Fortunately, I finally caught up. Lin You breathed a sigh of relief, and glanced at the 1,800 points of magic energy accumulated in the past 2 days. Although it was not many, it was able to stabilize those who had not yet developed the 5th order arms. And from what happened today, even the third-ranked Yen would not have more than 5 Tier 5 troops around him, otherwise it would be impossible to take only 2 Tier 5 troops out. This is his chance. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and without hesitation, he immediately started recruiting troops. And just when he started sprinting for the list. At this time, in the regional channel, there was a lot of noise because the list was about to be settled. I bet that the first place is definitely Yin Tianga. Not necessarily. No one can tell until the last second. It is definitely impossible to replace the first place. He is one day faster than the others to reach the 5th rank. It is not easy to catch up. So we still have to look at the 2nd and 3rd places. It is estimated that many people have begun to exert their strength and are ready to impact these 2 rankings. Look. It's changed, and the rankings have changed again. The big guys really started to exert their strength. The people who eat melons in the channel are arguing endlessly, and the people on the leaderboard are also full of energy, and they have launched a sprint for the 2nd and 3rd places. Almost every few seconds, the ranking will change, and the competition is fierce. Even Yen Wu, who was ranked 3rd, was pushed to 6th, but he was quickly chased by him to 5th. As they said, they didn't know what the outcome would be until the last second, and everyone exclaimed, even more excited than watching a blockbuster movie. Lin Yu, who was still in the top 10, was squeezed into the 40s at once, and he was about to be pushed out of the top 50. What's the matter? How could his ranking drop so much? Inside the territory, Luo Lei anxiously looked at Lin Yu's ranking. As early as half an hour ago, he was always paying attention to Lin Yu's name, wanting to see what amazing performance he would have. But after waiting for a long time, Lin Yu didn't wait for Lin Yu's ranking to rise. Instead, it kept falling, which made him frown. Some people also noticed Lin Yu's ranking, and they all sneered. Look, that Lin Yu has already dropped to more than 40, which is too miserable. Really? Wasn't he number 5 before? Haha, let me just say, the plant system is just like that, how can it be compared with other arms? Now the true form is revealed. He estimates that he has no hope of being in the top 10, and the plant system is still weak. The first 2 days are estimated to be in the top 10 with good luck. What's the use of entering? The real boss is only starting to exert his strength now. It is difficult for countless people to understand that Lin Yu can enter the top 10. Now seeing his ranking drop significantly, many people immediately glowed over the misfortune. At this time, there were only 5 minutes left until the reward settlement, and it was almost impossible to rush into the top 10 for more than 40. So many people put their eyes on the top 10 again and no longer pay attention to Lin Yu's ranking. There is one last minute. Someone on the channel starts broadcasting the time when the reward is settled. The melon-eating crowd, who were still arguing, suddenly held their breath and stared at the leaderboard, for fear of missing something. The big guys on the leaderboard also started to do the final sprint, and the rankings changed wildly. There are still 5 seconds left. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Time up. Finally, a ray of light flashed, and the names on the leaderboard were instantly frozen, maintaining the ranking of the previous second. Everyone was shocked, and they couldn't wait to look at the top 10 on the list, wanting to see which big shot was shortlisted. When the light faded, the names on the list gradually came into their eyes. www.novel.com. The first place was as they expected, it was still occupied by Yin Tianga, and there was no change. After all, he reached Tier 5 one day faster than the others, and he was a powerful unit like the devil, so he didn't feel any surprise. But when their eyes fell on the second place, they were all stunned. Second place. Lin Yu. What's the matter? How could he be the second? In an instant, everyone was startled, and their eyes suddenly widened. No one expected that it would end up like this. This Lin Yu, who was in his 40s just now, why did he suddenly jump to the second place? How can that be? More than 40 jumps at once. How did he do it? This is too exaggerated, isn't it? Could it be that he recruited several 5th-tier troops at once? Impossible. He must be cheating. Cheating. Would you like to do one too? I was shocked. I didn't expect that such a dark horse would be killed in the end. This is too fierce. The plant-type unit took the second place. As expected of Mr. Lin Yu, he is really different. What about the person who laughed at him just now? Why didn't you say anything? Lin Yu's feat of winning the second place in one fell swoop can be said to have caused 1,000 waves and caused a great sensation. No one expected that Lin Yu, who had no hope at all, would kill him in the last few seconds, and even made it to the second place. Those who were still laughing at him just now tightened their necks and dared not speak, for fear of being remembered by him. The entire regional channel was lively, and all were discussing this matter. Chapter 34 Pink Enchantress. Is it really the second? In the territory, Lin Yu silently looked at the regional list. Just now, he directly spent 1,800 magic energy points and recruited 18 fifth-order arms, and they were all rare arms. For this reason, he specifically did not mutate, and tried to increase the number of his 5th-tier troops. But even so, he couldn't surpass Yin Tiange, who was number 1. One can imagine how strong that guy is. There are at least 20 or more tier 5 arms. Lin Yu was not surprised by this result, just a little surprised. And just as he was checking the list, a prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations, you won the second place in the regional rankings, rewarded with 5,000 points of magic energy, and the essence of the 5th order territory X2. All of a sudden, he received another 5,000 mana, which could just be used to mutate troops. After browsing the list again, he closed the interface, got up and went to the 5th order troops that were just recruited. The advanced form of the grass and wood elves is a kind of arms called vegetable spirits. Like the plant elves, they are composed of light clusters, and they are slightly larger in size. There are also some tentacles made of light around them, which are easy to identify. These are all fine. Anyway, he's used to the weird shape of this unit. The most difficult thing for him to accept is the recruitment price of the 5th order arms. It actually rose to 100 mana. Counting the 100 mana used for mutation, that is to say, it would cost him 200 mana to create a 5th order unit. Simply outrageous. It's no wonder that those people generally don't have many tier 5 arms, he finally understands now. If it wasn't for this leaderboard reward, he probably wouldn't be able to recruit a few tier 5 troops. There is no way, in order to survive, no matter how expensive it is, you can only recognize it and directly use mutation on one of the grass and trees. The 5th order summoning unit needs to consume 100 magic energy to perform mutation. Do you want to continue? Continue. Hearing the prompt coming from his ear, Lin Yu gritted his teeth and responded, at the same time feeling distressed. Then a ray of light flashed, and the grass and trees in front of him turned into a vine as tall as a person. Name, Pink Enchantress. Race, Plant. Level 5, 0/250. Strength, 170. Physique, 173. Agility, 145. Spirit, 162. Skills, Protection of Plants, Poison Ivy Whip, Charming Poison Mist. Introduction. The advanced form of the poisonous enchantress, the poison that spews out is strengthened, and has the effect of charming the enemy and paralyzing the opponent's spirit. Charming the enemy. After reading the information about the Pink Enchantress, Lin Yu looked a little weird. I didn't expect that the poisonous witch would become like this after she advanced. Not only has her body grown a lot taller, but her figure is also a little enchanting. The flower buds on the top have turned pink, and there are threads of pollen scattered all around. Because Lin Yu is its summoner, he will not be affected by these pollen. But he could feel that these pollen had a charming effect on creatures. If there is a chance in the future, I can find someone else to try it and see how it works. I don't know who will be the first lucky one. Lin Yu thought maliciously. Next. He asked the Pink Enchantress to try to attack again, and found that the attack distance of its vines also increased, from more than 30 meters before to more than 40 meters. This distance is definitely beyond the reach of all other units except long-range attacks. Even if it is a long-range attack, I am afraid that few can reach this distance. This is the advantage of plant-based units, growth. As long as there is land, it can continue to grow and attack when the enemy is not ready. After studying the changes of the Pink Enchantress, Lin Yu continued to mutate other units. Down in half an hour. The 18 grass and tree primordial spirits he just recruited have also become new 5th order units. Among them, the 7 pink witches and the 2 bursting mushrooms all inherited the protection of grass and trees skill of the grass and trees, which seems to be more compatible with this skill. There are also 4 wood demons like Lingxi, who inherited the long-range attack skill of natural control. The remaining 5. There are 3 mutations that have become the advanced form of the Dryad Warrior, Tree Spirit Leader, and 2 have become the advanced form of the Piranha Flower King, Overlord Flower. The tree spirit leader who has risen to the 5th rank has grown a lot bigger, and his strength has also increased a lot. It is perfect to use it as a meat shield. As for the Overlord Flower, it has produced many barbs, its melee combat ability has been greatly enhanced, and its garrison territory is even more unique. 18 troops have been mutated. Lin You glanced at his magic energy, there were still 3,002 left. However, he did not continue to recruit troops. Because he found that after the accumulation of these 3 days, the experience of those 4th order plants has almost reached the full value. As long as there is an ancient tree of knowledge, I believe that it will soon be able to rise to the 5th level, and there is no need to spend magic energy to recruit new ones. It just so happened that he collected a lot of stone in the past few days, and these magical energy can be used to upgrade other buildings, as well as research troops. Thinking of this, he continued to work in the territory. The other side. Those lords are still arguing in the regional channel, arguing about the result of this ranking. And Luo, who had been staring at the leaderboard, took a long time to recover, and his eyes were full of shock. 2nd place. He actually did it. Luo couldn't believe it. In the last second, he was still in the 40-something range, and the next second he rushed to the 2nd place. How many tier 5 arms would have to be recruited to achieve this? But he can be sure. At this time, Lin You probably already had no less than 10 5th tier troops around him, otherwise it would be impossible to be so exaggerated. 10 5th order arms. Even if he sends just one www.novel.com, he will be hard to resist. Only by doing his best can he win, let alone 10. Simultaneously. Some barren volcanic area. Inside a wall made of flames. Yen was also looking at the newly updated list, his expression extremely surprised and solemn. This guy. It's really not easy. Originally, he had an intention to befriend Lin You before, but he just felt that Lin You had the strength to rival him. But he didn't expect it to be so unexpected. To cross more than 40 rankings in one step, not everyone can do it, not even him. This made him have to pay more attention. All in all, with today's rankings, it can be considered that Lin Yu's name has been completely established, and he has also established his reputation as the first brother of the plant department. No one dared to despise the plant-type arms anymore, and no one thought that the plant-type arms were weaker than other arms. It was a time to justify the name of this arm. At this time, Lin You turned his ears away and concentrated on his own business. After raising the rest of the buildings to tier 4, he went to the production workshop, checked the production list, and quickly found what he wanted. Building name, wall. Production introduction, it can consume wood and stone to build stronger walls. Since the last time the territorial wall was destroyed by Murong Tian, Lin You deeply felt that the defense of his territorial wall was insufficient, and he couldn't prevent the attacks of those troops at all. Anyway, there is currently no way to upgrade to the 6th rank, so I can just use the collected materials to upgrade the walls and strengthen the defense of the territory, so as not to be broken by others when I can. Chapter 35 Cooperate and compete for treasure chests. In a blink of an eye. The night passed. Lin You was always thinking about the fence, so he woke up at dawn. Today, he didn't plan to go to the wasteland to mine again. Instead, he took all the troops and collected stones in the mountains behind the territory, preparing to use it to heighten and thicken the walls and improve the security of the territory. And the quarry after the upgrade to the 4th level, the quarrying efficiency has also improved a lot. Building name, Quarry. Building level, Tier 4. Building introduction, improve the efficiency of collecting stone in the territory. Gathering efficiency, 140%. Construction required, 500 wood, 500 stone, 100 iron ore, 100 copper ore, 1000 magic energy. After the building reaches the 4th level, the upgraded materials also contain iron ore and copper ore, so the 4th order building is the most cost-effective level for Lin You. As for whether he will rise to the 5th rank in the future, that will be a matter of the future, not what he needs to care about now. So all morning, he spent all his time in the territory and in the mines. And the plants that have been upgraded to the 5th rank are also very powerful. Their strength is many times stronger than that of ordinary people. For them, handling stones is completely a piece of cake. Thanks to their help. It was just noon, and 500 units of stone had already been accumulated. With the addition of 500 units of wood, Lin You directly passed the production workshop and doubled the height and thickness of the wall, and the entire territory was instantly refreshed. Okay, everyone, let's rest. Lin You shouted at the plants that were carrying the stones and recalled them to the territory. Then set up a stove in the territory, started roasting meat to prepare lunch, and turned on the regional channel at the same time to pay attention to the movements in the area. Have you heard? Someone discovered a large iron ore vein in the wilderness beyond the forest. Iron ore? Really or not? Isn't that the material for upgrading the territory to Tier 6? I also heard that it seems that many 5th Order bosses who have received the news have rushed over. Hi. 5th Order? Isn't that very dangerous? It's more than dangerous, it's just terrifying, isn't it? I took a look today, all of them are of the 5th Order, and they have already started fighting outside the mine. Damn it, fortunately I didn't go. The past 5th Order and below is simply a death sentence. Lin You was very surprised. Unexpectedly, someone discovered the ore veins on the other side of the forest so quickly, and attracted so many 5th Order lords to go there. Looking at it like this, I am afraid that the mining area has become a mess now, and they are desperately fighting for the mineral resources. Fortunately, he had foresight, and he had stockpiled a lot of iron ore in advance, so he didn't have to fight with these people for the time being, and even if he did, he might not be able to grab much, and he might fall into a situation where he would be attacked by the enemy. Look at the sky. Suddenly, someone on the regional channel exclaimed. Lin You, who was still checking the chat information, was startled and looked up at the sky subconsciously. But the next second, his pupils suddenly tightened. I saw that in the endless sky, I don't know when, a stream of light appeared, dragging its long tail and falling towards the endless continent. This familiar picture is exactly the same as when the treasure chest was dropped for the first time before. Fuck. Treasure chest. Another treasure chest fell from the sky. I saw it too. It's really a treasure chest. What's the situation? Why did another treasure chest fall? Is it the same as last time? What treasure is in it? I heard that last time Murong Tian grabbed something that could be exchanged for a lot of resources, and some people saw the arms token. A class token. That's great. I thought it was a meteorite and didn't go last time, but this time I must grab what's in the treasure chest. Let's see where it falls. The lords exclaimed again and again, and Lin You was also shocked. After many days, the treasure chest fell from the sky again. No one knows what this means. But they knew something. That is the treasure chest, there is something they want. This alone is enough. It seems that we must go. Lin You murmured to himself. Recalling the last airdrop treasure chest, wasn't that where he grabbed his rare troops? It is precisely because of this rare unit that he has been able to travel so smoothly and lead so many people. He must get the contents of this treasure chest. Making up his mind, he hurriedly finished eating and got up to get ready. And as time went by, those people gradually guessed where the treasure chests in their area dropped. It is the location of the mine in the wasteland. I did. How could it fall there? Near the mine. It's too coincidental. It's really a coincidence, and it happens to be this time. It's over, now there are so many Tier 5 bosses in the mines, isn't it worth dying for? Are there any brothers in a group to steal the treasure chest? It's evenly divided. I have to say that the location of the treasure chest is a bit too coincidental. It just fell on the most competitive and most dangerous mining area, so people can't help but wonder if this was prearranged. But no matter what, the allure of the treasure chest is real. Even if they knew that they were facing danger, many people still rush to the mining area, wanting to fight. After all, the things in the treasure chest are too tempting. You reading www.uukangshu.com. Just a single weapon token has already made countless people coveted. Not to mention other things, if you are lucky enough to grab one, you can greatly improve your strength and increase the probability of surviving in this world. Lin You is no exception. After preparing in the territory, he left the territory with 25th tier troops, leaving 5 newly recruited 5th tier troops and Qingting stationed there. It took more than half an hour. Lin You walked through the forest and came to the wasteland. At this time, the Wasteland regional channel is no longer as deserted as it was a few days ago, and dense news keeps drifting by. Even from a distance, Lin You could see several lords who had just walked out of the forest, all rushing towards the mine, which made him frown. I'm afraid this time it won't be as smooth as last time. The last time he dropped the treasure chest by air, he only grabbed 2 things because there were few people and no experience. This time, everyone knows what the treasure chest is like. With the preparation in mind, it will not be so easy for people to take things away. You have to think of a way. Is considering. His private chat message suddenly flashed, and a strange message appeared in his sight. Are you interested in working together? Things are divided into 5 and 5. When Lin You saw the signature, it turned out to be a message from Yen Wu. Could it be that he also rushed over and wanted to get involved? If this is the case, the 2 of them might be able to grab something from so many people working together. After thinking about it, Lin You immediately returned a message. Go to the woods near the mine and talk in detail. Chapter 36 All parties gather. Near the mine, there is a woodland made of black trees. When Lin You arrived in a hurry, Yen Wu was already waiting there with his elemental troops. Coming. Yen Wu greeted him. Well, it took a while to meet a few monsters on the road. Lin You nodded in response, and then asked bluntly, what are your plans for the treasure chest? Yen Wu smiled confidently, of course, I'll tell you the truth. My earth elemental has a wide range of earthquake skills. Although the attack power is not strong, it can temporarily limit the mobility of others. You mean to cause a riot when the treasure chest fell, and then grab the contents of the treasure chest? Lin Yu's eyes lit up. That's right. Yen Wu nodded. At this time, you will have to rely on the superiority of your plant arm. After grabbing something in chaos, you should evacuate immediately. What do you think? I think it's feasible. Lin Yu gradually became serious. He took a look and saw that there were 18 fifth-order arms around Yen Wu, and more than half of them were earth elements. Obviously, they came prepared. And more than half of what he brought with him were pink enchantresses, and the vine spread as far as more than 40 meters, so he could rush in front of the treasure chest and grab the contents. What's more, he has a powerful help like Lingxi by his side. Seeing that the situation is not good, it is completely possible to activate the thorn's entanglement to temporarily control the situation. Okay, now that it's decided, let's discuss the details to save time for any mistakes. Yen Wu was obviously a cautious person. Seeing that Lin Yu agreed with his plan, he immediately began to discuss specific actions to prepare for the next action. And the other side. In the mining area. At this time, the lords who came from all directions have gathered, with all kinds of arms around. The 4th and 5th orders are everywhere, and even the rare mechanical arms can be seen on weekdays. Everyone guarded each other across the mine area, and the whole scene was extremely solemn. A lot of people really came this time. In a corner of the mine, a young man whispered to his companions. Indeed, there are many times more than last time, and many of them are 5th order. I'm afraid it won't be easy to grab something this time. It's not easy. Look over there, Wu Yan from the 17th and Mo Changfeng from the 8th are here. I don't know how many big men on the list are hiding next to them. Either we just give up, or we won't know how to die when we die. Hearing the words of his companions, the young man immediately showed timidity. The big guys on the list are all 5th order powerhouses, and they are simply not something they can compete with. Don't get the baby when the time comes, but instead put your life in it first, it's not worth the loss. That companion also seemed to know the truth, and also had the intention of retreating. But at this time, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd. A young man with a stern face appeared in the mine with more than a dozen huge elemental troops. Isn't that Yen Wu? Why is he even here? Yen Wu. The 3rd-ranked elemental boss. My god, there are so many tier 5 arms. Is this the strength of the 3rd place? Damn it. If he's here, I'm afraid it won't be easier to grab things later. Everyone was discussing a lot below, and their expressions suddenly became solemn. Yen Wu ignored them directly and walked into the mining area swaggeringly, as if he was afraid that others would not know that he was here. In addition, he was already very famous, and after a little bit of spread, people in the entire mining area knew that he was here, and they gradually took precautions. No way. As a resident player in the top 10 on the list, Yen Wu has no doubts about his strength, and is definitely the biggest threat to them robbing the treasure chest this time. There have even been many people nodding to each other in private, reaching a tacit understanding. As soon as Yen Wu made a move, they would immediately stop them with all their might. They must not let Yen Wu grab the contents of the treasure chest. Otherwise, after Yen Wu escaped from here, it would be almost impossible to grab it and come back. Yen Wu could naturally feel the change in the atmosphere on the field, and the corners of his mouth gradually evoked a faint smile. Glancing at the back of the crowd, a figure hidden in the corner of the mine stepped forward generously, attracting everyone's attention. Lin You hid in the corner. The plant troops had already been hidden by him in the black forest behind the mine, with only Ling Si and a few Trent leaders beside him. Now everyone's attention is on Yen Wu. No one would notice him at all, nor would they know him, let alone think how much of a threat he could pose. As time went by, more and more people were outside the mine area, and the atmosphere became more and more tense. Everyone looked up at the sky, and the streamer that was approaching rapidly, as if they were welcoming something coming. Suddenly, someone shouted. The nervous people were all shocked, and they saw that streamer with endless power, crashing to the ground. Boom. The ground of the entire mining area shook violently. A mighty wave of air swept across the sky, shaking the surrounding Rocky Mountains to shake off constantly, and a large cloud of smoke and dust spread out. Immediately afterwards, a treasure chest with gold borders, twice as luxurious as the previous one, appeared in front of everyone. Treasure chest. The moment they saw the treasure chest, everyone was shocked and immediately became ecstatic. Last time, because I didn't know the situation, I missed the chance to compete for the treasure. www.novel.com. This time, another treasure chest was finally dropped. How could they let it go? Go. Get the treasure chest first. Go away. The treasure chest is mine. Hurry up and stop them. Don't let them touch the treasure chest. Think beautifully. Go away. What? In an instant, the entire mining area was in chaos. Everyone led their troops towards the treasure chest, and the dazzling attacks continued to fall and exploded frantically in the crowd. In the blink of an eye, many people were shot and killed on the spot. Yen Wu in the crowd was not idle either. He directly led his elemental troops to break out of the encirclement and quickly approach the treasure chest, which surprised everyone. Quick! Quickly stop him. As for Yen Wu's strength, they know best, but once he touches the treasure chest, the result will definitely be very troublesome. All of a sudden, everyone turned to Yen Wu and quickly surrounded him, trying to prevent him from getting close to the treasure chest. Unexpectedly. At this moment, a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Yen Wu's mouth. Earthquake. With his low voice, the earth element around him raised his arms in unison, and his huge fist slammed into the ground. Boom. There was a sound of shock, the ground cracked, the ground collapsed, and quickly spread out around, and the entire area vibrated wildly. Those people and troops couldn't react in time, and instantly fell into a state of imbalance. Their scalps were numb from the shock, and even the area where the treasure chest was located was not spared. At this time, a vine suddenly rushed out from the side and swam straight to the treasure chest against the ground. Lin You finally made his move. Chapter 37 Rare Troop Token. Oops. Someone wants to steal the treasure chest. The people who reacted immediately discovered the vines rushing towards the treasure chest. They were shocked and ordered their troops to intercept them. Think about it. It's not that easy. The wall of flames. Hearing Yen Wu shouting loudly, the fire element around him also moved. Hot flames erupted from their hands, forming a wall of flames between the crowd and the treasure chest, completely blocking their way. With these walls of fire blocking, Lin Yu's vines came to the treasure chest smoothly, opened the treasure chest, and all 6 things wrapped in light appeared in everyone's eyes. 6 pieces. Everyone was shocked and looked at the treasure chest in disbelief. Unexpectedly, the number of treasures this time will be twice as much as before. And inside these luminous treasures, there were 2 tokens-like things lying quietly, which made them ecstatic. A troop token. It's a troop token. Someone couldn't help exclaiming. Even Lin You was extremely shocked. Because he knows very well that the token of arms in the treasure chest is not an ordinary token, but a rare type. There is absolutely no one in the entire region who knows what rare arms represent. No need to think about it at all, those vines swept towards the 2 tokens under his signal. Want to take the token? Do you have my consent? But at this moment, a cold voice came. Next to an elegant man, several troops with human faces and snake bodies suddenly opened their eyes, and burst out with a look that seemed to be real. The vines that were going to take away the token of the troop suddenly turned into rocks and shattered into countless pieces. Gorgeous. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed, and he looked at the men. It was Mo Changfeng who was the 8th in the rankings, as someone had discussed just now. It is said that Mo Chongfeng's territory is a humanoid type, but he did not expect to have such a powerful unit as the Gorgon, and he also learned the petrification staring skill. He can instantly petrify his plants, obviously reaching the 5th rank. But did he really think that he could stop himself at this level? Lin You sneered in his heart, and behind him, the pink enchantresses appeared, and the dense vines fluttered in the sky, enclosing the entire area around the treasure chest. At that terrifying scene, everyone's eyes widened in shock. This is the first time they have seen such an exaggerated number of plants. Even those 5th-order plants can't reach such a scale. They want to step forward to stop it. But by the time they reacted, a pink mist had quietly descended, causing their spirits to become dazed. Together with Mo Chongfeng, they all fell into a trance. It was as if they were in a fairyland, with a young girl whispering and caressing beside them, fascinated. Not good. This fog is poisonous. Mo Chongfeng was shocked, and instantly woke up. But when he looked at the treasure chest again, the 2 arms tokens had already fallen into Lin Yu's hands, and he also pulled back together with his plants, ready to escape. Don't even think about escaping. Mo Chongfeng shouted loudly, and wanted to bring the Gorgon to catch up. But in the next second, Lin Shi next to Lin Yu flew up quickly, and pointed at him with his staff out of thin air. Countless thorns instantly bound their bodies, preventing them from moving. By the time they broke free, Lin Yu had already fled with the plants. Even Yan Wu in the crowd didn't know when to disappear. Fuck. Let him escape. Chase. Be sure to grab the troop token back. The people who reacted immediately chased after them frantically, wanting to take back the token. And the remaining part of the people were staring at the remaining things again, and joined the frantic scramble in a blink of an eye. Although Mo Chongfeng was unwilling, he rationally did not pursue it. Because he could feel that Lin Yu had just shown mercy. This made him extremely shocked. In this area, there is such a powerful character hidden. Could it be the perverts in front of him? But among the people in front of him, only one is of the plant type. Could it be that? Mo Chongfeng was suddenly stunned, his expression uncertain. However, before he could think about it, the screams of killing next to him pulled him back again. Forget it, let's grab something first. He gritted his teeth and immediately joined the battle for the treasure. The whole scene was a mess, roars and screams spread from every corner, and in a blink of an eye, I forgot about the arms token. Here, I have to mention Lin Yu's wit. Originally, he could have taken everything away, but he didn't. Because he took everything away, he would definitely become the target of public criticism and be hunted down by everyone. No matter how strong he is, it is impossible to deal with so many people at one time. At that time, his personal wealth will be empty, and there is no place to cry if he wants to cry. Leaving some things behind can not only restrain most people, but also let him escape smoothly. Why not do it? After getting rid of the stalkers behind him on the wasteland, Lin Yu plunged into the forest and contacted by private message, and soon joined Yan Wu who had been waiting in the forest. How is it? Did you get the thing? Yan Wu hurried up to meet him, with uncontrollable anticipation on his face. I got it. Lin Yu smiled and shook the 2 tokens in his hand, and handed one of them to Yan Wu. Take it, it's yours, it's a rare good thing. Long before the action, they had already negotiated a 5-to-5 split. Therefore, 2 tokens are naturally 1 for each person. Yan Wu was not polite to him, and took the token directly. Thank you, this time thanks to your poisonous mist, otherwise it would not have been so smooth. You're welcome, the earthquake and firewall you created also helped a lot, and you even used it as a bait. Lin Yu waved his hand and said. Then he took a deep breath and looked at the weapon token in his hand. Name, Troop Token, Rare. Function, randomly unlock a 5th-order rare unit. Requirements, Tier 5 territory, 1000 magic energy. Sure enough, as he expected, www.novel.com is a rare arms token, and it is also a 5th-order arm token. Rare troops. Yan Wu had a surprised look on his face, and looked at the information on the token in his hand in confusion. It was obviously the first time he had seen such a thing. Seeing this, Lin Yu explained aloud, it's a more powerful unit than ordinary units. There is such a thing. Yan Wu was very surprised, then froze for a moment, and looked at Lin Yu with some surprise. You seem to know this token very well. It's just luck that I've heard of it. Lin Yu smiled mysteriously, without telling the truth. He couldn't say that he had already grabbed a rare weapon token before, right? Yan Wu seemed to have guessed something, and gave him a deep look. Lin Yu didn't want to continue discussing this topic, so he said, since the things are already in hand, let's separate them here, so that those people will not chase after them. Okay, then I'll go back to the territory first, and I'll have the opportunity to cooperate later. Yen Wu didn't bother about this topic either, he nodded at him, then turned and left. It can be seen that he is a little anxious. After all, he is holding something as precious as a rare weapon token in his hand. It is really uncomfortable not to go back and use it quickly. Lin Yu is the same. After seeing Yen Wu away, and after identifying the direction, he drove back towards his territory with the plants. Then after a long time, a group of people arrived late and appeared at the place where they met. Damn. Let him escape. Chapter 38 Wood Demon Dragon, Ivy advanced. Back to the territory. Lin Yu excitedly came under the Tree of Life and took out the arms token in his arms. This is the second rare arms token he has obtained, and he is very much looking forward to it. Taking a deep breath, he immediately chose to use it. Do you need to consume 1000 points of mana to use a class token, rare? Fortunately, Lin Yu had more than 1000 points of magic energy left in the previous ranking reward. He didn't hesitate to choose yes. The next second, the token in his hand turned into a stream of light, immersed in the trunk of the Tree of Life, and pieces of fluorescent light fell from the tree. Congratulations, unlock the 5th order rare arms, Wood Demon Dragon. A brand new unit name appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. Just by looking at the name, Lin Yu felt that this unit was not easy, so he immediately spent 100 mana to recruit one. In an instant, the light flickered, the plant soared, and gradually condensed into a half-human high plant dragon in front of his eyes. Name, Wood Demon Dragon. Race, Plant. Level 5, 0/250. Strength, 175. Physique, 175. Agility, 200. Spirit, 175. Skills, Swift Shadow, the body turns into an afterimage, doubling your speed in a short period of time. Super Regeneration, the force of nature circulates throughout the body, greatly improving self-healing ability, and can regenerate broken limbs. Introduction, he used to be the guardian of the world tree, possessing the highest comprehensive attributes among all plant-based units, extremely fast speed, and the ability to fly. The natural crystal nucleus on his chest is the core of his life. What a high attribute. Looking at the Wood Demon Dragon standing proudly in front of him, Lin Yu was so shocked that he was almost speechless. Apart from a single attribute, the comprehensive attributes of this Wood Demon Dragon are even close to Lingxi, who has royal blood. Especially the agility, with a full 200 points, it is definitely the highest among the 5th-tier arms he has ever seen. It is indeed worthy of the name of a rare weapon. With such an attribute, Lin Yu doesn't need to use mutation on it at all, he can fight directly after recruiting it, which is convenient and saves money. Moreover, Lin Yu always felt that his plant units were slow to move, and the melee units only had a bulky dryad leader. The addition of this Wood Demon Dragon immediately made up for his shortcomings. And most importantly, it can fly. Although it looks like it is still in the form of a young dragon, it cannot carry people, but I am not sure that it will grow in size after the level is raised. Will it be able to carry him around? Lin Yu is still very much looking forward to this. Then he studied around the Wood Demon Dragon again, and found that the Wood Demon Dragon is composed of plants all over its body, with leaves and branches growing on the top of its head, limbs, tail, and wings. Turning to the whole body, it looks mighty and extraordinary. Such speed-type units are most suitable for raids and reconnaissance. So Lin Yu spent another 400 mana to recruit 4 Wood Demon Dragons, a total of 5 Wood Demon Dragons, just in case. And the magic energy he had accumulated was completely consumed. Until then, Lin Yu didn't have time to click on the regional channel to check the news about the competition for the treasure chest. Brothers, how is the situation at the mine? What else? The items in the treasure chest have been robbed long ago, and many people have died, even the 5th order ones. So scary. Fortunately, I didn't go. I heard that there are arms tokens, resource exchange coupons, and upgrade scrolls to directly raise the territory to the 5th rank. Damn it. Go directly to the 5th rank. And there are arms tokens. Yeah, the bosses who were present said that the token seems to have been snatched away by a plant system. It's the flora again. Seeing this news, everyone was stunned. When the treasure chest was dropped by air for the first time, the things were taken away by the flora. Is it even this time? This made them all wonder if the two could be the same person, and some even set their sights on Lin You, thinking that he did it. Otherwise, which plant type can grab something from so many tier 5 bosses and then run away? But the problem is, they have no evidence to prove that Lin You did it. After all, few people have really seen Lin Yu's appearance, let alone recognized him. And even if you know it's him, what can you do? They can't provoke the second-ranking boss, can they? So they were just having fun, and soon they were overwhelmed by more news. The entire regional channel was lively, and they were all talking about the treasure chest. Lin You watched for a while. Finding that no one could confirm his identity, he finally closed the chat channel with confidence. At this time, the sky has gradually darkened. He didn't go out anymore, and came to the open space of the territory to set up a pot and make a fire, preparing to cook a sumptuous dinner to comfort his hard day. As for where this pot came from, naturally, Lin You made it with iron ore and copper ore in the production workshop. He only discovered this yesterday. There are even a lot of seasonings made from plants, which can be made with just a few ingredients and magic energy. It's so convenient. With these things, he finally doesn't have to eat dry barbecue all the time. I was thinking. A reminder suddenly sounded in his mind. Congratulations, the poisonous demon girl Qingting has reached the full value of experience and successfully advanced to the 5th rank. Ivy has advanced. Lin You was stunned for a moment, and immediately became surprised. Unexpectedly, after 4 days of accumulation, Qingting's experience finally reached its full value. In the blink of an eye, Qingting's huge body was enveloped by a beam of light and began to grow rapidly. The flower buds on the top also gradually turned from lavender to pink, and the body was raised a lot, and vines were wrapped around the top of his tree house, woven into a mesh-like decoration. What is even more exaggerated is that the forest formed by giant vines outside the territory expands nearly 100 meters away at once. www.novel.com. There is a pale pink mist inside, which looks extremely deep and terrifying. Name, Pink Enchantress Qingting, Royal Family. Race, Plant. Level 5, 0/250. Strength, 185. Physique, 200. Agility, 0. Spirit, 180. Skills, Devour, Charming Poison Mist, Forest of Thorns. Introduction, the King of the Pink Enchantress, huge vines and poisonous mist form a field all around him, guarding one side. As expected of a plant with royal blood, in addition to 0 agility, its basic attributes are much higher than ordinary 5th order. The 5th order ivy, the ability to protect the territory, has been greatly strengthened. Not only does the forest expand, but it also inherits the charming poisonous mist of the Pink Enchantress. As soon as the enemy walks into the forest, he will immediately be charmed by the poisonous mist and erode his body. At that time, he will be able to easily deal with the enemy and kill people invisible. Lin You is very fortunate. Fortunately, he changed to the ancient knowledge tree before, otherwise Qingting would not be able to upgrade so quickly. If so, the effect of the ancient tree of knowledge increasing other plants by 1 experience per hour is still very powerful, and there is no level limit. Ordinary tier 4 units only need to stay beside it for 4 or 5 days to be promoted to tier 5, which is really a good helper for early stage upgrades. The only regret, it is that the ancient tree of knowledge cannot be upgraded, and it also occupies one of his recruiting positions, which will affect his ranking. This is probably the drawback brought about by the powerful effect. In this regard, Lin You can still accept it. Chapter 39 Foggy Area. The competition for mines is still fermenting. After another night has passed, a large number of tier 5s have begun to appear on the list, joining the competition for resources in the mines. Affected by the treasure chest dropped yesterday, the mining area of the wasteland has also become the focus of all lords. Every now and then, we can see a lot of news about the competition for mines. Someone was killed, someone fought with someone, or a faction fought with another force. All in all, it was chaos. They are all madly competing for resources to upgrade to tier 6. Seeing this situation, Lin You didn't plan to go to this muddy water again. He clicked on the leaderboard and took a look, and found that he was still ranked 2nd, while Yan will return to the top 5 because of the rare arms. This first place is not easy. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. After last night's accumulation, all of his 4th tier arms have gradually risen to 5th tier, plus 2 royal bloodlines, Lingxi and Qingting, and 5 rare arms, the Wood Demon Dragon. Except for a third-order ancient knowledge tree that cannot be upgraded, there are a total of 49 fifth-order arms, and they still can't surpass the first place. This was a bit unexpected for him. If he guessed correctly, the first-place guy probably obtained rare arms through other means, or had other opportunities, or cultivated sixth-order arms by some means. Otherwise, it is impossible to sit firmly on the throne of number 1. After all, he himself is the same, because he got the only ability to mutate because of a bad start. There is no guarantee that other people will also get some opportunities. This is all possible. Sure enough, there are still many powerful people in this world. With a sigh, Lin You turned off the list and came to the front of the Tower of Arms. After a day of research yesterday, he has researched the plant elves and the poisonous enchantress to the 5th rank, and they have become recruitable. Counting the newly unlocked Wood Demon Dragon, a total of 3 Tier 5 troops can be recruited. For the rest of the time, he plans to study the flower essence, tree spirit, mushroom, and piranha flower for emergencies. However, this process will definitely take a lot of time. Fortunately, the level of these units is relatively low, and the initial research did not consume much mana. After arranging the research task, I ate something. Lin You went out with 25 fifth-order plants. When he was about to go to bed last night, Luo Lei sent him a message saying that he and his friends had collected enough materials to advance to the 5th rank, and wanted to use 1,000 mana to buy 2 4th-rank territorial essences from him. Considering that the other party had provided him with a lot of information, Lin You agreed. Anyway, it is useless for him to keep the essence of the 4th-order territory, so he might as well exchange some magic energy. Through the forest. Lin You soon brought the plants outside Luo Lei's territory. Luo Lei and his friend, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately greeted them excitedly. "Boss Lin You, long time no see." "It's really been a long time." Lin You smiled. "Is this your friend?" "Yes, his name is Ji Yue, and the other territorial essence I asked for from you is for him," Luo Lei hurriedly explained. At the same time, he and Ji Yue secretly looked at the 25 types of troops around Lin You, and they were extremely shocked. Level 5. All are Tier 5 troops. With such terrifying combat power, as long as Lin You is willing, they can even destroy all their territories, leaving none of them. Is this the true strength of number 2 in the rankings? Luo Lei couldn't believe it. It's only been a few days since he disappeared. Lin Yu's strength has changed so much, and even the number of troops is much more than before. Just when he was shocked, Lin Yu had already taken out 2 crystal-clear crystals from his personal space. "Here, the essence of the territory you want." "Is this the essence of the 4th-order territory?" Luo Lei and Ji Yue swallowed at the same time, staring intently at the 2 crystals. To upgrade the territory, they must devour the essence of the territory of the same level, they know it. But when they really saw the essence of the 4th-order territory with their own eyes, they couldn't help but get excited, and hurriedly initiated a deal with Lin Yu, offering 1,000 magic energy and taking over the essence of the territory. "Okay, since the transaction is over, I should go back too." With the magic in hand, Lin Yu naturally didn't want to stay long, and turned around to leave. "Boss Lin Yu, wait a minute." Unexpectedly, Luo Lei suddenly stopped him. "Anything else?" Lin Yu turned around in confusion. Luo Lei hesitated for a while and said, "I wonder if Boss Lin Yu has heard of it. Someone found out about the misty area at the end of the wasteland yesterday." Misty area. That's right, at the northeast end of this wasteland, it is a very terrifying foggy area. I heard that the 5th-order lords were killed on the spot when they entered, and no one was able to come out alive. Is there such a thing? Lin Yu was shocked. He had never seen anyone say this on the regional channel. "Yes, I only heard about it this morning. It shouldn't be long before news reaches the regional channel." Luo Lei nodded and said, "Although the fog is far away from our area, those who have gone to investigate said that the fog seems to be slowly spreading and is approaching our area. Come closer this way." Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. This could be incredible news. If that fog really came towards their area, wouldn't they all be in danger? Also. At this time, Ji Yue, who was beside Luo Lei, interjected, "I heard that they still saw a lot of shadows in that fog. There are shadows as high as mountains." Shadow. That's right, this is what those who came back from the end of the wasteland said. Ji Yue nodded again and again. Hearing his words, Lin Yu fell into deep thought. Originally, he had doubts about the world and felt that there was something hidden behind it. Recalling what Yen Wu had said to him before, combined with what Luo Lei and the two had just said, I always felt that there was something strange in it. But no matter what he thought, he just couldn't figure out the key. Could it be that? Do you really have to rise to the 6th level in order to understand the truth? But if you rush to the 6th rank, will you encounter the situation that Yen Wu said? This is a mystery. But anyway, this news is still very important to him. After thinking about it, he immediately said to the two, "Thank you for telling me such important news." "You're welcome, this is what we should do." Luo Lei laughed. The reason why he told Lin You about this was just borrowing flowers to offer Buddha. After all, even if they don't say it, it won't take long for the news to spread throughout the region, and Lin You will know sooner or later. After chatting for a while on the spot, Luo Lei bid farewell to Lin You and rushed back to their own territory, preparing to upgrade the territory with the territory essence they had just obtained. As for Lin You, he turned and left with his plant army, rushing towards the wasteland. Although it is very chaotic over there right now, people are dying every day. But he still had to collect the resources needed to upgrade the 6th order in the past, in order to deal with the possible changes in the future, and take precautions. Chapter 40 Lord Hunter. Between the endless wasteland and the wasteland, there is also a forest. If you want to go to the wasteland, you have to go through the forest. Lin You was used to this for a long time, and walked in the forest with a mighty army of plants. And the 3 wood demon dragons he brought out flew in the air and took on the work of reconnaissance. Through the spiritual connection, Lin You can quickly receive the message from the wood demon dragon. As long as he finds something abnormal, he can immediately respond to it, so that he will not be in a hurry. Don't say it yet. The appearance of the wood demon dragon made Lin Yu's exploration and investigation work much easier and more efficient. Walking and stopping all the way, it is easy to find those monsters hidden in the surrounding, and then he can easily solve them. In less than an hour, he successfully passed through the forest and came to a scorched wasteland. At the same time, behind a rocky mountain in the distance, 3 hidden figures also stared at him. Big brother. Someone is here. These 3 people have been here since early in the morning, specifically ambushing those lords who pass by in order to seize their resources. In just one morning, I don't know how many people lost their lives at their hands. They are 3 uncompromisingly fierce characters. Especially the scar-faced man known as the Big Brother, who has reached the 5th order level, and is accompanied by 10 huge 5th order double-headed leopards. Even the 2 younger brothers next to them each carried 5 insect-type spider girls and 5 undead-type skeleton rangers. A full 25th steps. With such strength, even among all the lords, he was a minority, so he quietly hid behind the boulder, waiting for Lin You to approach. But they didn't notice. Above a few hundred meters in the sky, 3 shadows were flying back and forth, locking their positions long ago. A Lord Hunter. Lin You, who was walking forward, showed an imperceptible sneer at the corner of his mouth. He did not expose the other party immediately, but pretended not to know, and slowly approached Shirshan. "Come on. It seems to be from a plant." A little brother next to the big man whispered. "Plant type." The big man frowned and seemed to think of something, but immediately, he said coldly, "It doesn't matter whether he is a plant type or what type, he only brings so many troops, just kill him." In his opinion, there are only a dozen or so troops around Lin You. Even if they are all tier 5, the number is not comparable to theirs. At this level, isn't it easy to capture? Nothing to worry about at all. But is this really the case? Of course not. Because long before the traces of these people were discovered, Lin You had already let the smaller Lingxi and the wood demons hide on the body of the tree spirit leader, so they could not be seen by the naked eye. In addition to the 3 wood demon dragons flying in the sky, there are exactly 25, 5 more than them. The 3 people who didn't know it secretly observed Lin Yu's movements through the gap. When Lin Yu came to a position less than 30 meters away from them, his face suddenly became ruthless. "Go. Surround him." When the voice fell, the 3 of them split into 2 groups and flanked both sides of Lin Yu. The 5 gigantic lady spiders spewed out several lines of highly poisonous spider silks and attacked Lin Yu straight at Lin Yu. Finally can't stand it anymore. Lin Yu sneered, turned over and jumped to avoid the spider silk. At the same time, the 10 two-headed leopards led by the Big Han had also rushed to his side, turning into afterimages, and suddenly rushed towards him. He actually knew him, the most crucial lord, first. If they were ordinary people, they would have been frightened by this sudden attack and let them slaughter. But Lin Yu is different, he has been prepared for a long time. There was no need for him to issue an order at all. The dense vines had already appeared beside him, tying the two-headed leopards, rushing over and throwing them away. A few of them were faster to escape the vines, but they were blocked by the huge body of the tree spirit leader, and they slammed into it a few times. The strength of the attack is indeed worthy of being a fifth-order beast-type unit. Fortunately, the wood demons led by Lin You waved their staff in time and used healing techniques to heal the wound. It's actually blocked. In the distance, the scar-faced man looked at all this in shock. He didn't expect that Lin You would react so quickly, blocking their surprise attack. You must know that his two-headed leopards are known for their speed. Ordinary units can't keep up with their speed, let alone block them all. And this time, the attacks of the two younger brothers on the other side followed. The spider web restraint of the lady spider fell from the sky, and the bow and arrow of the skeleton ranger broke through the air, blocking almost all of Lin Yu's escape routes. It is obviously not the first time that such a skillful cooperation has been done. Lin Yu's heart gradually cooled down. He pulled out the bone knife around his waist to block one of the bows and arrows, while the other ones were blocked by another tree spirit leader, and several huge gaps were blown out on his body, and he took a few steps back. However, it has the plant protection skills inherited from the grass and trees Yuanling, and it did not suffer any fatal injuries. And the large cobwebs on the top of the head were also cut open by the leaves controlled by Lin You and the wood demons, turning into countless fragments and falling to the ground. Their joint offensive was resolved with gestures. Come on together. Get rid of him. They couldn't take Lin You down even after turning over the offensive. The three of them finally turned into anger and ordered the troops to swarm up and attack Lin You again. Humph. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Lin You snorted coldly and no longer reserved it. One after another vines rushed out of the pink demon girl next to them, and swishly greeted their troops. www.novel.com. At the same time, Lin You and the wood demons were surrounded by green lights and tied with thorns. The two-headed leopards rushing in front of them jumped and threw a bunch of red mushrooms at them. Boom boom. The deafening explosion instantly blasted the two-headed leopards out, and the remaining two-headed leopards were pushed back by the powerful air waves. On the other side, the spider girl and the skeleton ranger were entangled with the vines and fought hard to separate. But in the next second, several ground thorns suddenly emerged from under their feet and penetrated their bodies at once. The vines next to them seized the opportunity and swished a few times, easily piercing their heads. In the blink of an eye, most of the three troops were killed, leaving behind a corpse. How can it be? The scar-faced man's eyes were splitting, and he didn't expect such a result. His two younger brothers had panic written all over their faces, and they stepped back in panic. But at this time, suddenly, there was a loud cracking sound from overhead. As soon as they looked up, they saw three afterimages flying towards them at an unimaginable speed. Puffed. The wood demon dragon's wings cut open their necks and penetrated directly. The three people's bodies trembled in unison, and they all stood still. Gradually, blood streaks appeared on the neck. They wanted to stretch out their hands to cover it, but in the end, it was dark in front of them, and they fell to the ground with a bang. Together with their remaining troops, they all wailed and died. Successfully killed the Fifth Order Lord, a total of 2,485 magic energy, 1476 wood, 1580 stone, 225 iron ore, Fifth Order Territory Essence X3. Chapter 41 Unexpected Discovery. The deaths of these three guys directly contributed more than 2,000 mana and 1,000 mineral resources to Lin You, more than he imagined. To be able to accumulate so many resources at a time when everyone is in short supply, it is clear that many lords have already been attacked by them. It's a pity that, with bad luck, Lin You was cheaper. If they are still alive, it is estimated that their intestines will be regretted. It's not good for them to meet anyone, but they meet Lin You. Lin Yu's plant arms are either rare arms or royal blood, and have one more skill than ordinary arms. More importantly, Lin You also has an aura that increases all plant attributes by 10%, which is much stronger than ordinary people. Resolving them can be regarded as killing harm for the people, doing a good deed, and even obtaining 3 Fifth Order territorial essences for nothing. In addition to the 2 rewards from the previous leaderboard, it was just enough to upgrade to Tier 6. Even iron ore has also met the upgrade requirements. Now there's only copper ore left. Lin You murmured to himself. The copper ore collected before was only more than 50 units, and it was more than a star and a half short of the 705 required for the upgrade. Even if he can continue to mine in the mining area, it will probably take a long time to get together, after all, the output is too low. And according to what Lin You said before, the person who had reached the 6th rank had ascended a few days ago. Obviously, there was some way to get copper ore quickly. Is there a copper ore vein? Lin You couldn't help frowning. If there is such a thing, it can explain why that person can upgrade so quickly. Or if you are lucky, the territory is just randomly next to the copper mine, which is also possible. After all, with so many people, there will always be a few lucky enough to encounter such a thing. Fortunately, he now has the Wood Demon Dragon, which makes it much easier to detect the terrain. As long as you look carefully, you might be able to find copper ore veins. Thinking of this, Lin You took the plants over the bodies of the 3 and continued to drive towards the depths of the wasteland. This time, Lin You specially avoided the mining area and had no plans to go there again. When passing near the mining area, he also detected the situation there through the Wood Demon Dragon's investigation, and he was indeed in chaos. Large and small forces gathered in the mining area, and there were constant frictions, conflicts, and even direct fights. Bodies were everywhere, and the regional channels were a mess. Lin You opened it and glanced at it. All of them were scolding, and the scolding was very ugly. It was unsightly. However, he also saw some very useful news in these scoldings. Brothers, I found a strange underground cave in the west of the wasteland. There are many rock monsters in it, and it looks like there are some incredible treasures hidden in it. You mean the cave near the desert in the west? I've been to that one before. It's full of 5th order monsters. There are so many entrances, so I can't get in at all. So many 5th order monsters. Could it be a monster's lair? The monster's lair? Where is it? I'll go take a look too. Take it easy, the 5th order monster's lair is likely to have 6th order monsters in it. Do you want to die? Someone actually discovered a cave that was suspected to be a gathering place for 5th order monsters. This was unexpected to Lin You, and immediately aroused his interest. After watching the regional channel for a while to understand the specific location of the cave, he immediately changed direction and rushed over there. Finally, under the guidance of the Wood Demon Dragon, he soon came to the edge of an endless black desert. In the distance, a small group of people have been seen gathered at the bottom of a huge sand dune, surrounding an underground cave made of rocks. The entrance to the cave is very large, and most of it is buried under the black sand. If you don't look carefully, it is really difficult to find. As soon as Lin You appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked at him and the plants around him with surprise. But immediately, a deafening roar suddenly came from the cave, and the entire desert edge shook. Damn it, this voice, shouldn't this be a 6th order monster? One of them said in shock. I think it's very possible, after all, even the gatekeepers are 5th order. I heard that there was a person who brought more than a dozen 5th order troops in before, and then never came back. It is estimated that he died inside. Ah. So scary. While they were talking, they couldn't help but take a few steps back, for fear that innocent people would be harmed. They came here originally to see if there was any oil and water to fish, but now it seems that there is no chance. As for Lin You, standing on the edge, his expression gradually became suspicious. Because he found that among the rocks that were shaken by the roar, many of them looked very similar to copper ore, and could even be said to be exactly the same. Could it be that? Is this cave actually a mine? Lin You glanced at the other people beside him, and found that they didn't seem to notice this, but put their eyes into the depths of the cave. Lin You guessed that this was probably because the mining area was occupied by major forces, and they had not had the chance to see the copper ore, so they turned a blind eye. Isn't that just a bargain for him? Without thinking too much, after the roar had passed, he let the Wood Demon Dragon quietly fall, and then walked majestically towards the entrance of the cave with 25 5th order plants. This move immediately caused surprise on the faces of others. What does he want to do? Shouldn't he be going into the cave? There are 6th order monsters in there, isn't he going to die? Brother, don't go in. There is danger in there. Come back quickly. You will die. But no matter how they shouted, Lin You didn't have any intention of stopping. Turning his head and smiling kindly at them, he plunged into the cave with the plant troops and gradually disappeared from sight. Yes, another one to die. Young people today, why don't you listen to persuasion? I guess I think I have a lot of 5th tier troops. What about him? Let him go if he wants to die, and let him understand the price of arrogance. Now we need one less lord in our area. As for whether Lin You can come back alive from the cave, these people don't have any hope at all, and even think that he will die in this trip. So more, just sighing at the fall of a lord, or gloating at the misfortune, laughing at Lin Yu's arrogance. The other side. Lin You, who entered the cave, quickly passed through the deep entrance and came to the cave full of rocks. Sure enough, as he expected, there really are copper ore in there, and there are quite a few. After walking only a few dozen meters away, he discovered several copper mines on the stone wall, and quickly collected them and stored them in his personal space. It surprised him very much. The interior of the cave is much larger than he expected, and there are many crystal-like rocks growing on the rock walls, which illuminate the entire mine, so there is no need to worry about not being able to see anything. While collecting or while advancing, several huge figures appeared at the end of his forward direction. Chapter 42 Level 6 Monster, The Secret of the Mine. Monster. Lin You stopped and looked at a group of rock monsters that appeared not far away. That body type is comparable to the fifth-order rock monsters he encountered before. Approaching the past carefully, the information of these rock monsters also appeared in his eyes. Name, Rift Guardian. Race, Elemental. Level 5. Strength, 190. Physique, 188. Agility, 77. Spirit, 125. Skills, Rock Bash, Throwing Stone. Introduction: The Guardian of the Land of Elements, condensed from the essence of the earth, is powerful. Sure enough, as the rumors said, the monsters here are all fifth order. Looking at the introduction on the monster information, Lin You was a little puzzled. If he remembered correctly, the Land of Elements should be the territory of the element system. Why is it called this name? It's so strange. However, these earth-breaking guardians should not be underestimated. Their attributes are similar to those of rock monsters, and they are all powerful types. Of course, the defect is also obvious, that is, the speed is very slow. This is probably because of the size of the body. Lin You counted, and there were a total of 10 Rift Guardians standing in front of him, and the inside of the cave was wide enough for his plants to use. After observing the surroundings for a while, he instructed the plants around him to spread out, quietly approaching the wandering Earth Rift Guardians. The vines of the pink enchantress continued to travel under the cover of the rocks on the ground, and soon came to their feet. It's now. Attack. With Lin Yu's order, all the plants suddenly burst into flames, and the vines instantly wrapped around the body of the Rift Guardian. At the same time, the legal troops led by Lingxi waved their staff, and countless wooden thorns rushed out from all directions, penetrating their bodies. The 3 wood demon dragons directly activated their swift shadow skills, turning into afterimages and attacking the 3 nearest monsters. Crack! In just one encounter, 8 Earthripper Guardians fell under their fierce attack and shattered into pieces of rubble. The remaining 2 broke free from the shackles of the vines, condensed a boulder in their hands, and threw them directly at the pink enchantress beside them. It can even attack from a distance. Fortunately, the 2 tree spirit leaders responded quickly and ran over to stand in front of the pink enchantress. With a loud bang, they were both shaken out by the boulder, but they didn't suffer much damage. As expected, it is the most fleshy unit under Lin Yu's hands, and it is not much worse than these rock monsters. And their injuries gradually recovered under the treatment of the wood demons. After a while, the 2 Rift Guardians were beaten to death by the plants, turning into a pile of rubble and scattered on the ground. Kill the 5th Order Rift Guardian and gain 48 magic energy. Kill the 5th Order Rift Guardian to gain 50 magic energy. Kill the 5th Order Rift Guardian to gain 46 magic energy. For a 5th Order beast, the magic energy obtained by killing it is around 50 points. These 10 Earthbreaking Guardians provided him with nearly 500 magical energy at once. Lin You estimated that the first wave of monsters alone was beyond the ability of ordinary lords to deal with them. Not only powerful, but also long-range skills. A little carelessness may overturn the car, or even destroy the group. If it wasn't for his spiritual tidal power, which increases the attributes of all plants by 10%, I'm afraid it wouldn't be too easy to deal with. And what he didn't know was, the movement just now reached the ears of those outside, and it also caused quite a commotion. Did you hear it? There seems to be the sound of fighting. It should be the 5th Order monster inside, and the fight started. Listening to this movement, I'm afraid there are quite a few. There was a lot of discussion among the crowd, all speculating about the conditions in the cave. But it didn't take long before the sound of battle in the cave stopped abruptly and disappeared. Strange, why did it go silent so quickly? Could it be that the battle is over? Could it be that he was killed by a monster? Probably. I think we'd better get out of here quickly, it would be bad if those monsters rushed out. While these people were talking, they hurriedly retreated, for fear that the monsters inside would rush out and hurt them. In a blink of an eye, most of the crowd had left. Only a small part is left to wait and see, but they dare not go in to find out. Inside the mine. After finishing the first batch of monsters, Lin You continued to move towards the depths. He stopped and went all the way, while killing monsters and collecting ores. He even collected more than 80 units of copper mines, which almost filled his personal space. Not to mention the magic energy, with more than 2,000 points, let his magic energy break through the 5,000 mark. Ah! What is that? Suddenly, Lin You let out a small yawn and found a corpse lying in the corner in front of him. Running over to take a closer look, it turned out to be a human body. And it seemed that he had just died not long ago. Although his body was shattered, his blood had not completely coagulated. Is it what those people said? Did you come in to explore the unreturned Fifth Order Lord? Lin You never expected that he would encounter the bodies of other lords in such a place. To be able to enter such a deep position, this lord's strength is obviously not weak, but unfortunately he still failed to escape the fate of death and fell here. With a sigh, Lin You asked the plants to bring in the gravel, build a grave on top of the corpse, carve a tombstone out of the stone, and then stood quietly in front of the tombstone, feeling a lot of emotion. If possible, who would want to die in a foreign country? In your next life, get a good baby, and don't come to this world again. Lin You whispered to the tombstone, then turned to leave, and continued to move forward with the plants, speeding up a lot. The appearance of this corpse gave him a very important message. That is, the monsters here may regenerate. If this person can come to such a deep place, he must have already dealt with the monster at the entrance. But when it was his turn to come in, there were still monsters at the entrance. Obviously, those monsters would regenerate after death, and the regeneration cycle was not long. In order to avoid accidents, Lin You had to speed up and explore the rest of the mine. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. After killing the last Rift Guardian www.novel.com, Lin You finally came to the deepest part of the mine, in front of a huge underground cave. It's finally over. Lin You was delighted, and quickly stepped up to run to the cave, wanting to see what was inside. But when he came to the entrance of the cave and looked inside, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Inside this exaggeratedly large cave, there is actually a ruin of a building that has never been seen before. In the center of the ruins, a rock monster with a height of 7 or 8 meters stood there, exuding an extremely terrifying power. A Sixth Order monster. Lin You stepped back in shock, ready to escape at any time. But right away, he noticed something was wrong. I saw that at the chest of the rock monster, there were actually 2 huge chains passing through the chest, locking it tightly in the cave. What's the situation? Lin Yu's face was full of surprise. Approaching the past bravely, the information of the rock monster also appeared in his eyes. Name, Rift Earth Yuanzuan. Race, Elemental. Level 6. Strength, 400. Physique, 400. Agility, 220. Spirit, 315. Skills, Crushing Smash, Boulder Throwing. Introduction, originally an ordinary earthbreaking guardian, he was trapped here for some reason. He absorbed the Earth's spiritual veins for a long time and advanced to a more powerful earthbreaking Yuanzuan. Sure enough, it is a Sixth Order monster. Lin Yu's pupils shrank. He now finally understands why there is a roar outside the mine. I'm afraid it's all caused by this Sixth Order monster. Chapter 43. Congratulations, stranger. Lin Yu stood outside the cave for a long time. After confirming that the Sixth Order monster was controlled by the chains and could not move, he finally gathered up his courage and walked slowly into the cave. Roar. Sure enough, as soon as Rifty Yuanzuan found him, he immediately let out a deafening roar and struggled frantically until the 2 chains rattled, and the entire cave shook violently. As expected of a Sixth Order monster, it is indeed powerful. But soon, Yuanzun found that he couldn't attack Lin Yu. He suddenly picked up the boulder beside him and held it high above his head. Lin Yu, who was still on guard, suddenly changed his face. Hurry up. As soon as the order was given, the plants around him were already scattered, and even he quickly ducked to the side. The next second, there was a loud bang, and the boulder fell to the place where they were standing, smashing a terrifying deep pit, and the entire cave shook violently. The power is so strong that if you touch it at the 5th rank, you will be killed on the spot. It seems that it is impossible not to deal with the 6th order monster first. Fortunately, this monster is being restrained now, so he can't exert his full strength, otherwise he really has nothing to do. Go on, use a long-range attack to get rid of it. Lin You hurriedly retreated to the side, away from the attack range of Yuan Zun. And the wood demons and pink demons with long-range attack ability launched an attack on Rift Yuan Zun from far away. For a while, vines and thorns all over the ground erupted, attacking the violent Rift Yuan Zun, tying its body tightly. The 2 bursting mushrooms were also unambiguous. They took a handful of mushrooms from their bodies and threw them at the feet of Yuan Zun, causing a series of violent explosions. Roar. Rippled Earth Yuan Zun was attacked by the enemy on both sides, and he struggled again in anger. Then he yanked his hands violently, directly tearing off the vines on his body. Even the thorns of Lingxi and the others were cut off. Fortunately, the wood demons also have healing skills, and immediately sprinkled a piece of fluorescent light to heal the vines of the pink enchantress. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 3 wood demon dragons continued to harass the earth-shattering elements by taking advantage of their speed, buying them time. Rift Yuan Zun smashed the ground while roaring. The earth-shattering sound even spread outside, causing those outside to flee in terror and dare not stay near the entrance. And this news soon spread to the regional channel. Damn it. There are really 6th order monsters in the western desert, it's really terrifying. I was also nearby just now, and the movement was so sudden, I thought there was an earthquake. You can hear the sound from far away. It must be that the 6th order has not run away. Is there really a 6th order monster? Isn't it about to rush out? It's very possible. It's better for everyone to stay away, and don't go there to die. Already on the way to escape. The movement made by Yuan Zun Rift is really terrifying. Where have these lords ever seen such a scene? They were so frightened that they ran away in a blink of an eye, and no one dared to approach the desert to the west. Some people who were afraid of 6th order monsters running out, even left the wasteland and rushed back to their own territory. There was also a lot of uproar in the regional channel. And this time, the deepest part of the mine. Lin You led the plants under his hands and was still engaged in a fierce tug-of-war with Rift Yuan Zun. In just a few minutes, he lost 6 arms around him, almost all of them were killed on the spot by the boulder thrown by Yuan Zun, and he couldn't even catch up with the treatment. But Yuan Zun's situation is not much better. Being treated as a living target by so many plants, he has been battering, blowing up and chopping, the rock on his body has already cracked countless holes, and the roar has become weaker and weaker. Everyone works harder and you will win. Now Lin Yu's eyes are red. In order to deal with a trapped 6th order monster, he actually lost so many troops. You must know that these arms have been with him for a long time and have killed many 5th order monsters. The experience and attributes are not comparable to the newly recruited arms. Now that it's gone, it's no wonder he doesn't feel bad. While shouting, he directed the plants to attack, and at the same time stared at Yuan Zun's movements, for fear that it would smash rocks again. Fortunately, none of the things he feared happened. After another frantic attack for several minutes, the rock on Yuan Zun's body was finally completely shattered, pierced by several vines and wooden thorns, and he fell to the ground with an unwilling roar. Congratulations, you successfully killed the 6th order Earth Rift Yuan Zun and gained 105 points of magic energy. Huh. It's finally resolved. Lin You breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. The magic energy obtained by killing a 6th order monster is twice that of a 5th order monster. Sure enough, it's still as stingy as ever. However, he was too lazy to complain, his whole body seemed to have lost his strength, and his tense expression also loosened. Wow dash. At this moment, Rift Yuan Zun's huge corpse shattered, turning into pieces of rubble scattered around, revealing what was locked inside by chains, a treasure chest made of rocks. Treasure chest. Lin You was shocked and stood up abruptly. It turned out that the 2 chains passed through Rift Yuan Zun's body to lock this treasure chest. Or, is this treasure chest the real reward after killing Rift Yuan Zun? But he didn't hear any hints. Lin You was shocked. Unexpectedly, there is such a thing hidden in the body of Rift Yuan Zun. And with the death of Yuan Zun Riftu, the 2 chains were also broken, and the blockade on the treasure chest was completely released. Lin You hesitated for a while. www.novel.com still couldn't help walking towards the treasure chest and carefully observed the surroundings. This treasure chest is different from what has been seen before. It is made of very solid rock, and the pattern carvings on it are also very simple. Rather than being rewarded by the system, Lin You is more willing to believe that someone else did it. But who would make such a treasure chest specially, and hide it in such a secret and bizarre place? Shouldn't it be a trap? As soon as this idea appeared, Lin You was taken aback. I didn't dare to be careless. I immediately stepped aside and let the pink enchantress use the vine to open the treasure chest. Anyway, vines can be regenerated, so don't worry about being destroyed. Soon, a few vines wrapped around the rock treasure chest, and under Lin Yu's nervous and expectant gaze, he slowly opened it. There was no imaginary explosion, and no imaginary injection of poisonous needles. There was only a gray ball and a piece of yellowed paper, lying quietly inside the treasure chest. Paper. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. How can there be paper in such a place? It stands to reason that they came across the border, so they shouldn't be able to bring other things with them. Unless they happened to be carrying paper with them at the time, it would be impossible to appear here. But unfortunately, there is such a piece of paper in front of him. And it seems that it is a little old, and it has already begun to yellow. Vaguely, you can still see handwriting on it, a bit like a letter. Surprised, Lin Yu gradually came to the treasure chest and took the piece of paper out of the treasure chest. At a glance, I saw the first sentence on the paper. Congratulations, stranger, when you read this letter, it means you are about to die. Chapter 44 Lord's Farm. Lin Yu's face was full of question marks, and he almost cursed out loud. What the hell, it actually cursed him to death from the very beginning. Could it be that the curse letter failed? But gradually, he felt something was wrong. Because of his eyes, he was quickly attracted by the content on the paper. Congratulations, stranger, when you read this letter, it means you are about to die. I'm honored to tell you that the area you're in is one of the countless large areas that serve as a lord's farm. You must have a lot of doubts in your heart now, but I want to tell you that this is not the real primitive continent. Every new batch of lords will be randomly assigned to various regions and given resources to grow. After the strength reaches the 6th rank, they will automatically leave this region and go to the real primitive continent, which is where we often go. Said to leave the novice village. Stranger, although I don't know which world you are from, or how long time has passed, but since you can defeat the troops I left behind, it means that you already have a strength close to the 6th rank. But unfortunately, the passage to the primitive continent in this area has been blocked. Once it reaches the 6th level, it will be swallowed by the people who control this area and become the food for those people to advance. We have united to fight, but all failed. Those people are far more powerful than we imagined. In front of them, we are not even as good as ants. I want to dominate the world and stand on top of thousands of people, but I end up like this. I hate it. I hate the injustice of the sky. I hate myself for being weak. When you read this letter, it is estimated that I am dead, and you and I are considered to have the same disease, so I will give you one last piece of advice. There is only one way to escape from here, and that is to pass through the gray fog at the edge of the area. Go to other large areas. Remember, you only have one chance. After a month from the day of arrival, the gray fog will weaken for a period of time. At that time, it is also the thinnest time of the gray fog. Gather all the forces of the entire territory to pass through. Get a lifeline. If you succeed, remember to avenge us. Avenge our predecessors who died tragically on the road of fighting. After reading the contents of the letter, Lin Yu was shocked. He stood there dumbfounded, speechless for a long time, and his heart was already drowned by a storm. The area where he is. Is it actually a lord farm? After all lords reach the 6th rank, they will be swallowed up and become food for others to advance. This news, like a thunderbolt from the blue, hit him fiercely, making him unable to return to his senses for a long time. No wonder. No wonder it suddenly disappears after reaching the 6th rank. It turned out to be the case. He finally fully understood now. All the 10 million people in this area are just a group of beasts that have been kept in captivity to be slaughtered. It's just appalling. Lin Yu never thought that his unintentional act would break such a shocking secret. According to the description in the letter, 1 month after the Lord comes, the gray fog will weaken for a period of time. In other words, he only has a little more than half a month now. If he can't reach the strength to pass through the gray fog within this half-month, then there is only a dead end waiting for him. There is no second way to choose. But here comes the problem. According to what Luo Lei said before, those fifth-order gray fogs will die if they enter. What's more, his territory is still here. Even if he himself did successfully pass through the gray fog, his territory still couldn't be taken away. When the territory was destroyed, he could not escape death. Is there any other way? Lin Yu couldn't help looking at another thing in the box, a gray ball. He felt that since the person who left the letter was able to make such a precise layout, he must have taken into account these circumstances, otherwise, what's the point of saying so much? Surprised, he immediately picked up the gray ball and put it in his hand, and a message appeared in his eyes. Name, Pearl of Migration. Function, the core of the territory can be temporarily stored in it for the purpose of territory migration, and the level of breath can be hidden, and the magic tower can be made. Valid time, 5 days. Requirements, mana, territory level x 10,000, territory core x1. Sure enough. The person who left the letter was very thoughtful, and even thought about the territory. Moreover, this migration pearl also has a very powerful function, that is, the hidden level breath. In this way, Lin Yu can raise the territory to tier 6 before using this bead. After the core of the territory is taken in, his level aura will also be hidden, and it will not be easily detected by those people. After all, who would keep an eye on one of the swarms of ants? And this is also his only chance to escape from this area. Passing through the gray fog with the strength of the sixth order will definitely be much better. Invisibly, such a huge problem has been solved. The person who wrote this letter is really not simple. It's just a pity. Such an amazing and brilliant person would end up like this in the end. I am afraid that a lot of efforts have been made to make this migration pearl. I didn't expect it to be fulfilled in the end. www.novel.com. If there is a chance in the future, this deep hatred and hatred will definitely be avenged. Even if the letter does not say, he will not easily let go of those who treat them like animals and captivity people. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but take 2 steps back and looked around. Although most of the surrounding buildings are rotten, it can still be seen that this place was once the domain of that person. This also makes sense, why there is no reminder to destroy the gathering place of monsters, because this is not a gathering place for monsters at all. I don't know how many groups of people like them came to this world after this territory was destroyed, and then they were slaughtered one by one like lambs. Rest in peace, this revenge. I will avenge it for you. Lin Yu whispered to himself, bent down deeply and bowed to the ruins, his eyes filled with determination. As if in response to his words, the treasure chest in front of him finally lost its support, turned into a piece of rubble, and fell down, which was considered to have completed its mission. Lin Yu fixedly looked around for a while, and then said to the 19 remaining plants, let's go back. After speaking, he turned around and walked out of the cave, hurriedly heading for the exit. It was a smooth journey. I didn't encounter any monsters again. When Lin Yu walked through the entrance of the cave and came outside, all the people around him had already disappeared, probably because he was scared away by the movement just now. But that's fine, in case someone finds out that he managed to get out of the cave. After identifying the direction, Lin Yu rushed back in the direction of the territory. And the sky gradually darkened. Chapter 45 Metamorphosis. In a blink of an eye, the night passed. It has been 2 days since the last ranking reward was issued, and today is the 3rd day. According to the last experience, the reward should be given out at night, so Lin Yu is not too anxious. Get up and get out of bed, click on the leaderboard to take a look. First place, Yin Tiange, Tier 5, Demon. Second place, Lin Yu, Tier 5, Plant Department. Third place, Bai Haitong, Tier 5, Angels. Fourth place, Dongfang Hao, 5th Order, Humanoid System. Fifth place, Yen Wu, 5th rank, Elemental. Except for the 4th place in the top 5, they are all old faces, and Lin Yu is not surprised at all. Because now the vanguard troops have basically recruited the 5th Order arms, and the overall combat power is almost fixed, it is basically impossible to have a big improvement. Unless you get more powerful units, or level up your units to Tier 6. How easy is it to get to the 6th rank? That can only be done by killing a full 250 5th Order monsters, and he can't die in the middle. Even if it was Lingxi who was the first to advance to the 5th rank. With the experience bonus of the ancient tree of knowledge and the accumulation of killing monsters in the past few days, it has only reached more than 150 points of experience. Name, Wood Demon Lingxi, Royal Family. Race, Plant. Level, Tier 5, 153/250. Strength, 170. Physique, 170. Agility, 205. Spirit, 228. Skills, Nature Control, Intermediate, Affinity Aura, Plant Thorns. Introduction: the royal family among plants has the ability to dominate other plant-based units and is proficient in natural magic. At this time, Lingxi's attributes have been greatly improved because of the relationship between killing many monsters. But if you want to rise to the 6th rank, you have to kill at least 100 more 5th rank monsters. Even if you stay in the territory and enjoy the bonus of 1 experience per hour from the ancient knowledge tree, it will take 4 or 5 days to level up. Not to mention other troops with lower experience. Fortunately, Lin You still has half a month left. Such a long time is enough for him to raise all the arms to the 6th rank. As long as he himself does not rise to the 6th rank, he will not be detected by those people. When the gray fog weakens on the last day, you can immediately start action and escape from here. And what he needs to do most now is to collect resources and accumulate magical energy. The usage and consumption of Orb of Migration is calculated according to the territory level. A 6th order territory requires a full 60,000 magic energy, plus the need to upgrade to the 6th order. It is conceivable what a huge consumption this is. But no wonder. After all, the territory of the 6th order is very large, and if you want to move it away, it will naturally consume a lot of resources. It seems that you have to prepare in advance. Lin You muttered to himself, looking at the lively regional channel, and couldn't help sighing. If there is no accident, these people are destined to be buried in this world. Even if he wanted to help, there was nothing he could do. After all, he couldn't even guarantee that he would survive. A whole 10 million people. When he thought that so many people would end up trapped here, Lin You couldn't help trembling in his heart. Although he knew that these 10 million people were just a drop in the ocean for Wanjie, it still made him unable to calm down for a long time. This really answers that sentence. Heaven and earth are not benevolent, and they regard all things as cud dogs. Isn't that what they are facing now? Wait, one day, I will stand on this world and truly control my own destiny. At this moment, Lin Yu's heart changed completely. He is no longer the ignorant boy he used to be, and he is no longer a soft-hearted person, but a person who lives for his own destiny. Since you want to control your own life and death, preparation is inevitable. After storing the copper ore collected yesterday in the territory warehouse, Lin You left the territory with half of his troops and rushed to the direction of the rock mine. Before those people discovered the secret of the mine, they continued to collect copper mines. Here goes. It's a whole day. Due to the long distance, the monsters in the mine would regenerate every time they passed, so each trip would take a long time. However, after only 2 back and forth, the sky was getting dark, so Lin You had to stop collecting and hurry back to the territory. Store the ore you just collected in the warehouse. Lin You went directly to the open space and sat down, and started making a fire to make food, while watching the regional channel's movements. Soon it will be time for the ranking list to issue rewards, and the regional channel is obviously much more lively than during the day. Everyone is discussing the attribution of this reward, or guessing the ranking of a certain boss. And Lin You was also in the ranks of their discussions. Lin You just smiled and didn't take it seriously. He is still very confident in his own strength. 2 5th-order royal blood plants, plus 10 newly recruited rare arms, the Wood Demon Dragon, are all powerful arms with 3 skills. It is not easy to surpass such a luxurious lineup. Sure enough, when the time came, a reminder sounded in his mind. Congratulations, you won the 2nd place in the regional rankings, rewarded with 5,000 points of magic energy, and the essence of the 5th order territory X2. Still in 2nd place. Now Lin You is almost certain that this 1st place guy has tier 6 troops around him. Otherwise, it is impossible to always be the 1st. The horror of 6th order monsters www.novel.com. He has experienced it personally, and he almost didn't let him be destroyed. The 6th tier arms are naturally not that weak. As long as there is one, he can top 10 5th order, or even 25th order, which cannot be used for comparison at all. But it's fine. Anyway, Lin You doesn't lack the essence of the territory now. All he wants is the magic energy reward. The top 3 magic energy are all the same, so it doesn't make much difference to him. And after obtaining this ranking reward, his magical energy finally exceeded 10,000, and he was one step closer to 60,000. I simply ate something and watched the chat channel for a while. He got up and went back to the wooden house, ending the busy day completely. In a blink of an eye. 5 days passed. After several days of going back and forth and hard work, Lin You finally managed to collect enough resources to upgrade to Tier 6, all of which were stored in the territory warehouse. And today is the 20th day since he came to this world. In other words, he only has 10 days. But the good news is, early in the morning, he received news of Lingxi's advancement. Congratulations, the experience of Wooden Demon Lingxi has reached full value, and you have successfully advanced to the 6th rank. Hearing this prompt, Lin You immediately got up and ran down the wooden house to the bottom of the territory. Sure enough, she saw that Lingxi had been enveloped in a ray of light, and her body grew rapidly. After a while, he turned into a slightly larger elf with a green orb encrusted on the crown on his head and the staff in his hand. Even the little butterflies that were flying around had turned into 4, which looked very agile. Lin You hurried forward, and Lingxi's advanced attributes also came into his eyes. Chapter 46 Escape Plan. Name, Wood Spirit Lingxi, Royal Family. Race, Plant. Level, Level 6, 0/500. Strength, 360. Physique, 360. Agility, 400. Spirit, 425. Skills, Nature Control, Intermediate, Affinity Aura, Plant Thorns. Introduction. The royal family among plants has the ability to dominate other plant-based units and is proficient in natural magic. 6th Order Lingxi, the attributes skyrocketed directly. Even surpassed the Rift Yuanzuan I encountered before. With its current strength, if it encounters Rift Yuanzuan again, it can definitely be killed easily. This is the huge gap brought about by levels. Especially the further back you go, the gap between levels becomes larger and even multiplied, but you can't win by relying on numbers like low-level ones. And at the moment Lingxi successfully reached the 6th rank, a voice suddenly sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Congratulations, the regional ranking has improved, current ranking, 1st place. The 1st. Lin You came back to his senses in surprise. He quickly clicked on the regional ranking list, and took a look, and found that his name really appeared at the top. 1st place, Lin You, Tier 5, Plant Department. 2nd place, Yin Tianga, Tier 5, Demon. 3rd place, Bai Haitong, Tier 5, Angels. 4th place, Dongfang Hao, 5th Order, Humanoid System. 5th place, Yen Wu, 5th rank, Elemental. Unexpectedly, after Lingxi reached the 6th rank, his comprehensive combat power surpassed that of Yin Tianga, and he successfully won the 1st place in the rankings. That being said, his previous guess was indeed correct. This Yin Tianga obviously has a 6th Order unit. And when Lin You was checking the rankings, other lords also noticed the changes in rankings. Look, that Lin You rushed to the 1st place. What? Is he number 1? Damn it, Yin Tianga was surpassed by him. The myth of Yin Tianga's invincibility has come to an end. What did he do? Why did he suddenly rush to the 1st place? As expected of the big boss Lin You, it's really relieved to directly step on the 2 powerful forces of angels and demons. The 1st person in the plant department. In just a few minutes, the news that Lin You won the 1st place caused a great sensation in the regional channel. The lords exclaimed again and again, but they didn't expect that someone could end Yin Tianga's consecutive championship, and it was a unit other than a few powerful factions. This is also the 1st person other than Yin Tianga to top the list. You can imagine how shocked they were in their hearts. Area Edge. Near the lava in an underground cave. A young man with a handsome face stood in a hall of blood, looking at the list in front of him. Tier 6 arms. It seems that it will take a while for this person to do it. There was a bit of solemnity in the young man's eyes. And beside him, stood a huge demon, a 6th Order soldier, a double-winged dark demon. With this demon present, the identity of the youth is also revealed. It is the demon lord who has always occupied the 1st place on the list, Yin Tianga. Originally, Yin Tianga didn't put anyone in his eyes. But he never expected that the ranking he had been proud of would be overtaken by others, and he was also a lord of the plant system. In terms of vitality, the demon system may not be as good as the plant system. But when it comes to destructive power, the demon type is definitely the most powerful of all the arms, and no one can surpass it. Not even the angel type. But even with such a powerful unit, it was still surpassed. One can imagine how complicated this plant system is. Yin Tiange thought about it for a while, then closed the list, clicked on the private message interface, and sent a message to an ID signed by Haitong. Haitong, what do you think of this Lin You? Do you want to invite him to join our plan? After a while, the other side immediately came back with a message. Whatever, as long as it doesn't affect the plan, and don't call me Haitong, I'm not familiar with it. Alright then, I'll contact him later to have a look. Yin Tiange seemed to have long been accustomed to the other party's cold tone and didn't care. After thinking for a while, he clicked on Lin Yu's name on the list and sent him a message. Lin Yu, who was far on the other side, soon received this news. When he opened the interface and saw the message signature, he couldn't help but look startled. Yin Tiange. How could he send me a message? Lin Yu was full of doubts. He didn't seem to have any interaction with this guy. Is it because he stole the first place and sent a message in anger to give him harsh words or something? Doubtfully, he clicked on the message. The next second, he was stunned by the content above. The road to the original continent has been blocked. Are you interested in breaking through the blockade and escaping from here? A simple sentence, but it made Lin Yu's pupils suddenly shrink. This Yin Tiange actually knew about the area blockade. Could it be that besides him, other people know this secret? Shocked, he immediately replied to a message from the past. You also know about the regional blockade. Okay. On the other side, Yin Tiange, who saw Lin Yu's news, was also stunned, with surprise in his eyes. But right away, he suddenly laughed. The person who can surpass him and get the first place is really not a simple person, he even knows such a secret thing. But that's fine, it saves him a lot of time explaining things. He replied directly, since you know about this, then I won't explain it. www.novel.com. We have me and by Haitong now. Are you interested in walking through the gray fog together? It's good to have someone to take care of. Bai Haitong is also there. Yes, but do you know how to get through the gray fog? Lin Yu asked back. You mean the Pearl of Migration? You have. I don't have it, but Bai Haitong has it. She got the blueprint of the magic tower. We are now collecting resources to make it. Do you even know the Pearl of Migration? Yin Tiange was obviously a little surprised. In response, Lin Yu smiled and said, not only do I know, I have one in my hand now, but since you can make migration beads, can you help me make another one? I want to call another friend over. Who? Yen Wu. Yes, but you can produce the materials yourself, and the material list will be sent to you later. Okay. Speaking of this, the news stopped. Neither of them said another word. Looking at the news that stayed in front of him, Yin Tiange was extremely surprised. In his original expectation, Lin Yu should at most only know about the blockade of this area, but not how to leave. In this way, he can take the initiative. But he didn't expect that Lin Yu not only knew how to leave, but even the most crucial thing, the Pearl of Migration. This surprised him a bit. Telling this news to Bai Haitong also aroused Bai Haitong's surprise. As for doing one more transfer pearl, she agreed very readily. After all, one more person means more strength, not to mention 2 top 5 people on the list. The next thing to do is to collect resources and start an escape plan. Chapter 47 Intruder. The other side. After the plan was negotiated, Lin Yu immediately turned off the private chat message, clicked on Yen Wu's name, and told Yen Wu about the area blockade. As for why only Yen Wu was invited, Lin Yu actually had his own considerations in it. Because he is very clear. Even the 6th order person in the previous mine had no way to escape from here. It is almost impossible for ordinary 5th order lords to pass through the gray fog. Among the people Lin Yu knew, Yen Wu had the opportunity to reach the 6th rank in such a short period of time and collect enough 60,000 mana. As for the rest, Lin Yu believes that he is not a saint. He will not do things that put him in a dangerous situation in order to save people, and he will not be able to drag him by his side. He couldn't even take care of his own life, how could he have time to take care of others? What's more, taking other people through the gray fog may not be a good thing, and it may even harm them. It's better to stay in the area honestly, so that you can live longer. Soon. Yen Wu replied. Yen Wu was extremely shocked by the closure of the area, and he couldn't even believe it. But he had no doubts about the authenticity of the news. After all, he had found some clues before. So after sorting out his mood, he immediately replied to Lin You, saying that he could join the plan and at the same time prepare his own resources. After chatting a few words of gratitude for details, he immediately interrupted the chat and went to collect resources. As for Lin You, it is to take the plants out of the territory, go everywhere to hunt monsters above the 5th rank, accumulate magical energy, and level up the plants by the way. After the 6th Order Lingxi joined, his efficiency in killing 5th Order monsters has also become much higher. Basically, he touches one to kill one, and touches a pair to kill another. The experience of mana and plants is also rising. Until afternoon, the experience of one of the little mushrooms finally reached the full value, and a long-lost reminder was greeted. Congratulations, you have reached the full value of exploding mushroom experience and successfully promoted to tier 6. A ray of light flashed. The little mushroom grew a little bigger, and even the mushroom cap on the top split into two, surrounded by countless red mushrooms. On those mushrooms, there are even thorny spherical spores. Name, Twin Mushroom. Race, Plant. Level 6, 0/500. Strength, 100. Physique, 322. Agility, 322. Spirit, 405. Skills, Devour, Exploding Shrooms, Double Fission. The effect of explosive fission will trigger twice. Introduction, the advanced form of the exploding mushroom. The fission ability has been further strengthened, which can cause violent chain explosions. Although the overall attributes of the 6th Order twin mushrooms are not as good as that of Lingxi, their spiritual attributes are very high, and they are even catching up with Lingxi. Lin You remembered that this attribute affects the effect of skills, that is, the blasting ability of mushrooms. And after the advanced twin mushrooms, the blasting ability has been further strengthened, and the fission skill has become double fission, with stronger power and wider range. Based on this alone, it is estimated that not many people can stop the terrifying explosion of twin mushrooms. With this little mushroom stationed in the territory, he can finally explore farther places with peace of mind. Thinking of this, Lin You stopped looking for monsters and drove back towards the territory with the plants. At the same time, outside Lin Yu's territory, two figures suddenly appeared with a large group of troops. Look! There's a territory there. Ah! Really, I didn't expect this kind of place to have territory. The two who had just walked out of the forest soon discovered Lin Yu's territory, and they were all surprised. But immediately, greedy expressions and a hint of ruthlessness appeared on their faces. Let's go and have a look. If the Lord inside is not there, we will directly destroy the territory and grab his resources. Let's talk first. The resources will be divided into half. The two looked at each other and moved closer to Lin Yu's territory. At this moment, beside them, there is a mechanic Iron Man with a mechanical type, and a bull-headed axe soldier with a humanoid type. All of them are very powerful arms. And they are all 5th Order, adding up to as many as 30. With such strength, I am afraid that ordinary 5th Order lords will not be able to parry. It's no wonder that they were so unscrupulous. They directly set eyes on Lin Yu's territory, and wanted to destroy the territory and resources while he was away. After some probing, the two finally confirmed that there was no one in the territory, and they were even more surprised. That's great, there is no one in the territory, let's go in and destroy the core of his territory. The skinny young man said happily. But what about these vines? The other person looked at the huge vines that broke out of the ground next to him and hesitated. I always feel that these plants are weird. It's just a bunch of bigger plants, what's so weird? If you don't hurry up, the Lord here will come back. The emaciated youth urged. He didn't bother to pay any attention to him, and directly ordered his mechanic, Iron Man, to pass through those huge vines and walk into the vine forest. Because he had seen the location of the territory wall just now, not far from them. As long as you pass through the wall and destroy the core of the territory, aren't the resources in this territory within your grasp? When the men saw that he wanted to take resources for himself, he was in a hurry. After hesitating for a while, he finally turned ruthless and ordered his bull-headed axemen to follow. And the two of them are standing outside and directing the operations of their troops. With that skilled appearance, I'm afraid it's not the first time to do this kind of stealing home. It's just that they didn't notice. You reading www.uukangshu.com. Not long after their troops penetrated deep, a light pink mist suddenly spread in the vine forest, and more, they enveloped their troops in a blink of an eye, and even blocked their sight. Not good. There is an ambush. Come back soon. The two who had reacted immediately turned pale with shock, and hurriedly ordered the troops to withdraw, and at the same time hurriedly retreated, trying to avoid the range of the poisonous fog. But the next second, countless huge vines suddenly rose into the sky behind them, completely blocking their back path in a burst of dust. Fuck. We've been tricked, let's get out. At this moment, the two of them couldn't care less, and ran out of the vine forest just like their lives. But before they could run out a few steps, countless tiny vines were already clinging to the ground and surrounded them from all directions. And their troops were all one by one, dragged into the poisonous mist, screaming, and the sound of mechanical shattering. It was actually impossible to even resist. The two of them were pale. I can't understand why there is such a terrifying territory in this world. I only know that I cover my nose and frantically avoid the vines and run back, trying to escape from here. However, as soon as he arrived at the edge of the vine forest, the emaciated young man heard a scream coming from his side. His companion was actually entangled by several vines and fell to the ground. No. Help me. Help me. I don't want to die yet. The man screamed and struggled desperately. However, there were more and more vines on his body, which directly tied his whole body into a zongzi and pulled him into the poisonous mist. The screams also stopped abruptly at this moment. Chapter 48 Chase. In a terrifying scene, the thin young man was immediately turned pale with fright. With the only 4 remaining iron men, he desperately escaped, and he finally managed to escape the range of the vine forest. He didn't dare to look back, so he rolled and crawled into the forest next to him. He only regretted that his parents didn't give him more legs. At this time, the young man was extremely frightened. The tragic scene of his companion being dragged into the poisonous mist kept echoing in his mind, and even his feet began to tremble uncontrollably. If it wasn't for his fast running, and the mechanical units would not be affected by the poisonous fog, I'm afraid he would have ended up in the same way and died in that forest. He couldn't understand how such a place could have such a powerful territory. Even so powerful that he could not imagine it. Most importantly, he had never heard of it. Now, even if he were given 100 more courage, he would not dare to approach that place again. But at the same time, he felt very unwilling to lose so many troops. You must know that these are the 5th Order units that he recruited from his hard-earned magic energy, and he lost most of them at once, which is undoubtedly a devastating blow to him. Humph. I can't deal with you, can't others? Wait, I want everyone to know the location of your territory. The young man snorted coldly, the fear on his face dissipated, and his expression gradually became gloomy. Then he increased his speed and hurried back towards his territory. But didn't notice. At this moment, above his head, there was a figure flying in the air, closely following his trail. This is the Wood Demon Dragon in Lin Yu's territory. In fact, when the territory was invaded, Lin You on the other side received an invasion notification. Lin You was still very confident in the defensibility of his territory, so after sensing that an enemy had escaped through his spiritual connection, he asked the Wood Demon Dragon stationed in the territory to follow him. And he himself quickly returned to the territory, and immediately saw a pile of corpses in the vine forest. Humph! You dare to attack my territory, do you think you can escape? The other party obviously wanted to destroy his territory and the resources in his territory while he was away. For such a person who threatens his life, Lin You naturally cannot easily let go. What's more, since that guy knew his territory, he couldn't stay, so as to avoid endless troubles. Go, let's follow. With an order, Lin You directly followed up with the 25 arms around him. With the Wood Demon Dragon scouting ahead, there is no need to worry about losing it. Going deep into the mountains and forests, follow the spiritual connection from the Wood Demon Dragon all the way. In less than an hour, he brought his troops to the entrance of an underground cave, and the Wood Demon Dragon who was in charge of following it was parked above the entrance. Is it here? Lin You was a little surprised, he didn't expect the other party's territory to be in such a secret place. No wonder he had explored this forest several times before and found nothing. Without any hesitation, he directly led the plants into the cave. Wang Liang, who had just escaped, did not know that the danger had come. As soon as he returned to the territory, he walked into the Lord's fortress and sat down on the chair. His face was filled with happiness, resentment. After calming down, he immediately turned on the regional channel, preparing to completely reveal the location of Lin Yu's territory to vent his hatred. unexpectedly. At this time, there was a sudden boom outside, which caused the whole ground to vibrate violently. What's the matter? What happened? Wang Liang stood up abruptly and hurried outside the fortress. At a glance, I saw a blasted hole in the boundary wall of the territory, and a large group of plants outside the territory. When he saw Lin You standing among the plants, he was shocked. Who are you? Why are you attacking my territory? My own territory is so secret that it will be discovered. The young man suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Haha, you just attacked my territory, did you forget it so soon? Lin You said coldly. When Wang Liang heard this, his pupils suddenly tightened. It's you. You, how did you know that my territory is here? Wang Liang panicked instantly. He never imagined that the owner of the territory would come to him so quickly. Recalling the terrifying scene he encountered before, his feet suddenly softened and he almost fell to the ground. But immediately, he reacted and hurriedly yelled at the Iron Man who was stationed in the territory. Quick! Stop him! Don't let him rush in! While shouting, he ran into the Lord's fortress. And more than a dozen Iron Man organs in his territory also swarmed up and surrounded Lin You through the gap in the wall. But before they could take a few steps, a large handful of mushrooms had already landed at their feet. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions shook the entire cave, and even many cracks appeared on the ground. Not to mention those Iron Men, who were directly bombed to pieces, unable to withstand the explosive attack of the sixth-order twin mushrooms. Hearing the death reminder of the troops in his mind. Originally, Wang Liang, who was still trying his best to protect the core of the territory, suddenly trembled, and panic was written all over his face. Immediately afterwards, Lin You brought the plant army to the Lord's fortress, and stared coldly at Wang Liang through the door, and a huge mechanical gear behind him. That is the core of the mechanical system territory. No. You can't kill me. You are committing a crime. Wang Liang stepped back in a panic. Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com even said nothing. He had long forgotten how he wanted to put Lin You to death just now. For those who want to harm him, Lin You has no sympathy. He gestured to the twin mushrooms around him, and several red mushrooms were thrown in. Boom. The entire territory fortress shook violently, and was instantly blown to pieces. A powerful air wave, accompanied by Wang Liang's screams, swept the entire cave and spread out hundreds of meters away. At the same time, a reminder sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Kill the Fifth Order Lord, get Magic Energy 89, Wood 250, Stone 340, Fifth Order Lord Essence X1. The core of the Lord was destroyed, the Lord died, and the surrounding mechanical walls and buildings finally lost their support and turned into ruins. Looking at the resources obtained, Lin You couldn't help but sigh. No wonder this guy didn't recruit new troops just now, it turned out that there was only so much magic power. Shaking his head helplessly, he did not stay here for long and left the cave with the plants. The movement made just now obviously spread far away. In order not to cause extra trouble, it is better to leave here quickly, so as not to be seen by others. Soon, Lin You returned to the territory, and the sky gradually became dark. Going out today, the harvest is still very rich. Not only did the burst mushroom successfully rise to the 6th rank, but even the magic energy accumulated to more than 30,000. There are still 9 days left until the 1-month period. He had to collect enough 60,000 magic energy in these 9 days. Thinking of this, Lin You couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency in his heart. Chapter 49 Ogre Tribe. Congratulations, the experience of the Pink Enchantress has reached the full value, and you have successfully advanced to the 6th rank. Congratulations, the Trent Warrior's experience has reached the full value and successfully promoted to the 6th rank. Early in the morning, Lin You, who was sleeping soundly, was woken up by 2 reminders. After a night of accumulated experience, 2 more plants finally reached the 6th rank. Putting on the animal skin coat just made, Lin You hurriedly left the Lord's wooden house and went under the territory, and found that the 2 plants had already evolved and changed into a new form. Name, Blood Demon Girl. Race, Plant. Level, Level 6, 0/500. Strength, 380. Physique, 385. Agility, 295. Spirit, 334. Skills, Protection of Plants, Poison Ivy Whip, Bloody Poison Mist. Introduction: the advanced form of the pink enchantress, the vine whip has the ability to blood, and can release the poisonous mist, infiltrating the enemy's body. It is a very slaughtering plant. Name: Dryad General. Race: Plant. Level 6, 0/500. Strength: 390. Physique: 390. Agility: 325. Spirit: 325. Skills: Protection of Plants, Savage Clash, Sweep Thousands of Armies. Introduction: the advanced form of the Dryad Warrior, the wood on the body surface is strengthened, the strength and defense are greatly improved, the attack is fast, and the charge is the most powerful vanguard of the Dryad family. The 6th Order Blood Demon Girl has many dark red barbs on the vines. One by one wandering in the air, it looked terrifying. Even the flower on the head of the main body has changed from pink to a delicate blood red, and at a glance, you can tell that it is not someone to mess with. As for the tree spirit generals, on the other hand, the size of the body has become much larger, and there are still pieces of hardwood on the surface of the body, which completely protect it. Especially the pair of arms that are thicker than the pillars, it is estimated that they can blow up a hurricane and blow the enemy into slag. It is really suitable for charging into battle. When the wood demons on the side met, they flapped their little wings and flew to the canopy above its head to play, as if to celebrate its successful advancement. Then he flew to Lin Yu's side again, and flew back and forth around him. Okay, you don't have to be envious, you should be able to advance in a short time. Lin Yu smiled and checked their information. The experience is basically more than 200, and you can reach the 6th rank in about 2 or 3 days. The 2 plants that just advanced are because they have been with him for a long time, killed a lot of 5th Order monsters, and helped him block a lot of attacks, so they advanced faster. Like the wood demon, it needs to attack and heal again, so the experience gain is naturally relatively slow. Check out their properties. Lin Yu went directly to the Tower of Arms to take a look. After several days of research, basically all the arms have been researched by him to the 2nd level and become recruitable. After arranging a new research task, he went to the territory warehouse to check the resource information. Through the collection of materials in the past few days, he has raised the territory warehouse to the 4th level, and the capacity has become much larger. It is not a problem to save tens of thousands of units of mineral resources. He clicked on the territory warehouse information, and rows of resource information also appeared in front of him. Magic Energy, 37245. Stone, 6528. Iron Ore, 960. Copper Ore, 780. Essence of Tier 4 Territory, 1. Essence of Tier 5 Territory, 15. In addition to these things, there are many miscellaneous things. For example, clothes made of animal skins, various tools used in daily life, and daily necessities. And because he has been at the top of the ranking list for the past few days, he has accumulated a lot of 5th Order territorial essence. Although he didn't know if there were any other uses, he still wasn't willing to throw away the excess. As for magical energy, it was naturally what he had accumulated during this period of time by hunting monsters, ranking rewards, and burning lotus flowers. It's still more than 20,000 points away. It seems that we need to work harder. Using the Orb of Migration and the magic energy needed to upgrade the territory is still very huge for Lin Yu. If you want to collect enough in these few days, you can't just rely on the lotus and the list rewards. You must continue to hunt monsters. Of course, it would be great if we could find a gathering place for 5th Order monsters. Thinking of this, Lin Yu just clicked on the regional channel to check it out. After some searching, I actually found the news of the gathering place of monsters. Come on, brothers. I found a 5th Order monster gathering place in the Scorched Wasteland. There seems to be a 6th Order leader monster in it. I can't do it alone. What? A gathering place for 5th Order monsters. Where is the exact location? I'll rush over now. Didn't you see that there are 6th Order monsters? Do you want to go and die? But I heard that after the 5th Order monsters are gathered and destroyed, there will be 5th Order arms token rewards, as well as 5th Order territorial essence. Damn it. The 5th Order won. Where is it? I'm going too. Count me in. As soon as they heard that there was a 5th tier armor token reward, these lords were in a hurry, and quickly inquired about the specific location of the gathering place of monsters. Soon, the location was locked in a valley in the south of the Scorched Wasteland. After these few days of accumulation, the strength of many lords has also become much stronger, and they no longer dare to enter a fifth-order mine like before. This is not. In just 3 or 2 sentences, many fifth-order lords flocked there, and even called friends and friends, intending to work together to push down this monster-gathering place. As for who the last arms token will fall into, it depends on each individual's ability. Originally, Lin You didn't really want to go www.novel.com, but seeing the description above said that the valley was huge, with at least hundreds of fifth-order monsters, which made him a little moved. This is a lot more than the number of monsters in the copper mine before, and there is still a chance to get a weapon token. This is definitely a good opportunity to earn a lot of magic energy. Just do it. After confirming the location, Lin You immediately took Lingxi, the 2 6th-order arms that had just advanced, and another 25th-order arms, and left the territory mightily. 2 hours later, Lin You and the plants finally came to the entrance of a valley. Sure enough, as the news said, the valley is very large, and the entrance alone is several hundred meters wide. At this time, outside the valley, many lords have gathered, and they are all inquiring about the situation in the valley. Lin You looked inside from a distance. Found that the valley is full of fences and caves, and tents made of rags. Many tall ogres walked around the fire, as if they were roasting the corpses of some animals, and there was a faint smell of blood in the air. This is actually a 5th-order ogre tribe. Lin You is very clear that such a monster with simple wisdom must have some kind of leader, which is the 6th-order monster in their mouth. The lords who came one after another seem to have discovered this as well. They all gathered on both sides of the entrance to the valley, and no one dared to enter rashly. And over time, more and more people gathered outside the valley, which made them more and more anxious. Because the more people there are, the less chance they have of getting the troop token, which is something they don't want to see. Chapter 50 Tier 6 Leader. We can't wait any longer, let's go in. Finally, someone couldn't bear his temper and entered the valley with the troops around him. With the first opening, the rest of the people naturally couldn't sit still and followed suit. For a while, a dozen lords with a large group of troops rushed into the valley, shouting and killing one after another. When the ogres who were still eating meat found them, they also roared and stood up to call their companions. In a blink of an eye, countless ogres emerged from the cave and collided with the lord team. Boom. There was only a muffled sound, and a 5th-order beast unit that rushed in front was hit in the head by the big stick in the hand of the ogre, and it was smashed into meat mud in one fell swoop. And the troops on the lord's side were not to be outdone, and they directly knocked down several ogres in one face-to-face. Before the ogre could struggle to get up, he was immediately drowned by countless attacks and died tragically on the spot. Go. Kill all these ogres. The troop token is mine. Roar. The shouts of the lords, mixed with the roar of the ogres, constantly echoed in the valley, causing the entire valley to vibrate violently. More and more lords and troops joined the battle, and more ogres emerged in the valley, constantly waving the big sticks in their hands, and even pounced on them and bit them with their mouths. In just a moment, many troops fell under their attack and were torn to shreds and swallowed. The breath of flesh and blood deeply stimulated their nerves, turning their eyes red and bloodthirsty. Under their ferocious offensive, the lords gradually showed signs of weakness, making it difficult to resist. Damn it! These ogres are coming too fiercely. A few more people. The lords shouted anxiously, completely not expecting the ogre's offensive to be so powerful. Some even had the intention of retreating and gradually retreated. But at this time, dense vines suddenly appeared, rushing into the ogre tribe from both sides against the ground, entangling the ogres who were attacking frantically, restricting their movements. A few were even directly sucked up by the vines, turning into mummified corpses and falling to the ground softly. Hey! It's so strong. You can kill so many ogres at once. The lords widened their eyes in shock and looked at the root of the vine, which was Lin Yu's direction. They couldn't believe that such a ferocious 5th-order ogre could be killed so easily. It was absolutely impossible for them to do it. I didn't expect such a master to be hidden. And taking advantage of this opportunity, their troops also regained the upper hand. Under the control of Lin Yu's vines, ogres continued to fall under their attacks, gradually pushing the front line into the valley. Come on. Go in with all your might. Kill. While shouting, the lords led their troops into the valley with excitement written on their faces. At the same time, more and more lords came and joined the battle, making the whole situation almost one-sided. Lin You stood behind the team with the plants, and kept killing those ogres who rushed up through sneak attacks. Kill the 5th order ogre and gain 47 magic energy. Kill the 5th order ogre and gain 51 magic energy. Kill the 5th order ogre and gain 46 magic energy. In this world, the acquisition and distribution of magical energy is very simple and rude, and whoever kills the magical energy belongs to whom. This has resulted in a result: all the lords are desperately trying to grab the head, wanting to get more magic energy. Lin You is no exception. Basically, one shot is one shot, few ogres can survive the attack of his plants. In less than half an hour, he obtained more than 3,000 magic energy points, which is not unpleasant. Gradually, the whole party advanced into the depths of the valley, where a huge cave was located. Before he could stand still, an angry roar came from inside, shaking the air in the entire valley wildly. A 6th order monster. Definitely a 6th order monster. Everyone be careful. The unusual aura shocked all the lords, and they all spoke out to remind them. Sure enough, just as their voices fell, a behemoth suddenly rushed out of the cave, bringing with it a strong aura. Lin You in the distance took a closer look. It turned out to be a 2-headed ogre with a height of 5 meters. Name: Ogre Leader. Race: Humanoid. Level 6. Strength: 420. Physique: 420. Agility: 325. Spirit: 400. Skills: Bloodthirsty Rage, Fire Control. Introduction: The leader of the ogre tribe, after drinking a lot of blood, he awakened the blood of the 2-headed ogre, and obtained the ability to control flames. One of his heads has extremely high intelligence. What a powerful attribute. After reading the information about the ogre leader, Lin You was shocked. This ogre leader is not only powerful, but also has awakened the ability to control flames. Do not. It is more appropriate to call it a boss. Those lords didn't expect such a terrifying guy to come out. They suddenly exclaimed and couldn't help but step back. But the next second, a group of flames suddenly gathered in the hands of the ogre leader, illuminating the surroundings brightly. Not good. Rewind. The expressions of the lords changed greatly, and they hurriedly fled the attack range of the ogre leader. But there was still one lord who ran slowly and fell behind. Everyone didn't even react, and the huge flame had already drawn a scarlet trail in the air, attacking the lord. Boom. What dash? Only heard a shrill scream. The lord was instantly swallowed by a pillar of fire, his entire body was burnt to charcoal, he fell to the ground with a bang, and all his troops died violently. Just one hit. He instantly killed a 5th order lord. The frightened other lords turned pale. You reading www.uukangshu.com. What shocked them even more was that this ogre leader actually knew how to attack the key figure of the lord first. Obviously, he really had extremely high wisdom. Roar. The ogre leader roared wildly. Without giving the lords time to react, he jumped high with its mace and crashed into the open space, causing the ground to shake violently. Quick. Stop it. Don't let it rush out. Don't panic. We have a lot of troops. The lords shouted in a hurry, and they all gave orders to attack their troops. For a time, hundreds of 5th order troops surrounded the ogre leader and launched a fierce attack on it, with endless collisions and explosions. Roar. But at this moment, the ogre leader's eyes suddenly turned red, he frantically swung the giant mace in his hand, and knocked out all the troops around him. Then the flame in his hand condensed, and it exploded in the place with the most dense arms, directly killing a large number of arms, leaving the encirclement instantly empty. A 6th order monster is so terrifying. What shocked the lords even more was that, after eliminating the surrounding units, the crimson eyes of the ogre leader actually stared at them. With just one glance, the lords were so frightened that they turned pale, screaming and running around. How could they still be so magnificent? Lin You knew that it was time to take action. Immediately, he said to the 3 6th order troops around him, Lingxi, if you go to help, you too will go too. The voice fell, and the Dryad general standing at the forefront took the lead, launched a savage charge, and rumbled towards the ogre leader in the encirclement. Chapter 51 Auction, Great Harvest. The huge movement made by the Dryad general immediately attracted the attention of all the lords. What is that? Dryad. What a fast speed. It rushed towards the ogre leader. I saw that in the exclamations of everyone. The tree spirit general seemed to be transformed into a heavy tank, rushing all the way into the encirclement. As soon as the ogre reacted, the tree spirit general rushed in front of it. Boom. A violent explosion spread throughout the valley. The huge body of the ogre was instantly knocked out by this violent impact, crashing into a large piece of debris and burying it completely. The exaggerated scene immediately made the Lord's eyes widen and their faces full of shock. So strong. It knocked the ogre leader flying. Hey! What a perverted power. Is this a tier 6 unit? They couldn't believe that an ogre leader with such a terrifying strength would be directly knocked out. How powerful would it be to do this? Could it be true as they guessed, that tree spirit is a 6th order soldier, right? Look, the ogre leader is standing up again. Suddenly, another exclamation sounded. The ogre leader who was buried in the rubble roared angrily and got up from the ground again. They were so frightened that they hurriedly backed out, for fear of harming Chiyu. But the next second, something that shocked them even more happened. I saw vines with dark red barbs suddenly appear, tying the ogre leader's heels and bringing it down again. Immediately afterwards, several wooden thorns suddenly appeared, with a pop sound, penetrated its abdomen and carried a large amount of blood. Roar. The ogre leader struggled desperately, tore off the vines on his body, and at the same time condensed fire in his hands. But immediately, more vines wrapped around its hands along the ground, interrupting its spellcasting, and the barbs on the vines sank deep into its body, frantically sucking its blood. Taking this opportunity, the tree spirit general directly raised his huge arms and smashed them onto the two heads of the ogre leader with a bang. The huge impact force instantly smashed the ogre leader into a daze. Puffed. Finally, a huge wooden thorn penetrated the ogre leader's chest. The struggle of the ogre leader also stagnated and fell to the ground with a bang. Quiet. The whole valley was silent. Everyone opened their mouths and looked at this scene with shock on their faces. The incomparably powerful 6th order monster just died like this. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, they couldn't believe it was true. They were all stunned to the ground, and they could almost put an entire egg in their mouths. Only Lin You, as if he had done a trivial thing, recalled the plants to his side. At the same time, a voice sounded in his mind. Kill the leader of the 6th order ogre and gain 115 points of magic energy. Successfully annihilated the 5th order monster gathering place, obtained the 5th order territory essence X1, and obtained the 5th order humanoid weapon token, ogre. The 3 6th order arms are shot at the same time, and there is a 10% attribute bonus of Lingxi, so it is not a problem to solve a 6th order monster. And what surprised Lin Yu was, after killing the ogre leader, he really obtained a tier 5 weapon token, which was directly distributed to his personal space. Looking at the extra items inside, he immediately took them out and carefully observed them in his hands. When the lords saw it, they were shocked and came back to their senses instantly. That's a troop token. It's really a weapon token. The lords exclaimed again and again, almost wanting to rush up to grab the token. But seeing the terrifying plants around Lin Yu, they couldn't help shrinking their necks and didn't dare to make trouble. After all, this is a ruthless man who can easily kill even 6th order monsters. They can't even deal with 6th order monsters, let alone deal with these 3 terrifying arms. What's the difference between that and courting death? So he could only stare at Lin Yu and the weapon token in his hand. But he didn't notice the smile on the corner of Lin Yu's mouth. The reason why he took out the token was naturally his intention. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, he knew that his goal had been achieved. Immediately shook the token in his hand, and said loudly, "Who of you is interested in this weapon token? You can exchange magic energy for me, and the one with the higher price will get it." Are you serious? In exchange for magic energy? The lords were shocked, and their eyes suddenly became hot. They don't have other resources, but they have just cleared this monster gathering place, and there is still a lot of magic energy. And being able to exchange magical energy for arms tokens is definitely a surefire business for them. Immediately, a lord of the humanoid type made a loud bid, "Boss, I will offer 3,000 magic energy." 3,000? How about sending beggars? I'll pay 5,000. 5,000 also want to buy arms tokens. I will pay 6,000. I'll give you 7,000. 7,001. 7,002. In the blink of an eye, the price was raised to more than 7,000, and it continued to increase. Lin You did not expect that these people had so much magical energy. It seems that those who can come here to destroy the gathering place of monsters are not simple people. 10,000 magic energy. Finally, a simple and honest man called the price to more than 10,000 yuan, and the lively bidding scene also followed, and no one continued to increase the price. Obviously, 10,000 mana is their limit. Even if this price is put on the regional channel, I am afraid that few people can get it, and Lin You does not want to go to the regional channel to do such time-consuming and laborious things. So after repeatedly asking no one to increase the price, Lin You came to the man and traded with him directly. All of a sudden, he got another 10,000 magic energy. The man was also very excited when he got the arms token, and said gratefully, "Thank you for your willingness to transfer, I am short of such melee arms right now." "You're welcome." Lin Yugong had harvested so much magic energy, and he was in a very good mood. He glanced at the people around him who were eyeing them, and he continued, "As a bonus for this transaction, I'll leave here with you." "Then thank you, sir." The man looked happy. Of course, he knew how dangerous he was holding the troop token in his hand at this time, and how many people would stare at him. If a big guy like Lin Yu accompanied him, no one would dare to attack him again. For this, he was very grateful. After thanking him again and again, he followed Lin Yu with his troops www.novel.com and left the canyon under the unwilling gaze of everyone. When they could no longer be seen, the lords couldn't help but talk. Who was that person just now? The strength is so strong. I'm afraid all the troops around him have reached the 6th rank. Tier 6, it's still the plant department. Shouldn't it be the one on the list? You mean Lin Yu? The faces of the lords changed, their eyes filled with horror, and they couldn't help but look in the direction Lin Yu was leaving. And this time, Lin Yu and the others have also arrived far outside the valley. After making sure that no one was following around, the men said goodbye to Lin Yu and hurried back towards his territory. By the way, the transaction information seems to show the other party's name. Suddenly, the man thought of something, and hurriedly clicked on the transaction record just now. But when he clicked on the message and saw the name on it, he was stunned. Lin Yu, the leader of the leaderboard. The man shook his hands and almost didn't stare out his eyes. The person who traded with him just now was actually the one who topped the rankings. Could he be wrong? Shocked, the man checked the names on it carefully, and sure enough, it was Lin Yu. This time, he finally couldn't calm down. I was so close to the number 1 person just now. Can't believe it. I am afraid that in the entire area, there are not many people who have seen that big guy really. No wonder. No wonder that person is so powerful. He finally understands now. Chapter 52. I'll call you the Mushroom King. When Lin Yu returned to the territory, it was already afternoon. Along the way, he also went to other places to hunt and kill a lot of 5th-order monsters, and he didn't rush back until afternoon. At this time, he had collected more than 54,000 magical energy. Even if you rely on the Lotus and ranking rewards, you can collect 60,000 in the last few days, and there is even a surplus. This is also thanks to the gathering place of monsters today, which made him earn more than 10,000 mana at a time, much faster than he expected. It was rare for him to relax, so he stopped going out to hunt monsters, and instead studied things in the territory. The first to bear the brunt is naturally his most important mutation ability. Mutation, mana can be consumed to mutate the designated summoned unit into a random summoned unit of the same level, and retain an original skill. It can be said that most of Lin Yu's achievements are due to this ability. If he hadn't had this ability, he would probably have died in that wave of beasts long ago. After all, not everyone is as unlucky as him. The initial unit randomly arrived at the Sapling, and it was so close to the origin of the beast tide. Taking advantage of the time today, I just happened to study this ability carefully. For example, mutating plants with royal blood. Let's try the first-tier troops first. Lin Yu sat cross-legged under the Tree of Life. After vacating a recruiting slot, start using magic energy to recruit the first-tier spirits of plants and trees. The recruitment of Tier 1 troops requires 1 point of mana. Do you want to continue? Continue. 1 point of magic energy is completely irrelevant to Lin Yu now, so he chose to recruit without hesitation. And this first-order plant spirit, which he researched with the Tower of Arms a few days ago, has become a recruitable state. I saw a flash of fluorescent light, and a light group only the size of a fist quickly condensed in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu looked at its information and directly used mutation on it. The mutation of the first order troops needs to consume 1 point of mana. Do you want to continue? Yes. Immediately after that, there was another energy flow, and the light group in front of him changed rapidly, and it turned into another kind of plant in no time. A first order sapling. Name, small sapling. Race, plant. Level, tier 1, 0 out of 10. Strength, 0, attack strength. Physical, 8, vitality. Agility, 0, speed. Spirit, 8, skill power. Skills, breath of nature, control of nature. Introduction, the lowest level of plant type summons, awakening attack ability for unknown reasons, can simply control the power of nature. Have you ever seen a sapling with 2 skills? Anyway, Lin You has seen it. This little sapling not only has its own healing skills, but also inherits the attacking technique of the spirit of plants and trees because of its mutation ability. Of course, Lin You didn't sit here to make saplings. After secretly complaining, he continued to use the mutation ability on the sapling in front of him. The mutation of the first order troops needs to consume 1 point of mana. Do you want to continue? Yes. With a flash of light, the small sapling turned into a small mushroom, inheriting the natural control skills. Continue to mutate. Show. The little mushroom turned into the original sapling again. Continue to mutate. In this way, Lin You sat under the tree of life and kept mutating that first order plant. And the plants in front of him are constantly changing their forms, and their skills are changing. But what he didn't expect was, after spending a full 2 hours and using more than 700 mutations, the first order plants were still the original first order plants, and there was no intention of mutating out of the royal bloodline at all. Is he really so unlucky? Or is it that the plants of his 2 previous royal bloodlines have all had luck? I don't believe it anymore. I'll stop after 300 more attempts. The more Lin You thought about it, the more angry he became. Although 700 or 800 points of mana is not too much, and it won't affect his plan, but he wasted so much time that his legs are almost numb. He got up and exercised his muscles and bones, ate some jerky, and immediately sat down to continue the mutation. As the mutation progressed again and again, his entire body's movements became numb, and he kept repeating mechanical movements. Finally, when the mutation reached more than 970 times and Lin You was about to give up, a different light suddenly lit up. The mutation is successful. The thorn vine grass is mutated into a small mushroom, royal family, the current level, first order. Hearing this prompt, Lin You, who had a numb expression, was shocked and overjoyed. After a ray of light passed, a small red mushroom with a crown appeared in front of him. Name, little mushroom, royal family. Race, plant. Level, tier 1, 0 out of 10. Strength, 5. Physique, 8. Agility, 8. Spirit, 10. Skills, explosive spores, demolition mastery, explosive power and explosion range are doubled. Introduction, what bad intentions can a little mushroom have? It just likes to set off fireworks. Lin You was extremely excited. He didn't expect that after nearly 1,000 mutations, he finally succeeded in mutating a plant with royal blood. Moreover, it is also the first order unit of the explosive mushroom. The first order little mushrooms www.novel.com. Although their attributes are not high, their skills are very powerful. The power and range of the explosion are doubled, which is simply unreasonable. And after awakening the royal bloodline, the skills inherited from other plants were also replaced, leaving only the exclusive skills of 2 mushrooms. Lin You can already imagine what a terrifying existence this little mushroom will become when it grows up. I'm afraid it is no less than a moving output cannon, and it will be a large piece when it explodes. Lin You is still very satisfied with this little mushroom. Finally, his hard work for so long was not in vain. The only thing to do now is to improve the level of the little mushroom, not to mention catching up to the 6th level, at least to the 4th level or above. In this way, the little mushroom will not die so easily, otherwise he will probably die of distress at that time. And after this practice, Lin You also probably figured out the situation of the mutation ability. There is no way to mutate rare troops, and it is indeed possible to cultivate plants of royal blood through mutation. It's just the probability. Anyway, Lin You doesn't want to do it a second time in a short time. After all, doing that is too time-consuming and energy-consuming, and the mutants are still tier 1 troops, so they won't be able to fight in a short period of time. As for using high-level troops to mutate, he doesn't even need to think about it. He doesn't have so much magic energy to consume. He was very satisfied with getting a small mushroom, and he didn't dare to ask for too much. Thinking of this, Lin You looked at the little mushroom in front of him and said, "Since you are the royal family among the mushrooms, I will call you the Mushroom Demon King. How about you?" Little Mushroom. Chapter 53 The Eve of Departure. The night passed quickly. Thanks to the experience of the ancient tree of knowledge for one night, the Mushroom Demon King finally successfully rose to the second rank when the morning came, and turned into a second-rank explosive mushroom. Name: Exploding Mushroom, Mushroom Demon King, Royal Family. Race: Plant. Level: Level 2, 0/25. Strength: 10. Physique: 18. Agility: 18. Spirit: 22. Skills: Explosive Spore, Demolition Mastery. Introduction: The King of Mushrooms, his blasting ability has been greatly improved. Don't look at this little guy is only second order. When Lin Yu got down from the Lord's hut in the morning, he found that it had become one with those plants, and was basking in the sun surrounded by a few sixth-order twin mushrooms. At first glance, it looked like a mushroom boss. That picture really made Lin Yu laugh or cry. As expected of the royal family of mushrooms, the identity is really unusual. And the Mushroom Demon King, who has risen to the second level, also shows that it is different from ordinary explosive mushrooms, and can already move away from the ground. In this way, it saves Lin Yu a lot of energy, and he can directly take him out for leveling, instead of relying on the slow accumulation of experience from the ancient knowledge tree. So after dealing with the affairs in the territory, Lin Yu left the territory with the Plant Legion and the Mushroom King. Walking on the road, Lin Yu casually clicked on the leaderboard, and found that except for him and Yin Tiange, who were still in the top 1 or 2, Bai Haitong and Yan Wu both dropped below the top 10. Even in the top 10, there have been great changes, and a new batch of newcomers have been replaced. It seems that the two of them have been busy collecting resources recently, and have not paid much attention to their rankings. After all, it is not easy to collect more than 60,000 magical energy. Of course, this is only for a short period of time. With their abilities, they will catch up sooner or later. And the reason why he and Yin Tiange still maintain the status quo is because they have the 6-tier arms. This alone is enough to crush most people. After watching the rankings, Lin Yu went on to open the regional channel. After observing for a while, I didn't find any useful information, so I closed the interface directly. Soon, he took the plants to the forest and explored everywhere in the forest. Luckily, I ran into 2 tier 3 carrion dogs within a few minutes of walking. Quick, stop it, don't let it run away. The moment he saw the carrion dog, Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and immediately let the pink enchantresses throw out the vines and surrounded them. The 2 carrion dogs were obviously low in intelligence. After seeing Lin Yu, a living person, they rushed towards him with a roar. But before he could get far, he was bound by a vine. Immediately afterwards, the King of Mushrooms left the team at Lin Yu's signal, and threw a lot of red mushrooms at the 2 carrion dogs. Boom boom. A series of violent explosions made the surrounding trees tremble, causing the 2 carrion dogs to scream again and again. The power, as well as the explosion range, are almost on the verge of catching up with the 3rd order level. It's not over yet. The Mushroom Demon King didn't seem to have a good time throwing it, and he jumped off a few mushrooms that had just grown from his body, and threw them into the center of the explosion. Then there was another series of explosions, and the screaming of the 2 carrion dogs finally stopped abruptly. Kill the 3rd order carrion dog to gain 10 magic energy. Kill the 3rd order carrion dog to gain 9 magic energy. My good guy, he managed to deal with 2 tier 3 monsters so easily. The explosive power of this little mushroom is incredible. When the smoke cleared, Lin Yu took a look at the condition of the 2 carrion dogs. And the Mushroom Demon King also gained 10 points of experience because of the cross-level kill, which directly increased by nearly half. Not to mention, using this method to level up low-level units is really useful, much faster than expected. As for whether the vines of the pink enchantresses will be affected by the explosion, Lin Yu is not too worried. After all, they are all tier 5 arms, and it is not easy for tier 2 attacks to hurt them. So for the next time, Lin Yu didn't do anything, he continued to search for monsters in the forest with the plants, and leveled up the King of the Mushroom Demon. As long as it encounters a monster below the 3rd rank, it will be handed over to the Mushroom Demon King to solve it, so that it can accumulate experience. For those of the 3rd rank and above, let other plants be killed to accumulate magical energy. Just like this, we are going all the way to level up. The whole day passed quickly. Lin You also received a prompt in his ear. Congratulations, the experience of exploding mushrooms has reached the full value, and you have successfully risen to the 4th level. The voice fell, the Mushroom Demon King was enveloped by light, and his body gradually changed, turning into a 4th-order fission mushroom. Name, Fission Mushroom, Mushroom Demon King, Royal Family. Race, Plant. Level, Tier 4, 0/100. Strength, 50. Physique, 77. Agility, 77. Spirit, 91. Skills, Explosive Mushroom, Explosion Mastery, Fission. Introduction, the King of Mushrooms, his blasting ability has been greatly improved. After this period of attention, Lin You found out. Tier 3 and Tier 4 are a huge watershed. Because after crossing the 3rd level, the attributes will start to increase exponentially, and they will also comprehend new skills. The Mushroom Demon King, who has risen to the 4th rank, has also realized the fission skill, and his blasting ability has been further improved. At this rate, I believe it won't be long before he can catch up with the large army and become a major output booster for him. Moreover, the Mushroom Demon King is also working very hard today, trying to kill monsters to improve his experience, otherwise he would not be able to level up so quickly. Thinking of this, Lin You couldn't help but praise, "Good job, go back and give you a meal." While talking, he reached out and touched the mushroom head of the Mushroom Demon King. The Mushroom Demon King seemed to be very useful. He rubbed his head on Lin Yu's palm a few times, and then jumped up and down happily around him www.novel.com just like a little guy with a childish innocence. Lin Yu smiled slightly and looked at the other plants around him. "Everyone has worked hard today, let's go back." After speaking, he was surrounded by plants and rushed back towards the territory. Back to the territory. After feeding a few overlord flowers with the corpse he had just obtained, Lin Yu came to the open space and began to prepare food. As soon as he sat down, he received a private message from Yin Tiange. The Orb of Migration has been delivered to Yanwu, ready to go to the regional border in a few days. It's better to be in advance. Seeing the content of the private message, Lin Yu's originally relaxed mood suddenly froze. After thinking about it for a while, he immediately replied, "Okay, let me know directly when you leave, and I will rush over as soon as possible." "Okay, the meeting point will be sent to you later. By Haitong and I will be waiting for you there. Also, it's best not to spread the word about this, it will easily cause panic, and it may even be discovered by those above." "I will." Lin Yu sent another message. The other party didn't reply, and he didn't say anything more, his expression gradually became solemn. This action is very important to him, and he cannot be sloppy at all. He worked so hard for so many days just to pass through the gray fog and escape from this area. If you fail, you will definitely fall into a place of doom and be trapped in this area forever. It is a lie to say that you are not nervous. After taking a few deep breaths, his mood calmed down a little. Then he clicked Kai Yanwu's name and sent him a few messages to exchange the departure plan. The sky outside is also getting darker. Chapter 54 Departure, Area Shake. The day of departure has finally come. It was less than 5 days before Lin Yu received the departure message from Yin Tiange, and asked him to hurry over to meet. Daybreak. Lin Yu woke up early, washed briefly, ate something, and walked down the stairs to the bottom of the territory. At this time, the plants had been waiting there for a long time, as if they knew that something big was about to happen. Lin Yu took out the precious transition orb from his personal space, his expression extremely solemn. There are only 3 days left until the 1-month period. And after these few days of hard work, he has collected all the materials and magic energy, only this last step is missing. To be honest, he was still very nervous. As soon as he wanted to go through the gray fog to another area, he couldn't help but feel a little flustered, worried that something would happen. But since he has come this far, he has nothing to back down. After thinking about it for a while, he said to the plants, the ivy, the Mushroom Demon King, and the ancient tree of knowledge stay in the territory, and the rest will wait outside the territory. There is a spiritual connection, the plants can understand Lin Yu's words, and immediately obey the order, rushing out of the territory in groups. In a blink of an eye, the territory was completely empty, leaving only the 3 plants that Lin Yu mentioned. The reason why they were left behind was because they couldn't move, and their level was too low to pass through the gray fog. It is obviously more convenient to put it into the orb of migration along with the territory. As for the Overlord flower, he was dismissed many days ago and replaced it with a mobile unit. Lin Yu stood in the empty territory, looked around, and was filled with emotion. Here, he used to live for half a month. The surrounding plants and trees have long been familiar to me, but now I suddenly want to leave, and my mood is inevitably a little complicated. After looking at the surrounding environment for a while, he came to the bottom of the Tree of Life, took a deep breath, and directly chose to upgrade the territory. In an instant, the entire territory was enveloped in light, making a loud rumbling sound. The Tree of Life rose rapidly and grew to a height of 60 meters. The surrounding walls are also heightened and thickened, and there is an additional layer of metal protection on it, which greatly improves the defense. At the same time, a huge force poured into Lin Yu's body, constantly strengthening his body, feeling that the whole person was sublimated. Congratulations, the territory has been successfully upgraded to the 6th level. Because your level has reached the upper limit of this plane teleportation is about to come, please be prepared. Sure enough. After rising to the 6th level, even the prompts became different. Vaguely, Lin Yu could even feel a suction, as if to him and the entire territory into it. Dare not to waste any more time, he hurriedly left the territory and went outside, and then took out the orb of migration. Do you need to consume 60,000 mana to use the orb of migration on the territory? Note that once the orb of migration is used, some functions of the territory will be suspended until the migration is successful. Sure. Lin Yu answered without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, the orb of migration in his hand shone brightly and slowly flew above the territory. Under the light of this light, the whole territory began to vibrate, and even the ground made a rumbling sound, flying sand and rocks, which was extremely spectacular. Then a huge space distortion appeared, sucked the territory directly into it, and disappeared in front of Lin Yu in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the light of the Pearl of Migration faded away and slowly flew back towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu took the Pearl of Migration carefully. When he looked at the original location of the territory, there was only a wasteland, and nothing was left. In the Pearl of Migration, there is a reduced version of the territory, the iconic Tree of Life, and a few plants left by him. It was as if it was sealed inside. After the territory was taken in, the suction also disappeared, as if it had never appeared. It seems that the effect of the Orb of Migration's hidden rank breath is working, making Lin Yu finally feel at ease. He glanced at the remaining 47 plants around him, all of which had reached the 6th rank, all of which had risen one after another in the past few days. With these arms, he didn't have to worry about safety, he waved his hand. Set off. Just like that, Lin Yu set off with his plant army. One person and 47 troops walked mightily in the mountains and forests, rushing in the direction of the endless wasteland. And this time, the entire regional channel also fell out due to the changes in the leaderboards. Damn it. Look, the names of the big guys on the leaderboard suddenly disappeared. What's the matter? Why did Lin Yu's name disappear? And Yin Tiange and Yan Wu, and even Bai Haitong disappeared. I can't find their names in the following rankings. What's going on here? Could it be that he was killed? How is that possible? Who has the strength to kill them now? And 4 at a time? It's too exaggerated, the disappearance of 4 big bosses at a time. Could it be that something big is going to happen? The 4 top 10 resident bosses on the list disappeared at the same time, which was extremely sensational, causing countless people to exclaim. The news in the regional channel is like a frying pan, frantically popping up. You must know that among the people who disappeared, there were 2 giants in the 1st or 2nd place. They just disappeared like this. Who would dare to believe it? But the fact was in front of them, so they had to believe it was true. For a while, everyone is guessing what happened. www.novel.com and inquired about the 4 people at the same time. Some lords are gloating at the misfortune, shouting that the list is finally empty. After all, ever since the list appeared, the top few have been occupied by Lin Yu and the others, crushing the people below them to the point of being breathless, and there is no chance of any success at all. Now that Lin Yu and the others have disappeared, instead, they have been fulfilled, and they have been squeezed into the list at once, and they have seen the hope of winning the 1st place. And just when there was a lot of discussion on the regional channel. At this time, Lin Yu had already brought the plant army to the endless wasteland and joined Yan Wu, who was waiting there. How is it? Are you all ready? Seeing Lin Yu, Yan Wu asked directly. And beside him, there are 26th order arms, and it seems that during this period of time, the arms have been upgraded. It's ready, let's go, we have to hurry up and meet them. Lin You nodded towards Yen Wu, and then hurried to the east. As early as when they came, the two of them communicated through private messages to understand the general situation of each other, so there was no need to explain too much. Moreover, it is still a long way from the regional border, and it will take a lot of time to get there. This is also the reason why they set off early. Walking on the road, Yen Wu looked at the troops next to Lin You in surprise. Although he was mentally prepared, when he saw that there were more than twice as many Tier 6 troops as him, he still couldn't help being secretly shocked. Sure enough, it is not unreasonable to occupy the first place for so many days. With this strength alone, who can surpass it in the entire region? Chapter 55 Over the Volcano. By the way, how did you meet Yin Tiange? On the way, Yen Wu couldn't help but ask. I don't even know him. He contacted me when I won the first place. Lin You shrugged. He actually doesn't know much about this Yin Tiange. The reason why he chose to cooperate with him is to increase the chance of passing through the gray fog area. For this reason, he also specially brought Yen Wu into the gang. First, he added allies and achieved checks and balances. Second, he had also cooperated with Yen Wu, and the relationship was not bad. Seeing Yen Wu asking this, Lin You also followed the trend and asked, "What? Do you know him?" "I've only seen it once." Yen Wu replied, "Just the time he sent me the orb of migration before, we had a few words by the way." "Then what kind of person do you think he is?" "It's hard to say, I feel that he is hiding so deeply that it is a little hard to guess," Yen Wu said with a frown. When Lin Yu heard the words, he fell into deep thought. Judging from the brief contact in the past few days, this Yin Tiange is very methodical and purposeful. Even if he was brought in, he would still be the first. When he showed his true strength, he would obviously only do things that were beneficial to him. Combined with Yen Wu's description, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of person this Yin Tiange was. And also that Bai Haitam. As a woman who has been in the top few since the beginning of the list, her strength should not be underestimated, and she also knows Yin Tiange, which is worth noting. That's all. The two were chatting while rushing on their way. Walking on the wasteland with troops, the speed is not slow. Along the way, many lords who passed by found them, all of them were frightened by the terrifying troops around them and fled far away, not daring to provoke them. Not to mention those territories. Seeing Lin Yu and the others approaching, he was immediately scared and retreated into the territory, leading all the troops in a fighting stance. However, what the lords didn't expect was that Lin Yu and the others were really just passing by, and they didn't even look at them. When the two of them gradually moved away and could no longer see each other, several neighboring lords gathered together with fear written all over their faces. Who are those two guys? Why are there so many troops around? This is the first time I've seen such exaggerated units. Don't they need to keep units stationed in the territory? When they passed by near my territory just now, I almost suffocated. Shouldn't those be all Tier 5 troops? Tier 5? Can Tier 5 have such a strong aura? It can't possibly be 6th order, right? After chatting for a long time, none of these lords came up with a reason. After all, the large army has just started to rise to the 5th rank one after another. How could someone cultivate so many 6th rank troops? Anyway, they don't want to believe it. After chatting for a while, they left in a hurry, and hurried back to their respective territories with the troops, just as if there was an illusion. The other side. Lin Yu and Yen Wu stopped and walked along the way, and encountered many monsters on the way. However, it was easily solved by the troops around them, and it didn't take much time. It was not until the sun was about to set in the afternoon that a flaming volcanic area in the distance finally came into their eyes. It's a volcanic area at the end of the wasteland. Yen Wu's eyes lit up instantly. Volcanic zone. Lin Yu looked puzzled. Yes, the endless wasteland is surrounded by a volcano. I heard that as long as you pass through the volcanic area, you can reach the border of the region. Yen Wu hurriedly explained. Hearing this, Lin Yu suddenly realized, so that's the case. If that's the case, then let's find a safe place to spend the night near the entrance of the volcano, and continue to set off tomorrow morning. Yen Wu, that's right. It is said that this volcanic area stretches out for hundreds of kilometers. At our speed, I am afraid it will take a long time to pass through. Having said that, the two did not stop any longer and continued to rush towards the edge of the volcanic area. When the sun completely went down, they finally found a huge cave at the foot of the mountain. After some discussion, it was decided to spend the night there first, and let the troops take turns to watch the night. After all, at night, many monsters will come out to hunt for food, and it is always better to have a safe place. And because of the proximity to the volcanic area, the temperature around here is much higher, and it is not afraid of cold at night. It was probably too tiring after a day's journey. Lin You and Yen Wu briefly talked about the next plan, ate something, and went to the corner of the cave to rest. Silent all night. The two who woke up left the cave and continued on their way. Soon, they took their troops into the volcanic area full of scorched earth. The high-level monsters that appeared around also began to increase, and there were also monsters of the 5th and 6th orders from time to time. It seems that these monsters will also be upgraded. Some time ago, when those people came over, there were no 6th order monsters. Yen Wu casually killed a rushing monster and said. Beside him, Lin You instructed the plants to clean up the remaining monsters, and some frowned. His plant-type units are more afraid of flames. And the volcanic area is the place where the flame energy is most prosperous. Although his troops are not yet harmed, they are also slightly sluggish, and they seem to be very repulsive to this area. He said, there's no other way. We can only speed up our progress. Otherwise, being dragged down by these monsters will only waste more time, Lingxi. The voice fell, and Lingxi, who stayed on top of the tree spirit leader, led the wood spirit legion to fly out, and the staff in his hand kept waving. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. In an instant, a burst of fluorescent light spilled out, wrapping the plants inside, and restoring their spirits instantly. This is a healing skill, Yen Wu said in surprise. Well, plant-type units can not only attack. Lin You smiled slightly. When Yen Wu heard the words, a trace of envy suddenly appeared in his eyes. Although his elemental units have powerful attacks and a wide range of long-range attacks, their survivability is not outstanding. Once the core in the body is broken, it will dissipate directly. Unlike Lin Yu's plants, even if the body is damaged, it can quickly recover and grow again. This is probably the advantage of the plant system. With the healing skills of the wood spirits, their progress was much easier, and there was no downsizing. I don't know how many monsters I killed and how many roads I drove. Until the evening was approaching, the unchanging volcano finally gradually disappeared, turning into a vast plain filled with mist. At first glance, I could vaguely see the gray sky, which completely covered most of the sky. Gray fog. The moment he saw the gray area, Lin You was shocked, and immediately took the plants away from the volcanic area and stepped into the plain. Yen Wu followed closely, his eyes full of excitement. In order to get here, they walked all the way, almost without any stop, and spent 2 whole days. This is still when their bodies are strengthened and their speed is extremely fast. Fortunately, their territories are relatively close to here, and they finally arrived here before January. Just then, a voice suddenly came from a distance. You are finally here, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 56 There is no turning back. Yin Tiange. Lin You didn't seem surprised when he saw the handsome young men in front of him. Because they agreed to meet here from the beginning. And beside Yin Tiange, there was a frosty beauty, which should be the legendary Bai Haitang. Soon, the 4 joined together. Yin Tiange took the lead in saying, it's the first time we met, it's a pleasure to meet you, you must be Lin You, right? As he said that, there was a kind smile on his face, which made people look down on their guards. However, Lin You had already learned about Yin Tiange's person from Yen Wu on the way, and he was not confused by this appearance, and replied directly, it's me, that's right, this is Yen Wu, you should have met before. I did see it before, when I gave away the Pearl of Migration. Yin Tiange smiled warmly, and Yen Wu nodded, then looked at the woman beside him, and introduced, Bai Haitang, you should also know. That's natural. Lin You and the others looked at Bai Haitang and smiled kindly. However, they responded with a cold face. It can be seen that this Bai Haitang has a cold temperament and doesn't like to talk much. Even to Yin Tiange, they are extremely cold, and it doesn't seem like the friendship they imagined. At the same time, Lin You also secretly observed the troops around them. Sure enough, as shown in the ranking, the demon type and the angel type. This is the first time Lin You has seen demons. Behind Yin Tiange, there are more than 32 winged demons with tall stature and long horns on their heads, all of which have reached the 6th rank. Bai Haitang's Angel Legion was slightly weaker, but there were also 26th order ranks, and the two of them together were not much weaker than Lin You and Yen Wu. But if you talk about the number of tier 6 arms, Lin You naturally has the most ancient trees of knowledge, 47. So when they saw the plants beside Lin Yu, Yin Tiange and Bai Haitang also showed a bit of surprise, and gave Lin Yu one more look. Okay, don't just stand here, it's time to get down to business. At this time, Yen Wu interjected and interrupted their chat. When several people heard the words, their expressions suddenly froze. They came here naturally not to chat, but to work together to pass through the gray fog area and escape from this area. Now that there is only 1 day left until the 1-month period, there is no time for them to waste. Thinking of this, Yin Tiange said earnestly, "Then come with me, there is a suitable place to stay there. Let's rest there for a night, and when the morning dawns, we will immediately set off for the gray fog area." "You two came here first, did you find anything?" Lin Yu followed behind Yin Tiange and couldn't help asking. "There is indeed a point." Yin Tiange nodded. "I took troops deep into the plain once before, and found that the fog became thicker as I went inside, and there was an area about 20 kilometers away from here, which was completely shrouded in fog. I don't know what's going on inside." "Have you seen it?" Yen Wu interjected. "I went in, but I quickly exited again." "Why?" Lin Yu and Yen Wu were taken aback. "Because the fog inside is very corrosive, and there are constant winds, fires, and lightning. I almost lost a 6th order unit in less than a minute after I entered." Yin Tiange had a solemn expression on his face, and he was even slightly afraid. This. Hearing his words, Lin Yu and Yen Wu were also shocked. Tier 6 arms only lasted for less than a minute. This gray fog is too exaggerated. Even Bai Haitang on the side is frowning slightly, showing a trace of solemnity. It seems that the news is right. You can't pass through until the gray fog weakens. At this moment, Lin Yu has completely believed what the letter said, and has no doubts. Indeed. Yin Tiange replied in a deep voice, "The news we received also said the same, so when the time comes, we will have to rely on you and Bai Haitang's troops for treatment, and Yen Wu and I will be responsible for dealing with other possible incidents." "Surprise, what do you think?" "I have no problem." Yen Wu answered first. "Same." Bai Haitang's answer was very brief. Lin Yu thought about it for a while, and then said, "Yes, anyway, there are quite a few of my units that have healing skills." "Then it's decided. Let's discuss the specific plan together tonight and set off early tomorrow." After all, a few people, led by Yin Tiange, came under a giant rock that could shelter from the wind and rain, and began to prepare for tomorrow's action. Several people have a common goal, and they get along with each other without any problems. Silent all night. When the early morning sun shone on the earth, the tranquility on the plain was suddenly broken by a loud boom. Lin Yu and the others, who were still sleeping, were suddenly awakened. "What's the matter? What happened?" Yen Wu hurriedly ran out from under the rock formation and came to the outside of the plain. Lin Yu and the others followed closely behind. However, the next second, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. "I saw that at the end of the line of sight, a gray fog suddenly appeared in the sky, covering the sky and sweeping towards them. Vaguely, one after another of terrifying lightning could even be seen in the gray fog, smashing to the ground, making a loud rumbling sound www.milnovel.com and accompanied by a violent gust of wind and flames. The whole sky is like a world-shattering catastrophe. This, is what they said, is the gray fog getting weaker." Yin Tiange's eyes widened in shock, and he could no longer maintain his past gentleness. Lin Yu frowned, and his heart was already shocked to the point where it couldn't be added. A few of them, they really want to pass through such a terrifying place. "What should we do? Are we still going?" Yen Wu asked worriedly. "Don't go, do you want to stay in this area forever?" Yin Tiange said through gritted teeth. This. Yen Wu opened his mouth, but was unable to refute. Indeed, they have only one chance. If they miss it, they will only have a dead end and no other choice. Instead of worrying about this and that, it is better to fight and maybe get a chance. Lin Yu chose to come here, and naturally he knew this. So he didn't hesitate, and said directly, "Since this is the case, let's go. Whether it's life or death, it depends on what happens. Go." When the words fell, they went back to pack their things, and then set off towards the plain with their respective troops. At this time, the plains were already enveloped by gusts of wind, and lightning and thunder in the distance were also getting closer and closer to them, quickly approaching them. When Lin You and Yin Tiange saw this, they immediately dispatched giant tree spirit generals, earth elements, and demons to stand in front of them to share the pressure for them. Bai Haitong was in command of the angel troops, and they blessed shields in front of them to resist the invasion. A group of 4 went deep into the plain and gradually disappeared into the surging mist. Chapter 57 Terrible Grey Fog. More than an hour later, Lin Yu and the others finally crossed the plain and came to the deepest part of the plain, in front of a gray area with lightning, thunder, and fire. The terrifying oppression that was approaching suddenly made them stop and stand in place. Is this the legendary gray fog that separates the two regions? Lin Yu faced the violent wind around him, his face full of shock. Although he had heard Yin Tiange describe the situation in the foggy area before, when he saw it with his own eyes, he was deeply shocked by the scene in front of him. I saw that less than 100 meters in front of them, an endless gray surged as far as the eye could see, and lightning flashed with a crackle. Even the ground was covered with lava and fissures, and pillars of fire continued to rise into the sky, and there was a booming sound. It's like a purgatory on earth. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yu let the Dryad General with the strongest vitality enter the gray fog area to try it out. Sure enough, as Yin Tiange said, his body began to corrode slowly. If he ignored it, he might not be able to support it for even 10 minutes. The corrosiveness of the gray fog is indeed much weaker than before. Yin Tiange said solemnly, "My demon should be able to stay for a few minutes. My elemental unit can absorb the earth element and fire element to restore itself, and it can also last a little longer." Yan Wu pondered for a while. "I can disperse and purify," Bai Haitong said rarely. Lin Yu heard the words and immediately said, "If that's the case, let's go, we're running out of time. The duration of the orb of migration is only 5 days. It is now the 3rd day. If they can't go through the gray fog to another area within 5 days, there is only a dead end waiting for them." Yin Tiange and others naturally know this. After taking a deep breath, they slowly walked into the gray fog with their respective troops. Lin Yu did the same, and walked in with the plants. And as they continued to move forward, gradually, Lin Yu began to feel a strong sense of oppression coming from all directions, accompanied by bursts of tearing and squeezing, as if the whole world was rejecting him. What's even more terrifying is that the surrounding gray fog began to erode his body, burning his skin, and the burning pain was getting stronger and stronger. Boom. Suddenly, a pillar of fire rushed out not far from them, and the huge heat instantly rushed to their face. "Speed up, you can't stay in a place like this for too long." Yin Tiange and the team shouted in shock, gradually increasing his speed. The 4 of them dashed all the way under the siege of the troops, shuttled between the lava pools and the cracked earth. There were thunder and lightning explosions in their ears, and the surrounding fire pillars began to increase and become more and more violent. At this moment, a white light suddenly lit up in the sky. A huge thunderbolt appeared and fell straight towards them. Lin Yu and the others changed their expressions, and they didn't have time to react. The thunder and lightning slammed into a 6th-order earth element beside Yan Wu with a click. In an instant, the earth element was split into fly ash, and not even the was left. This. Yan Wu's eyes widened and he looked at all this in horror. A 6th-order unit just died like this. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have even thought he was blinded. Even Lin Yu and the others were extremely astonished. "Come on!" Lin Yu shouted in shock, and they instantly came back to their senses. He didn't dare to stay, but he accelerated his speed and hurried to a deeper place. Along the way, there were more and more lava columns of fire and lightning, and even arcs began to appear on the ground, making them have to avoid them far away. However, no matter how careful they were, troops continued to die on the lava and lightning, and even Lin Yu lost 3 6th-order plants. "Careful!" Suddenly, Bai Haitong exclaimed from the team. They were less than 20 meters away, and the space was actually split open, and black tentacles rushed out of the crack and hit them straight. Space cracks! Lin Yu was startled and stopped, and immediately ordered the Dryad General to stand in front of him. At the same time, Yan Wu's wall of flames, Yin Tiange's dark devouring, and Bai Haitong's holy light judgment fell, blasting out in front of the team, knocking out the black tentacles. Take this opportunity. They immediately changed direction and bypassed the crack in space. But gradually, they found out. The surrounding space cracks began to become more and more, and black tentacles continued to stick out from them, trying to pull them into the cracks. Yin Tiange didn't pay attention, and the two sixth-order demons around him were entangled in tentacles, dragged into the space crack in a roar, and instantly shattered by the turbulent flow of the crack. Others suffered heavy losses, and troops continued to lose their lives. The space here is too unstable, everyone be careful. Lin You reminded loudly. At this time, there were only 40 soldiers left beside him. As long as it is a plant with healing skills, all of them are working hard to heal the injuries of them and other units, and the rest is to help defend against tentacles from all directions. The angel sacrificial troops around Bai Haitong were also very busy, constantly singing holy light magic, healing and blessing them, and dispelling pain. Since Yin Tiange's demons couldn't receive holy light magic, they could only retreat to the sides and were responsible for blocking the attacks on both sides. The four of them dashed all the way and continued to go deep inside. But at this time, a space crack appeared without warning behind Bai Haitong, who was commanding the troops. Not good. Hurry up and escape. Lin You and the others were shocked. But before they could be rescued, Bai Haitong's waist and abdomen were already cut open by a crack, and she screamed and blood splashed. Fortunately, the vines around Lin You arrived in time, tied Bai Haitong, who fell to the ground, pulled her over, and hurriedly fled the direction of the space crack. Are you okay? Lin You hurriedly asked the plants around her to heal her wounds. At the same time, slices of holy light from the angelic priests shone down, wrapping her inside. Yan Wu and Yin Tiange also rushed over quickly. Bai Haitong angels are very important for their healing and protection buffs. If something happens to her, it will definitely increase the difficulty for them to pass through the gray fog. What's more, they are now teammates of the United Front, and they will lose everything. No matter who has an accident, it will be a fatal blow to them. I'm fine, cough. Bai Haitong coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood from her mouth. www.novel.com. With the combined treatment of the plants and the angels, she finally saved her life and slowly woke up. And the wound on the waist has completely stopped and is slowly healing. When the three of Lin You saw this, they immediately showed joy. Just let my plant take you with me first. It's inconvenient for you to move around like this, and I'll talk about it when the injury heals. Lin You made a decisive decision, and asked the blood demon girl to put away the thorns, weaved a simple stretcher with vines, and took Bai Haitong along with her. Bai Haitong also knew that she was seriously injured, so she did not reject Lin Yu's kindness. Thanks. She gave Lin You a grateful look. If Lin You hadn't rescued her in time, she would have been caught in the crack of space long ago, and she would have died without a place to be buried. This is also the first time for her to look at Lin You with the right eyes. Just like that, the team set off again. Continue to go deeper into the gray fog area. With Bai Haitong's lessons learned, they became even more cautious. As soon as they found something wrong, they would stay away immediately and never take risks. However, the vastness of the gray fog area is far beyond their imagination. He has been walking in the gray fog for nearly a day, and he has not seen any signs of passing through the gray fog. On the contrary, the surrounding thunder and lightning flames began to become more and more terrifying, and space cracks appeared more and more frequently. Even to the point of appearing 2 or 3 at a time. Look! What is that? Suddenly, an exclamation from Yan Wu came from the team. Originally, he was still alert to the people around him, but his spirit was suddenly shocked. Then, in the gray fog ahead, a shadow as huge as a mountain appeared. Chapter 58 Rank 10, The Swallowing Beast. What is that? Yin Tiange looked at the huge shadow that almost covered half of the sky in front of him, his face full of fear, and he couldn't help slowing down. Dark shadow. Lin You and the team was stunned for a moment, and suddenly recalled the news he heard before, as if he also mentioned a shadow as big as a mountain. Is that what you're talking about? What should I do? Do you want to move on? Yan Wu asked aloud. Of course we have to move forward, we have already arrived here, do we still have a way back? Lin You said in a deep voice. Indeed, they have all come to such a deep place now, and whether they advance or retreat, they have to face countless dangers. Since it's all the same, it's better to fight together, and maybe find a way to survive. Of course, Yan Wu also knew this, and his expression suddenly stunned. Okay. Then let's move on. The four looked at each other, nodded to each other, and continued to speed up, rushing in the direction of the shadow. But gradually, they realized something was wrong. because in the direction they were heading, bursts of snoring began to be heard, extremely loud, like thunder, and even the thunder in the sky was covered up. "There's something wrong, everyone, be careful," Lin You reminded in a low voice. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the huge black shadow in front of him seemed to be moving, and it was moving along with the snoring. And as they continued to move forward, the shadows ahead became clearer and larger. Finally, they came under the shadow and finally saw the true face of the shadow. "This is..." Lin Yu's pupils shrank suddenly, and he was in shock. What did he see? A toad taller than a mountain. Just lying on the road they were traveling, snoring. However, what shocked Lin You the most was the information that appeared in front of him. Name, World-Swallowing Beast. Race, Chaos. Level 10. Strength. Physical. Agility. Spirit. Skill. Introduction, an ancient monster born in chaos, with the ability to swallow the sky. A 10th order monster. This exaggeratedly large toad is actually a 10th order monster. Lin You was shocked. He didn't expect to encounter such a terrifying monster in such a place, and he couldn't help but step back. What is the concept of 10th order? I'm afraid that one slap will kill them all. I can't even resist. How come? Yin Tiange and Yan Wu also opened their mouths wide, their faces full of horror. Even the unsmiling Bai Haitong, with her beautiful eyes trembling violently, subconsciously reached out her hand to cover her mouth. The most terrible thing is that this toad is lying in the middle of the valley between the two rows of peaks, completely blocking their way forward. What to do? The four looked at each other. The rock wool in the mountains on both sides went out for an unknown distance, and it was obviously impossible to climb over it, let alone in this dangerous and terrifying zone. It seems that I can only take a gamble. I'll go around and try it. Lin You took a deep breath and his expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Once the world-devouring beast is awakened, it will be a disaster for them, and they can't help being careless. After discussing in a low voice, they nodded to each other and began to slowly walk towards the canyon with the rest of the troops. As they kept getting closer, the purring of the world-devouring beast became louder and louder, causing their scalps to feel numb, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. Especially when observed at close range, the body of this world-swallowing beast is even bigger. The overwhelming sense of oppression made them almost breathless. Fortunately, because of the terrain in the canyon, the thunder and lightning could not fall down, and even the lava pools on the ground were smoothed by the huge body of the swallowing beast. They held their breath like this, leaned their backs to the corner, and moved into the canyon bit by bit from the side of the world-swallowing beast. Bai Haitong, whose injuries were almost healed, also walked down the ground, leading his troops to enter. A group of 4 people, with their own troops, walked cautiously on the edge of the canyon. When they were closest to the world-swallowing beast, they were even about to stick to its belly, so frightened that their hearts were raised to their throats. Fortunately, the troops all obeyed the command, and nothing went wrong. When the beast's stomach shrinks back, it quickly passes through, daring not to stop. Hu. The thunder-like grunt still echoed in the canyon. Every second feels like a century is long and painful. I don't know how long it took, until Lin You felt a little sore and stiff in his neck. The vision in front of them finally gradually broadened, and it had reached the head of the huge body of the swallowing beast. It's almost there. The 4 looked at each other with joy, then immediately held their breath and moved on. But at this time, without any warning, the thunderous snoring suddenly stopped and disappeared. The 4 people who were still walking were stunned for a moment, and then their expressions changed wildly. When he raised his head, he saw that the huge eyes of the world-devouring beast opened at some point, staring closely at their group of little ants, with a strong killing intent in their eyes. That seemingly real killing intent immediately made Lin You and the others feel cold all over. The fluke, which was still cherished at first, was instantly shattered. Escape. Almost at the same time, all 4 of them reacted in the same way and ran frantically towards the exit of the canyon. At the same time, there was a loud rumbling sound behind him, and the entire canyon began to vibrate violently. The huge body of the swallowing beast slowly got up, accompanied by the flying sand and rocks in the sky. Cuck! Only to hear a loud cry resounding through the sky. The world-devouring beast suddenly opened its big mouth that seemed to swallow everything, and shot out a tongue that was extremely terrifying. www.novel.com. Boom. Lin You and the others didn't have time to react at all. A violent explosion had already exploded behind them, and those slow-running troops, along with the land, were instantly crushed and rolled up by the tongue of the swallowing beast, and swallowed them in their mouths. Just one hit. It instantly killed nearly half of their Tier 6 troops. They were so shocked that their faces turned pale, and they fled into the distance desperately. However, in the next second, there was a loud cry of the swallowing beast behind him, accompanied by a terrifying sound of breaking the air. The holy light shines. Hearing Bai Haitang's coquettish shout, the angels beside her raised their weapons one after another, and a dazzling white light erupted, illuminating the outside of the entire canyon as if it were daylight. The world-devouring beast, who had been staring at them, was suddenly blocked by this dazzling light, and his tongue changed direction and swept towards them. Those troops could not avoid it. They were directly thrown by the tongue, and instantly turned into fly ash, and even the angels in the air were smashed into light spots, and they died tragically on the spot. Run away. Taking this opportunity, the few people did not hesitate, and continued to run away, quickly fleeing the direction of the canyon, leaving the canyon behind in a blink of an eye. And what makes them extremely happy is that the world-devouring beast seemed to be garrisoning something, and did not leave the canyon to chase after them, so that they finally escaped. After running on the plain for more than 10 minutes, after confirming that the world-swallowing beast was not chasing after him, he gradually slowed down and stopped. Look next to them, there are not 1 out of 10 arms. He actually lost half of it in the 2 attacks just now. Even with Lin You, there are only Lingxi and the other 5 units left. Chapter 59 Get Away. How is it? Are you all okay? Lin Yu looked at Yen Wu and the others beside him. Fine. Yen Wu gasped and shook his head. It's the same with me, but I've lost a lot of troops. Yin Tianyo agreed, frowning and looking beside him. After the battle just now, he lost almost all his troops, and only 4 6th-order demons remained. The situation of Yen Wu and Bai Haitang wasn't much better. They only had 3 or 4 arms left, which was simply terrible. They didn't expect that the gray fog area between the regions would hide so many dangers. Along the way, it could be described as a near-death experience. It was a fortune to be able to escape from the attack of the 10th-order monster. Let's go, this should be the center of the gray fog, we'd better leave quickly. After a short rest, they continued on the road with the only remaining troops. And after passing through the canyon, the surrounding lava, lightning and space cracks also reappeared, so they had to be more careful, taking every step very cautiously. The 4 of them walked away, slowly disappearing into the thick gray fog. After one day, the other end of the foggy area. Inside a foggy forest, a 5-person team appeared there, investigating the situation in this gray fog area. Brother Guang, there seems to be nothing in here. In the team, a young man with insect troops said behind him. Nothing at all. Fuck. I made a trip for nothing, I thought it was something precious. The man known as Brother Guang looks to be in his 30s, looks like a ruffian, and carries a beast-type soldier by his side. The reason why they came here was because they saw a sudden change in the sky, and a large amount of gray fog suddenly appeared. They came here specially because they thought that some treasure was born. In the end, I didn't expect that the baby was not found, but instead lost a few pathfinding troops, so that they dared not approach the gray fog for half a minute. The fog here is a bit mysterious. It won't take long for the 5th-tier troops to enter. Brother Guang, I think we should leave quickly. Another young man said, a little scared. The appearance of this gray fog is so strange that even the 5th-tier troops can't resist. Staying in such a place, ghosts know what dangers will be encountered. Brother Naguang also seemed to know that it was not advisable to stay here for a long time, so he glanced at the gray fog with a sullen face, and finally decided to evacuate. Brother Guang, look. There seems to be someone over there. But at this moment, an exclamation suddenly came from the side. Brother Guang, who was about to speak, and several other people all looked into the distance in unison. It happened that 3 men and 1 woman appeared at the gray fog border with a few troops. They looked very embarrassed and had a lot of injuries on their bodies. The moment he saw those people, Brother Guang's eyes immediately lit up. I didn't expect other people to come here. It seems that all the troops are almost dead, let's go. Let's go over and grab their resources. Just now, their attention was focused on the gray fog, and they didn't see how the 3 men and 1 woman appeared there. They just thought they were just like them, they just came from other places, and they went through a big battle. Seeing that the other party was so embarrassed, Brother Guang's group suddenly became malicious, and slowly surrounded them with dozens of troops, and gradually showed a cruel smile on their faces. And this time, Lin You and the others, who had just escaped from the gray fog area, also noticed Brother Guang and the others who were approaching, and their expressions gradually sank. It seems that they are all fifth order. How to solve it? Yan Wu asked softly. Silence. Lin Yu's expression turned cold. Although they just passed through the gray fog area, they escaped from death. But it is not something that just a few fifth order lords can bully. What's more, they must not let others know about the things they crossed from other areas. Since these people want to hit their minds, they don't need the slightest sympathy. Glancing at each other, he immediately gave orders to the few remaining sixth order units around him. In an instant, the holy light shone, the vines fluttered, and 2 sixth order demons and 2 sixth order earth elements suddenly rushed towards Brother Guang and the others. Ah! How dare you attack us first? Come on, brothers. Let's get rid of them. Seeing Lin You and the others taking the lead, Brother Guang suddenly laughed. He only wanted to deal with such a huge fifth order team with only so few troops. It's ridiculous. With a loud shout, dozens of troops around him surrounded Lin You and the others. However, in the next second, something that made them extremely terrified happened. I saw that the 2 demons suddenly condensed black ons in their hands, and slammed them into the ranks of their troops. Boom. The black light exploded, causing the entire ground to vibrate violently, and it actually blew up more than a dozen fifth order troops to death on the spot. It's not over yet. After the demon launched the attack, the other 2 earth elements followed, raising their arms high, and suddenly smashed to the ground with unparalleled power. Boom. The whole ground cracked instantly, and more than a dozen troops that rushed in front were directly crushed to death on the spot. At the same time, a few swoops came from the air, and arrows of holy light penetrated the bodies of those soldiers, and they were killed on the spot before they could even let out a scream. Brother Guang and the others stared at all of this with wide eyes, watching the troops that were constantly dying under attack, with deep horror in their eyes. Then Brother Guang seemed to think of something, and suddenly his whole body was shocked. No. This is not Tier 5, it's Tier 6. These are all Tier 6 units. Run away. At this moment, Brother Guang still doesn't know that he has kicked the iron plate, and his heart has long been overwhelmed by the stormy waves. Level 6. All are Tier 6 troops. How can that be? When did such terrifying characters appear in this area? And 4 at a time. How dare you think too much www.novel.com. I ran away quickly towards the outside of the forest. A few younger brothers around him were also awakened by his call just now, and they fled in panic, not even caring about their own troops. However, what they didn't think about was that several vines appeared at their feet just after they ran out, and wrapped around their feet. The body that was fleeing fell to the ground and was dragged back by the vines. No. I don't want to die. Please. Please forgive me. What? The sound of begging for mercy stopped abruptly. The 4 of them were all pierced through their chests by the wooden thorns summoned by Lingxi, and blood spilled on the ground. Together with their remaining troops, they all wailed and died. A battle with a completely unequal number was solved so easily. Lin You glanced around and made sure that nothing else was missed before saying, "It seems that we have really successfully arrived at another area. Yeah, I'm finally here." Yan Wu took a deep breath, his voice trembling. In order to pass through the gray fog area, they went through danger and made so many preparations. Now that I finally managed to get rid of the original regional blockade, it would be a lie to say that I am not excited. At this time, the troops around them were running out. Except for Lin Yu Lingxi plus 2 blood demon princesses and a wood demon dragon, the other 3 only had 2 sixth order troops left, which was extremely tragic. I just don't know if this area is blocked. At this moment, Yin Tiange suddenly said with a solemn expression. As soon as these words came out, Lin Yu and the others changed their expressions one after another, and the atmosphere that was supposed to be relaxed suddenly became heavy. Chapter 60 Desperate Blockade. I'm afraid there is no way to distinguish this. Yan Wu frowned deeply. The sixth order I heard about disappeared directly. No one knows whether it was teleported to the primitive continent or captured and swallowed by those people. Then what should we do? Bai Haitong asked in a rare voice. In a word, Yin Tiange and Yan Wu were immediately speechless. Seeing this, Lin Yu suddenly smiled bitterly. Do you think we have another choice? The three of them were stunned, and their expressions gradually darkened. Indeed, they have all reached the 6th rank now. The effect of the Orb of Migration only had less than a day left. Once the effect of the Orb of Migration wears off, the teleportation will start again. In such a short time, it is impossible to collect a second material. They have no other choice. Yin Tiange smiled awkwardly. That's what I said. Since that's the case, then I won't say more nonsense. I'll find a place to free up the territory first. Let's do it together. After all, this is not the original area. I'm afraid something will happen if I stay for a long time. Lin You just looked at it. I don't know if it was because of the mismatch between the regions, but he couldn't connect to the chat channel in this region, and he couldn't even use the leaderboards and various regional functions. That is to say, they can only be regarded as outsiders to this area. In case a person who is not in control of this world is found out, they may not be able to fly, and the longer they stay, the more dangerous they will be. Therefore, the few of them did not hesitate, and they hurried to the outskirts of the forest with their respective units. After half an hour, the group finally left the forest and came to a huge clearing outside the forest. The surrounding area was very wide, enough to accommodate 4 territories, so they gradually stopped and began to prepare. When parting, Yanwu found Lin You. Lin You. Yanwu's expression was solemn and his eyes were serious. Don't say anything else, you gave me this life. If I can leave alive this time, there is something I can help in the future, even though find me. For Lin You, Yanwu is very grateful. If Lin Yu hadn't told him about the blockade of the area and invited him to act together, he would have been kept in the dark and eventually trapped in that area. This kindness is equivalent to the grace of regeneration. Okay, I will. Lin Yu nodded with a smile, not rejecting Yanwu's good intentions, but this time we are teleported to the primitive continent. We will probably randomly assign locations. If we can still be assigned nearby, then the time will come. Let's work together again. When they first came to this world, is a randomly assigned position. Now that they are teleported to the real primitive continent, no one can tell where they will be teleported, and what kind of danger will be waiting for them. Yin Tiange, who was on the side, heard their conversation and walked over and said, "Indeed, we don't know anything about the primitive continent. If we are fortunate enough to be able to teleport together, we can work together again, so that we can take care of it." At this time, Yin Tiange's face had returned to his usual warm smile, and he looked like a spring breeze. And when he said this, his eyes mainly fell on Lin Yu. After all, Lin Yu's strength is obvious to all, and cannot be ignored. What's more, in this dangerous world, one more ally is better than one more enemy. Yin Tiange is not stupid, and naturally he will not miss this opportunity to build a relationship. Lin Yu is not disgusted by this, and they can be regarded as suffering together. Although it is only a cooperative relationship, it belongs to the same plane anyway. Compared with other people who don't know it, it is always more familiar. He nodded and said, "Okay, if there is a chance." Yin Tiange smiled even more, then it's settled. Having said that, he turned around and left, looking for an open space in the distance, preparing to liberate the territory. Yanwu chatted with Lin Yu for a while, and went to the other side to start preparations. Until this time, the remaining Bai Haitong slowly came to Lin Yu. At this time, the indifference on her face had receded a lot, and she looked at Lin Yu very seriously. "Thank you." Finally, she opened her thin lips lightly and uttered 2 words. Hearing this, Lin Yu laughed immediately. He knew why the other party thanked him. "You're welcome, it's a small effort, and we're partners, aren't we?" "Partner?" Bai Haitong murmured in a daze, her eyes a little dazed. But immediately, she looked at Lin Yu again and said solemnly, "I will remember this kindness." After speaking, she turned around and left. Sure enough, it was still the same as before, cold as frost, cherishing words like gold. Lin Yu smiled helplessly and didn't think much about it. After saying goodbye to a few people, he also went to a huge open space on the edge of the forest alone, and took out the Orb of Migration from his personal space. Finally, it's come to this point. Looking at the transfer pearl in his hand, Lin Yu was in a trance. For this day, he began to prepare half a month ago. Kill monsters, grab resources, and improve your strength as much as possible. Now, he finally achieved his goal and successfully came to another area. Looking back now, it feels very unreal. I don't know what the real primitive continent would look like. Lin Yu was full of anticipation, but also a little apprehensive. Taking a deep breath, he directly chose to liberate the territory. Do you want to use the migration orb at the current location? Once decided, it cannot be changed. Sure. Lin You answered without any hesitation. In an instant, the orb of migration shattered, and Lin Yu's surroundings were also enveloped by a dazzling light. The territories and plants that were collected in the Pearl of Migration also gradually appeared, returning to their previous appearance. Fortunately, the plants left in the territory are safe and sound. And the moment the territory returned to its original state, www.novel.com, the suction appeared again. Congratulations, you have successfully reached the 6th level, the space channel is opened, and the primitive continent is about to be teleported. Please be prepared. When the voice fell, Lin You felt that the surrounding scenery began to blur. What followed was a dizzying feeling of dizziness and a sense of weightlessness. When he came back to his senses again, I found myself floating in a chaotic void. The surrounding area was covered with gray, just like the scene seen in the gray and foggy area, with lightning and thunder, and the space was torn apart. Only the place where he was located was protected by an invisible passage from lightning cracks. Even vaguely, other space passages can be seen, leading straight to the endless sky. This way, we should be able to go to the primitive continent. Lin You couldn't help sighing in his heart, and his expression gradually relaxed. But the next second, he found something. First, he paused, and then the expression on his face suddenly changed. No. This is not the passage to the primitive continent. The moment the voice fell, at the end of the passage he was at, there was a sudden boom, violently surging. In an instant, the entire space shattered. A vast and boundless terrifying mouth appeared above the sky. Like a whale devouring everything, it devours everything around it. Even the end of the passage where Lin You was located was completely annihilated, turning into energy and being sucked into his mouth. The whole sky is full of gusts of wind, lightning, and thunder, like a doomsday catastrophe. Lin Yu's heart trembled. The passageway in this area. It was actually blocked too. Chapter 60 Void Platform. I'm afraid there is no way to distinguish this. Yanwu frowned deeply. The 6th order I heard about disappeared directly. No one knows whether it was teleported to the primitive continent or captured and swallowed by those people. Then what should we do? Bai Haitong asked in a rare voice. In a word, Yin Tiange and Yanwu were immediately speechless. Seeing this, Lin You suddenly smiled bitterly. Do you think we have another choice? Ah. The three of them were stunned, and their expressions gradually darkened. Indeed, they have all reached the 6th rank now. The effect of the Orb of Migration only had less than a day left. Once the effect of the Orb of Migration wears off, the teleportation will start again. In such a short time, it is impossible to collect a second material. They have no other choice. Yin Tiange smiled awkwardly. That's what I said. Since that's the case, then I won't say more nonsense. I'll find a place to free up the territory first. Let's do it together. After all, this is not the original area. I'm afraid something will happen if I stay for a long time. Lin You just looked at it. I don't know if it was because of the mismatch between the regions, but he couldn't connect to the chat channel in this region, and he couldn't even use the leaderboards and various regional functions. That is to say, they can only be regarded as outsiders to this area. In case a person who is not in control of this world is found out, they may not be able to fly, and the longer they stay, the more dangerous they will be. Therefore, the few of them did not hesitate, and they hurried to the outskirts of the forest with their respective units. After half an hour, the group finally left the forest and came to a huge clearing outside the forest. The surrounding area was very wide, enough to accommodate 4 territories, so they gradually stopped and began to prepare. When parting, Yanwu found Lin You. Lin You. Yanwu's expression was solemn and his eyes were serious. Don't say anything else, you gave me this life. If I can leave alive this time, there is something I can help in the future, even though find me. For Lin You, Yanwu is very grateful. If Lin You hadn't told him about the blockade of the area and invited him to act together, he would have been kept in the dark and eventually trapped in that area. This kindness is equivalent to the grace of regeneration. Okay, I will. Lin You nodded with a smile, not rejecting Yanwu's good intentions, but this time we are teleported to the primitive continent. We will probably randomly assign locations. If we can still be assigned nearby, then the time will come. Let's work together again. When they first came to this world, is a randomly assigned position. Now that they are teleported to the real primitive continent, no one can tell where they will be teleported, and what kind of danger will be waiting for them. Yin Tiange, who was on the side, heard their conversation and walked over and said, "Indeed, we don't know anything about the primitive continent. If we are fortunate enough to be able to teleport together, we can work together again, so that we can take care of it." At this time, Yin Tiange's face had returned to his usual warm smile, and he looked like a spring breeze. And when he said this, his eyes mainly fell on Lin You. After all, Lin Yu's strength is obvious to all, and cannot be ignored. What's more, in this dangerous world, one more ally is better than one more enemy. Yin Tiange is not stupid, and naturally he will not miss this opportunity to build a relationship. Lin You is not disgusted by this, and they can be regarded as suffering together. Although it is only a cooperative relationship, it belongs to the same plane anyway. Compared with other people who don't know it, it is always more familiar. He nodded and said, "Okay, if there is a chance." Yin Tiange smiled even more, then it's settled. Having said that, he turned around and left, looking for an open space in the distance, preparing to liberate the territory. Yanwu chatted with Lin You for a while, and went to the other side to start preparations. Until this time, the remaining Bai Haitong slowly came to Lin You. At this time, the indifference on her face had receded a lot, and she looked at Lin You very seriously. "Thank you." Finally, she opened her thin lips lightly and uttered 2 words. Hearing this, Lin You laughed immediately. He knew why the other party thanked him. "You're welcome, it's a small effort, and we're partners, aren't we?" "Partner?" Bai Haitong murmured in a daze, her eyes a little dazed. But immediately, she looked at Lin You again and said solemnly, "I will remember this kindness." After speaking, she turned around and left. Sure enough, it was still the same as before, cold as frost, cherishing words like gold. Lin You smiled helplessly and didn't think much about it. After saying goodbye to a few people, he also went to a huge open space on the edge of the forest alone, and took out the orb of migration from his personal space. Finally, it's come to this point. Looking at the transfer pearl in his hand, Lin You was in a trance. For this day, he began to prepare half a month ago. Kill monsters, grab resources, and improve your strength as much as possible. Now, he finally achieved his goal and successfully came to another area. Looking back now, it feels very unreal. I don't know what the real primitive continent would look like. Lin You was full of anticipation, but also a little apprehensive. Taking a deep breath, he directly chose to liberate the territory. "Do you want to use the migration orb at the current location? Once decided, it cannot be changed." "Sure." Lin You answered without any hesitation. In an instant, the orb of migration shattered, and Lin Yu's surroundings were also enveloped by a dazzling light. The territories and plants that were collected in the Pearl of Migration also gradually appeared, returning to their previous appearance. Fortunately, the plants left in the territory are safe and sound. And the moment the territory was restored to its original state, the suction reappeared. "Congratulations, you have successfully reached the 6th level, the space channel is opened, and the primitive continent is about to be teleported. Please be prepared." When the voice fell, Lin You felt that the surrounding scenery began to blur. What followed was a dizzying feeling of dizziness and a sense of weightlessness. When he came back to his senses again, I found myself floating in a chaotic void. The surrounding area was covered with gray, just like the scene seen in the gray and foggy area, with lightning and thunder, and the space was torn apart. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. Only the place where he was located was protected by an invisible passage from lightning cracks. Even vaguely, other space passages can be seen, leading straight to the endless sky. This way, we should be able to go to the primitive continent. Lin You couldn't help sighing in his heart, and his expression gradually relaxed. But the next second, he found something. She was stunned for a while, and then the expression on her face suddenly changed. No. This is not the passage to the primitive continent. As if in response to his words, at the end of the passage he was at, there was a sudden boom and violent surges. Then, the space shattered. A vast and boundless terrifying mouth appeared above the sky. Like a whale devouring everything, it devours everything around it. Even the end of the passage where Lin You was located was completely annihilated, turning into energy and being sucked into his mouth. The whole sky is full of gusts of wind, lightning, and thunder, like a doomsday catastrophe. The passageway in this area, it was actually blocked too. Chapter 61 Hell Start. Everything in front of him was really beyond Lin Yu's expectations. He didn't expect that before going to the primitive continent, he would have to test his strength level and choose the territory of the principality to go to. And according to what the person just said, the areas they were in before were all under the jurisdiction of the principalities on the primitive continent, and they were specially used to cultivate and accept new lords and strengthen the strength of the principalities. Under such careful consideration, this primitive continent seems to be much wider than he imagined, and it may even be far beyond his imagination. It really deserves to be a primitive continent that can accommodate all worlds. I just don't know if the blockade in the area where he was before was done by one of the principalities. Thinking of this, Lin Yu's expression became more solemn. He must avenge this revenge. But before taking revenge, you still have to dig out the identity of this enemy, and you must have enough strength, otherwise everything will be empty talk. The only thing that is fortunate is that it will take a long time for all those people in the area to reach the 6th rank. If it can be saved in the future, it would be even better. After strolling around the void platform again, Yan Wu and the others were not found. Lin Yu guessed. They either left the platform after testing, or were teleported to another platform. After all, there cannot be only one platform like this. If possible, Lin Yu hoped that they could teleport near him, so that the revenge plan would also have multiple helpers. It seems that we can only talk about it on the primitive continent first. While thinking about it, Lin Yu followed the crowd to the center of the platform. I saw that the names of the corresponding principalities were engraved on the 10 portals in the center of the platform. What about Liuhua Principality, Feiyuan Principality, Yuehua Principality, and so on? Around the portal, there are many pillars of light, guarded by the 10 principality representatives in different costumes. Once the lords stand up, they will show the type of troops in their territory and their comprehensive assessment. Every time an assessment appeared, it would cause an uproar in the surrounding crowd. Lin Yu squeezed into the crowd to observe for a while, and found that most of these lords were rated E, and occasionally AD would appear. See these ratings. Those testers didn't even bother to blink their eyes, so the lord who had finished the test quickly went to choose a kingdom and passed through the portal. It is said that this assessment has a total of 9 grades, from the highest SSS to the lowest F grade. So many levels. Then why are we all E level? E rank is not bad, at least it can be assigned to normal places. There was an F rank rookie just now, and it was directly assigned to the most desolate land. That would be called a miserable one. Ah. Is there such a thing? These people around have obviously spent a lot of time on the platform and learned a lot of information. Lin Yu was also very surprised when he listened to it. In addition, the allocation of land in the principality must be calculated according to the comprehensive assessment. In other words, the higher the rating, the better the land and location allocated. This surprised him a bit. Just as he was thinking about it, a shout full of excitement suddenly came from a distance. Doll-type territory. Comprehensive assessment C level. Class C. There is a C-ranked lord. The people who were still discussing suddenly burst into an uproar. I saw in one of the beams of light, a young man with an arrogant face slowly walked out and came to the center of the crowd. Those representatives of the principality changed their indifference just now, and scrambled to stand in front of the youth. How about it, are you interested in joining our Yuehua kingdom? We can give you the best treatment. I, Luhua Nation, can also offer the same conditions, come to our Luhua Nation. The king of our Tianyong kingdom is the domain of the humanoid system, and coming to our Tianyong kingdom will definitely give you a better development. The representatives of the principality were talking all over, inviting the young man to join him. Obviously, the C level is a very good rating for a principality, otherwise they would not be so enthusiastic. Of 10 testers, only one wicked old man still sat upright in the corner and did not come forward to issue an invitation, which was enough to show that this guess was correct. With the help of the representatives of the principality, the young man finally chose the Tianyong kingdom, which is dominated by the humanoid domain. This decision immediately caused the other principality representatives to regret for a while, and they returned to their original positions. It seems that they have no way to decide which principality the lords want to join. This is good news for Lin Yu. And from the conversation just now, it seems that the rulers of those principalities, like them, were born as lords, and they also have various types of arms. I just don't know what level those kings have reached. If he also reaches that level in the future, can he also establish a duchy? This can be considered. Lin You couldn't help rubbing his chin and became more looking forward to it. And just when he was thinking about it, several representatives of the principality who returned to their original positions also began to chat. Alas, the quality of the Lord's seedlings this time is not very good. It took so long to produce a C rank. Isn't that right? The task given to me this time is to recruit 10 C levels. Just thinking about it, I know it's impossible to complete. Don't say C level, D level is pitiful. There's no way. Like these small areas under us, some of them are good. No matter what is comparable to the large areas controlled by the Empire and the Kingdom, you can come out with an A level casually. If I knew it earlier, I wouldn't take this drudgery. Ugh. After talking about this, several people sighed helplessly, then stopped talking and continued to test the lords. After a while, finally, it was Lin Yu's turn to test. In an uneasy mood, he came to the beam of light and looked at the testers. Stand up. The other party didn't seem to be in a good mood, and he returned to his indifferent appearance before, not even looking at Lin Yu. Lin Yu had no choice but to slowly walk into the beam of light. As soon as he stood still, a warm current rushed through his body, washing his mind. At the same time, a piece of data appeared on the beam of light where he was. The plant is a territory, and the comprehensive assessment is F grade. F class. The tester was stunned. Lin Yu, who was in the beam of light, was also stunned. He never imagined that his overall assessment was actually the lowest F grade. Could it be that? Is it because he has too few troops? Before he could think about it, Yu reading www.uukangshu. There was a burst of laughter on the side of Com. Haha, look, here's another F class 1. There's actually someone who can get the lowest rating. How did he get to the 6th rank? F level, this is too miserable. How weak is this to get this rating? I guess no principality wants him, right? Listening to the ridicule on the side, the tester's face gradually darkened. Grade F, there is no worse rating than this. Not to mention the tester next to Lin Yu, even the representatives sent from other principalities looked disgusted, for fear that Lin Yu would choose their principality. This time, Lin Yu's whole person is not well. He is almost 100% sure that this assessment is absolutely related to the number of arms and resources. After all, he had just passed through the gray fog area, and he had already lost most of his troops, and his resources had been exhausted. With the only 3 Tier 6 arms and a few other Tier 5 arms in his current territory, how could he compare to dozens or even dozens of lords of Tier 6 arms? It's really a failure. Lin Yu frowned deeply. He knew it by seeing how secretive the principality representatives were to him. If he really joined their principality, he would definitely not have a good look, and he would even be assigned the worst treatment. This is the beginning of hell. But if he didn't choose to join the principality, then he wouldn't be able to go to the primitive continent, which would put him in an extremely embarrassing situation, and he didn't know what to do. If you don't dislike it, come to our great wild country. At this moment, an old voice suddenly came from the side. Chapter 62 Descend, Primitive Continent. This voice appeared very suddenly. The crowd, who were still discussing, suddenly looked in the direction of the voice. I saw the only old man who did not invite the C-level youth to join. I don't know when I got up, leaned on crutches and looked at Lin Yu with a kind smile on his face. Lao Mo, do you really want him to join your great desolate country? The representative of the Fire Kingdom asked with a frown. He seemed to know the old man. Even Lin Yu himself was extremely surprised. His comprehensive evaluation is so low, and there are people who are willing to accept him. Surprised, he couldn't help but ask, are you sure you want me to join? Of course. The old man's smile was still kind. But like them, I can't give you too many resources. If you can accept it, come to our great wild country. Those undisguised sincere words finally moved Lin Yu. After watching the old man silently for a while, he nodded solemnly. Okay, I'll go. After speaking, he walked out of the beam of light and came to the old man. The old man did not show the slightest rejection because of his comprehensive assessment. Instead, he said with a smile, don't pay too much attention to other people's opinions. When I first came here, I was just like you, and I didn't come to this point. Lao Mo also came from another world. Lin Yu looked startled. Yes, it's not just me, the lords of the entire primitive continent are gathered from countless shattered worlds, but the time is different. Mo Lao seemed to be very satisfied with Lin Yu's courtesy, and it was rare to explain it to him. When I first arrived here, in fact, like you, I also had the lowest F-level rating. I haven't reached this point step by step, so you don't need to be too disappointed. Elder Mo is the same as me. Lin Yu's face was full of surprise. This old man, who seems to be much stronger than him, has the same lowest rating as him, which is unbelievable. At the same time, he finally understood why the other party invited him. Thinking of this, he bowed deeply to Mo Lao. Thank you, I will remember this kindness. Okay, I'm not sure whether we can meet in the future. Take this and enter the gate of time and space. You'll know what to do when you get there. Mr. Mo handed a dim crystal stone to Lin You and waved to him. Just like what Lin You thought. The reason why he invited Lin You was just because he had the same illness and couldn't bear to make him look like this. But it is obviously impossible to reach the level that makes him pay attention. After all, each of them represents their respective principalities, and they are burdened with the task of recruiting talents. The addition of Lin You is optional to him, it is just a comfort to his heart, and he will not believe that he can really rise. Lin You naturally knew this, so he didn't say much. Taking the crystal, he turned around and walked towards the portal marked, Great Wild Country, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. And the laughter on the side stopped abruptly here. Primitive continent. In the farthest corner, a piece of yellow sand pervades the edge of the Gobi, where the scorching sun shines brightly. A pair of ragged mother and daughter cuddled with each other, carefully walking outside a small lust town with broken eaves and broken walls. Mother, do you think the Lord will come to us this year? The little girl's voice was low, and she looked up with difficulty to look at the woman in rags beside her. She looked like she was only about 7 or 8 years old, but she was sallow, skinny, and felt like she could be blown over by any gust of wind. Even the women beside her had sunken cheeks and were very thin and trembling when they walked. Hearing her daughter's question, the woman forced an ugly smile, lowered her head and reached out to touch her daughter's head. There will be. In a short while, the Lord should come here, and then we can live a good life. But mother, you said the same thing last year. The little girl pursed her lips, as if she knew that the woman was lying to her. Women's smiles are even more ugly. In her sunken and numb eye sockets, there was a hint of helplessness and distress. He took his daughter to his side, and said softly, "How could mother lie to you? Don't you think that a Lord also came last year? But I heard Ergun next door say that the Lord left within a month." The girl raised her head again. The woman looked at her innocent expression, her eyes trembled, but she quickly hid it. She touched the back of the girl's head. "Yaya, don't listen to those two dogs, let's go to the city to do the New Year's Eve and pray for blessings. After we finish, mother will take you to eat sugar cakes." "Really? That's great, then let's go and pray." As soon as she heard the sugar cake, Yaya jumped up with joy, and immediately forgot about the Lord's affairs. Her little face was flushed, and she no longer looked weak. The woman looked at her cheering with a complicated expression on her face, but it turned into a bitter smile in the end. Holding Yaya's little hand, she continued to walk towards the dilapidated city. This city is not big. Only a few miles in radius, it can't even be called a city. The walls and buildings are basically made of mud, and most of them have long been devastated by wind and sand, and there are no guards to guard them. Walking on the street, there will even be a piece of yellow sand from time to time. But in such a harsh environment, today many people bring their families to pray for blessings at the statue of the Lord in the central square of the city. I hope that a Lord will come to their land this year, bring them to prosperity, and let them live a good life. The whole street was lively, with neighbors coming and going everywhere, greeting each other. It was even more lively than the New Year. "Yo, isn't this old Wang? I haven't seen you for a few days. Why are there a few patches missing on your clothes? Look at what you said. www.novel.com. Today is the day to pray for blessings. Can you dress better?" "Haha, that's right, maybe some Lord was touched by you, and it really came to us. If only this was the case, I won't brag with you. I have to go to pray quickly." Okay, you go first, I'll be there later after I pack up." During the conversation, many people rushed to the city. At this time, a huge dilapidated statue in the center of the city was crowded with people who came to pray. Everyone recited something in their mouths, kneeling and bowing to the statue, extremely pious. This kind of scene appears once a year, and it has long been accustomed to them, and has even formed a custom. And in this lively atmosphere, time passed quickly. It was noon in the blink of an eye. The blazing sun above his head was in the sky, and the ground was irradiated a little illusory. But strangely, the crowd in the square never meant to disperse. Instead, they gathered more and more, all gathered around the statue, looking up at the sky, as if waiting for something. However, as time passed, the sky did not move at all. The hope in their eyes gradually turned into disappointment. Alas! It seems that no Lord has come to us again this year. An old man leaning on a cane looked at the sky tremblingly, his eyes full of helplessness. In a remote and barren place like them, let alone the Lord, even ordinary people would not want to come and live. With a sigh, the old man gradually turned around, preparing to leave here. "Grandpa, look. There is light from the sky." Suddenly, an exclamation sounded at this moment. Chapter 63 Abandoned City. Congratulations, you have successfully landed on the primitive continent. The world channel opens, the region changes, the current region, the great wilderness. It is detected that the Lord has left the secondary plane, the restrictions on the basic types of arms are lifted, and the recruitment limit is increased. Upgrading personal space, unlocking the power of belief, unlocking the function of territorial people, unlocking the function of building, unlocking the function of territory management. New territory content, please check it in the territory by yourself. Listening to a lot of information that kept ringing in his mind, Lin You, who had just landed, was completely stunned. What's the situation? Why did you suddenly unlock a lot of new features? What made him even more bewildered was that, as soon as he stood still, a large group of people immediately appeared in front of him, kneeling and bowing to him excitedly, and shouting, "Meet the Lord." Lin You admitted that he was really handsome. But he was not so handsome that he attracted so many people's adoration as soon as he appeared. And just when he was confused, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "A matching unowned territory is detected, do you want to transfer the territory?" And many more. Unclaimed territory. Could it be that this is the territory allocated to him? Lin You hurriedly took out the crystal that Mo Lao gave him from his personal space, and it really was emitting a dazzling light. And the people kneeling on the ground made a series of exclamations when they saw his crystal. Certificate of Territory Relocation. It is a certificate of territory relocation issued by the king. It's really Lord. Lord is really coming to us. Meet the Lord. In an instant, the large group of people in front of them knelt down again, with extremely excited expressions. Seeing this, Lin You still doesn't know that this is the territory allocated to him. Just this place. It's too bad, isn't it? Not to mention the yellow sand that fills the sky. What is this pitted city wall? What are these dilapidated buildings and streets all made of mud? And these people in rags, with yellow faces and thin skin, who look like they will collapse when the wind blows, are they his subjects? This time, Lin You really lived in Bungbu. He finally understood now why those people looked at him with pity. With such bad conditions, I am afraid that few people are willing to come here. Mother, why doesn't the Lord speak? Does he hate us? Below, the little girl timidly looked at Lin You, who was contemplating on the stage, and asked her mother beside her. And this question came right into the ears of Lin You on stage. He raised his head and looked at the little girl, only to see the little girl clutching the dirty rag doll in her hand tightly and withdrawing into the woman's arms in fear. When the woman saw this, she was shocked. Lord, please forgive me. Lord, please forgive me. My daughter is ignorant, please Lord. While speaking, he also bowed down, his face full of fear. It made Lin You even more speechless. He can't eat people. Do you need to be scared like this? But it was precisely because of the mother and daughter that he finally regained his senses and fully understood his situation. Seeing the terrified expressions of those around him, he immediately showed a smile. "It's okay, she didn't do anything wrong, you don't have to be so afraid of me, and I don't know how to eat people. Thank you Lord for your kindness." When the woman heard this, she was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked her. "Okay, you all get up first, and also, who are you talking about here?" Lin You scanned the crowd. After a while, an old man on crutches stood up tremblingly with the help of others, and slowly came to the front of the stage. Lord, I am the acting city lord of Huangsha City, Shuechangui." Having said that, he bowed deeply to Lin You again. Looking at him like that, Lin You was afraid that he would suddenly burp, so he immediately stepped down to support him. Lord, can't do it. Shuechangui pushed his hands again and stepped back in fear. Fortunately, the young man beside him supported him, otherwise he would have fallen to the ground. Lin You smiled helplessly, and had to say, well, let's find a place first. I want to know about this. The specific situation of Huangsha City, is it inconvenient to know? It's convenient, of course it's convenient, Lord, please come with me. Xue Changgui turned around and made a pleased gesture. It can be seen that compared to other subjects, Xue Changgui's self-cultivation is relatively high. Under his leadership, Lin You also quickly left the square. When he was no longer to be seen, the subjects below stood up one after another with excitement written all over their faces. Great! We finally have another lord here. Is this the new lord of our Yellow Sand City? He looks so majestic. I was so frightened just now that my legs were weak. Me too, I almost didn't lie down. I don't know what the lord will tell the city lord. Shoo! Don't ask around, let's hurry up and take the news home. Yes, let's go home first. The subjects dispersed in a hurry, and they all left the square in a blink of an eye. On the other side, Lin You and Xue Changgui also came to a decent big house to learn about the specific situation here. I don't know this question. After asking, Lin You was taken aback. According to Xue Changgui, this Yellow Sand City is located in the most remote and desolate corner of the Great Desolate Country. Not only is there a shortage of resources, but even people have run almost as fast as they are, the old and weak, women and children, and a small number of people who are unwilling to leave. It adds up to no more than 500. It's like a dead city. And the last lord, because he couldn't stand the harsh conditions here, www.novel.com just moved here a month and moved the territory. Until Lin You arrived, 3 full years had passed. Lin You estimated that the reason why the previous lord took a month to leave was probably to collect enough magic energy to move the territory. This is too. This time he really had nothing to say. Although he had foreseen that the territory he was assigned would not be very good, he did not expect it to be so bad. Does he want to collect enough 60,000 mana and then move the territory to another place like the previous lord? To be honest, Lin You still couldn't bear it. Especially seeing Xue Changgui and the fiery gazes of the few people next to him looking at him eagerly, as well as their nervous and reserved appearance, he couldn't even say it. Obviously, they also hope that a lord will take over their place and lead them to prosperity. Not to mention the great wealth, but at least it will not be like now, one by one, leaving their hometowns and finally choosing to escape from here. Ugh. Anyway, he has northwest other place to go now. It seems that he can only settle down here temporarily. Lin You sighed in his heart, and finally moved his heart of pity. He glanced at the few people around him and Xue Changgui, looked at their tattered clothes, and finally said, "Call all the people in charge of the city, I have something to tell them." So the lord is willing to stay. Xue Changgui was shocked, and his cloudy eyes instantly lit up. The few people on the side also looked at each other excitedly, beaming with joy. Seeing Lin You nod, Xue Changgui immediately responded, "Okay, I'll call someone to call them over immediately. Lord, please wait here for a while." Chapter 64 Relying on the Rise. It didn't take a while. All the people in charge of Huangsha City were called over. Lin You stood on the steps, looking at the ragged figures below, but standing upright, he couldn't help feeling emotional. Even the people in charge are living such a miserable life, not to mention the territorial people below. I'm afraid it's even a problem to eat. So he didn't waste any more time and said aloud, "From today onwards, I, Lin You, are the lord here. I called you here today. In addition to announcing this matter, there is another important thing for you to do, which is to do the statistics again for the places you are responsible for. Count the population and various information in the city, and then put them together and give it to me. If you want all of them, can you do it before dark tomorrow?" "Can." The people below responded excitedly. As early as on the way here, they had already heard the news that the lord was staying. Hearing the first task given by Lin You, one by one immediately blushed and vowed to complete this task successfully. Lin You on the steps nodded, very satisfied with their response. After saying a few words of encouragement, they dismissed them, and then walked out of the city under the leadership of Xue Changgui and others. Originally, Lin You didn't want Xue Changgui to follow him. After all, he was already so old. But no matter what Lin You said, he insisted on following him, saying that he wanted to sit beside Lin You. There was no way, Lin You had no choice but to leave him alone. Soon. Under the eyes of the leaders on the street, the team came to a huge open space outside the city. Lord, this is where the previous lord moved his territory. Xuechangui looked back at Lin You. Okay, you all stay away, wait until I move the territory here. Lin Yu took out the crystal from his personal space. When Xuechangui and the others saw this, they hurriedly stepped back and stayed far away. A matching unowned territory is detected, do you want to transfer the territory? The voice in my mind sounded again. Lin Yu took a deep breath and chose, yes. In an instant, the crystal radiated light and slowly floated into the air. Under the illumination of the crystal, the space suddenly distorted, as if it overlapped with another plane. Lin Yu's territory is also being twisted and gradually revealed. The tree of life that stopped towering suddenly attracted the residents on the streets of the city to stop and exclaimed. Look! What a big tree! Is this the Lord's territory? It's so spectacular! What kind of plant is that? How can there be such a huge vine? Look up, it seems that there are dragons flying in the sky. The appearance of Lin Yu's territory can be said to have caused a great sensation. Even the people who stayed at home ran to the street one after another, watching this incomparably spectacular scene. This is also the first time in Huangsha City. It is amazing to see so many plants growing and shouting one by one. What surprised Lin Yu was that the location of this territory was very cleverly chosen. It happened to be in a place surrounded by mountains on both sides, which just blocked the wind and sand in the sky and was not affected by the wind and sand. At the moment when the territory was successfully relocated, several reminders sounded in his mind. The territory is successfully bound, the current territory, Huangsha City. You can view the current territory situation through territory information. Hearing the prompt, Lin Yu asked Xuechangui and others to go back first and wait. Then he couldn't wait to walk into the territory. Click on the territory information to see that there are many more functions. Territory name, Tree of Life. Territory level, Tier 6, 0/500. Territory durability, 2250/2250. Recruited troops, plants. Number of recruits, 13/120. Territory introduction, the Lord's survival is fundamental, with various functions. The core of the territory is destroyed, and the Lord dies. Upgrade requirements, wood, 3000/3000, stone, 6734/3000, iron ore, 210/1500, copper ore, 30/1500, magic energy, 3046/5000, 6th order territorial essence, 0/10. Note, plants are territorial, and wood is self-supplied. Subsidiary territory, Huangsha City. World Channel Regional Channel Ranking Faith Skill Minority Building Resource Management. In addition to the World Channel and Regional Channel, 7 functions have been added. It is many times richer than before. Lin Yu clicked on the World Channel and saw that it was actually unlocked. There was a lot of news on it, and it also had the suffix, Saint Yao Kingdom. This Lin Yu had heard from Xuechangui that the Great Wild Country he was in was one of the 10 major duchies under the Xingyao Kingdom. And the suffix of the Regional Channel has also become the word, Great Wild Country. Lin Yu tried it out, and found that there is a charge for sending messages in these 2 channels. The World Channel has 1000 magic energy, and the Regional Channel has 100 magic energy, which is even worse than the Black Businessman. No wonder the news is so much less than expected. Just relying on this chat channel, these kingdoms and principalities are probably going to make crazy money. It's too dark. Lin Yu couldn't help but complain. At the same time very envious. Even on a regional channel, as long as 100 people send messages every day, that's 10,000 mana. That's 10,000 mana. He can only earn it by hunting and killing monsters for several days, but people only need to move a finger. It is true that people are more popular than dead people. After closing the chat channel, Lin Yu clicked on the other functions in turn to continue viewing, and also roughly understood these functions. For example, territory is used to manage and count the people in the territory, building is used to construct buildings in the territory, and resources is used to count all the materials in the territory. And the territory here also includes his current subsidiary territory, Huangsha City. These aren't nothing. What Lin Yu cared about most was the new power of faith. That is, the extra string of numbers after the territory level. Faith, provided by the lords, the richer the territory and the more residents, the stronger the sense of belonging, the more the power of faith provided, the stronger the lord's own strength. required for unlocking some functions and necessary for upgrading territories above Tier 6 www.novel.com. This. After reading the introduction, Lin You was stunned. The increase in the power of belief can actually make him improve his strength. This made him a little excited. But when he saw the conditions for obtaining the power of faith, he instantly wilted. What he lacks the most right now is the wealth of the territory and the people. Although he didn't know how long it would take to upgrade the 500 points of faith power required to upgrade to the 7th rank, it was definitely not easy. Have to. He really has to build this subsidiary territory now. Fortunately, this did not violate his original intention. After all, he planned to build Huangsha City from the very beginning, and the power of faith just added a goal to him. And Huangsha City. It will also be the first starting point for him to come to the primitive continent. Thinking of this, Lin Yu's expression instantly became serious. I checked the various functions again, and after a rough understanding, I clicked on the recruitment interface. He remembered clearly that when he first teleported here, the system prompted a sentence, restrictions on basic types of arms lifted. Restrictions lifted. In other words, there are more types of basic units that he can mutate. Not just the previous ones. This is definitely great news for him who has the ability to mutate. If it is someone else, you may need to go everywhere to find arm tokens and unlock new arms. But he didn't. You only need to spend magic energy to mutate, and you can directly obtain these newly unlocked units. This is also the basis for his rapid rise. Chapter 65 Fear Pumpkin. After opening the recruitment interface, Lin You took a look. The recruitable units are still the same as the original units, but the recruiting limit has been directly increased to 120, which is more than doubled from before. Considering that the Tower of Arms may be raised to Tier 6 later, it is possible to directly study and recruit Tier 6 troops. He also didn't spend all his magic energy on recruiting. After all, he only has 3,000 mana left now, so he has to save some money. After thinking about it for a while, only 10 grass and tree spirits were recruited. Looking at the light clusters that appeared in front of him, Lin You directly used his mutation ability on one of them. The mutation of the 5th tier troops needs to consume 100 points of mana. Do you want to continue? Yes. The light flashed, and the light group in front of Lin You changed rapidly, turning into a chubby pumpkin. Lin You was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect a new type of army to appear in the first one. She hurriedly checked the pumpkin information. Name, Fear Pumpkin. Race, Plant. Level 5, 0/250. Strength, 0. Physical, 50. Agility, 200. Spirit, 150. Skills, Protection of plants and trees, Escape, put away the roots and roll away at a very fast speed, Sowing, spread pumpkin seeds, grow pumpkins in designated locations, and can also grow in harsh environments and are edible. Introduction, he is very timid and will run away immediately when he encounters danger. Lin You. Seeing the attributes of the pumpkin in front of him, Lin Yu's face was full of black lines. Fear of pumpkins. It's you who is coordinating the fear. In order to escape, you just filled up your agility, right? He didn't expect that there would be such outrageous plants in the unlocked basic units. It was just a joke. But immediately, Lin You discovered the advantage of this fear pumpkin. It can sow. And it can grow in harsh environments. Isn't this what he lacks most in his territory? Although pumpkin is not a staple food, it is still a food, isn't it? Moreover, the sugar content is extremely high, so it is perfect for planting for his subjects. Come on, let's try sowing seeds here. Lin You pointed to the open space next to him and said to the fearful pumpkin. After receiving the order, the fearful pumpkin that was wriggling on the ground immediately put away its rhizomes, rolled to Lin Yu's feet, spit out yellow seeds in front of him, and sank into the ground. Then it inserted the rhizome into the ground and twisted back and forth beside the pumpkin patch, looking very happy. Lin You looked at those pumpkin seeds in surprise. It only took a few minutes, and a bud had already burst out of the ground, slowly growing under the wraps of fluorescent light. Lin You knew that it was because these seeds were planted around the tree of life that they grew so fast. If it is planted for those territorial people, it should not have this effect. But even so, it is enough to promote it to the territorial people to plant. After all, there is no way for ordinary plants to be planted here, only his seed can be planted. Lin You didn't expect that this harsh environment would instead highlight the advantages of his plant domain, and he could solve a big problem so easily. Then, Lin You continued to mutate the remaining 9 plant spirits. The result was as he expected, the variety of mutants became much richer, and there were even several wheat varieties and potato varieties like the fear pumpkin. And it can grow in harsh environments, which will expand his planting army. And the remaining half has mutated into the combat arms he is familiar with, and no new ones have appeared. It is estimated that the number of mutations is too small. It seems that we can only talk about it after accumulating more magic energy in the future. As for the remaining 1000 mana points, I will temporarily leave it for emergency use. In the event of an emergency, you can directly recruit 5th Order with demon dragons or pink demon girls to fight. Now the security and food issues are barely resolved. Next is the construction of the affiliated territories, as well as the exploration of various resources, the collection of information, and the exploration of the surrounding environment. With so many things to do, it's really a long way to go. It is worth mentioning that, after the accumulation of experience on the road in the past few days, Qingting has been successfully promoted to the 6th rank, and the Mushroom Demon King has also risen to the 5th rank. The 6th Order green vines and vine forests extend directly from 100 meters to 200 meters, forming a terrifying and eerie forest outside Huangsha City. From a distance, I thought it was the rhizome of the Tree of Life, which made the subjects dare not get close. Not to mention the Mushroom Demon King. The blasting ability index increases, and a large hole can be blasted at once. Moreover, he has an active temper. If it wasn't for Lin Yu's pressure, I'm afraid the territory would be blown up by it. He glanced at the Mushroom Demon King who was jumping in the distance. With a wry smile, Lin You sent the Wood Demon Dragon to inform Xue Changwei to send someone over, and at the same time let the mutant plants start producing seeds, ready to be distributed to the people to plant. Another 10 minutes passed. Xue Changwei took the steward beside him to the outside of the vine forest, and walked in with some fear. To their surprise, those terrifying-looking vines spontaneously made way for them to lead directly into Lin Yu's territory. After a while, the two came to the territory. "Why are you here? Didn't I say let your steward come?" Lin You, who was collecting seeds, looked at the two of them. "The Lord is summoned, of course I have to come over in person," Xue Changwei said righteously and sternly, while secretly observing the surroundings, with shock written all over his eyes. It was the first time he had seen such an exaggerated territory. Even the Lord who came here before did not have such a scale. Especially the various strange plants in the territory made him an eye-opener. www.novel.com and immediately bowed respectfully. "I don't know why the Lord called me here, why?" "Oh, it's nothing, just give you some food seeds, and let you take them back and distribute them to the colonists to plant." With that said, Lin You took a few large bags made of animal skins from the side and put them in front of Xue Changwei. "This is..." Xue Changwei and the steward beside him looked at Lin You with puzzled faces. "These are the seeds of wheat, pumpkin, and potatoes. I specially made them. They can be planted even in this environment. Can it be planted here?" Xue Changwei and the two were shocked and looked at the 3 bags of seeds in disbelief. "You know, the reason why they lived so poor. The biggest reason is because of environmental problems." Now Lin You actually told them that there were seeds that could be planted in this environment, so how could they not be excited, even so excited that they couldn't even speak? "Oh right, I still have a few corpses of monsters here. You also ask someone to take them back with you. Let's add a meal to the people tonight." With that said, Lin You took out the corpse of the previously stored monster from his personal space, and with a bang, several heads formed a hill. With that huge size, it would not be a problem to feed more than 500 people. This shocked Xue Changwei and the others, and they recovered from the shock. He said very excitedly, "Okay. I'll go and call someone to use a carriage to pull it. Thank you Lord for the reward." After thanking him, he left in a hurry with a happy expression on his face. After a while, they returned to the city and spread the matter out, causing an uproar in the whole city, and they all mobilized. Chapter 66 What is a Lord? The planting of seeds was much faster than expected. Just when it was about to get dark, Lin You had already received the news that the planting had been completed. All of them were planted in the leeward belt outside the city, on a large area of open space specially reclaimed, just enough to block the wind and sand with the city wall. This made Lin You can't help but sigh. These people are really used to living a hard life, and they are not ambiguous when they work. Seeing that it was getting dark, Lin You sent the wooden demon dragon to fly over Huangsha City to check the situation of the people. but unexpectedly found that the city did not have the expected cheers and celebrations, lively snacks. On the contrary, everyone held a cloth bag in their hands and rushed back to their own homes with joy on their faces. "Mother, do we have meat to eat?" On the street, a little girl looked at the burlap bag in the hands of the woman next to her with red cheeks. The woman's face is yellow and thin, her cheeks are sunken, but her eyes are filled with undisguised joy. She said softly, "Yes, the Lord sent us a lot of meat today, saying that it was a reward for us to cultivate farmland. Tonight, let's take a little out of the broth and drink it, and store the rest as dried meat for later use. Eat slowly." "That's great, I finally have broth to drink." The little girl jumped and jumped, jumping for joy. As if drinking broth was such a happy thing for her. And similar scenes also happened in every corner of the street at this time, so Lin You couldn't help frowning, and then gradually let go. These territorial people. It's really hard to live. She was not willing to eat all the meat she was given, but she had to save it and eat it slowly. Fortunately, Xue Changgue said that the meat was a reward he gave to his subjects to reclaim their farmland, presumably to make them feel at ease. Lin You couldn't help sighing in his heart, and at the same time, an inexplicable emotion emerged. What is a lord? A lord is both the master of the territory and the pillar of the territory. Compared to the past, the many things he is facing now, maybe he can truly be called a lord. What's more, he also expects these territorial people to develop and provide him with the power of faith. Thinking of this, Lin You clicked on the territory information, and found that the power of faith behind the territory level actually increased by 3 points. It seems that his actions today gave the lords a sense of belonging, and they respected him as a lord in their hearts, and finally increased the power of faith. No wonder he always felt that his strength seemed to have increased a little. If this trend continues, maybe it won't be long before he can accumulate enough 500 faith points to level up. Turn off the territory information, and then turn on the regional channel. Because the sky was getting dark, the news on the channel began to increase, and many new lords like him appeared. "Brothers, ask a question, I've been here for a day, how come the power of belief doesn't increase at all? It's the same with me. I've been assigned a territory of 5,000 people, and it hasn't risen for a day. A group of newcomers, the power of faith is not the more people you lead, the faster it grows. Do you understand belief? You have to lead the people to have faith in you. I thought you were playing single player in Novice Village. Do you know what a lord is? Don't be a lord if you can't even manage the people. Haha, don't laugh at these newcomers, they just came here, what can they know? That's right, when I first came here, I didn't feel a little sullen. Now it's their turn for rookies to try it. A message of 100 magic energy, let's leave this chat." Sure enough, as Mo Lao said, there are many lords in this principality who arrived earlier than them. As soon as he saw that new rookie lords had joined, he immediately started making jokes, telling those new lords that they dared not come forward. However, Lin You also got a very important message from their conversation. The increase in the power of faith does not depend solely on the number of subjects. Although the number of subjects will also have an impact, the most important thing is to make them feel a sense of belonging and dependence on the territory. Just like the people under his command now. The days were a bit miserable. But he knows how to be grateful. These 3 points of faith have already crushed all the new lords. After watching the regional channel and the world channel for a while, I didn't find any news about the regional blockade. It's probably not easy to find clues from here. After all, the culprit wasn't a fool, so how could he publicize such a thing? In desperation, Lin You had to turn off the channel and do other things first. After all, I just moved here, and there are still a lot of things to prepare, but it's not the time to watch people chat. And he was busy until late at night. Early the next morning, Lin Yuqian woke up at dawn. After simply taking a shower and putting on his coat, he quickly came under the territory. After a night's accumulation, the fire-bathing lotus provided him with more than 300 magical energy. Building name, Bathing Fire Lotus. Building level, level 6. Resource acquisition, 30 mana/hour. Introduction, a lotus flower containing magical energy that can grow in any environment, and its level increases with the territory. The fire-bathed lotus that has risen to the 6th level, the magic energy provided per hour has risen to 30 points. Although a lot, it is still a drop in the bucket for him. Not even many new buildings could be built. Like the territorial shield he just discovered. Building name, Territory Shield. Architecture introduction. When the territory is attacked, it is automatically turned on to protect the territory. The effect is extremely strong. The higher the territory level, the greater the consumption, and it needs to be recharged. Charge consumption, territory level x 1000, magic energy/time. Construction required, 500 stone, 500 magic powder, 2500 magic energy. Lin You had been looking forward to this protective cover for a long time. When he found it in the building list yesterday, he was happy for a long time. As long as he has this shield, his territory will be much safer. Don't worry that the attacked territory will be destroyed immediately. The 6000 mana required to charge the 6th order territory is acceptable, after all, it is for emergency use at critical times. But this magic powder and magic energy stumped him. I don't know where to start www.novel.com. So after a simple meal, Lin You called Su Zhong, the steward next to Shui Changui, and asked him about the territory things around. Lord, do you want to ask where there are monsters and magic powder near us? Su Zhong stood in front of Lin You, extremely respectful. Yes. Lin You nodded. You have lived here for so long, you should know something, right? Of course the little one knows that magic powder is sold on those traveling merchants who occasionally pass by here. As for monsters, they can only be found in the depths of the Gobi. Any businessmen will pass by here. Lin You was a little surprised to hear that. Yes, because this is the junction between the Great Wilderness Country and the Fire Country. Sometimes there will be traveling merchants from the Great Wilderness Country who cross the Gobi to do business. Many of our things are bought from the merchants. The border between the two countries. Yes, passing through this Gobi is the country of fire. Su Zhong replied respectfully, but I heard that recently because of the turmoil in the depths of the Gobi, no one dared to enter the Gobi. It is estimated that it will take a long time for businessmen to come. It turned out to be so. Lin You suddenly realized. He didn't expect that after crossing this Gobi, it would be another principality. It seems that this place is quite remote. But it was also a huge opportunity for him. If he can open up the trade between the two countries, it will definitely be extremely beneficial to the development of his territory, even more beneficial than those lords who are assigned to rich territories. But immediately, Lin You suddenly thought of a question and said, No, according to what you said, the Gobi is full of monsters. How could those traveling merchants come across? Don't your lord know about cultivators? Chapter 67 Veins. A cultivator. Lin You was stunned. There are still cultivators in this world. What? Didn't your lord hear about it? Su Zhong asked strangely. In our great desolate country, in addition to the chosen ones by gods like Lord, there are also many ordinary people like us who have lived here since childhood. They gain the power to communicate with gods through cultivation, and then gradually change. Strong, such people are cultivators. Of course, there is still some gap between the cultivators and the chosen people like Lord. Not only are they slow to cultivate, but they can't summon the servants of gods like Lord. Speaking of which, Su Zhong did not forget to flatter Lin You. However, Lin You didn't pay attention to this. Instead, he was shocked by what he said. Ordinary people here can also practice cultivation. If he guessed correctly, the ordinary people that Su Zhong mentioned should be the natives of the primitive continent. Then the power to communicate with the gods is to gain the power of the system. In other words, these people can also be cultivated and upgraded. It's just that there is no way to summon territories, recruit troops, and upgrade rapidly like their lords. This is kind of interesting. It seems that this world is not as simple as he imagined, and it still has its own cultivation system. But think about it. The primitive continent is the center of all worlds, and there are monsters everywhere, so how could they be just ordinary people? If he can absorb these talents for his use, then the strength of his territory will definitely become much stronger. It's just a pity. Because he was so remote and desolate, he didn't even have a cultivator to lead the people. It is estimated that in those larger territories, there will be many cultivators to take over the people. After Lin You asked Su Zhong about the world again, and gradually began to have a basic understanding of the environment he was in. The Great Wilderness Principality where he is now. It is one of the 10 subordinate duchies under the Kingdom of Xingyao. Being in the primitive continent is a relatively marginal place. Because of its desolate and remote location, it is called Great Wilderness, and it is one of the 10 principalities with the lowest strength. In the principality, there are cities all over the place, controlled by various lords, big and small, and they compete fiercely with each other for various resources. There was even more friction between the principalities. If you want to survive in this environment, you must constantly improve your strength. Saying so, it is imperative for him to explore the depths of the Gobi, and he can also earn more magic energy. Thinking of this, Lin You asked Suzhong to go back first. And he hurried out with 4 sixth-order plants, including Lingxi. As for the territorial garrison, it will be handed over to the remaining Ivy Mushroom Demon King and those newly recruited 5th-tier troops to guard. Anyway, since he is in a remote place, he doesn't have to worry about other lords coming over. After more than half an hour, Lin You finally came to the depths of the Gobi. What surprised him was, deep in the Gobi, there is a very huge rock fault. As high as tens of meters, the two sides of the earth form a clear height difference. If you want to keep going, you have to climb down the fault. It's no wonder that there are no monsters running to Huangsha City to harm it. It turned out to be blocked by this landform. Lin You stood tall. At a glance, I can see the endless flat land under the fault, and it seems that it is not as desolate as expected. Instead, there were overgrown weeds, and some unseen tropical plants began to appear. And the height of dozens of meters is not difficult for him, he can easily climb down with the plants, and then continue to move forward. After walking for another 10 minutes, they finally encountered the first monster. A third-order hyena gallops past. Name, Clawed Hyena. Race, Beast. Level, Tier 3. Strength, 42. Physique, 37. Agility, 45. Spirit, 38. Skill, Bite. Introduction, a canine monster that grows in the Gobi Desert. It runs fast and has a strong bite. Dog meat, it's a good thing, stop it and don't let it run away. Seeing the running hyena, Lin Yu's eyes lit up instantly, and he hurriedly surrounded him with the plants. The hyena seemed to feel threatened. After seeing them, it turned and ran away in the opposite direction. But how could Lin Yu's plants give him a chance to escape? I saw the wood demon dragon in the sky flew down violently, turning into an afterimage and attacking the hyena. The fleeing hyena didn't even react, its neck was cut open, and it fell to the ground with a whimper. Kill the third-order hyena to gain 10 magic energy. The prompt sounded in Lin Yu's mind. After a while, he rushed over with Lingxi and 2 blood monsters, and happily put away the hyena's body and put it in his personal space. Not bad, I can add dishes tonight. Lin Yu had a smile on his face, and then moved on, looking for monsters everywhere. After rising to the 6th level, the capacity of his personal space has been increased to 200 units, and it is no problem to hold hundreds of monster corpses. So he spent the whole day exploring the Gobi www.novel.com, constantly hunting monsters to collect magic energy, and collecting monster corpses by the way. And as he goes deeper, the level of monsters he encounters is getting higher and higher, and there are more and more monsters. In the end, he even encountered 2 6th-order monsters. Fortunately, the plants around him are strong enough. In the end, all of them were solved without any risk, and more than 200 points of magic energy were obtained. Along with the 2 huge monster corpses, they stopped going further and only hunted nearby. Until late evening. Lin Yucai brought the plants back to Huangsha City and called Shui Changui over. Lord, why did you come here in person? Shui Changui took some of his stewards and hurriedly greeted Lin Yu, who had just entered the city. I just came back from outside, and I stopped by to see. By the way, how are the statistics? Lin Yu asked. Shui Changui hurriedly replied, go back to the Lord, it was done by noon, but since you are no longer, I just kept it. Really? That's fine. Just give it to me later. There's one more thing I want to ask. Are there any veins of iron or copper or nearby? Mineral veins. Shui Changui was stunned for a moment. Do you mean the place where ore is produced? If so, there are many mines under the nearby mountains, all of which were dug by the previous lord. Really? Lin Yu looked happy. Originally, he just asked casually, but he didn't expect that there were actually mineral veins nearby, and they were dug by the previous lord. Thinking of this, he immediately said, that's just right. You help me to inform everyone that anyone who is willing to help me collect ore can get 10 caddies of meat from me every day. You don't need to collect too fast, just be diligent, just healthy and strong. Chapter 68 Principality Ranking. Your lord, what you said is true. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Shui Changui and the others widened their eyes one by one. 10 kilograms of meat, and it's still monster meat, It might not be a big deal if you put it in other places, but to them, it is incomparably precious. And Lin You said, it's £10 a day. This almost solved the problem of food and clothing for the family at once, and there was even a surplus. They can guarantee that as long as the news spreads, countless people will sign up and rush to do this job. This should be fine, right? Lin You then asked. No problem. Absolutely no problem. I'll let you know right now. Xue Changwei nodded excitedly, and immediately left with a group of stewards to inform the news from house to house. It was exactly as they expected. As soon as the news came out, it immediately caused an uproar in the city. What did you say? You can get 10 caddies of meat in just 1 day's mining. Or did the Lord say it himself? Quickly sign up for me. And my son will go too. Damn it, stop cooking, hurry up and sign up for me. I'm going too. Count me in. In the blink of an eye, the streets of Huangsha City turned into a pot of porridge. A large group of people dragged their families and followed the stewards in charge of registration, surrounded them with 3 floors and 3 floors, and they were all talking about signing up for themselves or their own men. Of course, those stewards didn't forget Lin Yu's request, they only picked those who were healthy and had no hidden diseases. After all, things like collecting ore are too weak to be able to do it. Lin Yu still has to take this into consideration. And the reason why he asked the territorial people to help collect ores, instead of asking the plants to go. Apart from the fact that the plants wanted to hunt with him, one of the reasons was to improve the lives of the colonists. Anyway, he harvested a lot of monster corpses today, so it's perfectly fine to support him for a few days. That's all. The vigorous registration continued into the evening. By the time the registration list and the statistics of resources in the city were delivered to Lin Yu, it was already dark. Lin Yu looked at the list in his hand. There were more than 50 people in total, which was almost as he expected. This should already be the most young adults in Huangsha City. The rest are basically the old, the weak, women and children, or the older ones, so it would be more suitable for them to take care of the crops. The air in this world is much richer than the world he was in before. He heard from the residents that ordinary crops only take 3 months to mature. This special seed of his is faster, it is estimated that it will not take as long as 3 months. After this period of time, life should get better. The future is promising. Next. Lin Yu flipped through another resource statistics. The above records the details of each household, as well as the construction of Huangsha City. It is written in great detail, even more detailed than what is shown on the territory. It also gave him a deeper understanding of Huangsha City, and he also knew what to do next. Thinking of this, Lin Yu put away his things and went to the side to make a fire and barbecue. After the meat was cooked, he sat directly next to the fire and clicked on the ranking information under the territory function. Yesterday, because I just arrived here, I didn't know anything, so I forgot about it, and I don't remember it until now. Soon. A ranking interface appeared in front of him, displaying 2 options, Kingdom Ranking, and Principality Ranking. But it seems that because of his lack of authority, the Kingdom Ranking is displayed in gray, so he can only click on the Principality Ranking. Immediately afterwards, a detailed list popped up. What surprised Lin Yu was that in the ranking of the principalities, the ranking was based on the lord level. That is, ranking among lords of the same level to evaluate the comprehensive strength of each lord. Thinking about it carefully, this is quite reasonable. It not only increases the competition between lords of all levels, but also promotes development. The king of this wild country has quite a set of skills. Thinking of this, Lin Yu looked at the bottom of the interface, where his ranking was displayed. Not on any list. Sure enough. With his current territory and strength, he couldn't even make it to the list. This was something he had expected for a long time, so his expression didn't change much, so he directly clicked on the list of Tier 6 lords and checked it out. First place, Qiu Changsheng, Tier 6, Humanoid. Second place, Ji Yunzhuang, Tier 6, Angels. Third place, Nangong Jinyu, 6th Order, Undead. Fourth place, Yan Rang, Tier 6, Demon. Fifth place, Anchilu, Tier 6, Beast. There are hundreds of pages, and a total of 10,000. After that, the rankings will not be displayed again, and they are not even qualified to be on the list. To Lin Yu's surprise, the first-ranked arm was actually a humanoid type, and the ranks at the bottom were also varied. It really deserves to be called the real primitive continent, and there are so many amazing people. And after the level has been raised, some of the originally weak arms have also begun to shine, frequently appearing on the list. It's probably not an easy thing to get on the list. After reading the 6th order list, Lin You came to the main page of the principality list again, and continued to scroll up. When sliding all the way to the top, Lin Yu's pupil suddenly shrank. What did he see? Level 10. The 10th rank list. Hanging so high at the top of all lists, Yu reading www.yuukangsha.com was enveloped in a golden light. This is the second time Lin Yu has seen the 10th order. The first time, it was still in the gray fog area. That terrifying world-devouring beast, even when he thinks about it now, makes him shudder. To put it lightly, let them be almost wiped out, not of the same order of magnitude at all. How could he not be shocked to see Tier 10 appear again now? He hurriedly clicked on the list and saw that there was only a gold-trimmed name hanging high at the top, and there was nothing else. King, Jixinghe, Tier 10, Elemental System. Lin Yu looked at the name in shock. He never imagined that the king of the Great Wilderness Kingdom had reached the 10th rank. On the same level as the Swallowing Beast. How powerful does this have to be? No wonder he was able to establish a principality, Lin Yu finally understands now. In other words, if he wants to establish a duchy, he must reach the 10th level. 10th order. This is too far out of reach for him now. He didn't even squeeze into the 6th order list, let alone anything else. Indeed, there is still a long way to go. However, this also rekindled Lin Yu's fighting spirit. Since others can do it, why can't he, Lin Yu? Maybe one day he will suddenly rise up and build a forest country whose name is resounding on the primitive continent. Lin Yu couldn't help but fantasize in his heart. Then close the interface and continue to view other rankings, while paying attention to the trend of the chat channel and collecting useful information. The time of the night passed quickly. Chapter 69 Unity of Will, the canal is opened. Early the next morning, Lin Yu took the people who had signed up for mining to the barren mountain range behind Huangsha City and started arranging for them to collect ores. Lin Yu strolled around the neighborhood. Sure enough, as Shuechangui said, there are 2 artificially excavated mines that lead directly to the iron ore and copper ore veins below. And the mineral content is extremely amazing, even far beyond Lin Yu's imagination. Because the underground rock formations near us are relatively shallow, veins like this can be seen everywhere. Standing aside, Su Zhong explained in a timely manner. Shuechangui was too old to go up the mountain, so he sent him to follow Lin Yu and lead the way. Hearing his explanation, Lin Yu's eyes brightened. Is there such a thing? Why did the Lord choose to leave in the end? You must know that having such a huge ore vein near the territory is definitely a unique advantage for a lord. No matter how many people can't grab it, it's really incomprehensible, or stupid, that the Lord just gave up. Su Zhong didn't seem to dare to comment on other lords, and smiled bitterly. Lord, you also know that our place is remote and the environment is harsh. Apart from this ore vein, there is nothing to ask for, few people can stand it, so does that lord. It took a month before I couldn't bear to move out. That's true. Lin Yu nodded silently. The environment of Huangsha City is really unbearable for ordinary people. If it weren't for his plant system's extremely strong survivability, he probably wouldn't be able to keep going. Looking back now, he seems to have earned it. The appearance of these ore veins solved his ore resource problem at once, and he could even build many buildings that he had not dared to build before, and could also be used to build the city defense of Huangsha City. It was a surprise to him. This abandoned city doesn't seem to be as bad as he imagined. Thinking of this, Lin Yu suddenly burst out with infinite energy, and began to distribute the mining tools he had just made in the production workshop, calling on the people to start collecting ores, and then transporting them back to the territory. In order to improve their lives, those territorial residents were naturally motivated and digging hard. After a while, there was a clanging sound in the mine, and the scene was quite lively. After looking at the place for a while to confirm that there was nothing wrong, Lin Yu left the mountain with the plants around him and rushed back to the territory. On the way back, he also stopped by the newly reclaimed farmland for a look, and found that the batch of seeds planted the day before yesterday still showed no signs of sprouting. Not to mention the second and third batches that were planted later, there was no movement at all. It seems that there is no water source for irrigation, even his special seeds grow extremely slowly, which is a bit difficult. Lin Yu couldn't help frowning. Lord, you are here. At this time, Shuechangui, who was inspecting the condition of the farmland in the distance, also found Lin You and hurried up to greet him. "Why are you here?" Lin You turned his head in surprise. "I have nothing to do, come and check the condition of the farmland." Changui smiled awkwardly. "I don't know if the Lord came here specially, what are your orders?" "It's nothing, I just stopped by to see the situation of the farmland. I didn't expect it to grow so slowly." "Are you talking about these seeds?" Changui looked at the newly renovated farmland next to him. "It is indeed a lot slower than other places. But there's nothing we can do about it. Who told us that the environment here is not good? If we changed it to the past, we could only grow some cassava and the like to make a living. The seeds given by the Lord can grow in such a place. Incredible. Then have you never thought about connecting to the water source before?" Lin You asked. "Of course I have thought about it, but around here, except for a few dry wells with some water, where will there be any water sources?" Changui looked around at the barren land around him and couldn't help sighing. As an old man here, why doesn't he hope this place will get better? It is precisely because the efforts of generations have been fruitless that so many people finally choose to leave their homes and flee to other places. After all, they are just ordinary people, and their abilities are always limited. Lin You stood aside. Naturally he could feel his helplessness, his eyes were a little dignified. During this time, it was not that he had not thought about solving the problem of water sources, and he even arranged for the wood demon dragon to go out to explore the surroundings every day to find water sources. But the result was nothing was found. There is such a big problem, even if he wants to improve the living environment in Huangsha City, there is nothing he can do. Swoosh. Just as he was thinking, there was a sound of breaking through the air. The wood demon dragon that went out to explore the water just flew back from outside. Originally, Lin You was mentally prepared to return in disappointment, but unexpectedly, there was a sudden message from Wood Demon Dragon that the water source had been found. "Have you found a water source?" Lin You was shocked, and immediately went up to meet him. Through the contact with the Wood Demon Dragon, he quickly confirmed this matter, and immediately followed the Wood Demon Dragon with ecstasy, and hurried to the mountains on the edge of the Gobi. When he took all the plants over the mountains and came to a mountain stream 5 kilometers away, he saw an underground river flowing under a deep hole that had been blasted out. Isn't that the source of water he was looking for? It was only after some inquiry. It turned out to be because the fun-loving Mushroom Demon King secretly rode on the back of the Wood Demon Dragon while he was going to the mine, and ran out everywhere. When I saw a small animal running past, I threw a few explosive mushrooms down. In the end, the small animals didn't explode, but instead exploded an underground river. I really don't know whether to scold it or praise it. Forget it, for your merit, I won't blame you this time. Lin You patted the Mushroom King's head. The Mushroom Demon King, who was still huddled in the corner, jumped up and down happily. Seeing this, Lin You suddenly smiled bitterly, ignored it, and rushed back to the territory again. Although the water source was found, it was far from the territory. A full 5 kilometers. And it's still in the rocky underground. If it wasn't for the explosive power of the Demon King, I'm afraid there would be no way to blast such a deep rock. No wonder the residents of Huangsha City haven't discovered this underground river for so long. And even if they were found, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to open a canal on the rock. Of course, things like you reading www.uukangsha.com are not difficult for a lord, at most it takes more time. So after returning to the territory, Lin You immediately used the magical energy accumulated in the past 2 days to recruit the 5th order grass and tree spirits to mutate. Good luck this time. When the mutation reached the 9th time, 2 bursting mushrooms appeared. In addition to the Mushroom Demon King and the one that mutated the day before yesterday, there are a total of 4 exploding mushrooms. The canal blasting team was established. Then Lin You took the blasting team and a few other plants and rushed to the direction of the underground river. The residents were also very excited when they received the news. They all mobilized, picked up tools to dig out the land outside the city, prepared to dig a river channel, and did a good job of collecting water. Even those women and children spontaneously joined the ranks of carrying soil and making waterproof materials. At the same time, Lin You also brought the plant army to the underground river, estimated the height, and started to let the mushrooms blast a channel on the rock next to the underground river. For a while, the sound of the explosion continued to echo in the mountains, and a wide passage gradually appeared, extending towards Huangsha City. The gaps and loopholes that appeared on the way were sealed by the territorial people who came over with waterproof materials, and they could be watered immediately after they were completely dried. The leaders are united, and there are busy figures everywhere outside the city and between the mountains. It was not until afternoon on the fourth day that the canal was finally opened and connected to the moat they dug outside the city wall. All the gaps and loopholes along the way have been patched. The leaders were looking forward to it, their families gathered outside the city, and even the men in charge of mining came back in a hurry. Chapter 70 Wooden Shadow Dragon. Boom. A loud bang came from inside the distant mountain range. The people who were waiting outside the city were all shocked and looked at the canal on the mountain in unison. After being silent for a while, a crisp sound of crashing, like the sound of water, suddenly appeared in front of them with a clear stream. It's water. It's coming, it's really coming. Success, we succeeded. Great. The yellow sand city finally has water. Is this true? I'm not dreaming, am I? Whoa, that's really nice. The leaders cried with joy and hugged each other tightly. Some were even incoherent, blushing with excitement, and shouting everywhere. When the initial turbidity washed away, the water finally turned into a clear stream, rushing into the moat, which even attracted the old people to tears. Their whole life of protecting Huangsha City is worth it. Let's go meet the Lord. At this moment, someone suddenly thought of Lin You and shouted into the crowd. The crowd, who were originally excited, immediately reacted. Yes, thanks to the Lord, we can bring the water over and get up to meet him. Let's go together. Lord is our great benefactor of Huangsha City for generations. That's right. The Lord is kind to us, and whoever dares to disrespect the Lord in the future, I will be the first one to stop him. Count me in. Count me in too. While shouting, the residents rushed towards the entrance of the mountain, and they all gathered outside the entrance. When Lin You finished his work and rushed back with the plants. When he saw that they had popped, they all knelt on the ground, and they immediately stunned him. At the same time, a prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Congratulations, you have gained the respect of the people and gained 50 faith. I go. 50 faith. What's the situation? Is it because he repaired the canal? Lin You never imagined that he would gain so much faith just by solving the water source problem. You know, even those territories with thousands of people only have a pitiful 1 or 2 points of belief every day, and some don't even have any at all. He got 50 points at once, which is enough to show that this time the lords respected him from the bottom of their hearts, and truly recognized him as a lord from the bottom of their hearts. Sure enough, everything he did was very wise. And just as he was stunned, an invisible force suddenly gathered on him from all directions, making his strength abruptly increased. This is the power of faith. Lin You was surprised to feel the changes in his body. He felt that he seemed to be much stronger than before. The power of this belief is truly amazing. Thinking of this, Lin You packed up his mood and walked in front of the crowd with a smile. Get up, now is the time to be happy, don't act like a mourning. Lord, we won't say nice things, but as long as you are willing in the future, our life will be yours. A man who had just returned from the mining farm had tears in his eyes and his body was shaking violently. He couldn't hide his excitement at all. And as soon as his words fell, the others around him immediately responded. That's right. From now on, our lives are all the Lord's. If anyone dares to speak ill of the Lord, I will never stop talking to him. Me too. In the blink of an eye, the whole scene turned into a mess again. The crowd was impassioned and described their inner excitement. They have lived in Huangsha City for decades. The reason why he refused to leave is because there are family members here, and because this is the place where they were born and raised. As for their hometown, who doesn't want it to get better? Now that there is finally a Lord who brings light to them, the respect in their hearts can be said to have reached an unprecedented height. Lin You also knew that they were in a turbulent mood at this time, so he didn't stop them. After they all gradually calmed down, they continued, I know your intentions. If that's the case, then I'll give you a task. Lord, you said, even if we try our best, we will finish it. I don't need to work hard, I just want you to take good care of this canal. As well as the construction of Huangsha City, it's time to get those cultivated land. I hope that in the future, Huangsha City will develop into a big city like other places. City, are you confident you can do it? Have. The leaders shouted in unison. Some people are even excited and have fantasized about the bright future in their hearts. Seeing their reactions, Lin You nodded in satisfaction. After saying a few more words of encouragement, he left with the plants. As for the territorial people, they hurried back to work around the newly opened canal, and the entire territory changed its decadent atmosphere. Lin You, who returned to the territory, finally relaxed. After a short rest, he got up and went to the Tower of Arms. After several days of ore gathering, he had already collected enough materials to upgrade the troop tower, and raised the troop tower to level 6. Building name, Tower of Arms. Building level, level 6. Architecture introduction, you can research the advanced form of the existing arms and make them recruitable. It needs to consume mana, and the level of the arms cannot exceed the building level. Research rate, 1 type/day. Required for upgrade, 1250 wood, 1250 stone, 500 iron ore, 500 copper ore, 2500 magic energy. It's also thanks to the people who are mining. Work very seriously, even harder than Lin You asked. In less than 3 days, I have collected enough iron and copper mines to upgrade the towers of troops. With Lin Yu's remaining stone and magic energy, he finally raised the Tower of Arms to Tier 6 www.novel.com and started researching the first Tier 6 arms yesterday. This time, Lin You first chose not to study the grass and trees Yuanling. Rather, it is a more practical and powerful wood demon dragon. When I was in the novice village before, due to the shortage of resources and the regional blockade, I needed to collect a lot of resources. So he never had the chance to use mutation on the wood demon dragon. Now that he finally escaped from that area, he no longer had any scruples. He came under the Tree of Life and called out the recruitment interface. Sure enough, there has been an additional Tier 6 army that can be recruited. Without hesitation, he chose to recruit directly. Immediately afterwards, a prompt sounded. It takes 250 magic energy to recruit the 6th-tier troops. Do you want to recruit? A full 250 points of magic energy. Fortunately, Lin You went to the depths of the Gobi to hunt monsters a few days ago. Coupled with the accumulation of fire-baked lotus flowers in the past few days, he gained a lot of magical energy. After deducting the magic energy consumed by upgrading the Tower of Arms and researching arms, there are still more than 2,000 points left, which is enough to recruit 10 wood demon dragons. However, Lin You thought about it for a while, and decided to go the elite route. Because training is more valuable, he only recruited 5. In an instant, the light flashed, and 5 huge plant dragons appeared in front of him. Name, Wood Shadow Dragon. Race, Plant. Level 6, 0/500. Strength, 375. Physique, 375. Agility, 420. Spirit, 375. Skills, Swift Shadow, Super Regeneration. Introduction, the advanced form of the Wood Demon Dragon, the speed is further improved, and the well-deserved Air Overlord among the intermediate arms. Chapter 71 Mutant, Land Core. There is a 6th Order Wooden Shadow Dragon by Lin Yu's side. It was the one that survived the escape from the area before. So he didn't feel any surprise. However, seeing so many Wooden Shadow Dragons appearing at one time, he was still a little shocked. The 6th Order Wood Shadow Dragon is not only bigger than the 5th Order Wood Demon Dragon, but also has 2 more sharp blades on its wings, which looks very domineering. If he continues to grow according to this trend, it is estimated that when he reaches the 7th rank, he can easily take him into the air, which makes him look forward to it. Let's see what kind of troops can mutate first. Suppressing the messy thoughts in his heart, Lin You began to use mutation ability on one of the Wooden Shadow Dragons. The mutation of the 6th Order troops needs to consume 250 points of mana. Do you want to continue? Continue. Lin You replied directly. Immediately afterwards, the Wooden Shadow Dragon in front of him was enveloped by a beam of light, and his body began to change rapidly. After a while, a plant lion with 2 heads came into view. Name, Muranshur. Race, Plant. Level 6, 0/500. Strength, 380. Physique, 355. Agility, 380. Spirit, 355. Skills, Swift Shadow, Tear Claws, the force of nature infuses the limbs, causing a terrifying tearing attack on the enemy. Lion King Roar, both heads roar at the same time, causing a strong resonance, shocking surrounding enemies. Introduction, a beast-shaped plant formed by the force of nature, with a powerful movement ability that surpasses that of plants. New troops. Lin You was surprised to see the huge 2-headed lion in front of him. Unexpectedly, after the animal-shaped Wood Shadow Dragon mutates, it will turn into other types of animal-shaped plants. Then, he tried to mutate another wooden shadow dragon. When the light faded, a turtle-shaped plant with an evergreen tree on its back appeared in front of him. Name, Muturtle. Race, plant. Level 6, 0/500. Strength, 275. Physique, 480. Agility, 220. Spirit, 366. Skills, Super Regeneration, Turtle Shield Mirror Wall, condensing the power of nature, forming a translucent mirror wall in any direction to block the enemy's attack. 2 done. The Muturtle has a strong affinity for the earth, and can be escaped in case of danger. The trees on the back, instantly. Escaped into the ground and escaped. Introduction, a beast-shaped plant formed by the force of nature. It moves slowly, but has super vitality and friendly protection ability. Good guy. The 3 elements of sea, land, and air have been sorted out for him. And it's very capable. Needless to say, Murancher inherits Muinglong's quick shadow skills, and also has a large-scale shock like the roar of the Lion King. What surprised Lin You the most was this Muir turtle. His physique actually reached a terrifying 480 points. At the same time, it also inherited the super regeneration skill of the wooden shadow dragon, and it also has an extremely powerful protection skill. Under this 6th rank, it dares to say that its survivability is 2nd, and no one dares to recognize it as the 1st. Come on, try the Turtle Shield Mirror Wall skill. Lin You said to the Muturtle. When Muagui heard his words, he turned around slowly, and the trees on his back shook. The next second, a 3-meter square translucent wall appeared in front of Lin You, startling him. So big. Lin You looked at this wall with a height of 3 meters in surprise. It was no problem to block him and other plants. And as the level increases, this area may continue to increase. It is simply a protective skill that is strong enough to explode. It seems that it makes sense for this Muir turtle to sacrifice so much attack ability and movement ability. Lin You clenched his fists and slammed into the mirror wall with half of his strength. There was a bang, but there was no damage at all. You must know that he also has a 6th order power. According to the feeling just conveyed back, this mirror wall can at least withstand a full-strength strike from the 6th order without breaking, which is beyond his expectations. After studying for another half a minute, the Turtle Shield mirror wall finally exhausted the power of nature and gradually dissipated in the air. Not bad, there is one more life-saving means. Lin You said with satisfaction, turned around again, and continued to mutate the remaining 3 wooden shadow dragons. The result was as he expected, all of them were animal plants. 2 Muren lions and a Muir turtle. This made him have a weird idea. Perhaps, he can create a beast-shaped land army composed of plants by mutating the wood shadow dragon. Of course, the premise is that he has enough magic power. Lin You glanced at the mana that only had more than 100 points left, and sighed helplessly. Now, I'm going to earn magic energy again. But now that the canal has just opened, there are still many things to deal with, so he doesn't go out anymore. The next morning, Lin You immediately left the territory with the 3 Muren lions, Mu Inglong, and the Lingxi Mushroom Demon King, and went deep into the Gobi again. Don't say it yet. With Murancher, Lin Yu's action speed became much faster. He sat directly on the back of one of the wooden lions, ran all the way, and soon came under the fragmentary wall and began to hunt monsters everywhere. As for the Mushroom Demon King, Sahuan rode on the back of another Murancher and followed closely behind Lin Yu. Lingxi, needless to say, she is not slow, and she can fly, so she has no problem keeping up with them. The wooden shadow dragon flying high in the sky is responsible for investigating the movements around it. Sure enough, it's good to have a mount. Lin Yu couldn't help sighing inwardly when he looked at the scenery that flew by on both sides. This is much faster than his 2 legs. In less than an hour, he had already arrived at a place where 6th order monsters were haunted, and began to explore the surroundings. Pause. Suddenly, Lin Yu found something and called to stop. When Murancher received the order, he immediately slowed down and stopped in place. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was staring at a mountain in the distance surrounded by boulders. At a glance, I saw the dense spider silk and spider eggs inside, and a giant spider that was all red in blood. A place where monsters gather. Lin Yu was surprised and delighted, and immediately sent the wooden shadow dragon to fly over the rock to check the situation inside. After a while, he understood the general situation inside through his spiritual connection with Mu Inglong. It turned out to be a small spider's lair. Lin You quickly gathered the plants around and approached carefully. And as he got closer, the information of those spiders finally appeared in his eyes. Name: Blood Jade Venomous Spider. Race: Insect. Level 6. Strength: 330. Physique: 346. Agility: 388. Spirit: 345. Skills: Bloodthirsty Spider Silk, spawning eggs. Introduction: a spider that feeds on blood for a living, and the spider silk is highly corrosive. Sure enough, it's a 6th order monster. Lin You couldn't help but be overjoyed. He has now solved the problem of ore materials and is working hard to mine them. The materials to upgrade the territory are only faith, magic energy, and the essence of the territory. I was worrying about where to get the essence of the territory, but I didn't expect to come across it so quickly. Moreover, the chances of a leader monster appearing in a small nest like this are not high. It's a godsend. Chapter 72 Small Monster Gathering Place. The appearance of the monster gathering place did not make Lin You lose his head. He glanced at the only 5 6th order and 1 5th order beside him, and then looked at the nearly 30 blood jade poisonous spiders in the nest. With such a huge difference in numbers, rushing in is no different than sending them to death. And this time, in order to speed up the journey, he didn't bring out the 2 6th order blood enchantresses. The long-range attack capabilities are only Lingxi and Mushroom King, and the rest are troops that are better at melee combat. Let's try it first to see if we can draw them out and destroy them one by one. Originally, Lin You wanted the Mushroom Demon King to ride the wooden shadow dragon and fly into the sky to bomb. But considering that the Mushroom Demon King is only 5th order now, there is no way to cause fatal damage to 6th order monsters, so he can only give up. Through the spiritual connection, he directly gave instructions to the wooden shadow dragon, and let it attract the attention of those blood jade poisonous spiders from the air. At the speed of the wooden shadow dragon, there is absolutely no need to worry about being bound by the poisonous spider with spider silk. As for himself, he took other plants and exited, ready to escape at any time. After he was far away from the gathering place, the wooden shadow dragon in the air immediately turned around and swept straight towards the spider nest below. As predicted. When those blood jade poisonous spiders saw the wooden shadow dragon, they immediately became agitated. The densely packed virus strains crawled out of the cave, shooting blood-red spider silks at wood shadow dragon, even making a sizzling sound in the air. One can imagine how strong the toxicity is. But Mu Yinglong is not a vegetarian either. With his extraordinary speed, he avoided the spider silk in a circle, and flew straight toward the outside against the ground. In an instant, more than a dozen blood jade poisonous spiders escaped from the nest and chased out. Fortunately, these blood jade poisonous spiders didn't chase very far, and most of them immediately retreated back, leaving only 4 still chasing. Quick! Stop them, don't let them escape! Lin You hurriedly shouted. The 3 wooden lions received the order and directly activated the Swift Shadow skill inherited from the wooden shadow dragon, turned into afterimages and swept in 3 directions respectively, surrounded the 4 blood jade poisonous spiders, and at the same time their heads lift up high. Roar! The deafening roar shook the entire air violently. Another skill of Mu Runcher, the Lion King Roar, is activated. The blood jade poisonous spider, who was still chasing, was immediately enveloped by this terrifying shock wave, and the blood-red poison sac behind him exploded with a bang dot. The bright red venom splattered on the ground, and the white smoke rose up, and it corroded into deep pits in a blink of an eye. At this moment, Lingxi and the Mushroom Demon King followed suit. Several huge wooden thorns suddenly emerged from the ground, and with a pop, they instantly penetrated the remaining body of the blood jade poisonous spider. Several exploding mushrooms followed, traversing a parabola in the air, and landed at the feet of the blood jade poisonous spider, who was struggling desperately. Boom boom. A series of explosions finally blasted out the 4 blood jade poisonous spiders. Kill the 6th order blood jade poisonous spider to gain 101 magic energy. Kill the 6th order blood jade poisonous spider to gain 97 points of magic energy. Kill the 6th order blood jade poisonous spider and gain 104 points of magic energy. Kill the 6th order blood jade poisonous spider to obtain 99 points of magic energy. All of a sudden, I got 400 points of magic energy. How much faster than before? And the movement just now also attracted the remaining blood jade poisonous spiders in the nest again, and rushed out of the nest one by one. After having the first experience, Lin You naturally wouldn't be polite to them. Using this extreme pulling method, he began to fight outside the spider's lair, constantly destroying the single blood jade poisonous spider. After half an hour, the more than 20 blood jade poisonous spiders in the lair were finally killed by him, and he also ushered in an improvement. Congratulations, you successfully destroyed the 6th Order monster gathering place, and obtained the 6th Order territory essence X1. Ah, is this gone? Lin You stood there in doubt and waited. But after waiting for a while, I didn't see any ARM token rewards. It made him a little surprised. Could it be that small monster gathering places don't give tokens? The reason why small monster gathering places are called small is not only because there are not many monsters, but also because there is no leader monster. It seems that it is exactly as Lin You guessed, this kind of gathering place without a leader monster will not reward troops tokens. But it didn't matter much to him. Anyway, this time he is mainly for the magic energy and the essence of the territory. Lin You did the math. 28 6th Order blood jade poisonous spiders contributed a total of 2,800 magical energy to him, and they could mutate into 5 6th Order units, which was much faster than when he ran around to find monsters. There is no time to waste any more time, and immediately greet the plants around you. Go. Let's continue to look for other monster nests. That's all. Lin You spent the whole morning and afternoon in the depths of the Gobi. He was lucky, and he encountered 2 small monster gathering places one after another. After some battles, his Tier 6 territorial essence has also accumulated to 3. And the magic energy has reached more than 9,000 points. Counting the accumulation of the fire-baked lotus during this period, it is a total of 10,000 points of magic energy. Seeing such a rich harvest, Lin You was instantly satisfied and hurried back towards the territory on the wooden lion. Soon, he went back to the edge of the Gobi, and at a glance he saw the surrounding area of Huangsha City, which had changed a lot. Even around his territory, water canals have been repaired to supply water to the plants. Lord, are you back? When several men who were digging the moat saw Lin You, they immediately dropped the tools in their hands and hurried up to greet him. They were all people who were not selected for the mining team and were left in the city. Now that the canals are opened, they can't sit still anymore, and they all joined the excavation process. www.novel.com. From a distance, it is very lively. Everyone has worked hard, and they have to go out to dig a river on such a hot day. Lin You sat on Mu Rancher's back and nodded to the men who came up to him. Where is the Lord? Huangsha City is our hometown. No matter how hard it is, it's worth it. Anyway, if you are idle, you will be idle. That's right, I'm still waiting for our Huangsha City to get better and compare other places. That's right. The lords responded one after another, with uncontrollable joy on their faces. Seeing them like this, Lin You also smiled slightly. Okay, I just went out to hunt a lot of monsters today, so I'll let Xue Chengdui take it for everyone tonight. The voice fell, and immediately aroused cheers from the people. After chatting with them for a while, Lin You took the plants to take a look at the farmland. Sure enough, after there was water, the growth speeded up a lot, and there were already tender shoots emerging from the soil. Seeing this, Lin You immediately felt relieved and quickly returned to the territory. Passing through the entrance of the territory, he hurriedly came under the Tree of Life. Start recruiting troops with the magic energy you just earned. After thinking about it for a while, I first used 3,000 magic energy points to recruit the Wood Shadow Dragon to mutate, increasing all 3 beast-type plant troops to 5. Although these 3 arms are strong, they are all melee arms after all. So it doesn't need too much, 5 are enough for the time being to scout and hurry. After this whole day of research on the Tower of Arms, the 6th Order form of the Grass and Wood Spirit, Earth Spirit, has also been successfully researched. With anticipation, Lin You spent another 2,500 magical energy to recruit 10 Earth Spirits and began to mutate. Chapter 73 Traveling Caravan. For units like Yuanling, the mutation compatibility is obviously much higher than that of the Wood Shadow Dragon. Often, some strange things will mutate. With anticipation, Lin You immediately mutated one of the Earth Spirits. The mutation of the 6th Order troops needs to consume 250 points of mana. Do you want to continue? Continue. With Lin Yu's voice falling, a ray of light suddenly appeared on the Earth Yuanling, which was a circle bigger than the Grass and Wood Yuanling, and began to change rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it changed from a light group to an advanced form of the Overlord Flower, the Overlord Cannibal Flower. Okay, it can be used to garrison the territory. Then Lin You continued to use mutation on another Earth Spirit. Swish. With a flash of light, a cactus with 4 limbs and taller than a human appeared in front of him, making him move. Name: Cactus Warrior. Race: Plant. Level 6, 0/500. Strength: 324. Physique: 412. Agility: 375. Spirit: 324. Skills: Protection of plants and trees, rotating flying thorn. The body rotates at a high speed and shoots numerous spikes around, with extremely strong penetrating power. Thorn ball: spit the thorn ball towards the enemy, and it will explode instantly when it hits an object, turning into a sharp point. The stab strikes the surrounding area in all directions. Introduction: Plants that grow in hot areas have strong survivability, and the thorns on their bodies are extremely penetrating. New troops. After reading the attributes of the Cactus Warriors, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Could it be that the system finally remembered the complaints he made when he first arrived in this world, and gave him this unit? Don't say it yet. The skill form of this Cactus Warrior is very good. All of them are penetrating skills, and they have a wide range. This is definitely a fatal blow to those people or units whose defense is weak. In addition, these spikes are not very big, so it is extremely difficult to guard against them. Originally, Lin You wanted to directly test the power of its skills, but considering that the territory is full of plants, it is easy to accidentally get hurt, so he could only simply test the penetrating power of the spikes. Come, attack this stone with spikes and see. Lin You found a hard stone from the side and placed it several meters away, signaling the Cactus Warriors to attack it. The Cactus Warrior didn't hold back either, and shot a thorn directly from his body. With a whoosh sound, it turned into an afterimage and attacked the stone. The thorns did not have any obstacles, and instantly sank into the stone, and even castrated, pierced out from behind the stone, and plunged into the soil at once. The stone also cracked in response. So fierce. Lin You looked at the broken stone in surprise, then looked at the Cactus Warrior, and was extremely happy in his heart. This new type of army is much more powerful than he imagined. He could even imagine the wonderful scene of the Cactus Warriors rushing into the enemy's line and shooting countless spikes. The scene was very exciting just thinking about it. It's a pity that the probability of this troop appearing is not high. In the 8 subsequent mutations, he did not mutate into the second one, but mutated into several of his existing arms. Among them, there are 2 blood monsters, 2 dryad generals, 2 wood spirits, and the rest are mutant pumpkins and wheat that are not very aggressive. Okay, that's not bad. Lin You is not greedy, as long as he has more than half of the combat arms. After this round of recruitment, his number of Tier 6 combat arms has also reached 27, and he finally has the capital to gain a foothold. Lin You took a look at the only 2,000 mana left, then closed the recruitment interface and went to the Tower of Arms, and began to study the 6th Order Blood Enchantress. Researching the 6th Order Arms requires 1250 points of mana. Do you want to continue? Continue. The research cost of common arms is only half of that of rare arms, which is acceptable. After arranging the research task, the sky is slowly getting dark. So he was too lazy to go out. Directly asked Mu Inglong to bring a few corpses of the monsters that had just been hunted to Xue Changgui's residence, and asked him to add meals to the people tonight. This time, the territorial people are not like before. Instead, we had a good time to celebrating the opening of the canal in Huangsha City. There were even some territorial people who sent the freshly prepared braised pork with sauce to Lin You to improve his meals. The whole Huangsha City was brightly lit, and it was lively until the middle of the night, and finally it stopped. The next 2 days. Lin You is as usual, constantly going back and forth between the territory and the Gobi. Earn magical energy to recruit troops, and by the way, find the gathering place of monsters to collect the essence of the territory. From time to time, I also go to see the reconstruction of Huangsha City and the situation of the mine. After 2 days of excavation and repair, the moat surrounding Huangsha City was finally excavated in half, which basically solved the city's water supply problem. Even the broken city walls are gradually being repaired. However, due to the shortage of manpower, it may not be possible to complete the project in a short period of time. This can't be rushed even if it's urgent. At this time, it was already noon. Lin You, who was taking care of the planting garden in the territory, was suddenly interrupted by a shout from outside. Lord. The big thing is bad. A traveling caravan came outside and said they wanted to see you. Traveling caravan. Lin You was shocked, immediately put down the cutting tool in his hand, and hurried outside the territory. When the territorial citizen saw Lin You, he hurriedly said, "It's a traveling caravan from the Fire Country, and it seems to be led by a lord. It's outside the city right now." "Okay, I'll go there right away." www.novel.com. Hearing that the team was led by other lords, Lin You froze in his heart. He immediately returned to the territory, rode on the wooden lion, and hurried to Huangsha City with the plants. At the same time, outside the city gate at the other end of Huangsha City, a small caravan of more than a dozen people is slowly driving into the city with goods. Lord, this is the Yellow Sand City closest to us in the Great Wilderness Country." Beside the carriage, a middle-aged man with a pot-belly whispered into the carriage, "Is this the Yellow Sand City?" The curtain of the car was lifted, and a young man of the same age as Lin You showed his head, looking around curiously. "It's really just as rumored. It's very desolate. I didn't expect there would be a lord here." "Yes," the man said respectfully, "it looks like you have just arrived, so we'd better be careful." "Humph, they are all lords who have just arrived. What's there to be afraid of? I brought 46 tier troops with me this time." The young man snorted coldly and didn't care. Around his carriage, there were 40 centaur troops armed with various weapons, and they drove into the city blatantly, scaring the residents of Huangsha City too far to approach. Finally, the caravan passed through the dilapidated city gate and came to the main street. At a glance, at the end of the street, there is a towering tree with a height of tens of meters. This is the territory of the plant department. Seeing the big tree, the young man was stunned, and immediately recognized the type of Lin Yu's territory. When he saw a few black shadows flying back and forth around the big tree, his pupils shrank even more. Flying troops. Chapter 74 Trade. In the low voice, the contempt on the young man's face disappeared instantly, replaced by deep fear. Unexpectedly, the lord of the plant system would actually have a flight-type unit. And looking at the number, there are actually as many as 10. If there is a real fight, although he is sure to win, he will definitely lose a lot of troops, and the gains will outweigh the losses. After all, they mainly came here to do business. Lord, look over there, someone is coming." At this moment, an exclamation suddenly came from the side. The young man, who was still frowning and thinking, immediately retracted his gaze and looked towards the end of the street. I saw that in the sound of rumbling footsteps, a huge team appeared at the other end of the street, approaching them quickly. "This is..." The young man's eyes widened as he stared at the sudden appearance of the team. It is actually a plant soldier that has never been seen before. The huge team lineup was even more terrifying than the team around him. With such a tyrannical strength, is he really the lord of this barren land? The young man was startled. And just when he was stunned, Lin You had already brought the plant legion to them and stopped slowly. "Are you a traveling caravan from the Fire Country?" Lin You also had surprise in his eyes. Although he already knew that there was a lord in the caravan that came. But when he saw it with his own eyes, he was still very surprised, even wary. Sitting on Mu Rancher's back like this, he kept looking at each other. The same goes for youth. While observing the troops behind Lin You, he was secretly shocked. Between lords, there is no way to view the detailed information of the opponent's arms, but they can view basic information such as name and level. When he saw that the people around Lin You turned out to be the same as him, they were all 6th order troops, and he could only imagine how shocked he was. The most unbelievable thing for him was, there are so many types of troops around Lin You, there are no less than 5 types in front of him. How can the newly arrived lord have so many types of troops? He dared to despise him, and quickly said, "I'm new to your land, let me introduce myself first. My name is Zhou Muyuan, I'm from the Fire Country, and I'm going to the Great Wilderness Country to do some business. I don't know what a brother is called. Just call me Lin You." Lin You replied, "So you came from the other side of the Gobi?" "Yes." Zhou Muyuan nodded embarrassedly, "The resources in the territory are in short supply, so I have to find a way to earn some magic energy and sell something by the way. Brother Lin You, if you need it, I can also sell you some special products of the Fire Kingdom. Of course, the price will be cheaper for you." Lin Yu's eyes moved slightly, "Then do you have magic powder?" Zhou Muyuan raised his brows when he heard the words, "Of course, brother, do you want to build a territorial shield?" "How do you know?" Lin Yu was a little surprised. Zhou Muyuan smiled, "Because I built a protective cover myself, otherwise why do you think I dared to run so far to do business?" Good guy, he really came prepared. Lin You immediately looked up at this guy. Moreover, looking at the so many tier 6 troops that the opponent brings, it is obviously not a simple generation. This primitive continent is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. That's right, brother Lin You. At this moment, Zhou Muyuan's voice came again. I saw him telling the people around him to unload the goods. You should be like me, you just came to the primitive continent, right? Yes, is there any problem? No, I'm just curious. With your strength, how could you be assigned to such a desolate place? Maybe it's bad luck. Lin You felt helpless and didn't want to say more. Soon, Zhou Muyuan took a bag of magic powder and came to Lin You under the protection of several centaurs. 5 magic crystals per unit, how many do you want? Magic crystal? What is that? Lin You was taken aback. Ah, you don't even know what a magic crystal is. Zhou Muyuan looked at Lin You like a monster. Seeing Lin Yu's puzzled look, he suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Brother, you are worse than me. The common currency of the primitive continent is magic crystal, which can be exchanged one-to-one with magic energy. Trade between territories, taxes on territories, and transactions between territories and practitioners are all settled with magic crystals. Is there anything else? Lin You suddenly realized. It's also because the territory on his side is too poor, there is no place to use money, and no cultivators live there, otherwise he wouldn't even have heard of it. Called out the territory interface, clicked on the magic energy and took a look. Sure enough, there was a function to convert magic crystals underneath, which I hadn't noticed before. He tried to convert a little magic energy. The next second, a thumb-sized black spar appeared in his hand. It turned out that the virtual magic energy was condensed and turned into a spar, which was a bit unexpected. Saying so. When his territory develops and expands in the future, wouldn't he be able to earn a commission through transactions in the territory and exchange it for magic energy? Of course, magic crystals are just a statement. You can trade in any way you like. Zhou Muyuan continued. In that case, give me 500 units first. 500 units means 2,500 mana. Although Lin You wanted to buy more spares, in order to expand the 6-tier troops to 50 in the past 2 days, he has spent almost all the magic energy he earned, and there are only more than 3,000 points left. After trading the magic powder, Lin You spent another 500 mana. At the price of a pound of magic energy, he bought 500 jin of rice from Zhou Muyuan, which was used as the wage for the territorial people to build the territory, and also changed his taste by the way. Don't say it yet. The goods this guy brought are quite complete, even rice. It can be seen that it is assigned to a relatively rich territory, so many troops can be recruited in such a short period of time, and they even come out to do business. Lin You is completely different from heaven and earth, and there is no comparison. Zhou Muyuan, who earned magic energy www.novel.com, also had a smile on his face, and he was completely different from when he first came. For the sake of your generosity, brother, let me reveal one more piece of news to you for free. What news? Lin You put things into his personal space and looked at Zhou Muyuan again. Zhou Muyuan cleared his throat, lowered his head and said mysteriously, I heard that even if you join the principality, the lords in the same principality can kill each other. This rule is also acquiesced. This. Aren't they afraid of turmoil in the principality? Afraid? Why should you be afraid? Do you know how many lords come to this continent every day? To put it mildly, the least valuable on this continent is the lord. That's true. Lin You couldn't help nodding. Immediately, he looked at Zhou Muyuan with a strange face. You tell me this, so you're not afraid that I'll take care of you now? Don't. Zhou Muyuan took a breath. We are neighbors anyway, aren't we? If there is a chance in the future, we can work together to open a business route. It's better than doing it directly, right? Looks like you came prepared. Lin You smiled again. What he said just now was actually just a casual statement. Because he knew in his heart that even if he could really deal with the opponent, he would probably lose a lot of troops, and would also involve Huangsha City. In this most critical development period in the early stage, it's a bit of a loss. Since the other party can cross the Gobi and come to the Great Wilderness Country, he obviously has some ability. What's more, as Zhou Muyuan said, he originally planned to open up the trade route between the two countries, but it would be much more convenient to have such a neighbor. Chapter 75. Wouldn't this be too ostentatious? I have to say that this Zhou Muyuan is really very shrewd. Everything is considered so thoughtfully and courageously enough. He really deserves to be a businessman. Thinking of this, Lin You suddenly laughed, happy cooperation. It's a pleasure to work with. Zhou Muyuan also grinned. In this way, the two of them reached a consensus. After chatting on the street for a while, Zhou Muyuan said goodbye to Lin You and continued to head towards the territory of the Great Wilderness. Before leaving, he also left a private message with Lin You, promising to have the opportunity to work together again in the future. As for whether the other party will reveal his territory location, Lin You is not worried at all. Not to mention whether people will come to such a remote place. Even if someone does come, he is not afraid at all, unless there is a lord above the 7th rank. It can be a lord above the 7th rank. Are you really going to see such a broken place in him? The income of one day's territory is probably much higher than if he worked hard for several days. Forget it, let's collect magic energy first and build the protective shield. The magic powder for building the shield was finally obtained, and Lin You didn't have the time to think about it. After comforting the surrounding residents, he brought half of the 6th-tier troops into the Gobi, hunting monsters to collect magical energy. Until nearly noon. Only then did he collect the 2,500 magic energy needed to build the protective shield, and hurried back to the territory. The materials for building the territory shield have been collected. Do you want to build it? Put up. Lin You replied excitedly. In the next second, a ray of light flashed, and a minaret with mysterious patterns appeared on the 4 corners of the territory. Building name, Territory Shield. Architecture introduction. When the territory is attacked, it is automatically turned on to protect the territory. The effect is extremely strong. The higher the territory level, the greater the consumption, and it needs to be recharged. Charge consumption, territory level x 1000, magic energy/time. Seeing the attributes of the territorial teleportation array, Lin You couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. In this way, he no longer has to worry about the security of the territory when he goes out. Even if the territory is attacked, he still has enough time to come back. Although the cost of charging is a little more expensive, it is nothing compared to the safety of the territory, and it still costs money. Immediately, he came under the Tree of Life to check the collection of resources for upgrading the territory. After this period of continuous collection, the iron ore and copper ore have basically reached the 1500 units required for the upgrade. The territorial essence also got 6, only 4 missing. As for the stone, there are still a lot left, which is completely enough for this upgrade. As for 5000 mana, you can get it together when you collect the essence of the remaining 4 territories. In other words, what he lacks the most right now is faith. To upgrade from level 6 to level 7 requires a full 500 faith. Lin You took a look. In addition to the 50 points he had previously obtained at one time, it only increased by 27 points in the past 10 days, which is far from being upgraded. It seems that the focus of the future is not on collecting materials. Rather, it is to enhance the power of belief in the territory, that is, the development of the territory. Thinking of this, he sent Mu Yinglong to call Su Zhong. Not long after, Su Zhong rushed to the territory and came to him. Lord, are you looking for me? Well, there are a few things I want to ask you. Do you know any other cities near our Yellow Sand City? Lin You asked directly. When Su Zhong heard the words, he immediately replied respectfully, of course I do. As far as I know, there are 3 cities within a 100-mile radius. The closest city to us should be Shuangye City, which is 80 miles to the east. Futaba Castle. Yes, it is Futaba Castle. It is said that the lord there is temporarily held by a very powerful cultivator. I just don't know if a lord like you has come recently. I see. Lin You suddenly realized. Cities without lords are controlled by the Aborigines. If there is a chance in the future, he can go over to check the situation, and maybe he can get some benefits. Later, he asked about other cities. It was not until he learned about the situation in the 3 nearby cities that Su Zhong was allowed to leave. He, on the other hand, took the plants to the depths of the Gobi to continue searching for the gathering place of monsters. In a blink of an eye, another day passed. After all the calculations, Lin You has been in the Great Wilderness country for almost half a month. In view of the fact that the iron ore and copper ore needed to upgrade the territory have been collected, Lin You asked Su Zhong to call back the men who were digging, and they all joined the reconstruction of Huangsha City. Of course, the wages will still be paid to them. Not to mention, with the participation of these young and strong citizens, the repair work of the city wall has become much faster. After finishing work at noon, he came to Huangsha City and found that all the old city walls had been overturned and rebuilt. The streets are full of busy figures going back and forth, and there are bursts of shouting. It looks very lively. As soon as Lin You appeared, the residents came forward to say hello, and then continued to work on their own affairs. After a while, Xue Changgui, who was supervising the work in the city, also hurried over on crutches. Lord, why do you have time to inspect the territory today? Just come and have a look. Lin You looked at Xue Changgui. How is it? Is the work going well? Have you encountered any problems? It went well, very well. Xue Changgui answered again and again. After this period of improvement in the food environment, he looked radiant and his waist straightened a lot. Then, as if thinking of something, he suddenly said, Lord, please come with me, and I will show you something. What is so mysterious? Lin You wondered. You'll know when you come with me, it's not far from here. Well, let's lead the way. www.novel.com anyway. There is nothing else to do for the time being, so Lin You followed Xue Changgui to the square where he came before. I saw that in the center of the square, the broken statue that had been erected was gone, replaced by a brand new huge statue. And that statue was actually carved according to Lin Yu's appearance. It stands upright on the high platform in the center of the square. Ah! Lin Yu's eyelids twitched, and the expressions on his face kept changing, making it look as exciting as possible. Seeing this, Xue Changgui immediately said, I asked the craftsmen in the city to build it overnight. What do you think, Lord? Lin You, will this be too ostentatious? More than ostentation, this is just shameful. His appearance was actually carved into a statue and placed in such a conspicuous place. It was as if he was afraid that others would not know that he was the lord of this place. Are you swaggering? I feel okay. Xue Changgui looked puzzled. Originally, I wanted to make it a little bigger, but there are too few craftsmen in the city, so I can only make this for the time being. Later, when there are more of us, I will give the Lord a bigger one. Okay, this is enough. Lin You quickly stopped. I think this is good, no need to change it. Really? Well then, everything is at the Lord's arrangement. Seeing that Lin You said it was good, Xue Changgui finally felt relieved and did not worry about this matter. Then he continued to report to Lin You the progress of various projects in Huangsha City these days. Lin You listened while walking down the street. Soon he came to the outside of the city, to the half of the moat that had been dug and passed through. Chapter 76 Close the door and beat the dog. Now is the time when the blazing sun is hanging high. But you can still see young children playing and sparring by the moat, and women washing their laundry. There was a continuous stream of laughter and laughter by the river, and everyone's face was filled with joy, looking happy. Compared with when he first arrived here, there has been a huge change. Even the arable land in the distance is green and covered with various crops. It's not bad. At this speed, it shouldn't take long for the harvest to be harvested. Now the problems of food and the environment have been almost solved. Then it's just a matter of population. Exactly. If you want to quickly increase the power of belief, a huge number of subjects is essential. Otherwise, just relying on these 500 people, can you collect enough 500 points of faith in the year of the monkey, horse and moon? And after Lin Yu's observation of regional channels these days, recently, more and more lords have come to this continent. Obviously, the people in those areas are gradually rising to the 6th level. Even last night, he saw a beam of light falling from the east. If you guessed correctly, there should be other lords coming. I don't know if it will be the Futaba city that Su Zhong told him before. For this city that is close to him, it is right to inquire more about the news. Of course, his main focus now is to improve his strength, collect resources, improve his strength, and develop Huangsha City as soon as possible. There is no need to go to this muddy water for the time being. He briefly explained a few words to Xue Changgui. Lin You returned to the territory and set off to the Gobi with the plants. This time, he not only brought out the Muren lion army, but also brought the Muir turtle and the cactus warriors. Plus other plants, there are a total of 36th order arms. The remaining 26th order ones were left to guard the territory. Soon, Lin You rode the wooden lion and went to the depths of the Gobi, and began to search for the whereabouts of the 6th order monsters and the places where the monsters gathered. I was lucky this time. It only took less than half an hour, and Mu Inglong sent back the news that a sixth-order monster gathering place had been found. Through the connection with the wooden shadow dragon, Lin You discovered that it was actually a gathering place for medium-sized monsters, and there were hundreds of sixth-order monsters in it. So much. Lin You was shocked. There were hundreds of monsters, twice as many troops as he brought out. With this huge disparity in numbers, any lord will probably shy away when he sees it. But it was a little unwilling to let him give up so easily. That's a full 10,000 points of magic energy. If he succeeds in getting it, the charging problem of the protective shield in his territory will be solved at once, and there will be more surplus for recruiting troops. Let's go, and have a look first. With an order, Lin You immediately took the plant army and rushed to the direction pointed by the wooden shadow dragon, and soon found a huge python swimming back and forth under a rift valley. Name: Red Phosphorus Two-Tailed Snake. Race: Beast. Level 6. Strength: 358. Physique: 298. Agility: 375. Spirit: 344. Skills: Spray Venom, Death Coil. Introduction: a python that lives in a dark and dry environment and has a very strong reproductive capacity. Sure enough, there are all sixth-order monsters in it. And the number is extremely large, covering almost the entire Rift Valley. Looking through the cracks on the edge, you can also see giant snakes swimming, which looks very terrifying. If so many sixth-order monsters rushed out together, even he would only have the chance to escape. Unless he can recruit more than 100 Tier 6 troops. Otherwise, we can only find another way. This terrain seems to be able to make use of it. Lin You looked at the narrow entrance of the rift from a distance and fell into deep thought. Immediately afterwards, he seemed to think of something. Suddenly, he looked at the 8 mere tortoises around him, as well as the cactus warriors and mushrooms, and a wicked smile gradually appeared on his face. He seems to have thought of a good way. That's right, it's closing the door to beat the dog. The terrain of this rift is extremely narrow and long, but the entrance is very small. Once it is blocked, the red phosphorus two-tailed snake inside will not be able to rush out in a short time. Using this, he can completely catch all the monsters in the entire lair. As soon as he thought of it, he did it, and Lin You immediately called for all the moor tortoises, mushrooms and cactus warriors, and made preparations outside the rift. The rest of the plants are distributed on the left and right to support at any time. Until 7 or 8 minutes later, Lin You, who had arranged the task, finally brought the moor turtle and the mushrooms to the front of the team, and gradually sank. Get ready, rush. With a low voice, the moor turtle and the twin mushrooms left the team and rushed towards the entrance of the rift valley. At the same time, the red phosphorus two-tailed snakes in the rift also found them, and they instantly became restless and rushed towards the entrance. Throw the mushroom. Throw the thorn ball. Lin You ordered again. In the blink of an eye, a handful of red mushrooms and a few thorn were madly thrown into the rift valley like a goddess scattered flowers. The trees on the backs of the 4 moor turtles swayed together, and 4 translucent walls suddenly appeared, completely blocking the entrance to the rift valley and blocking the python's way forward. Bang bang bang. A series of dull crashing sounds rang out. The red phosphorus two-tailed snakes that rushed out all slammed into the mirror wall of the turtle shield of the moor turtle, splashing a lot of ripples. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud bang, and the whole ground shook, and spikes danced in the rift valley, penetrating the body of the red phosphorus two-tailed snake. A lot of reminders began to ring in Lin Yu's ears. Kill the 6th order red phosphorus two-tailed snake and gain 103 magic energy. Kill the 6th order red phosphorus two-tailed snake to gain 100 magic energy. Kill the 6th order red phosphorus two-tailed snake and gain 102 points of magic energy. In just a few breaths, Lin You gained thousands of magical energy. In other words, the explosion just now directly killed 10 red phosphorus two-tailed snakes. Nice job. Lin You couldn't help but praise www.novel.com. Taking advantage of the gap between the mirror wall of the turtle shield and the mirror wall, he immediately asked a few wood spirits to treat the twin mushrooms and the cactus warriors to speed up their recovery. After half a minute passed, the mirror wall shattered. As soon as those red phosphorus two-tailed snakes blocking the door were about to rush out, they were immediately entangled with vines by the blood enchantress who was guarding outside the entrance. Then, another round of mushroom thorn volleys were thrown into the rift valley. Seeing this, the other 4 moor turtles immediately cast the mirror wall of their tortoise shields, blocking the entrance to the rift valley again. Boom boom. A violent explosion spread throughout the rift. The boulders on both sides finally couldn't hold it any longer and collapsed suddenly. For a time, the ground shook, flying sand and rocks. Those red phosphorus two-tailed snakes that were attracted were directly buried alive. Kill the 6th order red phosphorus two-tailed snake and gain 104 points of magic energy. Kill the 6th order red phosphorus two-tailed snake and gain 97 magic energy. Kill the 6th order red phosphorus two-tailed snake and gain 102 points of magic energy. This time, he was even more ruthless. He directly gave Lin You nearly 4,000 mana points and killed more than 30 red phosphorus two-tailed snakes. It's simply too cool. After having the first 2 experiences, the plants are more handy. Using this circular method, the red phosphorus twin-tailed snakes that were emerging one after another were eliminated. Until half an hour passed, when the last red phosphorus two-tailed snake fell at the entrance of the rift. A reminder finally sounded. Congratulations, you successfully destroyed the 6th order monster gathering place, and obtained the 6th order territory essence X1. Chapter 77 Infinite Proliferation.